Yeah. Told the doc my heart was burning. He just gave me Gaviscon. I am like a vagabond, traveling through Babylon, searching for the God inside. Internal tetragrammaton. A humble brother full of pride, trying to get my balance on. Foggy with a crooked smile, witches want the magic wand. Most my life's been doing crime, robberies with valleys on. J Gamble Street dreaming like my GOC in Paris 1. Left my son too many times, wondering where his daddy's gone. All the years I spent inside, my story's not a lavish one. Wish I could go back in time, reverse the damage that was done. All the pain I felt in life, just fuel me to carry on. It's probably where my passion's from. It's probably where my talent's from. It's probably what kept me alive.
Come on, family tree. What's good, man? It's your boy JEDI for JEDI Online Trilluminati Live Ripple Truth. Like It's your boy JEDI for JEDI Online Trilluminati Live Ripple Truth. Trilluminati clips. Like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number if you like in the chat, you know, like that. Big up yourself. Happy new day. Happy Tuesday, the 11th of April. Happy new stream. Let's get it, man. We're here for a good time, not a long time, man.
Yeah.
Huh?
Told the doc my heart was burning. He just gave me Gaviscon.
Come on.
I am like a vagabond, traveling through Babylon, searching for the God inside. Internal tetragrammaton. A humble brother full of pride, trying to get my balance on. Foggy with a crooked smile, witches want the magic wand. Most my life's been doing crime, robberies with valleys on. J Gamble Street dreaming like my GOC in Paris 1. Left my son too many times, wondering where his daddy's gone. All the years I spent inside, my story's not a lavish one. Wish I could go back in time, reverse the damage that was done. All the pain I felt in life, just fuel me to carry on. It's probably where my passion's from. It's probably where my talent's from. It's probably what kept me alive when my mum and grandma's gone. That's why I got so many sides, a happy and a savage one, a tranquil and a manic one, content and a famished one. I'm for peace that squash the beef, but never been a salad done. I could get your carrots gone, smoking on the highest strains like where'd you get your cabbage from? Greener than the Amazon, a jungle with my chalice bomb. I get my Congo natty on, feeling like a pot of gold, sliders and a trackie on. Everybody's Iron Man till I get my proton cannon on. Then they're drawing out their diagrams in the station, getting their ballad on. Told the doc my heart was burning. He just gave me Gaviscon. I am like a vagabond, traveling through Babylon, searching for the God inside. Internal tetragrammaton. A humble brother full of pride, trying to get my balance on. Foggy with a crooked smile, witches want that magic wand. Most my life's been doing crime, robberies and valleys on. J Gamble Street dreaming like my GOC in Paris 1. Left my son too many times, wondering where his daddy's gone. All the years I spent inside, my story's not a lavish one. Wish I could go back in time, reverse the damage that was done. All the pain I felt in life, just fueled me to carry on. It's probably where my passion's from. It's probably where my talent's from.
Yeah, man. Probably.
And you know, people gotta be really.
All right, man. I didn't want to play that one today. What else we got for you? Pardon me, man. Pardon me. Hold that. Real quick.
Yes, I know who you are, yeah. Do you know who you are, yeah? Life's a battle, you gotta keep moving. Can't give up, man, you gotta keep going. Yes, I know who I am, yeah. Yes, I know who I am. Keep going. Yes, I know who I am, yeah.
You gotta be all you were sent to be, all you were meant to be. 'Cause in this life there's more than they let you see. The truth will come to light to you eventually. Something always happens out and nothing called it destiny.
spent so much energy trying to get a little head. My necessity out there trying to turn my wallet into the treasury. I'm wanting Air Maxes and golden accessories, an apron, a bag of weed, like green, like celery, lungs full of smoke, and a bladder full of Hennessy. But the happiness it brought was just temporary. Ducking from the law with my liberty in jeopardy. They want to give me prison as a penalty, or a position in the cemetery. I started thinking about flipping my trajectory. Quiet contemplation started giving me serenity. Discovered that my legacy lays hidden in my memories. Discarded knowledge learned from books written by my enemies. They're self-paid, stem from jealousy of my pedigree. The challenges I face are hereditary. Still I'm everything you'll never be.
All you were sent to be, all you were meant to be. 'Cause in this life there's more than they let you see. The truth will come to light to you eventually. Something always happens out and out and call it destiny. I know you're a star, but you're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are. I'm on the journey, this journey I travel stealth on my once I'm on the mission. My mission's to find myself. Do you know who you are? Like really, who you are? Do you know that you're a gateway to galaxies and afar? With the gifts that you possess, they try to lock you down with stress, trying to hack your mind and hypnotize you till your spirit's dead. But energy never dies, you will forever rise. From the ashes you will climb like the phoenix forever flies. And that's the poetry, but in reality it's grim. I ain't bugging out on nothing, cause reality is dim. We're all lost, lights off in the dark with our shades on. Throw to the world with less than half of our brain on. So wake up, star. Better wake up fast. For they block you from yourself and distract you from who you are. Cause who you are is something precious. The essence is undefined. You're a diamond under pressure, you shine. You gotta be all you were sent to be, all you were meant to be. 'Cause in this life there's more than they let you see. The truth will come to light to you eventually. Something always happens out and out and call it destiny. I know you're a star, but you're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are.
I know it's hard to become the person you want to, but you've got to keep on fighting, even though they're gonna keep on judging. And I know that society says do this even though it's not fair, but you've got to keep on climbing. Don't get distracted. And yes, I know who you are, yeah. Do you know who you are, yeah? And yes, I know who I am, yeah. Yes, I know who I am, yeah. Life's about to gotta keep.
Red pill trill, know who you are. Yeah, Jade, I know who
You
you are.
gotta be all you were sent to be, all you were meant to be. 'Cause in this life there's more than they let you see. The truth will come to light to you eventually. Something always happens out and out and call it destiny. I know you're a star, but you're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are. You're not meant to find out who you are.
Yeah, yes, I know who I am. Keep going. Yes, I know who I am. Yeah, yes, I know who I am. Gotta keep going. Yes, I know who I am. Yeah, yes, I know who I am. Gotta keep going.
Yeah, one second. All right, I'll let that play. Sorry, I'm just doing that in the background. Give me 2 seconds, man. 33 people in the building. Slap the like button. Put the number of your like in the chat. Let's get ready, man. And I'll put the link out there. 1 second. Just hold in my hand.
Yo, I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a crook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers.
Just because I got my head in the book, I'm never puss. With a whoosh, I could jump out a bush and get you smushed, better shush. And the wrong one to push, I get you whooped. If I give the young drillers the look, you're getting cooked. With a gang, who you smell in the air, is hella push. You know the fam, stay ever prepared. We're never shook, connect with man. From everywhere, every hood, feds prang.
they fill up a fair, cause we ain't hooked on their fool's narratives. Poison and their additives, they paint us as the bad guys, they're the real savages. An empire of vampires and energy scavengers, descendant of Dracula, infiltrated Africa, colluded with coons, instigated massacres. If goons form platoons, we can flip it like a spatula. Now my thoughts are accurate, my mission is immaculate. I don't need a jewelry, sage or an amulet. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out of bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out of bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. I jump out the shrubbery on bare skullduggery. Manners on some antics and fuckeries. Free the people, fuck the monarchy is my policy. I don't even want no reparations or apology. I would rather die on my feet than live on my knees. The vaccines, the poisons, taxes are robberies. Fat cats relax and leave us trapped in the poverty. Pigs on the pavement, rats in the poppy. Help an old lady cross the road, cause that's how I am. If he's your bro, he's my bro. I treat him like his fam. If I got it and you need it, holler me. I'm the man, ever double cross me. I leave you bleeding where you stand, leave you bleeding where you sit, leave you bleeding where you lay. Know some greasy geezers that don't need a reason anyway. They be beating heaters any season. Man, I let it spray. Beefing for my freedom. So the heathen, I will never change. I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out of bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. We jump out of bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer.
Dog, I'm good with these books and I'm good with the crooks. I smoke weed with shush and count peas with shush. So if I lean to the side and I jump on my phone, it could be to get him my knowledge or get him hit with the whoosh. We don't part with them faggots cause they wuss. Never been hit with a package I couldn't push. If we couldn't make it then me and mine talks. Come from a manner where you could dead overlooks. Close my eyes and I see heaven. Trap house eaters earn their keep, dog. They put in more than the tenants. Tenants spend on smokes and tenants. They consume more kestrel than this whip do petrol, dog. Life's no bitch, she's a queen, she'll test you. Blessed everywhere, my energy's ancestral. But my path, it might not be the best route, but I do what I do. Couldn't care what the rest do.
I'm a rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. To jump out of bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer. A rude boy with manners, books and bandanas, a poet and a nerd, a cook and a gangbanger. I'm at home with the holy, I'm good with the gram slangers. To jump out of bush, get you whoosh with a mad hammer.
Hey. Look, books, bro. One mug. Yeah.
No, man, pick up my books. I'll pick up my books, bruv.
Yeah, man. Pick up my books. Pick up my books. Pick up yourself, everybody. Let me put the link out there for people to jump on. Try to multitask, man. It's just fucking, it's crazy sometimes. All right. Join the show. Join the show. I just had 3 mimosas. I just swallowed them. And like literally, I could have another 10. But I didn't buy 10. I bought 3. I also had 2 bagels with peanut butter on it. I don't think I've had enough breakfast, man. I'm hungry. I got mad appetite, you know, recently. Yesterday, I wanted to eat down the whole fucking place. All right, there you go. Can you share the show on your YouTube, WhatsApp, Twitter with a friend? Help the channel to reach others. Come on, MJ. That's what we need, man. Are you still down, family? Are you still down? Let me check this out. What's happened there? What's happened there? My bank starts talking to me. I got to listen. What are they saying? What have you done, bank? I'm not sure. What are you trying to let me know? My bank's trying to talk to me. I don't know what it's trying to say. Ooh. Oh, fuck's sake. Put my phone around. Oh, I got a haircut today as well. Long. The reason why haircut's long is it's got to be me. I've got to take the boys for a haircut. That's like 50 quid. That's 50 quid and time away from the stream when I'm trying to reach some goals and that. I don't really like relying on people in the afternoon, man. Because one, either they just chat too much, or they don't like, you know what I mean? Like, I just, I like to be at the helm, man. End the story, long explanations. I like to be at the helm, especially in the afternoon. Last night, big up Zellini, man. I knocked out. I never knocked out. I just jumped off the stream. I was like, yo, I'm tired. I need to get up for gym in the morning. If someone's gonna jump on, they're gonna jump on. If they don't, then whoever's on there is gonna be left on there. It's like a lock-in, and then that's what it is. And then see Zellini carried it from strength to strength. So big up Zellini, big up whoever was on the stream apart from Zellini, Schiffer, David, MA, MJ. I'm not sure. I didn't really listen to it, to be honest. Fuck paying for a haircut, do it yourself. I know, man. I know about that. I'll get to that point soon. I'll be like Sniper cutting my own hair. But for now, let me louder. No, not mimosa, samosa. I had 3 samosas, 2 chicken and 1 vegetable. Walked past the samosa shop. They look good. I'm just like, let me grab that, man. I'll grab that. Mrs. Sarah turned into a proper poet recently, man. Yeah, she's dropping poems everywhere. They're just everywhere. Look out for the poems, man. A plea to all who view the stream to spread positivity like a sunbeam. Like, subscribe, share, and ring the notification bell. Reciprocate kindness. Let's do it well. Come on. Simple. What's Radar talking about? Samosa slap. I don't know what all of that is. But let me pin the link to the chat. Pin the link to the chat. I'm like 27. Like number 27. Also, let me go and make it a subscribers only space. Subscribers only. Once, twice, 3 times a lady. Yeah, man. So today, what are we gonna cover? Just a couple bits and bobs. I ain't really got nothing extra planned. What I did see was an interview by somebody that I thought, you know what, I want to cover this. I'm gonna cover this. Yeah, I hope you guys don't mind, right? But I'm just gonna go over some of the things. I'm gonna go and watch one of these videos. I know it's been covered a little bit, but JEDI ain't covered it, and I'm just gonna cover a little bit because it just looked a little bit interesting. It popped up while I was in the gym today. I'm reluctant to say the name of the person involved in this, but pretty much the flavor of the month. So once I say that, you look at the profile picture, you pretty much know what I'm talking about, man. I'm just embarrassed to say the name. Cause we all clout chasing this pearly white goddess
in Chicago.
Right? So yeah, I wanted to cover this interview. Just wanted to find out about Pearly, Hotep Jesus, Hotep Nation. And all right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to watch this interview. We're going to watch parts of it. And we're going to love it. And yeah, We're gonna chat about it. That's what we're gonna do. Jeds, are you gonna talk about Dalai Lama? No, I'm not gonna talk about Dalai Lama. Sometimes, you know, you lot should know about me. I don't jump on every subject. I told you lot about Dalai Lama from how long ago. So like, you lot go and what do you want me to say? Oh, he asked the boy to suck his tongue. Oh, great. Oh, whoop to do. Oh my god. Like, come on, man. What do you expect from these people, man? And everyone going around reposting that video, sharing it, like, you don't like looking at weird shit, right? You don't like looking at weird shit. And, you know, I told you a lot about these people, man. I told you about the Dalai Lama. We talked about him not long ago, about him being a smiling demon and da-da-da. Fucking hell, man. What the hell? What do you want to see, man? We seen, you know me? So I ain't playing the video and there's nothing to talk about. I could pretty much break it down in 5 seconds. The elites are weirdos. Yeah, the ruling class are weirdos. They are not here to help you. They are here to keep you imprisoned. That's it. The end. By Jedi. By Jediah. You know? That's it. The hell, man. You know what I mean? That Dalai Lama deliberately didn't chat about it yesterday. Deliberately. I was waiting for someone to be like, oh, did you see the... Someone actually did jump in the chat. Was like, did you see the Dalai Lama video? We're going to talk about it. It was that long. Even today, Karma suggesting that I do some picture of the Dalai Lama. Some stories just like, not feeling it. Not most, all of them. Yeah, you got to pick out a leader that you think is free from the fuckery. All of them, yeah? The white ones, the black ones. Yeah? The black ones, the Chinesey ones. Yeah? All of them. Yeah? The sooner that you lot realize that fuckery comes from every angle, the closer you lot will be to being able to actually take some freedom. You know what I mean? Some freedom. So yeah, even the Buddhist ones with the robes that talk about peace and rare, they on the shits. They with the shits too. All of them. Yeah? All of them. The white ones with the blonde hair and the African stuff, they're with the shits too. They're the black one with the polo neck and the African chain with the shits too. You know? The indigenous one for my brother Born Rich. The Prince Hall one, the ex-army one.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, all of them, man. Even the skin folk, man. You know what I mean? So, Hotep Jesus. I don't know if his name seems to be like a mockery. So we're gonna see what he's about. I don't know him personally, but he's interviewing our Milk of Magnesia. So we got to make sure she's protected, you know, at all times. Make sure nothing untoward is going on. So we're just gonna monitor and make sure it's all going. You know what I mean? And should your thoughts start viewing away from upholding and respecting and appeasing the white woman, I'll be there to make sure that you get put back in line. You know what I mean? Because we can't have too much criticism of our pearly white knight or whatever you call it. What's a female knight? We don't have a female knight. Maiden. Our fair maiden. There you go. Fair maiden. All right, man. So what are you saying, Born Rich? You got something to say? Get off your chest, man.
Nah. I ain't got nothing to say, man. I ain't got nothing to say, bro. I'm done with that shit. I'm done. Nah. I said what I had to say, man. You know how sniper get, man. I said what I had to say on that shit.
I didn't hear nothing about the sniper thing, whatever. And to be honest, I just whatever. Just I wasn't there. I was there, but I didn't mean to be. I walked in the room and I sat down for a minute. I was like, what's going on here? And I said, okay, we having a brother situation. I'm gonna let you lot handle it. You know what I mean? I don't know. I was too ignorant to really make a comment or get involved. So
Nah, you know how it go, man. I always say this, man. I can't
tell me how it went. Tell me how it went, bro.
Just tell you how it went.
Yeah, tell me,
yeah,
man.
you know what I mean. I had been sipping a little bit, so I was a little bit more passionate than I normally am, man. So
okay.
Yeah, it was
what was the actual subject?
All right, so the subject was Sarah, and you know how I get, Jess. It's about I don't really like when if
say you know how I get. This
because I've always stood on this. Like if black men, if two black men have a problem with each other, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's anybody else's place, especially non-black people, to jump in and pile on. Especially when these two brothers know each other, or these two brothers can see each other in the streets when nobody else is going to be around. So I just didn't think that was a good look, and I stand on that. I think that's cringe.
Who jumped in?
Okay, we're gonna name drop early. Well, Khan, I'll say Khan, right? And to me, Khan has a habit, right, of doing that. So if you have a problem with a black person, then Khan is quick to jump in and say, yeah, fuck him. And I'm like, I don't really like that. I've never liked that.
I've seen him picking a side, so not necessarily fuck him, but no, I think what he means is, so he's done explaining for the, so I think he just likes the involvement in those type of conversations, to be fair. I feel like he sees himself as some kind of third party blessed with clarity. You know, so he's gonna show you lot what's up because he's as an outsider. I don't know. He says that a lot. I don't know if he means it, but he does say it a lot. You know, as an outsider, as being someone that's not like from where, do you know what I mean? So I don't know.
I see it as like a gas up thing, man. I do, and I see it a lot, and I just like I was trying to tell Sniper, I'm just gonna always think that's cringe when I'm listening. Like if I'm in the listening audience, I always just be like, I wish Khan would shut the fuck up. Right, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like I always say this. I feel like you brothers could see each other in real life, and Khan's not gonna be anywhere around. And if some shit goes sideways, then Khan has put his name on that. You know what I'm saying? And I learned that early when you and another brother was beefing, and I jumped in. And you told me early in the game, like, boy, shut up. You're 1,000 miles away. If I see this brother and something happens, then your name is on that. Because you know what I'm saying? You was gassing it up when it didn't need to be gassed. And you can just be a part of the listening audience. That's just me. That's how I feel.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
But it's like if you saying I'm gonna snap
was that the case when Sarah was being discussed? Was it smoky, or was you not just reviewing some shit?
No, we was reviewing it, and then I started. We was reviewing it, and I was like, okay, but Snipes, this is what I think. This is what I think, and then you know how Snipes gets. Snipes gonna name call and say throw shots and all of that, which I ain't fucked up with. I'll tell you the main thing that really pissed me off is when the brother Sniper said, I'm trying to sabotage his channel. That's really what got me. It was he start calling me a snake and like, bro, you trying to sabotage my channel and take my viewers? It's like, come on, Snipes, you know I ain't doing all that, bro. I don't mind you calling me dickhead and pussy-o and all. You know what I'm saying? I can fight back with that. But then when you got this narrative of like, I'm a snake and I'm only coming around to do some snake shit, it's like, damn, bro. You know what I mean? I ain't know you. I hope you don't look at me like that because that ain't my intention.
Mm-hmm.
So like good riddance. Big up, Jess.
Yeah. All right. Sniper, with all due respect, it kind of would have been nice just to hear the brother born perspective since you get me, and then I didn't plan this, and he came on, and it just became a subject. So rather than you chipping in, and it, like, I don't know. Now I don't even know if he's gonna speak his mind like he was before you jumped in. So it's I don't know. Whatever.
No,
but yeah,
I'm almost.
No, I'm not saying you tripping, bro. But I just like.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, but I will say, if you really look at me like that, and you've looked at me like that for a while, I think you got me misconstrued because that's not my intentions. I don't benefit for that. I don't benefit for
But
jumping on and sabotaging a channel that I like to be a part of. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on. So while you and Sniper was having words, Khan was throwing fuel on the fire, basically.
Yeah, I think Khan got mad because I just jumped in early on the stream and just talk shit. I think I did like a 30-minute roast of Khan fat ass. But it's just because you know what I'm saying? Like I said, Khan is cringy to me, and I had some liquid courage in me that day. So it's like Khan.
You defended Sarah.
Yeah.
And Khan is anti-Sarah, and Sniper that day was being anti-Sarah in your opinion, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely.
See, now I'm not involved in any of that and whatever. So that escalated and it resulted in you leaving the panel because Sniper said you're fake and you're this and you're that, blah blah blah. And then you left the panel and then you started live streaming.
Absolutely. Because I'm looking at it, it's like a diss track, bro. If you're gonna put me in the back and then I jump off the channel and then 8 minutes after that it's just fuck slave born, he's American. It's like, okay, let me go to the studio and cook up my diss track. I'm not just finna tuck my tail in between my legs and go hide. No, I'm finna go to the studio and I'm cooking up a diss track. If it's fuck me, it's fuck you.
Okay, I hear that, man.
And I do want to say this for the record. I want to say this for the record, Jess, because I heard this. I wasn't on no boycott type shit. It's just I went to my platform to say all the shit that I wasn't allowed to say on Sniper.
Did you address Sniper on your platform?
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
Okay, cool. Is that still up? That video still up?
Nah, I took it down. I don't really, you know what I'm saying? That was just,
how you take it down, bud?
Just because it was something in the moment, and that ain't what my channel was about. I've got a couple of those videos where I jump on and say fuck somebody, and then I'm just like, you know what? Once I sober up, it's like I don't really. That ain't the look. That ain't a good look.
Okay, I respect that, boy. Man. I respect that a lot, man. Yeah. Look, man. There's no need for me to really be involved. I'm sure you don't have the ability to settle your differences, whatever they are. And you obviously you don't need another big man involved. You're not a big man, and you can handle it.
I just look at it like
what I would say is obviously everybody has their own stances, and I respect you for having your own stance. I think for me, what I've noticed can be frustrating. What I found frustrating in the past is the rigid narrative that you stick to, even when the evidence shows you other stuff, right? So, at some point, your defense of a black man or a black woman will probably be a benefit to me, because at some point, you probably be defending me when I'm not there to some people that ain't me. To some people that ain't us, whatever. I don't know if you have to do that before.
Yeah, absolutely. I have.
But knowing the type of person I am, if that's your characteristic, then you probably would have had to have defended JEDI and say some kind words when other people were trying to talk shit. I don't know if you've ever done that before. Have you?
Absolutely. Hell yes. You Snipes, all of y'all. Like,
I can imagine you saying, no, them boys is cool, or Jeds is cool, or whatever. I don't know. Yeah, cool. Be real though, bro. Yeah, when I see you do it for characters like Sarah, it has frustrated me in the past. But we're only gonna have a little war words on the panel. I ain't gonna take it no crazy level. But I would say sometimes it kind of hurts because you're a brother, and then it's like, yo, you defending me, you defending my black sister, but you're not defending me and my black sister from this black brother that's using his get-in card, i.e. his skin, to manipulate us. You doing blackity black, but you're not really understanding that they've sent a black infiltrator in to fuck with us. So now, even though he's black, you're going to have to condemn that motherfucker to keep us safe, so to speak, hypothetically speaking. And I feel like this is where sometimes, brother born, you kind of fell.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. No, I can understand that. I can understand what my
Sarah is a genuine danger to you and to me, hypothetically, and to Sister African Goddess. Let's just pick a random black woman's name, right? He's a threat to us all, even though individually we may have separate politics and belief systems and whatever. When it comes down to a crunch, here comes a black person willing to use his black card to trick us into supporting him. He's showed us he's not fucking with us genuinely. Morally, he ain't on what we on. This brother was outside Tommy Robinson's debates. He was on this, he was on that. Come on, bruh.
I gotta agree with that.
He don't fuck with us, but he knows how to manipulate us, and I think that's the crux of that argument.
No, I feel that. I feel that. Maybe that's something I gotta work on. But like I said, my antennas go up when it's just like, okay, the black brothers are putting the black man in his place. And then here comes the others that want to jump in and kick him while he's down. That's when it's like, hold on. Like I don't mind Jeds and Sniper and the black brothers and sisters talking shit about Sarah, but then there's 50 other non-black people come in and start kicking them. It's like, hold on, guys, we can't.
So let me ask you a question.
Go ahead, bro.
How the Dalai Lama has done what he's done? If a bunch of Buddhists and Asians and whatnot jump in and say, hey, we'll kick him when he's down. You can't kick him when he's down. We're gonna say, shut the fuck up. We kick
exactly. Exactly. But I'll understand it. I'll understand it.
Khan is gonna, whoever's on the floor, they're getting kicked. So like, why should Khan spare Sarah? Let Khan kick Sarah. Let him. You just like, well, Sarah's black and you not, and it makes me feel weird. You gotta let go of that, bro. Truth is truth. But trust me, when it's time for us to kick the shit out of some Turkish dudes, ain't no Khan standing in our way. Yeah, you might end up getting kicked with them, Khan, if you get too close, right?
But I've seen it, and I hate to bring this up, but I've seen it on the Muslim side, right? I've always said the one thing about the Muslim, like it or not, I always say the Muslims got a code to what they're going to protect their people.
I hear you.
Like we've seen it. We've seen it.
We can't be like that. And then sometimes a good Muslim ends up protecting a bad person. And then we look at it like, yo, you lot's logic is flawed. You lot's morality is flawed because you're defending him because he's Muslim, and you're not condemning him because he's Muslim. But then you're not using those same parameters on other humans. So this proves that you believe this set of humans are better and more deserving than this other set of humans. That makes you biased. That makes you flawed. And then you can take the title of being a better person than them for not being prejudiced. We gotta challenge our prejudices, our unfair, our unright, our incorrect prejudices. We gotta challenge that. For instance, I'm saying if there's a white child abuser and a black child abuser, I ain't gotta worry about who to hit first with the 4-5. We just keep dumping till no one moves, bro. You know what I mean? Figure of speech, right?
Yeah.
We can't be like, yo, that black. In fact, I might kill the black one first, just to get him out the way, because he's probably more of a danger to me anyway. Because he's probably got more access to black kids and whatnot. So I might kill the black one first. But the issue is, are they both wrong? Are they people we want in our group? No. So the fuck happens to them? Who cares? You got too much empathy for your skin folk, and that's gonna get you in trouble. You know the zombie films when they're riding round, rare, and then there's a little kid in the road, and the dude's lost his daughter, and he sees a little girl on the road with a teddy. It's like, yo, stop the car. Everyone's like, no, fuck that. Run that bitch over. No, stop the car. He might even pull the gun from your waist and point it to your head, stop the car. Then you end up stopping for this chick, and lo and behold, what happens? It's a setup. She's either been bitten or she got some other goons hiding in the bushes, willing to ambush us. We got to stop being controlled by this empathy, this big loving heart that we have. That's all I'm saying. I'm with you, and I appreciate it, because one day I might benefit from your blanket care and consideration as a black brother. I may benefit one day, but guess what? Just because I benefit from something one day, I still have to point out that it could be a detriment in another way on another day.
Yeah,
because I want us to win. So I could keep my mouth shut and be like, well, I'm black, so whatever. If them guys say anything black is a go, then I'm good. But no, because we shouldn't be saying that. We have to be more stringent with our policy and our guidelines of who we letting in, who gets to stand under our protective umbrella. And I think this is what a lot of the conversation should be about. Yeah, because some people rather protect. This is how we end up with all different. I'm not going to say these letters. All different communities intermingling with us, and before you know it, when we're supposed to be saying Black Lives Matter, we saying Black Lives Matter or some other. Yeah, we put something else. Yeah, in there. We mix it up. Like for instance, we got some new statistics, and they're saying it's been proven. This independent inquiry has proven that the Metropolitan Police Service are still institutionally racist and homophobic and sexist.
Yeah. That's what you're saying. They're remixing it.
The fuck? When did homophobic become part of this shit?
Yeah. Now I feel that they are remixing it. I feel that.
And we still even got our shit. You guys ain't got your reparations. We ain't got our shit yet, man. And there's all these other people. They're just looking at us like food. They're looking at you. All right, maybe not me even in this scenario, because they can see I'm well and truly out of that control mechanism. But being pro-black is a market that unscrupulous people want to tap into. That's simple. It's a market. Any demographic has been assessed and analyzed by predator that sees food to eat. And then I can eat from this group. You all in there, your grandma, your granddaddy, your history, you all in there with your heart and soul. And someone else just sees it as being a lick.
Yeah.
The pro-black demographic is a lick. And Sarah's trying to hit the lick again. That's all I'm saying. I got nothing against him. He's a hustler. But he's trying to hit the lick and come up off the back of our people. And there's many other people like that do it. And they usually argue with each other. They do it in different ways. But once you get hip to it, you can see, what a genuine heart is,
I
bro.
see it, and I don't act like I don't see it. I seen it, right? Because I even spoke about it earlier that day. I seen Sarah jump from I'm a debater, then I'm gonna be pro-black, and then I'm Kemet, and now is fuck the black woman. And now is, oh shit, the white woman did some foul shit to me. So black people, we gotta watch out for her. Like I seen them go back and forth. So I seen it. I'm not gonna act like I didn't see the shit.
Yeah.
I didn't. But now I'm watching 3 streams, 4 streams, 5 streams, 6 streams. And I'm like, hold on, man. And you know what's funny though? Even Uncle Tony came on Sniper Channel later on that same day and was like, he pretty much said the same thing I said. He just got a little warmer welcome from Sniper than I did. You feel me? Maybe it's because he wasn't drunk and passionate like I was.
Thank you. Can I say my piece now?
Go ahead. I want to hear Snipes. Let's hear that. I want to hear that.
Thank you.
Sniper, this ain't your say your piece. We're going to chat about this at another time because this more than arranged for one person to say his piece. Get it off your chest fully and relax, Born Rich, because when Sniper wants to talk about it, he's going to talk about it.
But I'd rather him do it. I'd rather him do it now than to carry on and maybe I pull up Saturday and he said, I'd rather know where we stand. Hold on, Jess. Let me say this. I'd rather know where we stand today, so I know where we stand. You feel me? Because it was left. It was left in a weird place, Jess.
Right.
It was left in a weird place.
He right. Yeah, and it's not even bad. It's not even bad. What I'm gonna say.
I don't give a fuck.
What? Sorry.
I don't give a fuck about you lot's Waltons, hold hands thing. This ain't about that.
Not even a Waltons. I'm just.
When you lot gonna reach out to each other?
What? I ain't got an issue. That's the problem. Yeah, okay. You're assuming there's an issue. I didn't have an issue. That's what I was gonna explain. You got what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing my show, cuz. Yeah, simple. Yeah. I love Born Rich's. Hold on 1 second. I love Born Rich's argument. Yeah, I love his argument, right? And we was arguing, we was going through it, and blah blah blah. But the thing is, if you're inebriated, cuz, yeah, and other people are trying to talk, you was talking over people. So I put you in the back for a couple seconds, bruv. You decided to jump off, yeah. And then when I saw Born Rich Films live, yeah, that's when I started cussing you, yeah. And I did not call you a slave, my brother, yeah. I said slavery is still running in Tennessee. That's what I said, bro. You get what I'm saying? So it's not. It weren't even that deep. Oh no, wait. You weren't even that deep.
No. Stop telling me to hold on. Stop that, man. You don't need to stop that. I fully just said to you, look, man, if you're not gonna do your get along gang thing, you're not gonna make up and whatever and have your conversation, do it somewhere else.
You have to have beef to make up, man. Hold on. I wasn't beefing anyone.
Right. Well, cool, then, isn't it? So then there shouldn't be any need for anyone to give their side of the story, whatever. Because the way I see it is, there was definitely something going on.
Well, I just wanted to say to her brother.
Hold on. It was definitely a thing, right? Now, Born Rich is on there talking, but Born Rich ain't reached out to you. Yeah? So if he felt away, he ain't come to you and said, yo, Snipes, I felt away, this and that, rare. Now he's saying, I'd rather we sorted that now, right? And then Sniper's doing the thing of, I didn't have an issue. I was cool. Like, there was no issue on my side, which I don't think is honest. And it's like, okay, cool. You're not going to do your reconciliation on here. It weren't about that. There was no sign of Sniper today, and you jumped on Born Rich, and then it came into that conversation, right? So I was letting you express what you wanted to express, and I was more talking to you about Sarah and this thing and the black community and our weak points and how people infiltrate. It ain't really about you or Sniper and you doing your apologies or saying that nothing happened or whatever. You lot can do that something else, because I feel that grown men, when things do happen, they should take the opportunity to reach out for each other. So this wasn't a mediation session or now we're both here, because I kind of had a clear cut side of what I was trying to do and what I was trying to discuss. And another thing I'm not doing is creating spaces for men that are older than me to say what they need to say to each other. You don't need to like work out routes and lines of communication outside of the live stream where everyone can be like, yeah, it's all good now, no rest, it's long. That's what I didn't want to happen. That's why I was saying to you, Sniper, just save it, bro. Especially if you don't feel like you got an issue or whatever, just save it. What's the point of even going into it? We're gonna get it.
It's relevant. I thought it was relevant to the subject because listen, I was only talking about the subject matter. Yeah, that's the whole reason why a man jumped off is the subject, and we're talking about the subject. So I just thought it had relevance. You know what I mean? It only makes sense. And if he feels away, I just want to put him at ease. Like, bro, don't feel no way. Yeah, you get cussed sometimes and blah blah blah, but it's your own actions. And one thing I don't want is you thinking, oh, I'm hating on you or did it. No. My thing is, you was a bit inebriated and you was, bros. So even some things you might have heard differently. Do you get it? That's what I'm trying to say to you. So like whatever, I see you bleeding all over the internet. Yeah. It was nothing to do with me though. It was nothing to do with me. I was more annoyed that you was live, somebody else was live. You know what I'm saying? Like that annoyed me. Yeah. Because I didn't see the reason why you went live when you could have I didn't kick you off. So there was, you get what I'm saying? You chose to jump off. I put you in the back. I did. Yeah. But that's just because you was over talking. Do you get what I'm saying?
So Noah had no issue. You didn't have an issue.
I didn't have an issue with him. Didn't have an issue. I talked the subject, innit? If it's a passionate discussion, yeah, it's a discussion, innit? You know what I mean? And I encourage that because obviously it helps the stream. But what I didn't want, there were certain aspects of it where you're saying to Khan, nah, Khan, you can't get involved. But you know how it runs over here. Everybody has their say. And I think that's fair, right? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. You got to admit, sometimes you got to get out the way. Like we say this on these streams all the time. Get out the way. And that was a situation where Khan probably should have just got out the way. If me and you going back and forth, Khan should just get out the way. But I know Khan was a little upset because I did a 30-minute roast session on him earlier in that stream.
And I wasn't there, was I?
Yeah.
All right. So
I
anyway,
wasn't there, so I didn't even know about that. Yeah, go on. Big up. Anyway, go on. Jed. Sorry.
Yeah, we good, Jess. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't no weird energy. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to jump on a big Saturday stream and it's fuck you, Born Rich. You can never come back over here. Get the fuck out. It's like, oh, I just didn't want to be blindsided with that.
Anyway, man, like I said, man, like I'm encouraging people. If I got an issue with someone, you ain't coming back around me and whatever. We're not meeting accidentally on the stream. You better phone me, bro, or message me and let's communicate. I seen too much of this, and personally, I'm just taking myself out of it. So yeah, man, I personally don't agree that there was no issue, but from the little I heard, I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna keep it moving. When I've had my words with for Born, I've dealt with myself. There's no support. There's no men's club, no meeting place where we get to meet and discuss, and everyone gets to come across and give their point of view. I'm just left to it, and people just act like I'm going crazy. So I ain't helping no one out of their scenarios. You don't make your beef, you don't sort your beef, man. I ain't no one's fucking mediator. Anyway, to do with this whole Sarah thing, I just feel like, yeah, man, the weakness is leaving an opening for somebody like Sarah to even be getting defended. Like, what are we even defending? Because just because he uses words like the black man, or because I just don't get it, man. That's what makes it scary for me. Is like, what even is there to defend when it comes to Sarah? And every woman that's white gonna be critiqued, because I can understand pearly things being critiqued, right? Because she's actively put herself in the scenario. But then we're gonna critique Khan, and then we're gonna critique MJ, and then we're gonna critique anybody with an admixture or non-black heritage or whatever. And I start feeling like I'm not allowed to associate or conversate or even get the Jupiter. It's like all of a sudden everyone that is the bad guy is a white person, right? But we don't see any of the black bad guys. Yeah, we don't see it. It's like you lot want to continue to support the black bad guys. Yeah, this is such a shit term. Yeah, because they're black, but always quick to point out the bad white people. Always quick to point out, oh yeah, this person, that person, as if we stupid. Yeah.
And then I had got another perspective on the Pearly though, right? So as I'm listening to these American, like I didn't know who Pearly was, but now I'm starting to listen to American YouTubers say, yeah, I've been trying to expose her. I've been exposed her. So then I got a different perspective of her, and I was like, oh shit, I'm listening to all these streams about the situation, but I'm never hearing anybody bring up the shit that she done until I went to America. So I started listening to American YouTubers. Yeah. When I'm hearing about the shady business that she was doing with the Kevin Samuels and this YouTuber and that YouTuber.
There was there's no shady business though, is it? Let's be real. There's no real shady business.
I've heard a few things. And
what is this? The shady business is what with Kevin Samuels is what she paid for Kevin Samuels
consultation
to have a consultation. Is that the shady thing you're talking about, Boone?
Yeah, they were saying that, and then she was taking some of his talking points and trying to galvanize. I don't know, man. It was just kind of weird.
We all do that. I did that. You did that. We all do that. Like somebody's doing good. They're putting out fire content, and their content creates conversation. Yep. I tell you for free. That's what I do over here. If I hear something fire and it's a dope conversation, I'm gonna say, "Yo, have you heard about this conversation?" And then we're gonna have it over here. Yeah. That's taking content rare. We've been excessively. Why don't we just kill her, man? Why don't we just find her and fucking murk her? Yeah, and kill her. Is that what? Yeah. Then we finally got blood for the black. Remember, we're talking about a bunch of black men that dislike women. They dislike them.
Yes, exactly.
We're talking about a bunch of men that dislike your black queens. Yeah. Why do we give a fuck who's taking their talking points and who's not? Oh, a white woman took a black woman hating man's talking points. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Right. So when hold on. So when when a white person steals an invention, an idea, or something from a black man, Sarah's not wrong when he uses colonizer, right?
He probably invented the dildo. Yeah, whatever white man put his name and his family crest on the first mold of dildos for the Western Hemisphere, they can keep that. We don't want them bragging rights.
Yeah,
we don't want it.
Yeah,
some things we don't need to always claim, like the manosphere, the white hate, and the woman hating sphere of incel men and tricks. We don't need to claim anything they created. So what?
I was saying, yeah, if I didn't know them, I mean, if we
and have him as a god, because we got loads of men out here that pussies that can't get pussy. That's all it really is. Like me and you ain't fucking complaining, born rich.
No, never.
We knocking them down, bro. Like the hell, we ain't got time for this shit. We trying to hustle. We on the internet trying to hustle, trying to create platforms and shit. Yeah, we ain't got time to complain about women that don't like men, women that think that they do. Well, we ain't got time for that shit, man. Unless we talking about it on the show to get views up and have a conversation. That's it. And that's the difference between us and them. And anything they do is not for us. In the end, we're gonna have to beef them because they really trying to tear down your daughter. Yeah, really. In the end, they're gonna be the enemy in their own way, just like the Fox are on the other side. Amber Rose and her Fox Brigade, they're on the other side trying to teach your daughter how to slut walk. These lot on the other side trying to put your girl down, trying to shit on her before she even blossomed. Right? None of them love us. They're just using us. They use us in the direction that the system wants us to go in. So
that's well
the black manosphere ain't got no love for black women, ain't got no love for women in general. We ain't got no love for them. So I don't give a fuck if Pearl or Phileas Fogg or Cecil Rhodes or Prince Philip or whoever. I don't care who takes Kevin Samuel's talking points. I don't give a fuck. We've used some as well. We don't fuck with Kevin Samuels, R.I.P. We didn't fuck with him. Yeah, he's got some cool things. He was never going to be none of our guru. The same way that Andrew Tate was never going to be our guru. The fuck is wrong with people out here?
Society
issues. Facts.
And what Sarah and them let you know is that this is a space, right? And by a space, it means a market.
Yeah.
Yeah. When Sarah says space, it means a market. Yeah, a demographic that he can extrapolate money from, revenue from. That's what he means.
He said Kevin Samuels left the void.
A void. Yeah, a money void. Yeah.
That's right. That's correct.
That's it. And you just have to plug that void and feed a line directly into your pocket. Cool. That's calm. I remember I've always said from the beginning, I believe that all these people should be making money, even down to activists and lollipop men that are running around. I believe they should be getting paid. Don't make them feel like they have to
appreciate it
to get fucking paid.
Yeah.
Like a pastor. Pay your pastor. Give your pastor money. Don't make him feel like he has to be sneaky to get money from here and there. Blah, 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 blah. What? I got no issue with Pastor Tobes or Pastor Toby. I got no issue with it. Why? Because we got the Red Cross, Oxfam, this society, that society, yeah, that doing all the same thing, and they're above scrutinization. Why are we scrutinizing a black hustler? Oh, he's a hustler. He's using the name of God and he's hustling. And everyone else is hustling. Let them hustle. Let the imam get a new fucking 4x4. Yeah. Let the pastor get a holiday home in the Seychelles. And so what? Oh, but the poor people, they're exploiting the poor people. Well, stop following them. But I believe everyone should eat. Eat, man. You shouldn't even make him have to be sneaky. Give him lots of money. Because that's what you want to do. That makes you feel good. You feel like you're giving to God. Cool. And the same with Sarah. If you want to eat from the black manosphere, fucking eat away. You know what I mean? And if Pearly Things wants to eat from it, eat away too. If Pearly Things wants to eat from the black people that subscribe to the manosphere, let her eat. Because if I could get a penny out of them, I would. You know what I mean? Let them eat. That's what they want to do. Let them eat. Let them. Why are we always pocket watching and blocking and we acting like Pearly Things is in the way of what? What's she doing? Pearly Things don't talk to my son. Pearly Things don't talk to my daughter. You know what I mean? There's some of us are beyond that. You can't. You're not speaking to us. But there's this whole generation of people that need someone to speak to, need someone to speak their truth, and they can't speak it themselves. Let them go on, man. I just feel like I'm looking at the black hatosphere. Yeah, you like hate, and now all of a sudden you lot all trying to act. You're all super pro black, and I'm bored, man. I'm fucking bored of you lot shit. I'm bored, man. Yeah. There's this next dude, Mike TV. I ain't never played one of his videos on here. You lot are getting tricked into supporting LGBT, man. This is LGBT.
It is.
Oh yeah, that one with the voice. Yeah.
I ain't never heard of him.
Mike TV, Big Mike or Mike TV, some shit like that. This is a dude that's never split no labia apart and looked at the GUI center. He is not interested. Yeah. You in front of your camera. Yeah, I went harder. I went harder than Abe and Preach. Oh, don't you think I went harder on Pearly than Abe and Preach? Like, what the fuck are we watching? Abe and Preach? What are we doing? Any of these dudes? What are we doing?
I felt that they were the argument on the American side was mainly people in the manosphere as well. So people trying to get at this girl were manosphere people anyway. They were onto her, blah blah blah. But
they're doing position shuffling. They're like, yo, there's a, you know what I mean? Oh shit, yeah. You do that bullied me too. I've seen it, man.
But next week they'll be podcasting each other.
Now I understand what.
I've been Pearly Things and all these scapegoats, man. Like, you know, you could be white, you could be talking about some shit I don't agree with. I still see the energy of the people around you, man. You know, let's all jump. Let's jump her, like, and whatever, man. It's dead food. You're all just trying to get your platforms bigger, so you can tell us exactly how a black woman, and the man, the modern woman ain't shit. And yeah, cool, man. You're right, but the energy you're moving with is wrong. You don't associate with women. It's just dude after wave of dude after dude after dude after dude. No wonder Pearl did well. With so many fucking dudes,
exactly,
like just fucking piled up. An Asian woman, an Indian woman, a Peruvian woman would have smashed this. Any woman, a black woman would have smashed. Any woman that just came in and just used the same speaking points would have smashed it. Provided she had backing and she had the resources to for the production and whatnot that seems Power has. I'm not discounting that. But I just feel like overall, it's just it's a market of people, and then you have the content creators, and they're jostling for position to eat some food, just like Kevin was eating. They just want to eat food, just like Abe and Preach are eating, just like Fit and Fresh or Fresh and Fit, like Tommy Sotomayor was eating,
Nico, all them.
Just like Doggy Diamonds TV was eating, just like what's the guy that says press one? What's his name? The light-skinned brother. The coffee and cushion coffee.
Oh yeah.
Like, man, it's just like, and then 1 minute they'll be talking about Hassan Campbell, then they'll be talking about Kevin Samuels, they'll be talking about whatever. It's cool. Let them all eat. We can't be attached to it because we out in the real world. We're supposed to have our head out in the real world. We ain't supposed to care if just Pearly Things came and fucking turned up on all of them and ate all their food. We ain't supposed to care.
Exactly.
I don't care. Your cause was not for my family. Was not for the next generation to be harmonious. You trying to teach them to be unbalanced. It's a guy's room. Guys just chatting to gang, and it's all just the most non-pussiest getting dudes with the loudest voices trying to teach other incels about the best way to get a woman and what a woman responds to, and they've got all these these principles and these codes and these like and they think they're hard when they use words like fucking hypergamy. But you get me? Like, oh yes, yeah, a woman picks on basically what she can get, and when now you don't know nothing, man. I had a girl turn her fucking purse inside out.
What inside out?
Her purse inside out to the moths and the butterflies flew out, right? To get me what I needed to complete the challenge. So I don't understand what none of these men are chatting about. Women nowadays are just yo. What are you talking about? You've never been in a Primark.
You're right.
And got the buffest gal in the fucking building, right? And she just onto you because of just the way you speak. You know what I mean? Yeah. You got any money, baby? No? Okay, I got money for both of us. They're not aware of anything like that. That's why I feel women when women like, nah, this is bullshit. Because there's plenty of women that are fucking have spent maybe way too long sponsoring a broke man's fucking dreams. To be listening to these fuckboys out there like, if you ain't got money, then a woman won't look at you. Shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up, you bitch. Now man can't imagine having a woman without money. You can't imagine being broken in love. And then you basically end up teaming up with these materialistic chicks that say, if you ain't got money, what business have you got in a relationship? Which is crazy. So you got the men that say, you got the men that say women are all materialistic. Then you got the women that are materialistic saying a broke man ain't worth shit, and they basically conspire to create this worldview that everyone starts walking towards.
That's right.
All right, man, shut the fuck up, man. If you got the right contents of character and mind, yeah, you can get anything you want out here. Anybody, any woman, any type of woman, shall I say? Yeah, some women are gonna see it as an investment. Some women are gonna see it as a purchase. Some women's gonna see it as a team building thing or a loan or whatever. You know, lots of women love to see the potential in something and watch it from the ground up. I feel like, you know what, I played a part in that, man.
Yeah, there's lots of women that are happy just not to get financially abused. They hold up their end.
Yeah, exactly. So I just feel like this whole thing of these dudes that get their bike stolen telling us about women and what women are on, and shut the fuck up, man. If you stayed with your woman and she was loving you down and she never tried to get married in St. Lucia and she never got your bike stolen, would you even be on there telling us about how shit women are? No. So you've had one shit experience, and because you've had this dead experience, you now want to poison the water for everyone else.
Yeah.
Good. You deserve to be colonized. Fuck off out of here, man. Get back to the colony. You know what I mean? Give me that whip. I'll do it. Move out the way, pal. I'll do it. Yeah. Yeah. Back to work, nigga. Nigger.
Oh, shit.
Nigger. Yeah. Back to work. Standing around. This cotton ain't gonna pick itself.
Do the fucking laundry and don't go through my pockets while you're doing it.
Guess what? When we were talking about Prison Break, you were on it. You was like, oh, well, I don't know. You know, we talking about Prison Break. We had a brother, you know, a brother like Bourne was like, well, in 2 Corinthians, it does say that, you know, endureth not, and Lord help us. So let us go free. And he was in the back of the bar saying, oh, hell no, with that Christian shit, that Abrahamic shit ain't gonna take us nowhere. What we really need to do is get ourselves in a better position so we can negotiate with Massa. Yeah, he weren't trying to leave the prison. He weren't trying to burn down the prison camp. I've never heard these bars come from him. Yeah, now all of a sudden he's talking about, he's about black betterment.
Bullshit.
When you were standing outside of Tommy Robinson's thing. Shush, man. Allow it, man. You're about Sarah betterment, and that's okay. Just be real.
So I said
I'm about Jedi betterment
for a while.
See the difference? We can cut all of that fake shit and let's get to the point. I'm about Jedi betterment. I want to do better. I want my friends and family to do better. Can you not live with that? Is that okay? That it ain't an entire black, feed the world, make it a better place.
For you and for me, and
that's what it was. When times got peak, I was running in man's yard. I'm a survivalist, and I'm not here to create a fake demographic so I can sit comfortably and be protected and cushioned, so I can just manipulate you lot and rape you. You get me? Just use your good sentiment and your heart and just rape you. No, I'm not here for that. So next man's like trying to feed into the black, because they know the black community are fucking airheads. He knows this. Look at the level of what he did. Like, yo, all I gotta do is put on a polo neck and a chain. The fact that you even decided to dress like that to address what you was addressing shows the little ratings that he has for you lot. He ain't even tried to mask it. You should have tried to blend that shit. Yeah, you just tried to go full Black Panther. You went full Black Liberation Party.
Yeah,
full,
without the beret. That's it.
Full Uhuru.
Yeah.
What the fuck, bro? You even take it easy. Like the black polo neck, white background. He went in. Man, this is a piss take. What the fuck is this, cuz? What was you dressed in your last video? You was wearing some baby blue shirt or some baby pink shirt, all buttoned up. Come on, bro.
That's you. That's
you. Yeah, that's you. That's what you're about. We get it. You're the least trustable one.
You're rolling with man like Banksy.
You're trying to tell us about. What's the word now? Integrity. Kazi, like, with all due respect, bro. I ain't trying to hear that from you. Integrity. We ain't trying to hear that.
Thank you.
We ain't trying to hear that for now. We got reasons why. I ain't gonna bring them up, but we got reasons why your integrity.
You the last.
You're the last, cuz. You know what I mean? You're just the last of the list. That's all I'm saying. Not to say you ain't got integrity. You can't change. You can't rare. But right now, you need to hold that card in your pocket for now.
Your credit's low.
It's mad low on that, bro. You know? And anyway, so cool. That's why I'm addressing Sarah. In terms of fairly things, my thing is this. If you love this chick, more fool you.
Innit?
What can I say? If she affected you, if you was listening to her, more fool you. I don't know what you want me to say. You probably ripped down points from Kevin Samuels too. We didn't. You did a conversation.
Yeah.
And rare, and that's it. But it's like some of these people taking this thing as genuinely a life coach or what? Who the fuck are you? Just pearly things and what? This is why I don't give it much credit, like, because it's just like, why are we not talking about the shit she did? Because why we give a fuck what she did? Why do we care?
Don't know. All of a sudden,
I'm seeing the dude that was inviting me to her shows now discussing the fact that he was paid to recruit people to go on the show. This is why my instincts weren't going with it. You getting paid. I ain't getting paid. My instincts ain't going with it. I'm traveling down there. I'm supposed to be a star of a show. I ain't just one of your little fucking panelists. I'll come there and turn up your fucking show. Right? So that's another thing. Secondly, now, I'm like, what's with this subject, cuz? I was like, all right, yeah, I hear you. I'm like, no, I'm not with it. And I replied back, I'm not with all this red pill shit, you know, and all this woman thing, you know, like, I was like, yeah, I hear you, I hear what you're saying. So I'm like, yeah, man, holler back when the subjects, but now, when I'm watching a clip where another woman's saying, you're basically tricking people into going into a red pill podcast. And he's like, no, we ain't tricking. And he's like, yeah, you are. They were like to him, yeah, you are. Because you're telling them it's relationships or whatever are rare. But really, it's a whole red pill thing, which is women. And it's like, I didn't watch the end of the clip, but it seemed like man was starting to admit it or come to the fact that, well, yeah, I hear where you're coming from. My instincts instantly kicked in like, this ain't for you, gents. Because you're going to be sitting around a bunch of other idiots. Yeah? Last time I was on a podcast with these man, And then at the end, we started talking about Sarah. And I was like, yeah, what? You get Sarah? I was like, get me on a podcast with Sarah then.
Mm.
You get me? Yeah, we'll see that. Next thing you know, you got Sarah, you didn't invite me. You tried to invite me to Pearly Things. Why didn't you invite me? You should have invited me when you had Tommy Robinson down.
Right.
Because you're not all saying you watch my thing and I'll rate your show.
Yeah, it's mad.
But when it's time for me to eat, you ain't trying to make me eat. You give me some dibby supporting act roles. This is why I just got to do my own thing. So this is why I escaped sitting down with Pearl, and I'm glad I did for that thing. But I wish that I had the opportunity to sit with her on something else. Do you know what I mean? But it just seems like all of it was Red Pill. This is why I didn't really get the callback. Once they realized I was everything that had to do with dissing women, the cool's dried up.
They know if you was on it, you'd be immense.
Right.
You'd be immense.
That's what I noticed that man tried to. I told you this last time. Last time I went for a podcast with this particular set of guys, there were some women there, and we was there, and then it was just light chat in the beginning, and then one of them said something like, I can't wait for JEDI to go off, or he said something. And I was like, huh? And I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I can't wait for you to do your thing, or what, or say, or it's gonna be. So I was like, what exactly is it you think that I talk about? Cuz I had to ask.
Was this that domino?
Yeah,
I remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Like, what is it you look? Because it's like you don't seem to have some kind of impression of me. I don't know what it is. Maybe they thought I was red pill because it's like a red pill drill. Maybe they thought red pill. I think a couple of people have made that assumption. Oh, this is to do with red. I don't know what the fuck this red pill gay shit is, man. I don't understand red pill.
I was red pill before.
Yeah, like, what the fuck is this, man? I was so pissed to hear this whole red
pill. I know.
It really pissed me off. And it's like, what the fuck is this red pill? How is this red pill?
Are we doing this now?
Hating on women. That's the red pill, hating on women. It's gay, man.
It is.
Gay.
And as I say, because we got exposed to Labuto and these type of man.
Yeah.
Kevin from sales and that. We already knew the mentality.
Go against women or talk like they've been too good to me. Yeah, I've had some shit experiences or whatever. But yeah, they've been way too good to me. I'm never gonna be on the man them side. I tried to tell them all this, like I'm not on your team. Yeah. I fuck with the gal them. Like that's it. I'm not with this team boys. Oh yeah, the boys day out. Oh boys, just the boys evening in. I'm never involved in any of these things. The minute you put men, do you know what I mean? I'm not going to a boys' school. Like this is why I can't go to you lot's parties, Somali parties and your Asian parties, where men are in one room and girls in the other. I'm not going, cuz. I'm not there. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I might not talk to a woman all day. That's fine by me. As long as they're there. Yeah. We're not separated by concrete and shit. Yeah. I'm hearing echoes of women in the hallway, but we're not allowed to look. Allow that, man. I couldn't live there. You know this girl's next door, isn't it? Like, allow that, man.
Don't lie.
I can't do all that shit. So the boys club thing just doesn't work with me. Same way that a men's sauna don't work for me.
Yeah.
I literally go to the sauna and deliberately don't talk for hours. So please don't think I'm going to the sauna and I'm trapping gal or talking to women. It's more time I go to the sauna, I don't even talk. Not to a man, not to a woman, just not even speaking. But please, let it reflect nature. Let it, anywhere I go, anything I do, let it reflect the balance of nature. Let it be feminine and masculine present, please. Because I can't take bare men as well. Just bare man and rare. Remind me of jail. I just want to kill people. When I was in jail, I wasn't a nice person. I weren't a nice person, cuz. I was nice, but I weren't nice. Like, yeah. It was just a very different mental setup. And I think it's just being surrounded by fucking dudes all the fucking time.
Yeah, it's not natural.
It's not for me. So this manosphere, red pill, MGTOW, we only use it as subjects to mock. Incel. We only mock these dudes. They go out and shoot up women. shoot up. Get me, go to the college. You fucking bitch. Yeah, we'll teach you to overlook me, and then they start killing people. Fuck these up, man. These school shooters, mass murderers, and all that weirdos.
Facts.
Bun them, man. So yeah, man. We riding with the sisters all the way, man. We riding with the sisters all the way, and yeah, and the other thing I just wanted to say is, just because I don't share the racial insecurity doesn't mean like sometimes I find like it's like people trying to challenge man's blackness. As in women that will walk down the road and get no trouble want to act like I'm a coon. A woman that can walk from A to B with no trouble wants to act like I'm the coon. When I walk from A to B, I'm at risk of other black people, other black men, white men that wanna prove their dominance over me.
Right.
Officers of every nation, law enforcement that also want to victimize me. They want to stereotype me, and they want to assault me, and deplete my manhood. I've got everything on my shoulders. I've got the scars and the trauma of being a black man, and I felt it in every way. I've been stabbed. I've been rushed. I've been jumped. I've been
arrested.
I've been chased.
Prison.
I've been shot at. I've been abused. I've been lied about by police. I've been lied about by I've been assaulted by police and threatened by police because of the lies of a black woman. Yeah, and I've had a black woman use the system to arrest me. I've had a black woman use the system to deprive me of my liberty. I've used a white solicitor, to get out of jail because of false allegations of black people. I've been sent to jail by a black man.
Mad. I'm
saying these are all the experience. So all this thing about calling man coon and that, when it's all good when day to day you don't have to deal with the ramifications of being a big black 6'2" black man. It's all good. You can call everyone a coon. Everyone's a coon, isn't it? Compared to you. Yeah, when you look try to take the stance of being like Sojourner Truth, yeah. Do you know what I mean? Then you can call everyone a black man, but like let's a coon. But let's be real. Who's dealing with racism on a day-to-day? Who does racism most affect? A black man or a black woman in the system of white supremacy? Come on. I'm listening. Come on. You know? Right, so it's easy for cool people, coon, but it's all good, man. It's all good, because I might fuck around and get my head bust or get tased and smash my head off the side of a surface when I ain't even done the crime. Do you know what I mean? I might have armed police pull over the car I'm in and get punched in the face and threatened to be shot. I might have these things happening to me. You know what I mean? I might be observing other black kids being harassed and assaulted, and end up me getting harassed and assaulted, detained illegally and charged, have evidence tampered with, and have my liberty and my freedom taken away from me. That might be me. That has to go into the court on multiple occasions to represent myself. Right? When that might just be something that I've had to go and do from being black. So all this taking of coon is easy to, like, you know, oh, you don't agree with this or you do agree with that, that makes you a coon. It's easy to throw these labels around. It's easy. But I feel like out of all of us, I've lived the blackest experience in the West. I've lived it. Yeah. Not only have I been a victim to gun crime, not only have I lost loved ones due to gun crime, not only have I indulged in crime and I've been in the social services. I could tell you the racism of the local authority. I could tell you about foster carers and how they deal with young vulnerable people. I could tell you about the prison system, having volunteered up multiple years of my life to investigate the prison system from the inside. You get me? Yeah, man was like Louis Theroux not getting paid.
Yeah. Okay.
Man, like Louis Theroux not getting paid, yeah? Yeah? I can tell you all about that. Police brutality, you know? I'm just saying, innit, man? I'm just saying. Don't just think that man form views just because man is some sellout. Yeah, because I feel like that's an easy narrative. Lazy narrative. Man ain't no sellout, bro. And when it comes down to the crunch, I weren't no sellout when I was out there for your youths. I weren't no sellout. Yeah, and I ain't changed my views. I weren't no coon. Yeah, I weren't no coon when I was out there for your youths. When I arranged and organized something that you lot could come to, yeah, to pour out your pain and speak about. When I arranged, yeah, can we make this clear again? When JEDI arranged, because apparently I don't take ownership of the shit that I do enough. So people think that they can just you benefit from the shit I do, but then diss me. Yeah. So when JEDI arranged and had to fight against other black people that didn't want to go out there and support the community, yeah. When JEDI did JEDI and stayed stubborn and said, "No, we're going out there," right? Other people benefited. We benefit so much to the point where you have social media platform and you can call man a coon on it. Right? Tell me where I'm incorrect. I'd love to hear that. I'd love to hear the clapback. I'd love to hear the clapback that JEDI, no, you didn't organize it. All 4 of these missions that you did around the city that you grew up in, you didn't organize that. Let me hear someone try it. Let me hear someone say that I weren't the first there and the last to leave. Taking myself home on public transport with a young child at home. And guess what I learned from this black community? Man, these men are string you up quicker than the KKK, man.
Straight.
These men are lynch you quicker than the KK Pussy Clark K. Yeah? So fuck them all. Yeah? With a white dick. Fuck them all, man. Bare chat, bare talk, bare blah, 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 blah. Everyone's aggressively black. And it's funny, yeah, you don't mention another brother was mentioned, right? Right, and it was like, oh yeah, when he came on, he said the same thing. It's cool, man. But listen, man, when you question your heritage, yeah, or when your heritage is dual, I find that a lot of these brothers with a dual heritage, they want to out black man. Yeah, because your insecurity is based on how black you are. Right? Facts. Because you feel like you got a bit of mix this or a mix that, and man not gonna see you as black as, so you gotta bang out and be extra hard. Go extra hard on any black issue because you got identity crisis within yourself. Man, go deal with your identity crisis and then come back and be balanced, man. Stop all that trying to overcompensate. The mixed race overcompensation needs to stop. Yeah? So was the mixed race man the first to throw the Molotov cocktail at the feds? Yeah! Fuck him! Yeah? Who was the first to throw the cocktail at the feds?
Yeah, that use of key, you know?
Yeah. This guy takes time to color all his cornflakes black. Only drinks black milk from a black bowl using a black spoon. He only has black light bulbs in his house. We know that, brother. We all got brothers like that. Mixed race, brother. Saying, hey, my brother Jez, you really gonna tie those white laces? You really gonna with those white laces, my brother?
Like,
don't you know it's synchronized? Come on, man. Yeah? And then when I talk the truth, they always fuck off. But they're there as snipers. They'll be there, man. They'll be there. They always fuck off from around me, though. You get me? Right? Come on, man. Let's talk it. These mixed race brothers. Yeah? They're right? You're not cool with me, though. You're not cool with Jeds. Right? Why? Come on, man. I could make a list of you. I could make a list of you white-skinned you light-skinned mixed race warriors. I can make a list of you lot that hate me for talking the truth, only because you can't face your own truth. A list of you lot. Yeah? You know, I love you, brother Jedi. You know, like, brother Jedi, you know, I love you. Man, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up. Yeah? That's why I love my brother S, you know. I see S's in the chat. My mixed race brother, he never tries to out-black me, man. He never tries to have this black competition. Yeah. I think I'm the only one that cares about black people. Where? He never does that. Yeah? But majority of you lot, with your mix-up self, yeah, try to out-black man. Yeah? Because of your own insecurities. You think man don't see that? Man, I see it. You can't get that shit past me, man. You don't like it, but cool. Oh, because you might have a one Spanish something there, or a this something, or a that something. All of a sudden, you telling me I'm a coon. Now you get to tell everyone else who's a coon and who's not a coon and all that. I don't rate people that don't rate themselves. So what are you? Trying to black me to fucking death to hide for your mixed racidness. Yeah, and then you make that a problem for everyone else. But we just accept you as a brother or a sister. You're not trying to out-black. What's this competition, this Black Olympics you lot are on? And anyone that don't agree is like some kind of coon or some kind of sellout. Yeah? What gives you lot the fucking right to say that? When we step out on the roadside, yeah, and they're looking for a black nigger, with an O-R on the end, yeah, copyright me and Zellini. When they're looking for a black nigger, they're going to barge you lot out the way. Move out the way, Brownie. Yeah? Who's that blackened? Let's get that blackened over there with the rubber lips. And they're going to come for me. Yeah? We're going to have a proper, authentic lynching. They're going to elbow some of you lot out of the way and come for me. But you want to make me seem like I'm the coon. Shut up, man. Shut the hell up, man. Stop trying to overprove yourself and just be who you are. Because that's what real love is. You get me? But yeah, I digress. Starting with the man with the mirror. Yeah, man. Yeah. So yeah, anyway, man, I told you about this from 4, 5, 6 years ago, whatever, however long. Yeah. It's all good to be black. Yeah. But then when I realized like how weaponized this thing is, it made me understand. Is when I started having more spiritual experiences and realizations, then certain things just ran true to me. Like, what's the color of a soul? What's the color of a god? What's the color of a spirit? What's the color of a demon? What's the color of a goddess? Esu. Is Esu black? Is Esu black? Yeah. If Esu is a spirit or a god, is it black? Is it African? You mean spirits are created on Earth, born on Earth? They came here. They chose that area. Does that make them black? Does that make them African? What would Esu appear like to a white man? To a German man? What does Horus appear like to Aleister Crowley? Or Aleister Crowley's wife? Huh? When Aleister Crowley's wife is in the Great Pyramid channeling Horus, did he come with a big spread nose and nappy knots in the head? Yeah, I don't think we're ready for the truth, man. We controlled by our egos, and sometimes some things are easier to demolish than others. That's it. I'm gonna leave it like that. Some things are easier to demolish than others, right? And I'm saying your job is to demolish as many constructs as you can to free yourself from the things that are set to imprison your mind, imprison your perception. I ain't telling you don't be black. I ain't telling you don't love Africa or wherever it is, whatever landmass you are attached to, you can be attached to them. If you was born somewhere else, would you be attached to that place then? Is it just a coincidental thing? That, for instance, you're African, right? That's coincidental. Huh?
It reminds me of the conversation I had the other day with AV. I was saying to him, like, your whole thing's about transcending labels, but yet you're just like stuck to this thing about being a Sikh and wearing a turban. Even though it's not helping you in your life, you don't want to let it go because you're a traditionalist. But you're not fluid with your life. You're not moving forward.
No, he wants to transcend the labels that stop white women from being attracted to him.
Anyway, I know.
I'm being so real, cuz. Yeah, yeah. He's like, and there's a lot of people that.
No, but I said to him, like, why don't you shave your head, shave your beard?
Have this I don't see color thing, right? Now, the reason why they don't see color is they don't want to be judged on the colors that they see, and they don't want to be judged on their color, because a lot of the people that say that don't want to be white. If they had a choice to be white or be trendy and hip and black, they'd probably pick black until they saw the financial ramifications. Yeah. But I'm saying a lot of people that say they're colorblind, it's important to say that because they want you to be colorblind. You understand? I'm not colorblind. I see fucking color. I don't know what all this I don't see color shit is about. Yeah. I really don't. It don't even make sense. I see color. You know, for instance, I walk into a room. Yeah, and I'm looking for a great dancer, and I've got to choose out of 60 people. Yeah, I'm probably gonna select two black people randomly, and just hope that one of them can at least dance. Now, the world dance champion could be in there, a white girl, and I've overlooked her, but simply because it is what it is, right? And that's probably going to be the same. Like if I'm thinking, okay, two of these people in this room have got an inheritance from their grandma. I probably would pick two white people.
Yeah, it's what I said to Born Rich. I said to him, if I turned up at your family barbecue and he was like, Khan, you're Turkish, jump on the grills. I'm not going to say that's racism, innit? Because chances are Turkish brother's going to know how to do a barbecue.
So all this not seeing color thing, I don't know what that is. You see color, man. You just want to show me that you're some super open being that has transcended the stereotypes. That's great. You still can see color though. You still don't have to act like color means nothing to you. It must mean something to you. You must get at least positive stereotypes that help you navigate through the city you're in. No? It's not a sin to see that somebody's Chinese. It's not bad to recognize someone's Chinese. I see you're Chinese. Yeah? These are some things I know about China. Does it match up to you? Maybe, maybe not. I don't see colors try to rock you into this sense of, what a beautiful, unjudgmental, and, you know, like, I don't know, whatever type of person, like a etheric type of being that floats above the material constraints of mankind, and they float on this spiritual plateau where all is one and one is all, and namaste. And man, shut the fuck up, man. We'll see color, man. We all see it. Now, how you treat people based on on the colors you see, that's up to you. Now, that's down to your indoctrination and your stereotypes and that. Do you know what I mean? Am I going to treat you better because you are white or black? I may do, depending on the circumstance. I may do. You know? Depending on the circumstance. I find when it comes to black beggars, you ain't getting shit from me. When it comes to white beggars, you ain't getting shit from me. You ain't getting shit from me. Just treat you the same. Like, yeah, nah. You're getting shit from me. Now, internally, I might have a different dialogue in my head. For instance, when I see black beggars, I'm more likely to be moved to anger. Why are you saying, Jedi? Because I think there's a greater level of disappointment and embarrassment because I see you as a black person and I know the world sees just a black person, and I want the world to see less black people begging. And when I look at the white person, I think, you fucking. A lot of the time, I think, you got the privilege. Like you could be doing all sorts. Like, why have you picked this? Probably a nitty. That's what I think. But I will have different reactions to them based on where they're from. I see a Chinese beggar in my head. I'm like, what the fuck? I've never seen a Chinese beggar before. Wait a minute, Chinese beggar. But different races are going to elicit different reactions to me. If I'm on the train and I see a black grandma standing up, I'm going to give up my seat. I'm definitely going to give up my seat. I might not give up my seat as freely to other people because of my biases and my experiences. I've had an experience where a lot of white grandmas on the train and the buses have a sense of entitlement to the seat. I'm like, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm not getting up. I'm not even looking up. Yeah, I can see you looking. I'm just looking up. Yeah. I'm in my phone. Yeah.
I can feel you looking.
I can feel you looking. Yeah. I'm not a perfect person. You know what I mean? And what I'm thinking in my head could be totally wrong. But I do see color. And these are things that we try to work on, and we try to, we try to grow. Live Free says begging for paper. To be honest, I ain't begged for no paper, but big up Irish Mary Trilly Jen, my white milk of magnesia, who has done the begging for me. So technically it's a white girl begging for PayPal on the back of a white girl for a black man. I don't know, make it make sense somewhere else. But yeah, big up Live Free. You mentioned PayPal twice. Are you one of them one of those cheeky little pocket watchers again? Yeah, man. We don't beg, man. We tell them, you have been clout chasing off this girl's stream for weeks now. Give it a rest. You've been watching me for weeks. And now I definitely have been clout chasing off the topic. I feel like more people should openly clout chase. I never disguise the fact that I truly don't really give too much of a fuck about Just Pearly Things and Sarah's beef. I genuinely don't. But I do see that a lot of the internet does, and even some of my subscribers do. So it would be pretty dumb as a business model to ignore one of the biggest topics on the platform that I use 5 to 6 days a week, right? It'd be a bit silly. I'd be dropping the ball. And bearing in mind that we've covered both Sarah and Pearly Things separately before the hype. So this is just in keeping with the channel and following up on some of the personalities that I've introduced the stream to. And yeah, we are gonna fucking clout chase. You're lucky I don't tag people's names in it and whatever. Of course we're gonna clout chase. The fuck you think this is? Huh? If the shoe was on the other foot, they'd clout chase us. If we had a viral topic or a viral moment that everyone was talking about, of course we're gonna chip in. This is YouTube. Get a grip, man. No, I haven't spoken about it every day since dickhead. Are you all right? We definitely haven't spoken about it every day since. And I definitely haven't, so I can't speak for everyone else. And yeah, it's a good topic, man. It keeps giving. There's more to it. It keeps giving. We're about to go through a whole interview with this guy called Hotep Jesus, and we're gonna hear his in-depth back and forth with the sister. It's just what we're gonna do, mate. You know what I mean? Love it or like it or lump it or fuck off, mate. I mean, I can't help you. Hear me? Streams have been fire. Big at yourself, Top G. You know what I mean? Big at yourself. And hit that PayPal and Cash App. So it's not that I'm just begging, that you are actually giving. Do you know what I mean? Because one thing a man saying I'm begging, next thing to not actually be getting anything. So yeah. Hit the PayPal, Cash App, show a little love. We've been streaming, according to him, we've been streaming every day for 2 weeks. Yeah, I mean. Did you donate? Come on, tell him. Did you donate? All right, man. So what else? What else are we doing? Why do people think they have the right to rock up and tell people? I know. But anyway, man, big him up, man. Be nice to me. I will give you 50p. Safe, man. Big up your chest, man. Big up your chest. G Trilly, what? We ain't heard from you for a while, you know. You ain't been on there. You ain't been on there, man. What's going on? Respect your honesty here, Jeds, but have to admit, I see the person before seeing their color. But guess that's just my upbringing and my family. Yeah. You see the person before they're seeing color. I hear you, man. And you can afford to do that, maybe. Maybe something about being a white 6'7" dude allows you to see people before you see colors. Yeah, growing up, I feel like psychologically it's very important to determine and register who was in your environment, right? So, for instance, it'd be in my best interest to know this group of people walking towards me, if they were like young or old, male or female, black or white, because it may make a difference on what happens when we get into a closer proximity. So I see people's color, not all the time seeing someone's color actually edits how I'm going to interact with them, but I see people's color. I ain't gonna lie. Do you know what I mean? I ain't gonna lie, man. I see a group of people over there. I want to know if it's young black men my age or young white women older than me. If it's young white women older than me, it could mean something different as I approach them. So for safety or for just for observation, just to be aware of my environment, I've learned to pay attention to who's around me, who comes in. And it is a different feeling if a black man comes in, if a white man comes in, depending on where it is, it's a different feeling. I think that I've just been trained to go over all the possibilities, as many possibilities as possible, right? And be wary of them. So yeah, I'd love to just see a person. No, I mean, I don't just see a person. I see a person from this place or that place. Now, is that going to make me treat them any differently? Maybe not. Maybe not. Depending on who it is, depending on where it is. Do you know what I mean? I see a black man. As I'm walking down the road, right, in a white area, I see a black man. He looks up. I look at him. I nod my head. It's a little nod. Maybe not even really perceivable by anyone else, but just a little affirmative nod of recognition. And he gives me the same thing back, or vice versa. I see a white dude and I see a white woman and she gives me this quick flash of a smile. Bow, bow. And then I reciprocate with this smile. Like, it's nothing funny. It's just, in fact, when I think I'm doing it, I feel like the white woman's doing it to say, hi, I'm friendly. Don't harm me. And I'm doing it as, hi, I'm friendly. I mean you no harm. Because there's a recognition that between us, the opposites of the small white woman and the big black man, there's supposed to be some sort of fear or apprehension. And she's trying to get over that by engaging me with a friendly smile. We're animals at the end of the day. One dog runs up to another dog. That dog puts his head down, flops his ears down, puts his tail between its legs. The other dog bristles up, and we got body language in which we communicate things to each other, and it differs based on what type of people are around me.
Yeah, I think people underestimate non-verbal communication. Because if you look at, for example,
if you clearly see another man and you can tell he's a Turk, I don't know what you lot do, but I guarantee there's a Turk thing you lot do. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, you're thinking, I hope this motherfucker don't try it, you know.
Oh, so you think another Turk's gonna try it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. You know, when a white man's walking towards me, he usually looks on the floor.
Yeah.
And does this. I'm not
avoiding you like you're not there.
No. I mean, one that's acknowledging me, he's more like, what's the look?
Non-engagement.
It's like, yeah, he's gonna look down and he's gonna do like this. It's like the fake smile, but it's not even really a smile. It's just a softening of the features for a flash.
Yeah.
Features for a bit. And usually looks on the floor, and usually that makes a sound or looks like walking is a task. Yesterday, a man stepped onto the road so I could get past him.
Really?
Like, yes, bro.
Well, putting his life in danger just to get out of your way.
Usually I shout them. I'm like, I
might as well have just took a knee right there.
So a man. So what man's done is, instead of us both turning sideways and maneuvering past each other, he's just, body language has said, I am not even trying to challenge you for space.
Yeah.
Take it. Yeah.
I'm not getting into a sword fight with you.
Yeah, and I'm so focused on walking and whatever. I'm just gonna look on the floor and I'm not even gonna acknowledge you like that, but I'm acknowledging you because I'm obviously moving out the way for you. That's a white man. I get that kind of, and in a way, I've had that dominant kind of thing. I see some people walking past me as more of a challenge than others. There's politics in bopping, you know, bro.
Of course.
London, you know, there's walking politics, right?
There is.
Right? And you see Auntie and that, you move out the way, yeah. You see a group of middle-aged women, and depending on whether they are willing to make eye contact with me or not, depends on how much courtesy I'm going to give them.
Yeah. No, I have the same thing.
If you are doing your group conspiracy that none of you have seen me, which happened the other day, there's 6 of you, none of you have seen me, guess what? I'm just boring true.
Yeah. Cool.
Right? But when one of you has seen me and said, oh, try to tell Florence, what? Like, you get me? There's a big black man coming through, and you've done me the quick flash of a smile. I've returned with the I'm safe smile. I mean, your purses are not my concern. And I've equally moved out the way. So now I'm like, oh, thank you. Oh, no, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and we're doing that. Cool.
Etiquette, isn't it?
Etiquettes, man. Do you know what I mean? Etiquette.
Yeah, I have the same things, bro. Like when I look at black people and I make eye contact with them, I can tell they're looking at me thinking what my reaction to them is going to be. Am I going to give them the typical white boy reaction of just looking away, like to say, you don't exist to me?
Yeah,
or am I going to give them the head nod and go, well, go on, head nod?
You're probably going to fucking...
So when you give them the head nod, you get the head nod back. And it's like, okay.
You're probably going to do the fist bump on the chest. Yeah, the chest bump.
Yeah, if I see a Rasta, I even give him a little salute, you know, like a military salute. I'm like, yeah, salute, and they like that. They're like, yeah, respect.
A white man used to do this when I was like living in Peckham growing up. White man used to say, yes.
Yeah, that one. That's the old one.
You let man know. Like, yes. You get me? I know what kind of conversation. I know I can ask you for Rizla. I just know there's mini communication between us, right?
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. Maybe white folks don't experience the same thing. Maybe
it's the same, but it's different.
White folks, tell the truth. You see a big black dude, he's walking towards you. Do Do you look him in the face and give him
Yeah,
that quick
I
smile?
personally do. I do.
And you give him that smile and you think, why the fuck did I do that? Wanky.
No, how I deal with big black people is that I'm treating them with love, innit? So I'm treating you like a normal person. I'm not like gonna jump in the road to avoid you. I'm not gonna treat you cold. I'm being open with you. But if you then turn that into a fuckery situation, then I'm gonna be double offended, innit? It's gonna be like but I never get that though. I never get that from black people.
You've ended up mouthing wagwan to someone and he just looked at you like waste man and carried on both.
No, but that's never happened. Like in my generation, that don't happen really. With our age group, that don't really happen. I would expect that from a youngster, because I think youngsters now there's like more marginalized.
You know what I get from the white ladies?
Isolated people.
I get from the white ladies, hello, hello, or maybe even a
like
morning.
A surprised hello.
Them proper confident ones.
Yeah.
Morning. Like, oh yeah. And then obviously, if I walk past, when I had locks, if I walk past anyone with locks, anyone remotely looking like they're from a Rasta background or Rasta parents or whatever, me lie on. Yeah.
I never knew that one.
Yeah, me lie on. Greeting. Whatever, Rastafari, I might get whatever, all kinds of cultural type of greetings. I got man nodding and doing some gesture with his hand, all sorts of stuff. Cut your hair. I still get similar, like I think I just look like someone deserving of a hail up. Like, wagwan. You get me? And more time, I'm gonna try not to be scowling, even though I got rested bastard face. More time, I'm gonna try not to be scowling when I go past young black men. Right? I try to soften my face. I try
of course.
I do the white man. I do the white man to the young black men, and like just either show them I'm completely not involved, because you might be mistaking this tracksuit and that for the garb of
the
a
uniform.
combatant. Yeah, I'm completely not involved, so I show you that in my body language, and then also I'm a bigger brother, so
approachable.
I might say some shit like, "What one, you man cool, yeah? I big up, but not in a what man cool, yeah, but in a, you get me? There used to be a thing where back in the days, if you looked at someone for too long, they come and ask you if you're cool, and you weren't sure what they meant by that. You cool, yeah? What do you mean about? And then you say, what do you mean about cool? And then that's big now. And I say, no, I'm answering. You cool? Yeah, I'm cool. Are you cool?
That's the thing with that one. It can go either way.
It's political, bro.
Yeah,
it's political.
No, but you know what it is though? What you're explaining is mad, because it's something that you can't compare with other people. Because I don't know the facial mimics you've got to do. You just explained your ones, but like other people, they're probably doing it without even realizing. They're doing it without. Do you know what I mean? They're not consciously aware of the faces that they pull sometimes. So like, even if I said to someone like, "What face would you pull if you was walking past an old white woman?" They might not even be consciously aware of the fact that they overly are polite to them.
Wait. Let me just say this to brother Jay Stone. Jay Stone, don't you find yourself just smiling like a dickhead to people? Like, and you think to yourself, why am I doing this BFG thing? Fuck this, man. I'm just gonna. Do you know what I mean? You find yourself trying to smile and trying to appease too much people, and it's risky when you're putting yourself out there.
You're overextending yourself,
and when your hand gets boxed away, that can leave me in danger of not being in control of my reaction, and it could go left. Too much, like even I realize I've been getting chiefed out by the door in gym recently. Is it gym? Where was it? Yeah, it's gym and somewhere else. I've realized the door politics, the holding the door politics. I've been getting chiefed out recently. Yeah, I'm holding the door.
Yeah.
I'm doing things like stopping and letting people walk by, and they're walking by, cuz.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm holding door open. Yeah. Man is walking in and walking past, and they're gone. I'm like, okay, that don't feel great. That don't feel great. I didn't realize that.
Do you know what that's like though? You know, like when you're driving your car and you see someone trying to come into the main lane and you flash them, like flash, like go for it, and they come in front of you and they don't even put the hazards on for you to say thanks, and you're like, dickhead,
dickhead, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So I think
why am I holding the door for you?
I was at South the other day, and we was going through a door. I let South go through. I held the door, and just by courtesy, me and South went through a door. Then I was holding it, and this guy was approaching.
Yeah.
And that's his approach. I can't remember what it was. Something. And I said to him, "Would you like me to?"
What'd you say?
It was me and Beefy on Saturday. And I was like, "Would you like me to hold this door open for you?" And his response was, "Oh, like a dickhead. I held the door open too wide, yeah, right." And his response was, the door's holding itself open or whatever." And basically what happened was, I pushed the door so much that it was now holding itself open. Yeah, so I was like, fuck, I lost that exchange still. But basically I felt like he was going to go through the door, and he was trying to go through the door without acknowledging me.
Yeah.
Like, you're not like, bro, I'm holding the door. Well, I was holding it too much, and it actually clicked in.
Yeah.
It was doing itself. I fucked up there.
No.
But I've been meaning to clap back for a while. I've been getting.
No, I do the standard clap back. Like, if I'm holding the door and you walk through, I don't care who you are. I'm gonna be like, "What? No, thank you." Yeah. What is that? Is that what we're doing? Yeah. Like, I'm straight away like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
And my friends are onto me. They're like, "Why are you doing that for? You should have just not even held the door. Like, why are you gonna like beef people over like not saying thank you to you? You should have just left the door." And I'm like, but I just felt like I had to open the door. And then when they blank you, you feel double insulted. But I'm not cold like that. I can't do cold things like that.
Do you have any obligation to greet a fellow Mediterranean?
No.
In a white area, or in a white situation?
Nah.
No.
No,
See,
because don't forget, there's some whites
could
here. There's deceiving whites where they look Mediterranean, like Welsh or whatever. Or some Irish look Albanian. Like, you can't never 100% guess that they're Mediterranean. Like, some Mediterraneans are very white looking, so you can't never guess it. But what do you mean? Like, man's wearing a Turkey football shirt?
No.
Yeah, he's getting hugs and kisses, bruv. What do you mean? If I'm in fucking Croydon, nah, Croydon's got bare Turks. If I'm in fucking Surrey and I see someone wearing a Galatasaray shirt, they might get a big hug. I might be like, "Whoa, what's happening?" Like,
for real?
Yeah, and then they'll be like, "Who's the fucking mad Turk coming up? Like, who's this mad?"
You're exaggerating, man. You're not gonna hug them.
Yeah, what do you mean? I'm a hands-on person. If I see you, I'll probably hug you as well. I'm like that.
All right. Cool. See, I'm not gonna lie. I'm definitely not gonna hug a black man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. There's different etiquettes between different people.
Because listen,
I've hugged a black man before. Where was I?
I've seen it change, right? Because there was a time where me walking that way, you walking that way, may have been cause for us to actually have a convo. Like, as in, "What on, man? Yeah, we saying? Yeah, listen, good to see a black brother, or fucking hell, or whatever. Your hench, or whatever the icebreaker is. And then, "Oh, do you know where this is?" And then some conversation. Now, the most we're probably gonna have, because there's a bit of a distance between us now.
Things have changed. You're right.
Yeah, the most we're probably gonna have is a bit of a head nod. I'm from the old school generation, so I will try to talk to strangers every day of my life. I will try to talk to someone I don't know. I've got to fight myself. In the gym today, it was torture. There's people I wanted to talk to. There's people I wanted to give advice to.
Oh, brother!
But because I'm on this new leaf, because of nearly getting fucking.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not saying that, but it hurts, But if I see another black person in a white area, and he looks at me, or he does even worse, he looks at everything but me, I feel angry now.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking pussy.
Do you know what I don't know? Do you know the seated thingy machine, rowing machine? But you can do one hand at a time rowing, the seated one. Yeah. So there's a skinny little Algerian kid there doing rows, and I'm saying to him, "Listen, if you pull it past your body, and imagine that you're aiming for like around the side of your lat sort of thing, yeah? I mean, like, pull it. And he looked at me, goes, oh, thanks, bro. Most people don't really help me. And I'm like, no, man, like, each one teach one and all that.
Yeah.
And he looked me up and down and he goes to me, when you was young, was you quite fit then?
Wow.
And I'm like, no, I got double this. Number one, he's saying you're old.
Yeah.
And number two, he's like, you're fat now.
Mad.
Bro, I got this, bro. And I was like, yeah, of course, man. Yeah, I used to be a powerlifter and all that.
I got this the other day. My son tried to tell me I ain't got muscles now. I'm like,
Nah.
that's the
Nah.
person you know.
No,
Nah,
that's
he was
headlock
like
time.
trying to
That's
compare me
putting
to
him in a
one figure he had, yeah. I was like, yeah, you're gonna be big to have, and he was like, nah, you don't have that much muscles, Dan. I was like, yeah, I do. And he was like, and then I'm tensing, and it's like, I'm like, this is all muscle, and it's like, no, you got a big arm. I said, no, this is muscle. So I was like, feel this. So I relaxed it. It was soft. He said, yeah, soft. I feel this. And when he felt it was hard, I was like, oh shit, okay, yeah, you do have muscle. Like, yeah. Put respect on that motherfucker, man. Yeah. You know what he said? He said, but you've only got two of those buttons on your stomach, pussy.
I
get it.
He's used to looking at toys and that.
Exactly.
He-Man and whatnot.
Exactly, man. I'm like, what do you want? A fucking 16-pack? Allow me, man. I've only got 2 buttons on my stomach. I'm never going to teach you the word abs for that. You know what I mean? That's a teaching opportunity that I'm not going to take up. Yeah, they're called down. So,
you beg me for the knowledge.
Yeah, cheek of it. Yeah, man said, yeah, well, you ain't got that much muscles. Nah, I was like, he couldn't even see the difference between me and action heroes on the TV. Now he's saying, yeah, your level of definition ain't all that, you know. That's like, rascal.
Man's become a fucking Olympia judge.
Olympian judge, you get me?
He's like, where's the symmetry, Dad? Where's the symmetry?
It scares me though. I hope he doesn't get a
body dysmorphia.
No, unhealthy view of the body, because you know what? He does do a lot of action figure and a lot of superhero and a lot of, you know what I mean, hench Donnies. Hope he doesn't think that there's anything wrong with being slim or not having muscles or being fat or whatever. Do you know what I mean? You're gonna have to come round and give him a chat, Con.
Well, unless he's training to be an oil wrestler.
Fire on that! Fire!
Wow. Wow. That was unnecessary. Oh, you know about oil wrestling, yeah? What?
No, I'm saying I've got the oil wrestler physique, innit? It's just in my jeans, so I can't do nothing about it.
There's oil in your jeans, yeah?
Exactly that, bro.
Olive oil.
Fucking olive oil in the veins. We was watching that fucking Turkish thing with MA and Zellini the other day, Turkish Superman. He tried to grab some guy and throw him. The guy was so fat he didn't move nowhere. I was like, oh shit.
Turkish Superman.
Yeah, it was hilarious, man. Them man was showing me. I think MA knew one Turkish girl that showed him Turkish Superman. Oh, it's hilarious.
Did he have a big mustache?
So yeah,
no, but he had a square jaw though.
So Asians, when you are walking down the road and you're in Brixton, you're in Brixton, you're walking down the road, there's niggers everywhere, and you turn and see an Asian Donny similar to you, or Asian ladette, if there's an Asian lady listening, Sneets, and you see another Asian, possibly from where you're from, do you acknowledge them? Do you say namaste?
I don't think they do. I don't think they do.
You don't even give a fuck, do you?
I don't think they acknowledge each other or anyone else. But the weird thing about Asians is when you break the ice and you talk to them, they go into some mad long convo. That's what I've found.
I need to know, Asians, when you see another Asian in a black desert, when you see an Asian oasis, how do you respond? Do you nod your head? Do you do any gestures, any mudras, any asanas? I'm probably taking a piss there. But do you do anything to acknowledge each other? Or do you think, another Asian, and just keep it moving? What do you think? talk to me, man. I realize there's not many Asians, but just let me know, because I definitely know that the head nod is universal. And if you saw me and you didn't want to head nod me, you got some self-hate issues. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I get angry. I don't know he saw me. What? Oh, the worst is when it's the black woman. Yeah, and she's with all her white powers and whatever. You seen me in it, like you seen me. I'm not looking for your number. Just a little. Yeah, you good. Acknowledge me. But now you want to look everywhere but at me because you're ashamed. You're ashamed either of me or the fact that you ain't got no black mates or both. So you ignore me. You get out of your way. Everyone else has seen me. Yeah. Steve's seen me. Yeah. Brian's seen me.
Yeah, I used to be all right with black females, but like nowadays, I don't get no love. I think maybe like their standards have gone up more. Like they're like, you're just driving a basic car.
They're ignorant nowadays. The black woman's ignorant.
You ain't got no fucking Audi.
I'll tell you what the black woman does now.
Their standards have gone up.
She's on this thing of, it's not even that. She's on this thing of, if I say hello to him, will he try to chirps me? Because black men have been eager. That's what they've done. They've now got this thing now. If you say hello to somebody of the same race, but of a different sex, it's flirting now all of a sudden.
All right.
That's the vibe I'm getting from the back of their head when they're refusing to turn around.
I don't know. I didn't think it was that though. I didn't think it was that.
You think I ain't gonna be able to? You think I ain't gonna be able to resist you, huh? You know what I mean? Bitch, say hello. I don't do head nod for Asian unity. It depends on the person in general. If they make eye contact, I smile. If not, I don't really care. I keep doing what I'm doing.
Who said that, Sneaky?
There's a joke there, but don't leave it alone.
We do it. We do it as Scousers, like. You know, if you like, say you're on holiday and you hear a Scouse accent, normally it's like something like that. You know what I mean? But normally you can tell by the clothes.
Can you? That is a Scouse.
Yeah.
The Scouse clothes.
Especially lads, lads.
What are they wearing? Holiday.
Normally spot a Scouser a mile off, like. But then the worst thing is, lad, you start getting like bacon headers. You know what I mean?
No.
Or we've been on holiday before. Like I've got a few like mank mates, and we'll be on holiday, and say they'll bump into a group of lads, and they'll be like, "Yeah, we're from Liverpool. Like we're from Liverpool," and then we'll turn up and like, "Whereabouts?" And they go, "Oh, no, we're from the Whittle." Yeah, but they're trying to claim they're from Liverpool. Like, yeah.
Okay.
You can tell with the camp accent.
That's like, you know, we might meet a group of people and they'd be like, "Oh, Jermaine, you're from Brixton, ain't you? Like these guys are from South London." Oh no, actually I'm from like Oval.
Oval.
Never mind. Well, I might help you. Oh yeah, that's fun. Yeah, man, that's bad. Yeah, because there's like in jail and that, you might just get given a name like London.
Yeah,
London.
Called London, isn't it?
It's London, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could be from Croydon, you could be from wherever. They're calling you London. That's you. Hold that.
Def London.
Obviously Muslims do
normally, lad, if it's like a fella in like an England vest top, you know what I mean, with 3/4 on, 3/4 shorts and that, lad, and a few British bulldog tattoos, it's like, yeah, just walk around them. You know what I mean? And like Benidorm and that. But I don't really go to like resorts, lad. You know, I try and like going to Spain. I want to see Spain.
Yeah, I want
to see England in Spain. You know what I mean? Might as well just stay in England.
And I realized that I don't really like, was it Russian and German holiday makers?
Do you know what, lad? Everyone said that who's been to Egypt.
Everyone says that.
Russians. Everyone always comes back and says the Russians. I know about the Germans, lad, from Spain. Do you know what I mean? But
I always hear about it in holidays. It's the first time I experienced it. Went on a package holiday to a water park in Egypt, and honestly, when this Asian dude opened his mouth and had like a Brummy accent, I was like, "Oh my god, my brother." My fucking brother. Yeah, sit down. And like
anyone would do.
Some English. I think they were from Liverpool. latched onto them. Like, yo, well, God. Yeah, the guy was like, yeah. I was like, do you smoke ash? You smoke ash? I got ash. Like, what do you like? Talk to me.
Sharing
Yeah?
the drugs.
We gotta sit together because I swear to God, bro, yeah, them Russians and the Germans, these motherfuckers are the coldest people out there. You know,
It's true.
they're cold, cuz.
I know.
Frosty.
Of course.
They're just frosty. Like,
I remember
even their kids walk around with like straight faces, no smiles. Like, fucking hell.
Be happy to be in the sun, innit? Maybe from Russia.
Yeah. And it's just crazy, man. That being around them was just mad, man. It was just actually mad to the point where
I remember watching a thing years ago when it was about like sorry, lad.
No, I was gonna say anyone from the UK I was just so welcomed. There was a proper annoying Asian don, and like I sat there and smoked a whole spliff with him because innit? You know what I mean? And I met some next guys. I think they were from Liverpool or whatever. I latched onto them as well. It's just like, yo, talk that English. Keep talking that English, bro. Yeah. You know, even small chat was nice. Because them Germans and the Russians, man, I was surrounded by them. And it's just like the looks on their faces and it's like a stank. It's like, nah, man. Ugh.
Well, I was watching something years ago, lad. It was about like, you know, like cultural differences. And I always remember the Russian one. And it was like Russians will stare at you, but it's not classed as rude in their like culture. You know, they'll just literally stare you out.
100%.
We'd take it as staring out, but they're just that's just normal. They're just looking at you.
Just looking and taking it all in your face. Yeah. The youth is turned around, the wife is turned around, and they're just looking at you. Someone's already said something to somebody, and they've all just looked. I'm trying to take pictures with my sons, and I felt a bit weird. Because in that resort, they had wild animals, right? Like sculptures all over the place. So I'm putting my son on the zebra, I'm putting my son here, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And then the looks that I was getting, I just felt so under scrutiny. And probably my own insecurity of being one of the only black people out there. I don't enjoy going to countries where I'm the minority again. I just think every time I do it and spend money for that, I just think this don't make sense. Because at some point in time, you're othered. You go on holiday, and that's like, why would you? Like, I literally can get it from my local high street. So why do I need to travel around the world to be othered? I don't really like that feeling. And if I'm othered, I want to be othered by other than white folks. Do you know what I mean? I've not been othered by Asians yet. I'm sure it'd be pretty similar, but I'd rather have that. Let me get that new experience because I've been the only black guy around loads of white people before, lots of times. Lots of times. Do you know what I mean?
I've been the only white guy around lots of black people before.
Have you done it on holiday though? No. I mean, like growing up, I'm literally the only non-black person in the whole gang. Bare times. But that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people that you hear, like non-black people complaining about black people, I say to them that you don't realize that they're not treating you any different than how they treat each other. Do you know what I mean? If you're acting like a pussy, you're gonna get cheaped up, bro. Do you know what I mean? Like the standards of behavior, isn't it? I bred back. I'm not gonna lie, bro.
Good afternoon.
You got a lot of energy for Khan, man. A lot of energy. Yeah. A lot of energy for Khan. I don't know. Maybe you want to message him. Message him somewhere. Yeah, I mean, because I feel like they're proper focused on you. Breadback is proper focused on you.
Probably Lady D's fake account.
What have you said to Lady D now?
She's upset with me. She's calling me onto G Block. Come and talk to me. And I was like, nah, you're all right, love. Don't worry. But anyway.
Yeah. Spaghetti bolognese before anyone asks this.
What, homemade or the tinned one?
I behave, bro. Tinned what?
Spaghetti bolognese, Heinz one.
You're right.
What do you mean, Heinz?
Heinz
Yeah,
spaghetti
exactly.
bolognese. What do you mean? Don't you get that up
What
Tin of tomatoes, lad. You can go
What
as
part
basic
is
as
it?
a tin of tomatoes.
The
No, but
spaghetti or the
it's
bolognese?
different.
Which part
It's
is it
different.
in the can?
What'd you
Oh.
say? What'd you say?
Is it the spaghetti or the bolognese that's in the can?
Both. You never had it?
Of course I haven't.
Oh.
Man.
What?
Didn't even
Yeah,
know
it's not
Heinz
bad.
done it. I thought
Heinz
it would have been
spaghetti
like
bolognese ain't
Molneo or
bad, you
something
know.
you were talking about.
That's crazy.
Come on, that's like buying instant mash. Spaghetti bolognese is
I
probably
like
one of
instant
the easiest
mash.
meals to make.
I like instant mash. There's no lumps in it.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's as easy as chili con carne, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chili con carne, I'm not a big fan of. I don't like kidney
You
beans
don't
in
like the
general.
con carne.
It's the kidney beans I don't like.
Con carne.
It's a spicy bolognese, isn't it?
Yeah. But with rice, though,
like
innit?
kidney beans.
He thinks the dish is literally going to con him.
Chili con carne.
Con carne.
Yeah. It's the
So,
kidney beans, though, man. Do you look like kidney beans?
So when you're in the middle of Brixton Market, surrounded by black people, and you see a white woman, and your eyes catch each other, what do you do?
If your eyes catch, you smile, don't you? Smile at anyone who looks at you directly.
Anyone, or do you give her my fellow English Rose smile?
Nah, just sort of like a nod of hello, and that's it.
So it's just a standard hello. See, for me, if I'm surrounded by white folks and I see a black dude, there's even a sense of relief. And like it's really crazy, but like in a way of it's like yes, go on, yeah, fellow black man, it's a thing. And if they don't acknowledge me, then that's a bit of an irritant because clearly there's another black man here. Why are you trying to act like you don't see me? Oh, now you're so wrapped up in your kids. You know, I've seen them do everything. Now you're extra chatty to the missus. She's like, why do you keep talking to me? It's because he's avoiding the other black person in the room.
You know what? Like getting.
I'm not the same because everyone says to me, "Why have you never been to Amsterdam?" And I always say, "Because there's too many Scousers there." You know what I mean?
One thing I noticed about white people, yeah, that I used to like explain it how Jedi explained it, where when they got close to me, they'd be looking at the floor. But living around Walthamstow for like 10 years, I realised that with white people, you got to clock them further up the road and give them the nod before they get close to you. Do you know what I mean? Because by the time they've got close to you, they've already decided what they're doing.
I think
so they're clocking you from far away.
Yo, big up everyone. Big up Jez, big up Khan.
Yes.
Big up everyone, man. Last night was lit.
This guy was funny. He's jumped on here. I've come to help Khan. I goes to him, bro. What does this mean? He goes, I ain't gonna lie, I don't know. I was like, what the fuck?
Sorry, guys.
That was funny. Anyway, yeah, like I said, like living around Walthamstow in 10 years, like, I kind of like learnt their body languages, and I'm like, now I'm older, I'm more comfortable with white people now. Do you know what I mean?
I do know what Jedi means though, because
I can slip into a little Cockney type dialect. I can go to English places where
if you're out and about in your local area and it's one of them times, Dukes, where there's not a lot of black people out there or wherever, you're walking down the road and you're with Hector, Uncle Hector, and another black guy is walking down the road. He's gonna nod to him.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. He's gonna nod to him. It's like a nod. I don't.
Not even just that, Jedi. I've gone to white parties where we've walked in. Hector's black, and it's all white, and then a bit later on, someone else might turn up with a black person, and they will gravitate and always end up sitting together.
Yeah. And the thing is, that sounds funny, yeah. But the thing is, if they don't, I'm finding that weird.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, if they don't, you're trying to.
You're not going, matey.
You're trying to overprove that. Like it's like, all right, how can I put it another way? It's like the black police officer that's gonna go above and beyond to fuck you over because he's with his white colleagues, and it's actually the ultimate test on Are you gonna treat? How can I explain it? Why am I not putting this into words?
It's a distinct sign of being a self-hater, isn't it? Like you're a self-hater.
Like, he's not a self-hater. He's trying to prove that I will treat everyone the same, but really ends up treating you.
Yeah, it's more pressure.
Like,
it's more pressure for him, isn't it?
Yeah,
they're like, all right, let's see.
Yeah.
He can't say, all right, go on, off you go, with a slap on your wrist. He can't do that because he didn't do that to the white guy before he's seen you. And now all his white colleagues are going to watch to see whether he's treating everyone fairly. And in the party, if you the other black person, you see Uncle Hector, and you don't at least try and give him a solid nod, like yeah, big up, yeah, and see how he reacts, you're a pussy. I don't know why. Just the rules. You have to acknowledge that man. And if you're even better, you go chat to him like, all right, and then bust a joke about being the only two black guys there.
Yeah.
Mandatory. A mandatory black guys joke, like, right, you know what I mean? I used to do this joke all the time. I don't know why, it's a very cheesy joke, right? But when I had my locks, whenever I'd be somewhere and there'd be one other person with locks, no matter what they're doing, I'm like, right, now I know. I say to them, I go up to them like, now I know if I do a crime, I've got an alibi or some shit like that, or don't do anything I wouldn't do because they'd probably mix us up. You know, a little joke. I don't know why. It was necessary to do these things.
Oh, you're so fake, man.
But you know what else?
I'm a friendly fucking idiot, man. I'm fucking super friendly. I really am.
No, but it's a sign of confidence, though.
Yeah, it definitely is. I wanna chat to you, broach the subject, and then go about my business. You're not gonna be lodged with me, but if we're in the same building for a couple of hours, you know. When I'm going home, I'm like, yeah, he's cool. He's been Dave. He's from Bexley. He's da-da-da. Yeah,
a similar thing happened at one of my kids. They had a big party, a really big party, and obviously me and Hector are there. So we choose where we want to sit, whatever table we want to sit on. And literally, as every one of the mixed race couples or Indian couple or there was a black couple came in, they looked around the room and they gravitated towards us. And my daughter come over and busted jokes, very similar. She come over and she said, "Do you all have to sit together? It looks like I've made you segregate."
That's a good joke. That's a good one.
Now, real talk though, you know.
What's your myth though? Like even when I said that about Benidorm before.
What is that though? What is that?
When I was in Morocco, lad, I did appreciate going to an English pub one day. There was only one English pub on like the whole like complex in Agadir when I went anyway, like 10 plus years ago. And it was not. I'll be honest, it was nice to go to that English pub one just to watch the match and then
get the vibe. Yeah,
that's sort of good. You know what I mean?
I went to one when I went to Spain. It was fucking horrible though. But I did. What was it called? I got the feeling it's called Gallagher's for some reason. Don't ask me why. I got Gallagher's in my head.
Sounds like one.
Yeah, it was this pubby kind of thing. The pub experience. I got chips there. I got a pint there, and it was nice. But Spanish food is disgusting.
Yeah, I hate
hotel food anyway. Fucking hell, the worst I've ever had in my life. I'll tell you this from now. I went to Fuerteventura. Never fucking go there. Never go there. Never ever go there. Just no.
Under no circumstances.
They got minus.
Like,
what
have you gone there for? Like literally, why have you gone there? There's nothing there.
There's so many better places.
It's like where old English people go to burn and die.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
You do burn there as well, lad, don't you?
Say that again?
I know a few people who've been there and burnt, lad. It's hot there.
Yeah. Everyone's burnt there. It's African sun in Spain, isn't it? In Europe, like, yeah. They need to warn people that this is African sun, by the way. They don't warn people. Oh yeah, Spain, whatever, and they go there and they get bun up.
When I was in Morocco, lad, I was like, the only thing I didn't have on which could tell you I was English was a handkerchief knotted in four sides. You know what I mean? Just running from shade to shade, lad. for the Fanta lemon.
You're a little bit ginged though, ain't you?
What?
I said you're a little bit ginged though, ain't you?
No, but I am fair. Like,
okay.
Are you? I never would have imagined that. That's weird.
I do go a nice brown though in the sun, but I just don't go in it, lad. You know what I mean? When I was a kid, I used to get like belted like olivey skin, but I just don't go in the sun anymore. Lad, to be fair.
Okay.
Yeah, man, that's smart, man. It's smart. The sun's killing you. Nah, it's smart. Don't wear the fucking sun. That shit's killing you. Yeah, man. And all that leathery sun damaged skin. It's not cute, man. When you get older, I don't know, man. I would say you just got to live in a hot country and slowly acclimatize. Sunbathing, I think, is for idiots, man. I genuinely do.
Oh yeah, I can't do that, lad. I can't sit still long enough to sunbathe.
I went on my first few holidays and I was sunbathing. I even went somewhere and put baby oil all over me. Yeah,
madness.
Yeah. Best believe when I came back, I learned about that. Trust me. Yeah.
I used to do that in the back garden, lad.
One day I looked down at my arm and I just saw a snake's limb there. Like, I was like, wow, what's that? You know what I mean? Like my whole fucking forearm was peeling in one piece. What is that?
One of Hector's friends, when he first came to the UK, it was in the middle of the summer and we went to the beach. He said, why do white people want to act like they're bacon? And I was like, what? He said, why are they frying themselves? But it is like that, isn't it? You're laying there.
Got the mad sense of humour as well, isn't there?
Yeah.
I've never got to sunbathe, even me.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it.
It is nice to bask in the sun. I don't mind sitting in the sun for a little bit, but I think I'm over like the sunbathing thing now, man. I just felt like I was so deprived of real sun. I needed it. Just needed to just soak it all up. But yeah, nah.
I remember when we went to Turkey, lad, and it was the same thing.
Where did
and my
you
dad
go?
was fuming with me because he took us to see one of the Ephesus and all that. You know what I mean?
No, say Turkey
and then
again.
we went to like the, do you know, the calcium hill. No, the calcium hills where it's like white and they've got there's like pools and it's all, that was boss because that was in the shade. But Ephesus, lad, oh, I hated Ephesus. My dad was fuming because I was just running from shade to shade, but there's no fucking shade. There's like two trees and everyone's under the same fucking tree. You know what I mean? And they're trying to teach you like history, lad, while you're just baking in the sun. I'm telling you how like the Alexandrian flipping library burned down and all stuff like that. I'm just like, I'm not after getting a bottle of water. Like,
no surprise, with that heat.
Heathen, just on a side note, yeah, someone's written this down. I don't know how you feel about it. I don't see Heathen as a true Scouser. Sorry, lad. Pro-royalist, pro-establishment, and pro-Tory. Shake my head. You literally
and he's a Protestant.
Big up real Scousers. What do you say about that, brother?
He's a heathen.
Well, he's from Bolton anyway, lad, so I couldn't give a fuck what he says.
That's an L. That's an L.
I live it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, man from
I'm not pro-establishment and I'm not pro-Tory. I'm a pro-royalist. That's about it.
How comes?
Are you really a pro-royalist, though? Are you really?
Yeah, but you know
the
that
crown, like,
you know what that fella's like. I won't worry about it.
That fella, you know.
Ron, why are you a pro-royalist?
Lad, I'm one of the most critical of the establishment. I'm from Liverpool. They literally shut down our city. How can I be pro-establishment?
But tell us about the royalist part, though, because I believe you're not pro-establishment. But tell us about the royalist aspect.
I'm pro the crown, lad. I do believe that there should be like a lord that rules over a society. That goes down to like my pagan stuff as well, which is like tribal. I don't mind belonging to a tribe. Now we could have a debate on whether the king that we've got now should be there. You know what I mean? That's debatable. You know what I mean? But we're not going to have a war like they used to seize the crown, are you? Do you get me? So we're sort of stuck in that sort of rut. You know what I mean? People don't like him.
So you'd be upset if the crown was demolished?
Yeah. I'd say it's a dark day for England and Britain, like, yeah.
So what's the benefits of the crown then?
Just lineage, lad, and everything, innit? Just your history, your heritage. the whole country's lineage, isn't it? So it goes back to like
what going back to 1066? Ooh,
going back to
that's
1066.
Yeah.
The furniture, even down to like furniture architecture, it's all in line with. It puts dates on things, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not.
Rather than
it sounds very wishy-washy, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not an answer, really.
It can sound wishy-washy, but yeah, I am a pro-royalist, like.
Yeah, because it's just like, oh yeah, the lineage, but the lineage is German.
Yeah, but it's still royal bloodline, isn't it?
English or German? The Angles.
Before it was German, lad. You know, they used to marry. They were never really English anyway, really.
Okay,
you know what I mean? They used to have
sense then, what you're saying.
Used to have French. Used to marry French queens and French princesses, and you know what I mean. All that, like where you marry you marry your enemy and all stuff like that.
Yeah, Spanish.
Yeah,
whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a weird one still.
I've never heard of a Scouser being like a royalist. That's mad.
Well, I have, and it was.
There's loads of us, lad, don't worry.
Really?
Loads of us.
I have, and it was heathen. So I've heard it before, but yeah, I ain't heard many now.
They're all from Rome anyway, innit?
Who?
Like, they're all like family and that, like German, English, whatever, like France.
Yeah. A lot
It goes,
of the royalty.
It goes into all the old fucking like the Roman, Holy Roman Empire and all stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Constantine, mate. They say Constantine is there.
Like, I'll be honest, I prefer like the old kings that used to fight on the battlefield with the fellas. You know what I mean? Like King Charles II and that. I think he was the last to fight on the battlefield. That's why I like King William as well, Prince of Orange. Do you know what I mean? Prince of Orange. Got hit by a cannonball, lad, in the Battle of the Boyne.
Jedi, you still have kings in Nigeria as well, though, don't you?
Of course.
Yeah, but they're related to the people, though. Like they're Nigerians.
Yeah.
They're not Ghanaians. They're not from Zimbabwe. They're Nigerians. Yeah. Whereas
I do get that argument. That's why I'm not putting up anything against it. Do you get me? I do understand that argument. It's sort of irrelevant to me, and that's why it's
English. And then it's like when you talk about heritage, but it's actually not heritage. And then you spoke about should the king even?
No, but they're not our heritage. They're not our heritage.
No, they're not. They're not. But they've got your crown.
Yeah, so, you could say the what did you call it, lad? The not the establishment behind it. What's it called? What's that? Like hidden thing behind the royal family.
Illuminati.
No, no, like they're called something. The ones who really run the royal family nowadays.
Oh, you mean the aristocracy?
No, I can't remember.
They're all the same people, man.
The institution. You know what I mean? The institution. It's the institution took over when the UK become the UK. Do you get me?
Hold on, you agree with the monarchy, but you don't agree with the system they set up.
I'm very critical of it, yeah. Okay. Just like I'm very critical with the city of London itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you got to make.
And how that was formed again, but that coincides again with going into the union. You know, the red, white, and blue.
Yeah, but all that again, you still got to go back to the person who's in charge of it all, and that's your royals. So I don't know. Yeah,
but it's all just pomp and circumstance nowadays, isn't it? You know what I mean?
No, it ain't.
No, it's not. It is clear.
No, it is. It isn't. But it is though at the same time, because that's what they've accepted, isn't it? They're just happy just being rolled out for ceremonial purposes.
1 minute, Heathen. Who's the biggest landowner in the United Kingdom? Do you know?
The King.
Yeah, and the Church of England.
Yeah, lad, if you ask me now, the King should be in Parliament today with the Royal Army, just dissolving Parliament until they sort the fucking heads out. Do you get me? I'm sort of medieval in my way of thinking. Do you get me? When it comes to like the royal family, because they're the sort of laws that they're held to. Do you get me? And you'll find that out in the coronation, just how old their laws are. And we don't hold them to them laws anymore, and they don't hold themselves to them laws.
No, but you're
although I'm a royalist, very critical of the royals as well.
How are you critical of the royals
things that you like, aren't you?
If you're not critical of the system they put in place? I don't understand. Like they are the aristocracy. They are the government. They're everything. They're at the top of it. You know what I mean? So when you've got arguments about little things that are within the system of what they created, best to take your protestations to the royals, to the people in charge, and those are the people you like the best. It doesn't make sense, even.
No,
it's Stockholm syndrome.
It's the government.
Yeah, it's her government or his government.
Yeah,
now.
that's what I mean. I've just said to you, King Charles should be in there today, dissolving Parliament, lad, because they're a fucking disgrace, and that's a power he does have. I don't know why they don't invoke it. Right. And that's why I understand when people are critical and say, "Oh, they don't have the people's best interests at heart."
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, sound. I can't disagree with you. So but I wouldn't tear down the royal family because of that, because there's been a bad few of them.
Listen, if that's the process, if that's the process of dissolving Parliament, and Parliament hasn't been dissolved, then they obviously like the system that's in place.
Exactly. I'm not saying they're not corrupt. That's why I say crown. I'm for the crown. Know what I mean?
Yeah, but that don't make no sense without, you know what I mean? The person who holds
the crown can sit on any vessel, lad.
Yeah, but it's
Charles
the source
is
of
the
all
vessel.
It's all your problems. It's the source of all your problems. You know what I mean? All of us. We should be all unified against the monarchy. At least. You know what I mean? At least. Because if we're unified against the system that's working against us, you know what I mean? I don't know how you don't see them at the helm. Or they've convinced everyone that they don't do nothing. They're just figureheads and, you know, all of that, symbolic and all of that. But it's not true. When we go back to it, go to you can go to number 10, and number 10, he's just the prime secretary or the prime minister for the royals. So
yeah,
you know what I mean? You got to take your argument to the right place. That's what I feel. Everybody.
I'd take the same arguments to the crown as I would to the Parliament.
No, you wouldn't.
I would.
How? Have you done it?
No, but I would do. I'll go down and knock on the door. Like, do you want me to start sending emails? Like,
no.
You know what I mean?
I'm saying, man didn't like poll tax. Man was 15. Man was at the poll tax riots. You know what I mean? If you want to affect some change, you got to do some shit, right?
Yeah, you have. Yeah,
you don't just say, oh yeah. I don't like the monarchy. I mean, I like the monarchy, but I don't.
But I'm vocal about it. That's what everyone should be, innit?
No,
people should be as vocal as we are about it. And that's where it's breaking down. That's why there isn't a coming together. Some people aren't vocal about it. Some people
I think we need to be more,
that's why a lot of things have gone mad.
More active, though. Even I would say we need to be more.
I'd love to be more active.
Right. So
I'd love to get into politics in Liverpool. I'd have thought about it loads of times.
Yeah, I'll vote for you. I'll vote for you, man. Yeah, man.
I have thought about starting knocking on doors. I'll be honest, but
yeah. What party are you going to be on, though? What party are you going to be on? Independent, yeah.
I've always said, like, vote independent for independence.
Why not?
Until we have all independence in Parliament, voting as independents,
go for it.
People will never be represented.
I'm just saying, you got to go for it. And have the heathen party. Yeah. No. Or the pagan or the Celtic or something. You know, like real British, real institution or real party. Something new, something different.
Yeah.
Can't be Labour. Can't be Conservative.
That's one of the things I have sort of a reverence about is the fact that, like, even the Church of England, we've sort of, in a way, sort of kept our pagan past. They have tried to hide it in certain things, like building churches over burial grounds and things like that. Wow. But you can see the transformation in some churches from paganism to Christianity.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that goes along with what I'm talking about, the timeline and all stuff like that. But then you had, like, King Henry VIII, who knocked down a lot of fucking chapels and all that, which fucked a few things up. And then he also, like, overplanted on pagan burial mounds as well.
Who?
Like
Henry VIII?
Yeah.
But Henry VIII never cared about none of us. He only cared about getting his end away.
And
that's why we got the Church of England, because he wanted to get his end away. That's it.
Yeah,
he was cruel. He was.
You want it? Nah, it's not really cruel. Listen, you marry your dead brother's wife.
No, he was cruel. Every time he didn't want a wife no more, he chopped her head off.
Yeah, but what else is he gonna do?
How it started was he had an old wife, and it was his brother's. Yeah, he inherited it in a sense. You know what I mean? So he's trying to say to the church, the Pope, listen, Pope, I know I married her and that, but it's my brother's wife, and she's semi-widower, and nah, I'm not really feeling it. There's a bare young things out here, French and all sorts, waiting. Yeah, what are you saying? Can I get out of this contract? Right back from the Pope? No, you can't. This is to your end of days, in sickness and in health, for richer, for poorer, for death do us part. Yeah, Henry said, all right, cool. I'm the son, a descendant of God, Mr. Churchman. I'm a descendant of God. Yeah, royal lineage, royal bloodline from God, you know. How you gonna tell me something? Yeah, you only the administrator of God. I'm actual blood related. Fuck you, new church. That's it. Church of England.
Exactly. Fuck the Pope, innit, lad? Fuck the Pope.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
Pope. Yeah.
So for you to ask the Pope, who's in charge?
The Pope.
Yeah, that's why he went against him and took the power back. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
Separated himself from
like
the Romans.
Fuck the Pope.
They were all Roman Catholics before that.
No.
That's the only point. They were all Roman Catholics. You know what I mean? At different times, different.
Even his wife, lad. Even his wife at the time. I think was it the Aragon one. She was Catholic when he formed the Church of England.
That's right.
And she remained Catholic. Like,
remember, France was definitely Catholic, and you know, if you're gonna have French wives, then that obviously you're bringing it into the house. But that's always been the case. Sometimes it was on the other side that they were Catholic already. On the English side,
who is French? Catherine of Aragon. I swear she was Spanish.
No, there was a few.
No, she was like what's the old kingdom of Spain? She was like
oh yeah.
Catalonia.
No, the one like
Aragon or something.
Like El Cid. What was he? What was he like? The king? What was that place?
Yeah, that's France. I mean, that's Spain. Sorry, he was king. Yeah, El Cid. Yeah.
But where he was like southern tip of Spain, sort of where it goes to Morocco.
You mean, what's it called again?
Granada and that.
Granada, yeah.
You know what I mean, don't you?
But and once the Europeans invaded northern Spain, that's all we ever hear about. Do you get it? From that point, when it changed, the power changed hands from very melanated to European, with Isabella and her husband. You know what I mean? So we looked into that the other day. It was deep for Spain, man. It's been in so many hands, and
a lot of that history is deep, lad. Like look into the flipping Holy Roman Empire, and then that went into like the Prussian Empire and all. That's a mad history. That one. That dragged us into a lot of like what we ended up going over there, like with Belgium and mad wars with like who were our enemies, and then we allied up against them.
Right, because of the church, right?
Yeah, and the royal sort of brotherhood sort of knights,
which is always still governed by some form of church or another. It's just that in England, it's Church of England, so the king owns the church. He is in control, but he put it into his second of command, Oliver Cromwell. You know what I mean, to help him deal with that.
Yeah, to help enforce it.
And then they start setting up their first cathedrals and.
Who used to watch the Tudors? That was a good little program, the Tudors.
Yeah, that was all right. I watched that. Yeah.
I like that.
There was a good thing on Henry VIII the other night.
Yeah, young Henry. You notice he wasn't big like in the picture. Yeah, in the thing, and it's like he didn't even turn ginger.
Did you watch thing as well? Victoria and Albert. That was good as well. Queen Victoria and Albert was a German, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
It's on Netflix. It's quite good. It's quite good
because him and the Kaiser are first cousins, right? They look exactly the same.
Yeah, they look like twins.
Twins, yeah. Crazy. They had to mask that for the war. You were there.
Yeah,
that's why they changed their name. No, that's why they changed their name to Windsor. Because it was too big. I watched their
funeral last time. I watched their funeral. Like, you can watch their funeral. It's mad, you know, because you think British Empire sort of at its prime, Victoria. You know, you'd expect all like the redcoats and that to be in line and in like perfect formations and all that, like they are now.
Did you
And
cry
lad,
even?
they're all over the show,
Huh?
and they nearly drop her when they're getting her off the
Hey,
carriage.
even,
Really? Oh no.
even.
Did they
Did you
cry?
shed
No, lad, they never cried.
did you shed a tear for the Queen?
No.
Who, Elizabeth?
Yeah.
All right,
Did
cool,
you-
man. Listen, I don't care about no fucking. I don't
Listen.
care. So let's move.
Me missus went though. Me missus went.
All right, cool. Big
That's
up.
But on
one.
her own, you let her go on her own there, Heathen.
Respect.
She went with a mate.
Went to go and look at her empty casket, yeah? Respect.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Travel from Liverpool
Yeah.
to London, you stare at an empty box.
She went to see David Beckham, innit? Like,
That's what you're saying, innit?
No, they reported that there was no one
come
in
on,
there.
man. Come on, it
No
was
one in
empty.
It was
That's
empty.
a fact, it was empty. Out.
of course it's going to be
Can't
empty.
prove it.
Sorry.
How can it not be
Say
empty?
that again? No,
course
they
it's gonna
said
be
it was empty. They've told us it was empty. What's wrong
Yeah,
with
they
you?
told us it was empty. Yeah.
Remember, there's a man that tried to run over to it, right?
Mm.
An Asian man. He got.
There's
sentenced
always
to-
going to be one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's empty. So when she was supposed to be laying in wait or laying in state or whatever they call it, it was
Laying in
empty.
state.
Yeah. It's an empty casket. Do you think they're going to put the rotting body of
Do you know what I
Queen
mean?
in?
Yeah, definitely.
Pardon?
Lad, if you believe in all the Masonic shit, of course they are. Should have been embalmed and everything in there.
Yeah, it should
Supposed
be
to be
embalmed.
partying
Long
down
time ago.
underground and flipping. I don't know.
They would have embalmed her.
Elvis and that.
Man, we could be wishy-washy, but they tell you that it's empty. So I'm just saying, what sense does it make for anybody to be standing there looking at an empty coffin?
Especially if you came all the way from across England, it's like, rah, it's a bit unfair.
What sense is that? What ritual was your girlfriend taking part in?
Well, it's an energy ritual, isn't it?
Kissing the dead.
And you,
It's energy, innit? The amount of energy that passed those doors, lad.
We're saying you freely give up your energy?
She did, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
The message, yeah.
Why?
I don't know, you'd have to ask her. She
No,
got
but that's
something
your
from it.
missus, man. If you told her don't go, she's not going.
Exactly.
Nah, not like
Over the
that.
head
So,
of the house, man.
if she wants to go, she can go. I'm not going to fall out with her over it.
Nah, of course not.
Not going to protect her either.
Protect her
From
from
the
what?
judge.
Protect her from what?
Yeah.
From giving up her energy to something you don't understand. Nah,
She's
anyway,
all
whenever we talk about like, the royal family or any of that, even you go a bit daft. You go a bit daft.
I don't mind.
I know you don't. You're not just being.
I'm going in for me. I'm going to get me filling now anyway. Me too, lad. So
with a clever little accent, but you're a zombie nonetheless. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. It's tradition, the bloodline. What, the bloodline of the German? I mean, yeah.
I never denied the German. I never denied it.
We should put an end to the whole thing of the crown and England and that should just go out the window when you realize some Jewish Germans.
Oh.
Yeah, you're being provocative.
No, I was telling
I respect his opinion. It doesn't get to me. I respect it. Like, I've heard a lot worse from my own mates. Like, so Jedi's like light. You know what I mean? Like,
nah,
Jedi's light compared to my mates. Like,
let's stop bleeding. Stop bleeding. On it. Yeah. I'm not being provocative. I'm being truthful. I'm being factual.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he believes, isn't it?
No. It's what we believe.
Well, it's what you believe, yeah.
In the Gotha Saxon family, yeah, that changed their name to Windsor. We both believe that, not just me. We both believe that they're of Germanic origin.
Yeah, I don't think I should have done that. I do
so what a lot of us, if you go back in time,
we all know this. This is all fact. So how it's not me spinning
it's like a lot of the people wear that as well.
So
Jupiter's got a German origin, ain't he, Jupiter?
No,
we're not talking. Everyone stop saying stuff that's not to do with what I'm talking about. Please, we're not questioning Jupiter's heritage or heathen's heritage. We're questioning the heritage of the royal family, the crown, right? And their actual direct correlation to England and the fact that they don't have much.
Right. Fact.
So when a brother says to you that he respects the crown because of the tradition of England and this and that and the lineage, I'm saying it's not the lineage of English people, though. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, because it was seized by power. That's what I'm saying. And if you've done the same nowadays,
you agree
it could be
with me
seized again.
So it's not me.
Yeah, I'm agreeing.
So it's not exactly. So whatever the crown doesn't actually represent you or your people.
It does, lad. It does, because they stood with us. They stood with us through hardships and pulled us through a lot as well. But anyway, lad, I've got to go and I'm going to get my tooth done. But pick us up anytime on this, lad. Defo.
All right, then.
I'm not running away.
Big up.
Oh, mate,
cool, big up, Heathen, man. Big up, Heathen.
It's going dentist, man.
And this is where we are right now in terms of trying to get the English, the British masses to peel back the onion layers to see the evil truth behind their patriotism and their royalist natures, and seeing that that's being utilized. Same way that Sarah's trying to use the black sentiment and pro-black and black pride. Yeah, same way he's trying to use your anti-colonialist views and feelings against you. This is the same way that the royal family have used patriotism and nationality and the crown against the people of Great Britain. And once they open their eyes and realize that, then we may be able to stand on a more equal footing and move forward. Until we get the heathens of the world to realize the fuckery, we're not going to move forward very much. In America, it's important to educate the rednecks. Yeah, in the UK, it's important to educate those people on the outskirts of those major cities, those people that are royalists, those people that are traditionalists.
Middle England.
Yeah.
So I kind of agree, but I don't agree, because I think for any nation, okay, you have to have something of an umbrella for people to bond under. And I do think that part of the identity of the British Isles is to have the royals. I kind of can't understand where you're coming from when you say there's a lot of ritualistic stuff that goes on, but if that's their tradition, that's their tradition. It's a bit like when you say that, you know, Nigerians or other African countries have their traditional values. Why can't they hold on to their traditional?
There's a difference between the ruling class and the people's traditional values.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, right. So the ruling class paid £12 million hush money to victims of child abuse. Yeah, and the traditional people would string up a child abuser in the town centre.
I agree with that. I agree with what you're saying there.
I don't want to conflate the elites, the vampires, the parasite, the leech. Don't confuse the leech with the cow. Yeah. Because the leech is the thing sucking off the cow. It's not the cow. And they're two separate things. You know? So, no, the people and the ruling system are always to be differentiated until the people are the ruling system, which is not how it works over here. We become subjects and they become monarchs.
I think a lot of people reason it out, though, that even though their heritage is German, that there's a lot of people that have the Anglo-Saxon mix in with the English, and they say it all stems back. I don't know. I haven't looked back that far, but they say it all stems back
what
to
mix
Germany and all that.
Thing? It's Charlemagne. It's the King Charlemagne. All the Europeans, like, they're all mixed with Charlemagne's blood. I think he was French, actually. Yeah, so the Europeans do have a degree of inbreeding.
But at one time,
not inbreeding, sorry, interbreeding.
Before Henry VIII, we had a king that was French, and the ordinary citizens couldn't even understand him.
Yeah,
it's like a completely different language. Yeah.
As I said, they're cousins, isn't it? So They've always done that. They've just
Yeah, but can you imagine a whole nation not being able to understand the fucking king?
That's when you got like thingies, isn't it?
Imagine.
Viziers to do all the translating.
oh yeah, but there's also when England ruled parts of France as well.
Yeah.
Because of their monarchy. You know what I mean? Depends on what monarchy.
What's it
I
called
think it
again? Brittany.
One of the Louis was definitely king of France and England. So
Brittany was part of Britain, isn't it? That's why it's called Brittany.
Mm. So power's changed hands over time, like bare times.
Brittany's small though. Brittany's ain't that big.
England's had bare different communities that are not here no more.
Yeah, that's true.
We're back home to the Mediterranean.
Yeah, all of the south, a lot of the south got wiped out. Like all the people got wiped out.
A lot of Viking ass whoopings.
Yeah, well, like at the end of the day, the royal family are a bunch of wrongers and kiddie fiddlers, mate.
That's right.
And if you support them, then just like I just don't hear any of your arguments about anything else. Like why people would want to be ruled over by elites? For fuck's sake, man! What kind of weak villager mentality are you even harboring in 2023? We're not. That's not like the feudal fucking system, mate. Like, what are you dealing with? Why do you want to be ruled over by some rich fuckers?
I think
that hoarding all the wealth. Do you know you can't even calculate Queen Elizabeth's wealth? And like, why would you want to celebrate that? Like, what the hell? These people that have got you labeled as colonialists all around the world, you should be ashamed of them. Ashamed of them. You actually should be like, no, I'm not proud of them. I'm not proud of their history. That's what you should be. But instead, you are proud of them, which inadvertently makes you proud of some pretty dicey fucking behavior and escapades around the world. And it's just like, nah, man. This is why some people just look at you, look like,
I don't know if it's proud of them. I wouldn't use the word proud. I would say that I wouldn't want the symbolism taken away. So I think that if we have
symbols are there to communicate, though, right?
Sorry?
Symbols are a means of communication.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
It's,
So
it's like a stamp on the personality of the country.
Sorry, 1 second. Just one quick question. What does the symbolism of the crown communicate to the rest of the world?
So there's one person in charge and they're giving the direction to the whole country.
Does it fuck? Does it fuck? No. The crown symbolizes to the rest of the world subjugation, colonization.
Yeah. That's the same thing.
No, just don't now add to all of that. You didn't say that. You said
it's
that.
The same thing, isn't it?
It ain't the same thing.
It is.
No, it ain't. One person running things.
Shall I tell you why?
Brother, do you mind? Do you actually mind? You said what you need to say. You wasn't interrupted. Do you actually mind stepping up the way?
Go ahead. No, bro.
Thank
if
you,
it means
man.
that much to you,
so that there can be two different opinions.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead. Sorry, my apologies.
Turkish ad-libs in the back. Great.
No, I apologize.
Not needed for this song.
Yes, I agree.
All right, mate.
Continue.
Put your banjo down.
Okay.
Get a drink at the bar. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, cool. Man. I'm here all day, man. Relax.
Here you go. Right. You got out your system?
Yeah. Like I said, apologize.
See what you're gonna do now. I'm looking for a full, hard shush from you. Thank you, Stu Runts. The right words I was looking for. Right. Anyway, like I was saying to you, man, you said that the crown symbolizes one person ruling, blah, blah, blah. I say the crown symbolizes colonialism, enslavement, plundering, abuse, bullying, interfering with other people's, affairs, international policy, this, that, blah, 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 blah. So the crown as a symbol may mean something specifically to a type of United Kingdom citizen. But anybody that educates themselves and wants to be historically honest with what they have learned is going to see that the crown is a problematic symbol that actually holds a lot of painful history for the rest of the world, namely Indians, Caribbeans, and Africans.
Yeah, but Jedi, it's like saying to you, get rid of your surname, right? Get rid of your father's surname, because way back in your ancestry, you had a murderer or a paedophile.
A lot of people would do that.
No, I wouldn't. Why would
No,
I
a
get
lot
rid
of people would do
of,
that.
why
That's
would I
why
get rid of a family name because of one defunct member?
Well, this is why there's no Hitlers running around.
Yeah, but that's
because
they
the family changed their name, and rightly so. It makes sense. If my last name was Hindley, I'd be changing that shit. Yeah, I'd be changing that shit. It's no fault one's fault, but at the end of the day, your name often precedes you in a room, right? Before you enter the room, your name, your reputation does. So these are things that you'd want to like nip in the bud. If you've got a dodgy name that's kind of, famous for the wrong reasons, you switch that shit up. You actually do. For the sake of your next generation coming forward and whatever, you cut it out, man. You just do.
No, I wouldn't change my surname.
Obviously,
I
but
did
if you
it married.
born with Hitler,
but if
you
I
probably think,
wouldn't
I don't want to give my kids the Hitler surname, right?
If I married a Hitler, not the Hitler, and that was the surname, I would take that surname. The children should bear the name of their fathers with a.
You're going to be known as Michaela Hitler, and you're going to be cool with it. Come on, Dukes, man.
No way. Be honest.
Smart, man. Just be real.
Serious.
No one wants that. It's too much.
I think you should be.
You can't book nothing, Dukes. You can't. You know what I mean? Come on, Dukes. In school, your kids are going to get
they've outlawed it, haven't they? They've outlawed the name.
Exactly.
If there wasn't laws that outlawed it, I mean, there's plenty of people that go around and share a name with a murderer without accidentally.
Yeah, exactly. But it's when it's iconic. When it, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? There's loads of West. There's loads of all of that. Cool. Yeah. But when it's iconic, you know, and it goes with certain things, it makes sense. If it's, I don't know. I get it. If you're a Bin Laden, you might want to. You might, innit? You might.
No, it's not because you agree with what the past ancestor done. It's just the fact that that is your. Okay, maybe this will sound strange, but I think that's your cross to bear, or your. That is how it was meant to be. It's fate, and you should always follow the father's bloodline. That's just how I was raised, and that's what I believe. So when I met Hector, it wasn't a problem for me taking an African name. A lot of people have asked me, why didn't I make things simpler and say to Hector, let's make a double barrel name so that you've got European in it? No, I don't agree with that.
You take your man's name. We all agree with that. You take your man's name. I think we're quite traditional here.
You know, and I believe that every child has to take its father's name, and that's just
I agree. Yeah. But when your dad's last name is so iconic with wrong, anyway, man. Basically, I hope I made my point of why it'd be a good idea.
No, I understand. I'm not saying that your point doesn't make sense from the way you've reasoned it out. But I just personally, for me, I just think no. Why change it?
Yo, listen. Do me a favor. I beg you, lot, stop writing NONCES in the chat, please. That's mainly People's Champ. Like, what's his name again?
It's Ghost. That's Ghost.
Yeah, Ghost. Yeah, that's it. Oh. Mainly Ghost. The capital letters and the nonce writing in the chat. Just chill out with it, man. You know what I mean? We've heard it. You're accusing people of being whatever. We've heard it. But just relax a bit, bro. I'm going to need to get that bot back on there that deals with capital letters because they're just jarring me in the chat. Big up, Randy.
Big up, gents.
Big up, man. What do you want to add to this?
I would say...
Do you believe the surname Hitler should be eradicated?
Yes.
Interesting.
But what I was going to bring is, I don't know if anybody saw the news on Good Friday, but there is now a study going into the royal family and slavery links. I've got the article if you want me to show you, but the King Charles has given permission for an investigation into the royal family and its slavery links. And going back to what you said about the crown represents subjugation around the world, just like the Commonwealth does. And we need to get the truth about that to come out. The Union Jack is in so many flags around the world. And what is the United Kingdom doing for all these countries around the world apart from subjugating them?
What's your questions? What do you want me to answer for?
Well, I can show you the article if you want.
I'm not really interested. I don't care if they go and look into slavery, but why do you think that I would be against that?
No, but what I'm saying is we don't know the history because we don't know how the royal family was involved in slavery around the world. And this is an important part of British history.
What do you mean we don't know the royal family were involved in slavery?
There definitely was, yeah.
Every single person knows that they were.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
How much detail do we know?
A lot, still.
All right.
Yeah, I would think out of everybody that is documented, the royal family would be the most documented, and everybody would know that.
All right, so give me some examples of the slavery they were doing.
They started the transatlantic slave trade. The transatlantic.
Yeah, the king ordained it, didn't he? He stamped it. He rubber stamped it when they asked to legitimize it.
King James.
Yeah,
it was in the reign of King James. So.
He even gave the orders for the banks to lend money for the ship owners.
Right. Yeah, we know this, Randy. I don't know what you mean that. Yeah, they definitely benefited, and that's what makes Great Britain great. Remember, they supposedly abolished it. If you abolished it, then you was definitely involved, right?
Yeah. No, I agree. I don't, as I've said before to you, Sniper, I didn't study history at school. So as speaking to you and other panelists over the last couple of years, I'm starting to learn about history. So this is an education for me.
But don't you have family members involved, no?
None of my family members were involved.
What, sorry?
None of my family members were involved in slavery. We might have had servants in India, but not slaves.
You went down the India angle. I forgot. Yeah. Just as bad though. It's still colonization, and colonization and slavery kind of go hand in hand, as far as I know.
They got paid.
What do you mean?
Listen, paid? Oh, your people got paid.
And my grandma and my grandmother and my grandfather, as far as I know, treated them well.
Yeah, you owed Indians rent.
So you're now trolling, aren't you? Because you're doing what a lot of other people do.
Yeah, he is. No, yeah, because he owes the Indian subcontinent and anyone in the chat who's Asian, he owes them rent.
Yeah. So I don't know why, Randy, you come on here to try and make a point and then switched up into a troll.
That's Randy for you sometimes.
Me?
Yeah, you're trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm just giving you.
Well, let's be honest about it. Would you like to be in servitude, right, that you couldn't get out of, and then someone and then they turn around and go, yeah, but I looked after you. They looked after you.
No, we're not saying that.
Well, that is exactly what you were saying when you went. We looked after them.
No. So when I go to India, I might have a cook, yeah, or I might have a driver.
Yeah.
Well, they can do what they want. I pay them a good wage. They're not sort of, I don't own them or something like this.
Come on, you're being silly now. That's normal today. And we're talking about your ancestors who benefited from the colonization of India. British was there for 200 years, my brotder.
Oh, I agree.
Two famines.
I agree with that. And
two famines. Hold on. 2 famines and over a million people or a couple million people. I don't know how many millions it was. Yeah. To use as they will. So what did they do? They put them into colonial armies, right? And made them fight the Second World War. If that's not slavery or indentured servitude, I don't know what is. I don't know
I
what
don't
is.
know the details. I'm still researching it.
Yeah, the British Empire is definitely culpable, and as I said, colonization and slavery and all of the atrocities that go with it definitely, you know what I mean, go hand in hand depending on what continent your people were involved with. It seems yours was involved mostly in India, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's cool, safe. It's not that cool, but I mean, take it up with the other Asians. You know what I mean? They're going to be the ones looking for you. I'm just saying, yeah. It does sound a bit, yeah.
Get the checkbook out, is what you're saying, isn't it?
I think you should go to Birmingham in this. Or is it Birmingham? They've got a speaker's corner up in one of those places, Bradford or Birmingham, and go and stand in the middle of their square and say what you're saying, and see if you come out alive.
Wow,
that's what I think. It would be interesting. Film it as well.
Oh, you want to see it live stream?
Yeah, ask Banksy to go with you and be your
the
cameraman.
The assault of Randy.
I'd just like to see what would happen.
It would be better if you titled it Randy Pays Reparations.
Oh, that's quite good. That's quite snappy.
Yeah.
That's quite snappy.
Randy Pays Reparations or apologizes.
A little bit of footage that would, Randy. That would be fun.
Yeah. Apologizes to the Asian subcontinent and the Asian community.
Yeah. And you can take your rug while you're up there, the animal rug that you got, and say that you're giving it back.
The cheaper skin has long been disposed of, yes.
Right. He's probably got gems and stuff, rubies and stuff. You know, the family heirlooms and that.
I told you I have a few artifacts. I've told you this already.
Right, you see? You know what I'm saying? He's doing Temple of Doom stuff.
Yeah, you could do an alternate piece of art out of this by going up there and sort of like apologizing to the world and giving back that animal skin.
Yeah, it'd be good, Randy. Good for the soul, you know. Cleansing.
All right. I'm going to think about that. I'm going to do some more cleaning.
Sins of the forefather, you know.
I've got another guest coming tonight, so I'll catch you later. But I don't.
More exploitation. Big up, Randy.
Great to chat to you today. I'll see you soon.
Oh, big up.
Funny man.
That's funny. He is funny. Jeds. Sorry.
Yep.
You there?
I don't think Jeds has had enough. He just wants to get on the show that he was breaking down.
I know. We ready though? I'm ready. Because if he's not, I'll just go shop quickly.
Yeah, man. So what was the topic before you got started anyway?
Oh, your mic is terrible, my brother. You need to sort it out a little bit.
Let me go in and out.
I think they're breaking down just early things again, isn't it?
Nah. Sorry. Yeah, it's got a like a feedback kind of noise.
Yeah, it's like you're hovering. Like you've come from another world and you're sort of in the ether hovering.
So another video with what, her getting exposed again or someone arguing or something.
Oh, do you know what, Sniper? My in all honesty, if you want me to be serious, my jury is out on her at the moment, because in the beginning I was like, nah, definitely not. I haven't seen anything.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, there's more and more stuff coming up, and she's half making herself look a bit silly in places.
She's young still. That's what I say. Like, I mean, having a business is one thing, but like stepping in front of that camera or on that microphone or on a podcast, it's not an easy thing.
No,
she might have done it with the right company, what she felt was the right company. She's got some older people. She got some people same age, and you know what I mean, all around her. So it's a team effort. But her bright ideas of then jumping on and doing solo ones. I don't know how
Reggie
sensible that
said
was.
I'm getting converted. No,
Right. It's better if she sticks to the topic, and her topic is the manosphere.
yeah, I
And
agree with
supposedly
you.
relationships.
I agree
like,
with you. I think she should have just stuck to that.
mm.
But okay, I haven't seen anything to suggest that she is definitely racist. But I have
circumstantial.
seen videos that have made her look a little bit dumb. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But there's an agenda even in that to say that the field she's in, the manosphere circles that she's in, they're going to be gunning for her. They've always been gunning for her, but they're going to be gunning for her even more now.
Yeah.
Because Sarah lit the touch paper. You know what I mean? And I feel that a lot of my
I don't think it's. I think there's much better people to sort of like be hanging than her. Let me put it that way. But
yeah, and I think a lot of my people being disingenuous, saying, you know, they never got this idea from Sarah. I'm like, what? So you always thought this while you was watching her shows, and you know, because everybody I spoke to who's got something on it has watched a couple episodes. Seems like more than me. Do you get what I'm saying? They've watched a couple. It didn't seem to pop up then, but all of a sudden now they're saying no. It weren't Sarah. All right, you're being disingenuous, because even if it wasn't Sarah, it was someone not connected to the situation in the Americas or whatever. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Where most
I don't think Sarah's
is.
off the hook, not by a long shot. And I think
no.
I think he's not a genuine person. I think, in my opinion, other people don't have to think the same. And I think a lot of things that he's charging at her, he's guilty of himself.
Definitely. I
think there's two situations going on here. I think when it comes down to the contract, I don't actually think it was that bad, and I've broken down why. Because it could have improved. He did have a 6 months get out clause when you break down the maths, etc., etc. But so that's one example, and I do think that I think he thought he was worth more, and if he got a better contract, I don't think he'd have been saying the things he's saying.
Yeah,
so that's why I don't think he's genuine.
Right.
But now, when they move over to the other area, because they're really going in America.
Of course.
Is it better now? Yeah.
Yeah, because that's where most of the manosphere is. Do you get what I'm saying? Most of the manosphere idea, it's relatively new. It came during the lockdown. You know what I mean? That's when it really found legs, right? And then even more so after Kevin Samuels passing. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Then it gained some real traction, because as Sarah said, there was a void. Someone needs to fill the Kevin Samuels shoes, but they felt it was a whole community of male feminists. Do you know what I'm saying? And lesbians and male lesbians and that.
But I've definitely found two areas where, for a start, I don't agree with Nick Fuentes, but I don't think Nick Fuentes is her. You know, just because she interviews Nick Fuentes.
We're not going to say Sarah's a racist because he interviewed.
Have you seen the trigonometry? Have you seen the trigonometry video?
No.
After Jedi's broke this down, he should play that one and break that down. That one's definitely more interesting, because they push back on her a little bit, and it's interesting that her answers are definitely messy.
Okay.
No.
As I said, I'm not going to be steered by anyone to do or say anything that, you know what I mean, I might regret later on. So that's why I reserve the right. But I can see what's going on here. It's quite simple to see what's going
there's
on.
definitely a bigger picture, Sniper, and it's quite disgusting.
It's a mad thing. But as I said, I'm not going to be manipulated by someone I know, especially like Sarah and that. You know what I mean? And I feel that all of this is just bad business practice.
Yeah, Jedi, I did get tongue-tied, a couple of times, That happens a lot with me, though, anyway, just when I'm speaking normal.
Tongue-tied, you know?
You know what, though?
When you trip over your words,
I started watching the show because, obviously, I'm recognized what's his name? Sarah. That's the only reason I checked it out. For what's this? And I also, I think it's also the production as well. Like, I was like, right, a quality show.
Yeah,
Sarah's there. Let me see what he's talking about.
he's going up in the world, right?
Yeah, I thought, like, I've definitely realized, whoever's got like, even if you're just chatting shit or whatever, if you've got like good production, and like, I think she pumped a lot into advertising, because I didn't even look for these kind of videos, but I was seeing it everywhere. Because I kept on seeing Zara, I thought, let me check it out.
That's a Zara,
Zara.
She's definitely not as clued up as I thought she was. Let me put it that way. But that doesn't make her a bad person, though.
Yeah, I mean, clued up enough for the manosphere. That's it. Stick to
I
your,
reckon she's the more I see, the more I reckon she's got really good advisors when it comes to business. And what I will say is good luck to her on that point. Anyone who makes it, good luck to her. And I'm not worried about any of that shit. But it's the bigger picture behind it all. There is so much race baiting going on in America. It's become a commodity.
And I feel that a lot of them doing it are hypocrites. That was my point the other day, even. You know what I mean? It's hypocritical. All of a sudden you're piping up and when generally you don't really give a damn.
Yeah.
So
Well, I only went over to look at it because someone come onto my channel and said, would I go and look at it and give my point of view? I was like, all right, I've got no other content at the moment. Let me go and have a look. And it's a mess.
You know what I felt like? I felt like when me and Jeds was in the park back in the day, and someone runs over and says, "Hey, you guys, Tan just said the N-word."
Yeah, and they're waiting for you to kick off. Yeah,
right, exactly. Like, I'm not gonna be baited into doing something and thing. It was just like, well, so what are you doing then? Exactly. You was there. You've left there to come over here, clear across the park, on the other side, where we were, to come and tell us this. Okay, cool. Yeah, you've told us now. Now what's gonna happen?
Yeah, and that's
but they're moving in a way like, come. I know you're gonna deal with this. It's like, nah. Sorry, man. Today you failed, man. You X'd out. You know what I mean?
And on a collective, I would agree with you as well, because I think that they're trying to drag British people into an American argument that we, even though I can stand here and say, look, slavery was abhorrent, it was disgusting. I don't. Let me speak for myself. I don't really understand the experience of an American. Do you know what I mean? Because their race relations is different to ours over here.
Ours,
The environment, the whole thing.
It definitely was a lot more prominent in the Americas, their situation, and has been highlighted to all of us, right? So, but to compare here, the original slave master, you get me? You live in the land of the original slave master, the original slavery organizer. Yeah, that's where you live. Yeah. And then you wanna throw it out. As I said, it grabs the hearts and minds of black folk who are armchair kind of black folk, or armchair RGB, or armchair whatever they are, armchair red pill, armchair. Yeah. People who don't usually go out and active in the community and all of that. But when it comes to online now, it's this person's racist, this person's this person's that. You know what I mean? They've got.
It's just interesting for me, the kind of people that are making money out of it.
Right.
And I don't care if people
but that's where it ultimately comes up
out of fair content, but it's now getting to the point where you're seeing people's whole families being ripped apart for this kind of stuff, and I'm like, wow. I mean, they've gone into a whole family and everything.
Right. Oh yeah. But you see, for me, I did say one thing that was missing, and one thing that would kind of give an indication to some of the dipsy things that she's saying is also white privilege. And white privilege is a thing that when you're in it, you don't necessarily recognize it. You're not going to necessarily recognize the plight of other people, and you definitely, by your family and that, try and shield you from the real world. The problem is you have to go uni. The problem is you have to go out in the world, and then you start to get the real, to get it, other people's interpretation of what's going on. You know what I mean? It's going to open up your eyes. And that's what I can see when I hear this girl. Somebody who's been shielded from reality to a certain extent.
So for me, there's just privilege and underprivilege. I don't define it down by race, but I would agree with you. That some of her statements are made through a privileged
point of view. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
but I tell you what else has come up that's really interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Those interviews that she did with her friend called Jess. Both of them have got the same level of intelligence, and yet they're both meant to have gone to university. And I'm wondering what kind of university that they went to.
Don't be surprised, Jupiter, because as I said, university is not necessarily a marker of great intelligence and that. You know what I mean? Academically, you can be fantastic. Yeah, you take instructions well. Yeah, they ask you to write up a paper on something, and you do that. That's it. So you're exercising one level, one degree of discipline. And it's perfect for the workplace. That has got nothing to do with general intelligence. A lot of that you're going to pick up when you leave uni, when you get in the real world, when you get in the workplace.
Yeah,
you know what
I
mean?
agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So she's going to, like, that's why she's good with business. Yeah. But she's not necessarily good with people. Do you get it?
Yeah.
That is a skill she's going to have to acquire over a certain amount of time. You know what I mean? Going through situations like this, she's going to realize, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
But what I don't like is I think it's disingenuous, all these people that are calling for her to be cancelled, when a lot of the people that are going after her are using just as much racist tropes and trolling and taking the piss out of white people and black people. Down on the down low, you know, they're doing sort of like what I call refined trolling.
Listen, if you do something with underage children and all of that type of stuff, and you're Peter, yeah, definitely, right?
Yeah.
I don't even counsel people, but you know, I think counsel for me would be maybe not buying their records, or if they're famous or something, or not entertaining them in any type of way. And more time, that is the case. So it doesn't even take nothing for me. I just hear it. And they're like, oh, yeah, you know, this guy, he's done this, he's done that. What? No. Speak for him. He's cancelled. Because what I'm seeing people get cancelled for is no way near what they should be getting cancelled for.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can be cancelled for
asking. It's all messed up. Yeah.
Yeah. You can be cancelled for asking one of your employees on a lunch date and say, do you want to come back and have a little nookie? And they say no, and that's abuse. That's abuse. And you can get cancelled for that. You can lose your endorsements. All of what you had can be taken away from you.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So for me, I'm not interested in counselling unless, as I said, it's a serious crime. You raped someone, or you know what I mean, you're known as a Peter. And that, counsel those people, counsel. But anything in the industry or whatever industry they're in, I don't know. Because someone else is trying to benefit.
Yeah.
That's what I see in that one.
I think a lot of it is that people are trying to tear down other people by any means just because they'd rather be in their place. There's a lot of jealousy that drives all this. And I just think that the conversation needs to stay open. Even if people say ridiculous things, that the conversation needs to stay open, because once you start silencing people's views, we're going into the world of the Gestapo, and that's not a world I want to be in.
Right.
It's not a world I want to be in.
And you're doing the elite's job for them. You know what I mean? In some respects, some people are doing the elite's job for them. That's what they want. They want censorship. They don't want people to speak the truth or whatever, or have their own say, or build their own platforms and all of that, but all built on their platforms. Let's be honest. On Google or whoever, you know what I mean, owns YouTube or whatever. These are all their platforms. So like, you just got to get with it. If that's the industry you're in, you deal with it. But with this YouTube industry, you know what it is: trolling, canceling, doxing.
Yeah, exactly.
all
It's
of the-
It's interesting because it is just a blueprint to make money, and people have got to understand that that's a lot of what's going on,
Right, that's exactly.
and that there's a lot of exaggerations that people do with their personalities that they really wouldn't do in the real world. That's what I'm finding interesting.
Yeah. So as I said, everybody's got opinions, you know what I mean, and that's cool. I don't wrong anyone for their opinion, but I do question and say to people, like, don't be steered into making decisions, because this is a world where that happens a lot.
What do I call someone's asking me what I call refined trolling. So it's trolling to such a degree that some people are getting hoodwinked into believing that the person really stands in that position when they don't. You know, it's at the top end of trolling.
Yo, family, where you look at? Hit that like button, jump on. Come on, man. Let's keep this going. I got to do the haircut thing in 15 minutes. You know what I mean? Come on, family. When I left, there was 6 people. Now there's 2 others. Where's everyone gone? Return. Randy came on for 2 seconds. Khan, where did you go? And where's the rest of you lot, man? Born Rich, you just melted off as well. Don't know what happened to you. You hear me? Try to come get your stuff off your chest and then disappear, man. Return. ML Reggie, where you at? I do want to play this video that I planned to play from the beginning, but I'm gonna wait until I'm here.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So where's the rest of you lot at, man?
Jam on, family. MA.
Yeah, come on, Reggie. Come on. You've got a lot to say about this in the last few days, because I know.
Yeah, Reggie did jump on mine still. Yeah, he did. Thing. I think him, Uncle Tony, Born Rich.
Yo,
yeah.
Sorry, man. I had to do a quick Uber Eats with the phone.
What up?
I said Uber Eats.
They need my phone, innit? It's like I'm the one with the
I arrived at the right time, man.
Account.
Yeah, big up, Chef.
What about you for?
They are, man. They are. I've still got your head in the pickle jar, man. So you know, I'm gonna have to get the proton pack and zap your ghost today, man.
You've had a good day yesterday, innit?
Though, all down.
You made a new friend, didn't it?
I know. Yeah. Jupiter got loud yesterday, though. I allowed Jupiter yesterday still. Only because Jupiter's been she's been quite polite recently to me, so I'm trying to like keep it amicable with her. I'm not trying to upset people anymore, except for you, obviously.
Why? Thank you, kind.
There you go, Chef. We got MJ.
We got family.
You good?
Yeah.
Good.
I did allow you yesterday, though, Jupiter, man. Only because you said,
yeah, go on.
Yeah, you said something about endless genealogies yesterday, Jupiter, yeah? And I was going to say it to you yesterday, but I thought, you know what, I didn't want to say it to you, and it seemed like we're having an argument, so I'll say it to you now. Basically, when you picked up that Bible passage about endless genealogies, do you know what it meant by endless genealogies?
So basically, getting caught up in looking for your genealogy and your bloodline and looking at all the myths and the fables is not going to gain you any knowledge, because basically the Bible is all about the inner self and your spirituality and having a clean heart and what you really believe.
It's esoteric.
Okay, do you know the passage it comes from?
I can't remember which one.
Oh, Shifra, I was going to ask you something.
Is it Timothy? I think it's in Timothy.
Yeah, it's Timothy, 1 Timothy, you're right.
You see Moses and Aaron, were they actually related?
Brothers.
What, same mum, same dad?
I think so.
Okay, all right.
So MJ, I was going to ask you, have you been watching much of this American stuff or not?
Oh, what about Pal?
Yeah.
Just what we've seen over here, really.
Okay.
Kind of got the general gist of what's going on, like in terms of what she's been doing over the years. And Sarah's upset because he didn't get the contract that he wanted. And now everyone's talking about it. And she's the big, bad, terrible white woman now.
Yeah.
Crazy.
What's new, eh?
Isn't it?
The anti-right agenda. They've managed to find something to crank over.
Right. As I said, we've been suffering it for a while. I've been approached many times. I've had many discussions, and people have used that as their argument. Do you get what I'm saying? I'm just like, what? Oh, get lost, please. Because as I said,
it's interesting. I find it all very interesting.
It's my own that won't support me.
Yeah,
You
and
know
like
what I
you
mean?
said a while ago, Jubes, and I've heard many people say, if he had got the deal he wanted, would he be complaining? Would he be saying all this? And how are you going to come out and say, oh, this and that happened however many months ago or a year ago, but you still sit around getting paid by that person?
Nah, your woman was the one who was expert on the banana thing. You mentioned it, but you left it out.
Still didn't see that.
Yeah, you left it out. You left it out in your summation. I was like, I heard this story before, and I heard your woman was the one with the banana. She was like, "Yeah, I'll show you lot how it's done properly." Yeah, and then he said, "Some people." I'm like, "Right, is that what you're doing?" And at that moment, he didn't look into the camera. He looked down and away. I was just like, "This guy." Yeah, even your lies. Even your face betrays you, man, when you lie, man. It's crazy. Especially when we know from people who were actually in the room. So it's like,
yeah, but don't you think that's selective outrage? Because I think adults themselves, I'm not saying that I particularly would have wanted to do that in front of a bunch of strangers, but when people have alcohol and they're joking about and they're just chilling, they're talking with each other, people do silly sexual references and stuff. I just think that's all been over exaggerated.
Everyone's freaky. Everyone's got their own inner freak or whatever, yeah. And some don't even need alcohol.
Yeah, like we don't know that these
I don't even need alcohol.
These Ann Summers parties been happening for years.
I'll be feigning like I'm drunk. Yeah, I'll be pretending and that.
Because it's true.
Yeah. Women going, oh sorry.
Yeah, oh sorry. Oh,
sorry. Is that your
breast's a bit soft though. Spin around. Oh, oops.
But to me, it's a contradiction that she's either got the whiteboards up and they're doing work and having a party, or it's a sex party. Like you can't be working and having the sex party at the same time.
It doesn't make sense, right?
He's just contradicting himself all over the place.
No, but what? Yeah, why are you calling it a sex party?
Yeah.
Why couldn't it just be that they linked up to maybe talk about a bit of business, whatever, and then I don't know, maybe as it got into the evening, it's become more of a social gathering / party type vibe, where maybe there's some sexual.
This is going to be boring.
I don't think people was like, when I think of a sex party, I think people are linking up to actually have sex, like Randy type vibes.
Right.
Yeah, it's true. You're right.
Straight funnel.
You're right.
Rolling in with the funnel. We're like, what's that? What's that for? Don't worry.
But do you know what was funny when he tried to implicate that it was racial because Auntie Jenny brought in bananas? They even got a black woman bringing in bananas and giving it out. You know,
mad, isn't it? And it
and I was thinking, oh come on! So what if they went and bought fucking ice creams for everybody and said, "To show how you lick pussy"? That's racist to white women, is it? No, stop it.
Mad, isn't it? Fucking hell.
Wow.
He's obviously overly sensationalizing the whole thing. Well dramatizing it, bro.
And obviously for me, it's the fact that he's just trying to get clout off speaking about the woman now as well. So.
Yeah. And she doesn't even come across as that type. Like she's like very prim and proper. She's like she's out of the Victorian fucking Downton Abbey era. Like I don't think she's gonna be having sex parties, to be honest.
Well, he said she weren't involved necessarily.
Yeah, she's probably not really that much fun in real life.
Are you going to expose someone and then say they're exempt? Oh, they weren't doing nothing, though.
Yeah.
Her and her manager were just doing
Everyone
what
was
manager.
Sex and she was sitting there on the floor just doing the whiteboard for the next series.
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the worst one was the Rastaman. The Rastaman gyrating. And that.
Yeah.
I thought that's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. Like, yeah, you can see what was
you know
funny.
what is sly though? What is sly about this guy?
No, but I'm saying fully clothed, yeah?
He does seem to be more targeting her support network and her people. He does seem to be kind of like throwing them under the bus more so. Because even when he had that interview with the guy
he's
the
throwing
other day,
everyone under the bus, it seems, Kanye,
he
right?
didn't really even say nothing bad about her, really.
No.
Well, he said on that Anton show, he got actually specifically asked this, right? When he said that he was gonna take her down completely, Anton basically said to him, "And what about the black people around?" And he said he don't care.
Exactly.
He says sometimes there's casualties.
Exactly. And you could now one minute you're calling them slaves, now you're calling them casualties. Like, make up your mind, bro. But just remember that you're angering a lot of black folk. You're trying to box food out of their mouth. They make good money with the girl, and you're trying to destroy that. Why?
Jealousy, isn't it? I think.
Why, man? It's just too
It
obvious.
is selfish. He just
You know
wants
what I mean?
to. He's only worried about his own pocket, isn't it? Like, let's be honest,
Right, of
man.
course,
You know,
of course. If you're gonna be like
It
that,
is
say it.
selfish.
Say it. Be
Okay,
honest.
but also
Yeah,
his
be honest
broken
there.
heart.
Be
Let's
honest.
not forget where this all started, Mackie, innit?
Yes.
With his broken heart.
Broken.
And he is a bitter man. And I
Snapped.
feel like one of the reasons why he's lashed out at Pearl is because she's a woman, right? Not just because she's a white woman and the contract didn't go his way, but he's one of these men now that's so bitter towards every woman, that
yeah.
any woman that does anything wrong, you're just going to get thrown into that
Yeah,
same.
all of them.
Oh, you're just like,
Pearl,
nah,
Jenny,
all you women are
everyone.
the same. You're all bitches. You're all out for yourself. You're all out to get what you want.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
just
not even
using
that
men.
bad. He's worse than me.
Mm-hmm.
He's worse than God.
Yeah, he's a plum.
That's because you're willing to pay. But anyway.
Like, how can you get oppressed now? Like, you're getting colonized now. Plantation now. 2023. 12 years a slave now. Like, come on, bro.
Oh, stop it.
No, it's true though. 12 years a slave, you want to do now? Like, come on, bruv. When it was all good just a week ago. Yeah. What have we got, Pearl? If they don't hit the like button, beef. What have we got? Beef. What have we got? Beef. That's cringe. When I was talking about cringe, I was like, ugh, what is this?
Exactly what he's got now.
Right. Now he's got
He's a
beef.
white woman. Some tough beef. Some white woman.
There's a troll over in America.
Medium rare.
Medium rare with lawyers. Like, stop it.
Yeah. There's a troll in the side chat that goes in over in America that does that shit. He goes in and he's got the acceleration arrows and he's got what we got, Pearl beef. Fast forward 2023.
Yeah, you got to hold that L, man. Like, yeah, that was you a couple of weeks ago. All of this would have been a myth. All of this would have been a myth. You get me? She would have done the interview and he would have defended her. Facts or not? Yeah. If the contract negotiation had gone well, she would have done the interview with Nick Fuentes and he probably might have been there, she would have done it on her own. She's doing independent stuff. She can. You got what I'm saying? And then at the end, when people started to go against her, Sarah would have defended her. Not just King Richie and the other people, but he would have been one of them defending her. But because of your little contract negotiations and your bad-minded nature, yeah, you just left her out exposed in the open to take that L. Do you get what I'm saying? And then emphasize on it and say, yeah, you see? She's a colonizer. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not saying she's racist or anything, but. It's definitely oppressor, Mrs. Candy vibes. Yeah. So I'm like, this guy. You know what I mean? But he could have, I just feel personally he shouldn't have said nothing about the contract. Just not very professional, as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean? Just keep that private.
Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't want to go into business with him after seeing that.
Well,
exactly.
Apparently she's going to put out a statement at some point.
Who?
Just Pearly Things covering it all.
Okay.
I think that's going to be interesting. I'm still out on it. I'm sort of like just on the outside watching in and like just sort of like reviewing it as we go along because you can, like everybody else. But it is interesting.
But as I said, look, I gave the example of the interviews that you attended, Jupiter, yeah, and Bob, and whoever else he invited, but none of them and him. You noticed that, right? He didn't invite none of us. Not me, not Jeds, not Raven, no, none of us.
That was weird.
You don't want no questions from the man them. That would be crazy. You don't want questions from you.
You're interviewing Tommy Robinson. Hold on. You're interviewing Tommy Robinson, but all the other minions have been interviewed by the man them. Facts. Been to the
I
park,
hear
and
you.
you know, every single new Tommy Robinson guy.
Yeah, that's what I
yeah.
don't get. How can
Yeah.
how can he get the hump with her for talking to Nick Fuentes when
Right.
he spoke to
Right.
Tommy Robinson? Although
But
obviously
it's
there's a big difference between Nick Fuentes' ideology and Tommy Robinson's. I know other people might not agree,
But how has that a black opinion not really got any black people in it? Like, how does that make sense? We're all meant to be brothers. We know each other. You know, we correspond. But as I know, Sarah is a soloist. And
Yeah,
as
he's on
it
his own
comes to
thing.
right, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, but I'm saying in that if you look around, like when I watched that second interview and I looked around the room and I see Bob stand up and turn around, what the hell's Bob the Builder doing there? Well, you're gonna tell oh no, wait, you're gonna tell you know Bob longer than you know me.
No, but he don't want your criticism, Mackie. That's what it is. He don't want no criticism from the man them, and he's got too much controversy that man's gonna ask questions. He's just avoiding having to ever answer them. Let's be honest. It's smart. He's smart.
Embarrassing. Yeah, it's embarrassing.
Speaking of Bob, who remembers
again?
it's
It's using the man them because you used that it was fine to make you come back to the park. That was clear. Yeah, I'll work, I'll be in there, I'll take in the L for you. Anything that happened to you came towards our direction. We just dealt with it differently. No one ain't gonna bully the man them. No one ain't gonna do this like they were doing to you. No one ain't gonna death threat the man them and get away with it or nothing like that. You saw and you watched from the background and said to man them, oh. And I'm saying to you personally, I'm saying, no, bro, it's safe, man. Come back. Come back. Oh, I don't know. The wifey's not gonna be happy. I'm saying, all right, cool. One day, boom, he comes strolling into the park, bumps into Jeds and all of that. You know what I mean? Does his little thing, and then he does a couple appearances after that. You see me and him versus Bob the Builder, or me and Beefy kind of cheerleading basically, and then I debate Bob the Builder after Sarah leaves. Yeah. But all of these things, and you're telling me, man is going to do what? No, he knew full well that the man them are quite capable, and you're not like us. You're not like us in any way, because otherwise you would have just picked up the phone and said, yeah, bros, I'm interviewing this guy, second time round, let's go. I need you lot in the audience and because you might ask the relevant questions that I miss. Just like
but Mackie,
Pearly things, yeah, she's saying she needed Sarah. Sarah, you needed the man then, but you know, each to their own. Yeah,
but he's more like a Mason Maku, man. He's like a Manuel than Manuel. That's why Manuel probably them man that support him. I've heard him supported in Verbal more because they got the same kind of rhetoric mentality, and it's like they're part of their fraternity, but they act like they're here for us. I don't understand it personally.
Definitely that Masonic, and even getting that interview was down to Big Bro. Do you get what I'm saying? So like that's clear. But as he bounces from people to people, he just uses people. Because when you're doing just Pearly thing, where's Big Bro? Huh? Where's Big Bro there? He could have easily done an interview. My man is a very good speaker. Big Bro at Speaker's Corner. Very good. Yeah? You didn't say, oh, Big Bro, I'm going over to this manosphere thing, because you know he's a big man and he won't accept that. You get what I'm saying? Big man with family and responsibilities is not going to accept manosphere nonsense. Yeah, and you should have gone to him when your woman, or you know what I mean, the situation with your woman, and get some big bro advice. That's it. That's how we work with each other. Or we're supposed to. But all this renegade stuff, doing it on my own, the black opinion, and it's far from black. It's just black on the surface with little track suits with Kente on it and all of this. Like, it's just jokes, fam. Now it's polar necks with with the Africa piece. Yeah, like this is jokes, man. I just can't. You know what I mean? I know Sarah. I just like, bruv, I see what you're doing, but you need advisors. You need people to tap you on your shoulder and say, yo, bro, I don't think you should go down that angle. Unless you have a bunch of yes people around you, which I'm not really convinced with. I feel that he's just a soloist. He's an opportunist. He cares about himself. You know what I mean? So
I feel like he might have a manager and he's possibly a Mason. That's what I feel like. I can't
He's a
guarantee it.
Mason.
I can't guarantee it, bro. But it's just the
No,
way the man operates. It
there's
seems
nothing to
that
say
way
that
to me.
he's not a Mason. There's nothing to say that he's not a Mason. No, there's nothing to say that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's
yeah. I
loads,
reckon he is a
there's
Mason.
loads
Yeah.
to support it. Yes, because everybody around you, yeah, is a Mason. You get what I'm saying? Everybody around you, you're in those type of circles of black folks that are not necessary about the black community. They'll tell you about banana thing when it came to Africa. I mean, the West Indies or Jamaica. Quick to tell you about the banana trade and all of this type of stuff. Yeah, and what the establishment and the authorities was doing. You need to go and listen to some of Big Bro's speeches and that. You know what I mean? That's a man who knows about the colonial and all of this type of stuff. Yeah. So he has got people, he should have had people around him who could have schooled him to certain things. And I think they did. And the little bits that he picked up, I don't know what he's doing, man. He should have passed it on to Pearl. You get me? But he's not a very good teacher. You know what I mean? Because your protege now you're trying to ruin it. My proteges, I just turned my back on them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they failed me, man. They didn't make the grade, man. I'm upset. You know what I mean? He's good still. You get me? He can still bail me in that, but I'm disappointed. You get me? I've moved on. Yeah. We always find it in the ends, right? We always try to bring someone someone younger than us, and you know, it's not grooming, but it's like, yeah, it's like mentoring. You get what I'm saying? You like the bigger brother or the older, and then you've got a younger, and you know what I mean? You want to teach him so he doesn't make all the mistakes you made necessarily. You get what I'm saying? There could be a better you or better them, put it that way. You know what I mean? Because as you know, no one can be.
So who here on the panel thinks that women shouldn't have a vote?
No one, man. Like, it's not even thing. Even the men that got the vote, does your vote even mean anything? We're at that stage.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I can't, because it's come out recently that she thinks that women shouldn't have a vote. I'm like, what?
Yeah, that's like sounding manosphere stuff.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's their material. So their material is based on certain aspects: high value women, low value women. Do you get it? All of these things, and remember that a lot of these manosphere guys, yeah, their end goal is a pearl. Yeah, a lot of people forget that. They feel that the white woman is the perfect woman to have on the arm going forward.
I don't know if they'd see Pearl as a high value woman because she got a child, right?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, she hasn't.
No?
No.
Oh, why did I think she got a baby?
I don't know.
She's still young. She's still
Oh, okay. Then maybe she. I don't know. Potentially, then she could be
student. Yeah. No, because she was chubby back in the day. That's serious. I heard she's lost a lot of weight.
Yeah,
but
she says that.
For me, as far as white women go, she's not the most appealing. She does nothing for me. Do you get what I'm saying? Like I know white women who are beautiful, yeah, and even if they're not beautiful, certain ones that are not beautiful have sex appeal. Now I don't see any of these things when I look at this young lady. Yeah, I just see a young girl doing her thing, and she's a businesswoman. Yeah. But I do emphasize the young, where other people say, no, she's a big woman. Yeah. Depend on your age and your perspective on things. When you got a child almost the same age, then, you know, it just rings different.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
but in terms of the voting thing, Dupes, I think, like, again, I'm kind of with Matthew in terms of what does it actually mean. I'm not a person who's ever kind of used my right to vote. But I did have a discussion before about it, and I wouldn't mind if they took the vote away from women, but made it a thing of, let's say, you get a vote per household. So, you know, your husband votes for all of the households, or the father of the household makes the vote. You know what I mean? So instead of every individual in the household having a vote and all the women, just make it like the head of each household has a vote.
Really?
There is an issue with that, though. There's an issue.
I wouldn't agree with that. I would.
Yeah, because we got to make society fair for everyone. That's why everyone's got to have a vote. And remember, the old people are going to vote for different things that the young people are certain times, and you know, different dynamics. They want different changes. So, you know, if
All
we
right, but
take away,
what would actually be the harm of women not voting? If we see men as leaders,
Mm.
then why would it be a problem for women if the men were to be making the ultimate decision as to where the country or where the government should take us?
because ultimately what it would do is it would silence those women who may be being mistreated within society and may not have a dependable man, XYZ. The ones who, you know, can depend on their man and, you know, have someone who's honest and caring for them, it might not affect so bad. But the ones who don't, it could be a detrimental.
Yeah, but they'll have a father or an uncle or someone who's responsible for them, let's say.
But he might still be bad man. They still might be bad man, didn't it?
Here it is, MJ. This plain Jane woman, yeah, used to walk past her shop with a buggy, right? See her passing all the time, and then after maybe about a month or two, she pops in and drops these flyers. Look at the flyer. She's like, "Oh, I'll just drop these off for you, lads." Okay, no problem. What's this? Green Party. Yeah. Thinking, all right, no problem. Yeah, I'll probably support them more than I'll support any other party or if I was gonna vote, but I know I ain't gonna vote, right? So only later to find out that the representative of the Green Party for my area at that time was her. You know what I'm saying? Was this woman? So I don't know. Yeah, when I actually opened the thing and looked on the back and see her in a pretty summer dress or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, looking in the picture, I was like, okay, the professional photo, you know what I mean? And I see her all the time doing the school run. Hi, how are you? You're like, hi. And then one time, she's the woman who walked in when Uncle Frank came. And she like came in, she done her normal thing, drop off the flyers, walked out, and then came back 5 minutes later, like, sorry, is that Frank Bruno? Yeah. And he was like, yeah. And they had a little conversation. And then she left, you know what I mean? But yeah, this woman who I thought was just any housewife, you know, was a representative of the Green Party. She was into politics and everything. So I don't know. For me, it's the voting thing. For me, it's just the illusion of inclusion. Yeah, they make decisions regardless, and most of our votes don't affect anything. It just affects your local MP. Right, so local elections and then there's general elections, right? So there's two types. So what are we talking about? Are we talking about women don't take part in the general election or local election? Which one?
Well, do you know what? That's a good question, actually, because I was just sort of thinking that as you were saying it in terms of maybe the women have a role
right
within it, and maybe it is more at a local level than a wider level, So,
I get you.
like, you know, in terms of, let's say, education, because obviously things go by boroughs, right? So things like education, childcare, facilities for young people. Sometimes women, it would be good to have their input on it as well, because obviously we're the ones that are majority of the time raising things, raising the children. Do you know what I mean? So, yes, there is definitely a role there, but should they be the ultimate decision makers? Should we be having females making decision on behalf of men in the country? And that's really
we've had that. We've had that.
We've had someone saying that women shouldn't vote. I don't think that's like a realistic kind of like thing to say. But I think if someone did say that, if someone opened their mouth and said, "I don't think women should vote," you got to ask yourself, what are they saying really? I think for my liking, what they're really saying is that all this LGBTQ shit, unisex toilets, all this bullshit that we're seeing today, a lot of it wouldn't have gone through or made it through or even made it to the table if men was in charge and women didn't have a vote.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that.
I don't believe that neither.
Even the gays had a party, man. It was called the Liberal Democrats.
No, but I think there's something to what Khan is saying, because come on, guys, you lot are always saying, "Oh, it's the women that allow these things to happen. Women are embracing it. Women are allowed it." So
but not the trans. It's mostly men that want to lob it off and get a.
Can I say something real quickly, MJ? Because I see your point, and I am a culprit of this also. But one thing I'm not going to do, I'm not going to sit up here and lie. As far as I'm concerned, within this type of democracy that we're living in under Roman law, unfortunately, it don't matter if women have a vote or not. This stuff is still going to happen. This gay stuff's going to happen. This letter gang's going to happen. So I feel like, you know, unless we're living in a religious state, you know, if it's Sharia law, maybe. If it's like
All right, Shifa, in the Sharia
Bible
law,
law,
would there even be a vote?
well, no. And this is the thing. And if it was like biblical law, the women definitely wouldn't get a vote neither. But we're not
Exactly,
under that
yeah.
type of law. So outside of living under, you know, the laws of the Most High and everyone having to adhere to certain things, I think it's essential that women have a vote.
Yeah, in real life, but hypothetically, I think whoever made the claim isn't saying it in real life, saying, "Oh, take women's vote away from them." I think if someone said,
No,
"I don't
she
think
did.
women
She
should
said on
vote,"
trigonometry that she believes that women
yeah,
shouldn't get the vote and they should
yeah,
be
as a belief,
completely submissive to a man.
Who said
yeah.
that?
She did.
Pearly,
Who?
Pearly
Early.
Tins, the
Really?
ginger one.
Yeah, you want to watch the trigonometry interview? It's really
I mean,
interesting.
personally, just for argument's sake, I would take Pearly's side just because I don't see the problem with women not being able to vote, and I don't see a problem with women submitting to a man.
Yeah, but it makes democracy a lie, MJ. That's the problem. If we say we're not living in a democracy, I don't have a problem with it. But if we say we're living in democracy, I expect to see democracy in it, which means everyone gets a vote. Once you turn 18, everyone. And I think that that's fair. Outside of a democracy, maybe, you know, we're going into more of a kind of dictatorship then. It's going to be a chauvinistic, male-orientated dictatorship to some extent, because no matter what anyone else says in the household, the man is still going to have the right to cast the vote how he sees fit. And that could be a problem for people in democracy.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
and I
that's what I'm
don't
saying.
agree
If
with
men are leaders, then what's
dictatorship.
the
I don't
problem?
agree with dictatorship. That's
Yeah.
extremism.
Well, kind of. I kind of agree with you to an extent there as well, Jupiter. But I feel that if we're living under religious law, although it seems like a dictatorship, the dictatorship would be coming from the religious book or from the Most High then, yeah? And if the dictatorship comes from the Most High, that means no one isn't subject to the law, even the people who are enforcing it. Now, unfortunately, in a democracy, there are people who are above the law, which is why I think it's essential that women have their vote, just to make sure that at no point can they be usurped or any other section of society could
Right,
be
so does
usurped.
anyone know, when did women get the right to vote in the UK?
18 something or other.
Yeah, just before. I think it's about 19th century actually. Let me double check.
1820 or
1820 is the
1890
19th
around
century.
that. Yeah.
That's a long time. It's like 200 years ago.
Yeah, you're right. It's the 19th century, Con. That's why I said that.
Yeah.
Why did I think it was more recent? I thought it was like in
Is
the
it
50s
19? Was
or
it
60s.
1920? Fucking hell.
Oh,
Have a
Oh,
look.
20th
let's
century.
have Google.
You might be
When
right,
did-
actually. It might be the 19th century. It might be 1920, not 19 and 19, something like that.
Yeah, 1928.
1928, yeah. Okay, so almost 100 years then. So I'm thinking, what impact do we think that's had? What benefit has that had for women since then?
Well, it's given women the right to have their own property, to have their own jobs, to make their own money, and to command a life outside the rulership of a man.
So it gave them equal pay. And eventually, because they used their votes to bring in stuff that applied to them. Look,
Yeah.
the fact of the matter is, Mary, I don't think we should be taking the vote away from women, because there are circumstances where even if we went back to traditional values, what about if your husband dies, you become a widower? That means that you don't get to vote, but you're still living in society, or you know, there's always going to be outliners. And no, I definitely think a woman should be allowed to vote.
And
But
technically, if
then,
you
I
have
mean,
a
the thing
son, the
is,
son would
sorry,
become the.
one second, I was going to say, like, the woman can still live in society. It's just that unless she has a man, unless she's under a man's household, let's say if her husband dies and maybe she's got like a brother or a cousin or a father or someone who can sort of, like, let's say, be in charge or make that decision or that vote on behalf of that household. Sorry, I completely lost the point I was making.
Yeah, I kind of get
Then
your
they'll
point.
be
I just feel
dependent
that
on the men,
MJ,
basically.
the reason I say it would only work in a completely religious society is because, let's say, for instance, if you're under Sharia law, my understanding of Sharia law is similar to biblical law in the sense that if a husband died, then, you know, his family members still have obligation to the wife. There's still an obligation by law. You know what I'm
Right.
trying to
And
say?
and
For
let's say
instance, marrying
male who's in
the
the
brother,
family,
X,
then
Y,
she
Z.
still gets to live in society, but she just won't be able to have any impact on the decisions that are made within society. You just have to accept that as a woman.
Yeah,
And
but I
it's
don't
just,
think you should have to
yeah.
accept it.
Yeah, not in this society, I don't believe so. Because if those decisions manage to put you in a situation where you're basically enslaved by a society, there'll be nothing you could do about it.
Yeah, but who's to say that that's going to happen? Are you
It's
saying that
happened
as a
many
man?
times before.
So are you saying that as a, because let's talk about this now, right? The men will be able to make the decisions, right? So Schiffer, you're one of those men.
Yeah.
Khan's going to be one of those men. Sniper's going to be one of those men, right? So
Yeah.
are you then going to make decisions that are going to be detrimental to those women that are not protected by a man in society?
I'm
Or are
gonna be
you
honest with you.
decisions that are going to create a society that's going to look after those women?
I'm gonna be totally honest with you, MJ. Yeah, like me personally, yeah, I wouldn't want to see a world where women are persecuted on a day-to-day basis or enslaved in some way. But I don't believe that the majority of men are like me. I don't believe the majority of men are like Khan or Maku or the people you meet on the panel. I believe the majority of people are quite selfish.
I'm not going to lie, I'd be scared if Schiffer was making decisions for
Yeah,
women.
put in the wrong situation. Listen, you be fucked. I'm telling you, you be fucked. You have to be careful. Pearly, be careful, man, because, you know, man, them can be treacherous, you know. Like, remember, it's men that wanted to rule the world. Do you feel what I'm trying to say? Like Alexander, like Genghis Khan, like it's men. It's not women that wanted to take over everything and rule over people and enslave people. So
Yeah,
I
they're
think
too
it's a
busy ruling over the household.
yeah, it's a rock. You're treading on thin ice in that kind of society as a woman, I believe.
I just don't see why women have to be treated a certain way just because men are the leaders in society.
Because men are ferocious. We are warriors.
Well, then you guys had a problem then. This is what you're saying, Schiffer. You guys had
Potentially.
an actual problem.
When it
All
comes to things
so how
like that.
about we stop you
Yeah.
guys from voting then?
Well, potentially that, you know what? I potentially
And we just
that
let the
could
women take
also,
over.
yeah, but it works both ways because women can be just as treacherous as men. Do you feel where I'm coming from? And, you know,
Yeah.
maybe women
Let
didn't
me
want
and
to rule the
Jupiter run the
world.
country.
No, but this is the thing. This is the difference, MJ. Women didn't want to rule the world, but maybe some of them wanted to rule the roost. And in ruling the roost, we could still have a similar kind of situation where someone is being, you know, made a slave to society and, you know, other people are being put. And it's happening today in our society today. And I think that's why, even like when Jupiter brought that Bible passage to me yesterday, that's why I wanted to go through it with her, because I think even that highlights some of what we're talking about in this conversation, where it's like people are focused on, they're focused on certain areas of life in the wrong way. Like, because we're living in a false society, we're living in a demonic society. So unfortunately, in a demonic society, how are we going to try and implement, you know, godly ways and godly structures?
Yeah, we need to find out the context in which she made that statement.
So basically, yeah, the context I made that statement here was Jupiter said yesterday about endless genealogies. And if I remember rightly, it is Timothy 1. And in Timothy 1, what we find is we find Paul or Timothy speaking on behalf of Paul, is what I believe it is to some extent. And he's telling us what Paul has said to him in the reference of the actual Romans, Alexander and his people. Yeah, and what he's basically saying is, when they're talking about endless genealogies in particular, I believe he's talking about Western racism. I believe that's what he's talking about. People thinking they're better than others, and some people are supposed to have more, some people are supposed to have this, and some people are worthless. Do you know what I'm trying to say? That's what I believe he's talking about. And then he goes on to further chastise the very people that he comes from within that very statement. So it's like, we have to understand, he knew that the society was demonic. He knew that Roman law was demonic. And what he was trying to do was convert them from Roman law to something that was a bit more black. and they was finding it very difficult, and you know, they murdered him, and they then took his words and used them to their own advantage. And you know, some people like to twist the story and twist the word to make it mean what they want it to mean, when if we read the whole passage, we're going to see clearly who he's talking to. He's not talking to everyone, because even in that passage he affirms that you know, the prophecies are meant to come true. These are meant to happen. So certain people, maybe by their race alone, were supposed to be saved. Maybe that is true, but it's not for everyone. But some people wanted to write themselves into the story. They want to write themselves into the book. They wanted their people to fit into certain categories, and it just doesn't work like that. There ain't no endless genealogy. You know, God picked his people and that's it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Outside of that, you just got to be a good servant. You just got to obey the laws. If you live by the laws, you can still be saved, but you can't expect that, you know, like what Christians say, well, Jesus died on the cross, so we're saved anyway. It don't work like that, bro. I'm glad I got a chance to explain that anyway. I hope I didn't make it too drawn out for you.
MJ?
I don't know. I had Bible.
Did you enjoy a little Bible lesson?
I had Bible and my brain switched off.
I was going to read the passage for you, yeah? I'll read a little bit of it so you can get the context of what I'm saying. Look, Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ, by the commandment of our God and Savior and Lord Jesus Christ, which is our hope, unto Timothy, my own son in the faith, grace, mercy, and peace from God our Father and Jesus our Lord, as I besought thee to abide still at Ephesus when I went into Macedonia, that thou mightest charge some that they teach no other doctrine. So he wants them to stop teaching other doctrines in the Macedonian camps, yeah? Neither give heed to fables and endless genealogies. So when he's saying give heed to fables, wives' tales, he's talking about the lies that they're telling, because that's what they're doing. They're trying to spin lies with the text, which minister questions rather than godly edifying, which is in faith. So do. Now, the end of the commandment is charity out of a pure heart and of good conscience and of faith unfeigned, from which some have swerved, have turned aside unto vain jangling. So what I believe he's talking about here, he's talking about, you know, if we're really to be godly people, we're really supposed to be the people who are the people of the book, we're trying to follow the Most High, we've got to be charitable. We can't be walking around with our pockets filled and riches and, you know, billionaires, millionaires, and there's people starving in the world. Can't do that, bro. And if you're doing that, then you are ungodly. You're not part of the thing. Yeah. So then it says, desiring to be teachers of the law, understanding neither what they say nor whereof they affirm. So this is the point I'm making now, where I'm saying people are interpreting the Bible based on what someone told them, not based on what they read. And now it's like you're just affirming things that someone told you rather than reading
But
it.
that is what
things in
Christianity
context.
is, though, Shifa. The church fathers
No, it's
dictate.
not, brother.
No, brother. No, it's
You
not,
gotta
brother.
read the
No,
Bible.
brother. No,
Excuse
brother.
me. I'm
No,
saying
brother.
that
That's what you're doing right now, Shifa.
institutionalized religion.
No, I'm reading it to you, MJ. I'm not listening to the church and telling you what the church told me. I'm reading it with you
And giving me your interpretation.
No, I'm giving you what it says on the paper. It says quite clearly here. Look, I'll read it again.
And you gave your interpretation. Could you said
No,
that to me says,
I'm just
therefore
telling you
that
what the
is your
word says.
interpretation that you are giving, and we
All
can
right, so
all
what
have
would you
different
interpret it as?
interpretations.
But what's wrong with that, though,
Personally,
MJ?
I'm not
Let's
even
get it on the
invested.
screen.
But
Let's
what's
get it
wrong
on
with
the
his
screen.
I'm not
interpretation?
invested.
All right, let's get it on the screen and you read it yourself and you tell me what you
MJ,
interpret.
you don't gotta talk about it though. MJ, if you're not invested, you don't even gotta talk about it.
Nah, that was a good line from MJ when she said, "I'm just not invested."
And that's not, but that's fair. No, she makes a fair
That's what I'm
point there,
saying. She
but
don't gotta talk about it. She don't have to talk about it if she's not invested. Don't you
do you know what
realize
the
that?
problem is? You see my brother, yeah? The problem is, yeah, with what MJ's saying is, yeah, she's saying, I'm giving my interpretation of it. Now, what I'm
But you
saying
did.
to you, brother, listen.
Thank
The
you, Con.
Bible says this. The Bible says, now the end of the commandment is charity out of a pure heart and of a good conscience and of faith unfeigned. What does that mean, MJ? Tell me your interpretation.
I'm sorry, she's talking to me. I tell you what, if you can screen share and I can read it, I might be able to give you my interpretation. But you just reading it is very difficult. I'm a visual person. I like to see things, especially when I'm reading.
Let me log on the laptop, because obviously, if you think I'm just interpreting it in the way that I want it to sound, I'd like you to read
I
it
mean,
for yourself.
why don't you
to be
just carry
sure.
on making your point? That was just an observation that I was making, but I don't want to derail the conversation, because I said I'm not too personally invested in the Bible conversations. Maybe you and Afro can have a bit of a dialogue about it.
All right,
I mean, I
MJ,
wasn't even
MJ.
dialoguing
Listen to this.
about it.
Listen to this again. One second, brother. Let's just go through this
Let him
stage by stage again. Paul, an apostle
But
of
you did
Jesus.
hear that I'm not
I know
interested
you're not
in the
interested, but
Bible talk.
I'm going
Yeah,
through
don't
it with the
even address
brothers
her.
who are
Don't address her though.
interested, just so that
Okay.
they can make sure that
All right,
I'm not
but
just
Shifa, I'm saying
misinterpreting it, and
I'm
everyone can
not
get
going to take in what you're
everyone can get
saying.
the Bible's
I'm
interpretation.
not going to listen. I'm not going to even respond to you. I will leave
I'm
you
not
to have the
expecting you to.
conversation with the rest of the
No, please
panel.
go on mute then. Please go on mute. But I'm not. I don't care if you respond or not. I'm not. Your opinion isn't that important. But obviously, we would like to have it. But if you don't want to share it, that's fine.
No, Shifa,
Anyway,
we listening. Just
Paul,
let's hear your point though.
Paul, an apostle of Jesus, by commandment of God, our Savior and Lord Jesus Christ, which is our hope. Unto Timothy, my son in the faith, grace, mercy, and peace from God our Father and Jesus Christ our Lord. Yeah. So we know that this is Paul, an apostle of Jesus Christ, by the commandment of God and a Savior and Lord Jesus Christ. Is anyone going to disagree with that? Because that's what the Bible said. It's not what I said, but you seem to think it's what I'm saying. Now let's go to the next bit. As I besought thee to abide still at Ephesus when I went into Macedonia, that thou mightest charge some that they teach no other doctrine. Now, how can that be saying anything other than to charge these people that they speak no other doctrine? It says it in clear English. For people who understand Old English and, you know, understand English without the inserted words, it's clear as day. Yeah. So he's telling them that they're teaching falsehoods.
Is
They're
that
not
Bible
teaching
that
the,
you're reading the original Bible? Is
this
it the
is the,
original
listen,
scriptures? Is it a translation?
listen, this is the original, this is the KJV right here. This is KJV right here. Yeah, we're reading KJV. Neither give heed to fables and endless genealogies. Now we know what fables are. Fables are stories, someone telling tales, just like I said. So there's no way I can be wrong about that. Endless genealogies, which minister questions rather than godly edifying, which is in faith. So do. Now, in the context of what he's saying, he's speaking about the Macedonians. He's speaking about a particular group. He's not speaking to everyone. He's speaking about people. So once I've put that in context, I don't understand how you can understand it as me just interpreting it in my own way. I'm just reading what it says. Yeah. So then it says, now the end of the commandment is charity out of a pure heart and of good conscience and of faith unfeigned. Yeah. So when you're saying charity out of pure heart, what you're talking about, not charity just because you feel bad, charity out of pure heart. It's quite clear, and of good conscience and of faith unfeigned. So, you know, you're within your faith, you're told to be charitable. You're told, especially within Christianity, not to make other people suffer. And if you see someone suffering, even if you see people in the street, really, you're actually supposed to help them. You're supposed to take them in and get them back to normal. Do you understand? But enough people don't take that into consideration when they're calling themselves Christian. Yeah. So then it moves further. It says, from which some have swerved. So it's telling you people have swerved from this behavior, have turned aside unto vain jangling. Yeah. So when it's talking about people swerving this type of behavior and turning aside unto vain jangling, how is it not talking about money? If anyone thinks I'm wrong about that, please give your interpretation now. Otherwise, forever hold your peace. Then it says, I guess to 7, it says, desiring to be teachers of the law, understanding neither what they say nor whereof they affirm. So they desire to be teachers of the law, but they don't even understand the words they're using properly. Yeah, they're misinterpreting, MJ. Then on top of that, yeah, on top of your misinterpretations, what we have is a people who don't even know whereof they affirm. So they don't even know what they're affirming. They think the thing they're affirming belongs to them. They think this book's about them. It's not about you. You don't know what you're affirming. And when you know what you're affirming, you ain't going to want to affirm no more, because you're going to realize it wasn't about you. It wasn't about racism. It wasn't about putting people over others and trying to trample people underfoot. It was never about that. That's just what the Romans used it for. Yeah. So it says, but we know that the law is good if a man use it lawfully. And that just confirms what I'm saying even further. So there's no way that I'm going to sit by idly and just allow Bible passages to be misinterpreted for the sake of people inflating their egos. Let's just keep it a buck 100. Yeah. Like when we're talking about endless genealogies, we're talking about racism. We're talking about Europeans and their behaviors and wanting to write themselves into things and not wanting to accept that you came after and accept that this was someone else's story. And just accept that, do you know what? Sometimes you're not the special one in the and being a part of the story, you can still get to the end, you know? But some people just can't accept that. I'll rest my case. If anyone's got anything to say, I'd love to hear you.
No, King, you made some great points, man. Thanks for that information.
Come on, brother. You know me, man. I put bodies in the bag, really. Only because Jupiter's being polite and nice. I'm being nice about it. And I'm saying, well, we've shared this now, Jupiter. If at any point you feel like I'm wrong and you have any rebuttal, I'm happy to listen to you also, because I don't want it to make it one-sided. Like, I just didn't believe that you actually knew the passage that well from what you had told me. That's all it was.
All I've got to say is read the words again and understand them, and let those who have ears hear.
Well, what is the part I'm misunderstanding? If you could elaborate.
You're the one doing your own interpretation, just like MJ said, and it tells you not to do that, but you're still doing it. Anyway, I don't want to speak any further on it.
Well, what part did I give my own interpretation to? Can you detail it? Because if you can't detail it, if you can't, 1 second, if any of you ladies who have made this point now, because 2 of you have said it now, if you cannot detail the exact part which you believe I've misinterpreted and show me the reason you are making this sentence.
No one said it. Hold on, Shifa. No one said misinterpretation. Okay. Nobody said a misinterpretation.
Oh.
What we said is that is your interpretation.
No. That is what it is.
It is possible that other people can have a different interpretation. I have seen it my whole life. I have seen it many times on these panels. People will argue about certain passages because they have different interpretations of what they are reading. I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. It was just a simple observation that you were saying the Bible is saying you shouldn't have your own interpretation, but you are giving your own interpretation when you remix it into your own words. Yes, it is. That is my observation. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
All right, I'll tell you why you're wrong when you're finished, bro. You go first, bro.
Literally, all I wanted to say is he read the text, so he did not give his own interpretation. And I'm literally listening neutrally. I'm not on no one side but the Bible side. He did not give an interpretation.
Brother, all I done was, where the wording was not in modern English, all I done was update to my modernized way of wording it, yeah? Outside of that, my modernized way of wording it is just showing you my understanding of it. It's not misinterpreting it. It's not even interpreting it. It's just telling you what the words mean. If you believe these words mean something different, anybody, please challenge me on it. I dare somebody. You know that I triple dare.
All right, but Shifa, here's what I'm saying. I don't personally think, I may be wrong, and obviously people can come off mute and they can challenge you if they want to. I don't think anyone on the panel right now is that invested in it. You've brought it up as a subject, but I don't think anyone's really that interested.
I'm actually glad for that, because it just gives me an easy victory. But when, Brother Reggie or, someone like, who do you lot trust when it comes to the Bible? What's his name again? I can't remember his name, the young boy, or any of these boys who are Bible guys, when they come along, maybe we can have the conversation then, and we'll see if any of them can tell me that I'm misinterpreting, because I'm 100.
Again, nobody said misinterpreting.
But MJ, why did you say no one was interested? I found the information that the brother brought to the table very interesting. I was even muting up so I could listen to the brother.
And that's what I said. If I'm wrong, feel free to come off mute.
Also, Dale, listen, let me say this and I'll mute up again. there are listeners that are not on the panel that are listening to this information as well, who can't audibly say, yeah, I thought that was interesting. So we have to also take that into account.
Brother, let me read on for you, yeah, because how I'm going to show you,
but
yeah.
Afro, we also have to take into account that, you know, if nobody else on the panel is engaging in this conversation, it's a waste of time for the people that are on the panel. It's just, I'm personally not that invested in having religious conversations, right? If other people are, that's great. I can facilitate that, but I'm not hearing anyone else besides yourself. So if you want to carry on having a conversation with Shifa, that's cool. We're here to facilitate that. But personally, I'm not.
Literally, we could just let Shifa make his points and then we can move forward.
I'll probably finish on this year because I didn't obviously read the whole passage, but obviously I got to the part where it said, but we know that the law is good if a man use it lawfully. It then goes on to say, knowing this, the law is not made for a righteous man, but for the lawless and disobedient, for the ungodly and for the sinners, for unholy and profane, for murderers of fathers and murderers of mothers, for manslayers, for whoremongers, for them that defile themselves with mankind, for the men stealers, for liars, for perjured persons, and if there be any other thing that is contrary to sound doctrine. So when I'm telling you, it's talking about the Europeans, like how could it not be? Think about what it just said there, the man stealers. What are we doing, bro?
No, that's a good point. That's a great point.
It's too easy, but obviously, like my point's made, I need to say no more. I just wanted to make sure that Jupiter was up to date with the text. And obviously, if you think I've read it wrong, Jupiter, like I said, I'm open to hearing your point of view and you showing us in the text the point what you think I'm wrong on or points and explaining why it means something different. I think you'd be hard pressed to do so, but I'm happy to entertain it if you have the gall to meet my challenge.
For God's sake, Shifa, that passage that you've just read is so simple. Basically, it only applies to anyone who breaks the law, because only criminals need the law applied to them. And when it says man stealers, have you not heard of people kidnapping all over the world? Have you not heard of burglary or rape or violent crimes all over the world? What are you talking about? It's to be applied to the whole of mankind.
Yeah. Okay. Well, do you see, because you've said that now, yeah, what I'm going to do, let's just read the rest of it so you can, I can affirm with you that you've obviously been misled here. And this passage is specifically talking to a specific set of people. Watch this. According to the glorious gospel of the blessed God, which was committed to my trust. And I thank Christ Jesus, our Lord, who hath enabled me for that he counted me faithful, putting me into the ministry, who was before a blasphemer and a persecutor and injurious, but I obtained mercy because I did it ignorantly in unbelief. And the grace of our Lord was exceedingly abundant with faith and love, which is in the Christ Jesus. So what he's basically saying here is he's saying he was just as bad as them, the people that he's talking to, because he's one of them. Yeah. And he said,
please, I apologize for Kanye, but please let me make this point. And I was trying to make it earlier, but I was exercising. I couldn't take myself off mute. But Jupiter, one thing that you're leaving out is that Caucasians, and this has nothing to do with racism at all. Caucasians, the amount of human trafficking that they have engaged in historically is unparalleled. You cannot compare another race. No other race has committed the level of human trafficking or enslavement as Caucasians committed in the transatlantic chattel slave trade. Literally.
Well, brother, listen to what he says next. Because when you see the next line, that was the killer. Watch the next line, yeah?
So actually, I could argue that the slave trade that come from the Islamic slave trade is still going on today.
Yeah, but they're the same people.
In Libya, and that if you added up all the numbers from the 1400s, then you might come to a different conclusion.
Yeah, but they're all the same people.
Secondly, if you're telling me that there's an almighty God that wrote a book and that he said that the laws only apply to one race, then it is racism.
No,
So
he's
you're
never said it
talking-
only applies to one race. He said it applies to the sinners, the murderers, the man stealers. But ultimately,
which can be of any race.
and that part is true. But ultimately, Jupiter, at this point in the text, this is Paul speaking to his people. And how do I know that? How can I confirm that? Listen to this next line in this passage. Who was before a blasphemer and a persecutor and injurious, but I obtained mercy because I did it ignorantly in unbelief. So only because he was ignorant and didn't believe, but now he believes, he's been saved, and now he's found mercy. And the grace of our Lord was exceeding abundant with faith and love, which is in Christ Jesus. This is a faithful saying and worthy of all acceptance that Jesus came into the world to save sinners, of whom I am chief. Yeah? So when I'm telling you he's talking to his own people, because he's the chief of them. He ain't chief of no Israel.
And please, let me say this briefly, and then I'll mute up. I'll make a very brief point. Jupiter brought up the Arabian slave trade, and we must address that. I'm glad she brought that up, because that also illustrates that Caucasians are not our only enemy as people of African descent. But the part that she omitted is that when we look at Arabia and when we look at Asia, there are literally less people of African descent. There are exponentially more African people in the Americas as a result of the transatlantic chattel slave trade than there are in Asia and Arabia as a result of the Arabian slave trade. Even though the Arabian slave trade is wicked, we cannot numerically compare it to the transatlantic chattel slave trade. We cannot.
Yes, but if you're going to look at God and the world, and you're going to see the world in totality, you're not just going to focus on the American experience.
That's true.
That's my point. That's why I brought up the Americas, which is more than one country, versus Asia and Arabia. When we look at the continent of America, not just the United States, but North America, South America, Central America, there are more people of African descent here as a result of European enslavement than there are Africans in Arabia and Asia as a result of Arabian enslavement. And really, I will stand corrected if you have any evidence.
I'm not negating that point.
All right, well then that's my point. Then Caucasians,
yeah, but I'm saying that the point's irrelevant.
No, you're missing my point.
Okay,
miss. How can you tell me the point is irrelevant? We're talking about the Bible, miss. The point is that Caucasians are unparalleled in their engagement in human trafficking and chattel enslavement. That's the point, miss.
It's true. It's true. And at the end of the passage, let me just read the last line. It says, the last line says, of whom is Hymenaeus and Alexander, whom I have delivered unto Satan, that they may learn not to blaspheme. Yeah. So he's talking to specific peoples, Jupiter, specific. I don't know how much more specific we can be, but if you just don't get it, I don't want to argue with you. I must listen to your point now. All right, she hasn't got a point. I think the Bible is not specific for no reason. When the Bible is specific, anytime it's specific, you know, it's specific for a reason. When it said Israel was going to go into captivity, or it said the house of Judah and certain people within Israel were going to go into captivity, very specific. And me as an Israelite, I'm not denying it. I'm not fighting it. I'm not trying to fight it down and say, oh, well, you're just focused on one race. Oh, well, oh, woe was me. I'm not doing that. I'm accepting my fate, but can you accept yours? I don't think I've got any more points to make because I feel like, you know, that was an easy victory. Thank you for another head on the mantelpiece. But yeah, maybe we should change subject now, man. That was I thought it was easier than I thought it would be. I thought you had more than this, Jupes, man.
Kind of goes back to that old saying of reading the room, Schiffer. I said you got to understand how many people, or try to read how many people are actually about to engage with a topic that you derailed the other conversation with. Because we was talking about voting, and then you were just like, yeah, while we're on this topic, yeah, let me bring up this passage and start reading the passage and traumatizing the panel.
I hear you, but technically, yeah, it is actually kind of relating to that conversation in a way where if we're going to talk about people who should be able to vote and who shouldn't be able to vote, really the people who shouldn't be able to vote should be the people who are the biggest sinners. And the biggest sinners, the biggest committers of sin on this planet are the people we call bankers, the people we call lawyers, the people we call judges, the people we call millionaires and billionaires and well, politicians and the like. They are the biggest committers of sin on this planet. So none of these people should be allowed to vote. None of these people should be able to hold a position of power. Not one of them.
But then, just like you were saying earlier on, then we'd have to be living in some sort of like religious society in order for that to happen. Because who's going to deem these people as sinners?
Well, the thing is, they deemed themselves as sinners. The moment they accepted Roman law over the law of God, they deemed themselves sinners because they go by the name Christian. And if you go by the name Christian, just like if you go by the name Islam, you're now under the law of that deity. And if you're not abiding by the laws of that deity, then you are by classification worse than a sinner.
What was the context of the voting conversation, though? Just so I'm caught up.
We was talking about should women be allowed to vote in a democracy like what we're in now, like in England. And I'm saying within a democracy, yes. Outside of a democracy, maybe in a religious state where everyone is held to religious standard or to the most highest standard of law, then maybe not so much. Maybe we don't even need voting in that kind of a system. Do you know,
Let me this. Hold on. And in the UK, are they? Is there legislation being drafted to take women's rights to vote away?
No. It was Pearly Thing said it.
Pearly Thing said it. Yeah. So we were discussing that, and I was saying I don't see why it's necessary for women to be able to vote. I don't see the problem with it being taken away from women.
And I'm saying that
really, MJ?
I'm saying that we need to keep it, and women should have the right to vote. So there you go.
Why do you think that, MJ? If you don't mind me asking, or have you already answered it? Sorry, if you have.
Because if we're going to see men as the leaders, then I don't see why women should be voting. We should leave the voting up to the men on how the country is run.
So you don't even want your daughters to be able to vote?
No.
Wow.
No women. No women.
And she is sticking to her guns in this. I'll give you that one. But I also feel that, you know, maybe there is a point to what MJ's saying in the sense of, you know, like she made a point earlier. What did you say again? You said if the men in the household casted the vote for the whole household, so maybe they had their own vote in the household and we all decide amongst us what we're going to vote for. But I honestly
based on
feel
what
that,
our household is about, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I honestly feel that the household could become a dictatorship that way. In the sense of,
be realistic. Like, I mean, let's just
but the household should be led by the men anyway. By the men.
That's what MJ's saying. Yeah, so she's not asked about the control of the household.
Yeah, and I get that. But that's why
I don't see how you would benefit from that, especially in this day and age. MJ, you know what I mean? Maybe it might have been a few years back, maybe, but I couldn't see how women would benefit from it now, personally.
They would not.
I don't see how we're benefiting from being able to vote.
All right.
Give it a say.
MJ, you just don't vote, then it's all right. But the rest of the women, y'all still please go out and vote for somebody.
Why? Why should we vote? What difference does it actually make?
Let me also say this: if you don't see nobody worth voting for, hold on, let me say this. Let me say this: if you don't see nobody worth voting for, you run for public office. Then, really, you could do it. All the listeners, you have the ability to do it. And if you're popular enough, you can get voted for. You can get elected.
So what, be elected to be a part of a government that I don't believe in? I don't believe in their structures, in their strategies.
What you don't believe in.
And you think that someone within that government, you think that one elected local councillor or a politician is actually going to be able to make significant changes?
I don't know. You tell us. You tell us when you get to that level.
Exactly.
We've never experienced that, have we? I've always heard the argument against it, like, oh, they'll suppress you and they'll do this, but no common person's ever really done it, have they?
I'm yet to see significant changes that have been made by one person.
So I believe that if we had our vote taken away, we'd have our voice taken away. We wouldn't have a right to be able to stand in even circles like this and have a say. It's a slippery slope. I don't agree with it.
No, I personally don't like them.
And then the part that MJ is leaving out, I'm not trying to make MJ a target, but I gotta say this: she leaving out that a lot of these men is incompetent, really. So we can't just leave it up to them to make decisions over
You
women.
see, it's funny, Afro, because Shifa said the same thing. Well, a similar thing. And you guys are basically now saying what you just said. Men are incompetent.
No, I said some, a lot of men are, just like a lot of
Yeah,
women.
and maybe some women are incompetent as well.
That's my point. That's why the competent men and women need to lead together.
But who do you actually think should be leading in society? Men or women or both?
Both.
Behind every strong man is a strong woman, isn't it?
Yeah, but he's leading, right?
I mean, you got a mother and a father. You got a male and a female.
To a point, yeah. To a point.
All right, but think about it like this, guys, right?
Even if you think it on the black and white terms of a woman does the house chores and a man doesn't, women should have a say on how that goes down. Do you get me?
Right.
So maybe if you went down the route of saying, well, maybe women vote on women's stuff and men vote on the bigger decisions, I'd maybe be sympathetic to your argument. But saying ruling it out altogether, saying no, I just don't see how.
Even think of it like this, right? So you and your missus, you're both able to vote, right? Now, let's say you want to vote one way, or you decide to vote one way for whichever party, Green Party or whatever, right? And then your missus decides
MJ,
to vote.
I'm not sure. I've got a call. Sorry.
Oh, okay, no worries. We'll come back to you. All right, Afro, Shifa. Let's say your woman decides to vote differently from how you're voting, and that impacts society. Let's say your woman's vote is the one to the deciding vote, right, in that particular election. And then you find out that the society is now doing something that you didn't want to happen because the woman in your household voted for it to be like that. Are you happy with that?
I already lived in that situation already, and this is what we have to do. This is the solution. And what I give you an example. Right now in the U.S., we have a president called Joe Biden. I did not support Joe Biden at all. I still don't. But many demographically, most African American men and women supported Biden. That doesn't mean that I should say that African Americans should not have the right to vote just because they voted against without, feel as though it's the best interest for African Americans.
So for every word and every action, there's a positive and a negative. There's more than one perspective. And for me, the only way that people make progress is for people on both sides to actually put their opinions forward and then come to a conclusion that they can both negotiate as something that they'd both agree and adhere to. That is what society is. That's what voting's all meant to be about. And that's why I think that a woman has an important role to play in speaking up for their opinions. Secondly, when it comes to a marriage, people don't want to sit in a bubble where everybody just agrees the whole time. Actually, people enjoy having conversations with each other where they can disagree sometimes in a safe environment where they know they're not going to be ridiculed for having a foolish belief, or where they can actually sit and philosophize. It's actually a nice.
I hear that, Duke, but shouldn't your households be on the same page? Like, shouldn't you and your husband be on the same page in terms of what you want to see politically, or what you want to see in the society that you and your children live in?
So no, I don't think so. Actually, I think because if you look at a lot of successful marriages, you will find that most of the women are left leaning, and a lot of the husbands are right leaning.
I don't know. I can see it potentially being a problem. Let's say, for example, it was in. Let's go something that's close to home, right? I know, obviously, it's not an issue now, but let's say it was an issue for your husband being an immigrant back in the days, whatever, and there was a vote to decide which party should come in, and one party is against immigration, one party is for immigration. Now, you might support that party that's against immigration because of something else that they have in their strategy going forward. Like, should your household not be on the same page when it comes to that kind of stuff, at least?
MJ,
No,
you're making a
I
good
know. I
point.
don't think so. I think because I believe in going with the majority. So, you know, if even in the real world. But by the way, I want to make it clear: I'm not against immigration. I'm against illegal immigration. But there is a
Yeah,
difference.
yeah, no, I was just saying hypothetically.
No, I know.
that's
But when it comes to
yeah.
that subject, I have to do these little disclaimers because otherwise people clip and run with it. But no, I think that you go with the majority. It's like people say to me, okay, and maybe it is because I've got mixed race children. Maybe that has swayed my mindset. I don't know. But people say to me, so if this country in 100 years was completely mixed race, would it bother you? And my answer to that is, well, number one, I'm not going to be around in 100 years. And number two, only if it's forced. So when you're having people forced onto you and people raping you, then I think that's wrong. But if it's a general consensus that everybody, every white person and every black person wanted to marry out and mingle up, well, then the general consensus has spoken with their sex lives and it's happened organically. Why would I object to something that the majority wanted?
And MJ, you're making a good point, but the part that you're leaving out is that doesn't mean that women shouldn't have the right to vote, though. Yeah, you're right. The mother and the father, all families, you're right. We should be on one accord, but that don't mean that if one of us is off code, then we don't have the right to vote. That's two different things.
Yeah, big up everyone, man.
Yeah, I
Big up.
don't know.
Big up Afro. What you saying?
As I said, I personally think a household should be on the same page, and I don't think it's fair that a man and a woman are able to have different votes when they're living in the same household. They should have the same kind of mindset, the same kind of thinking, not necessarily about everything. You may have opposing views on things, but when it comes to your political mindset and what you want for your children, I think you should be on the same page.
Well, MJ, can I ask you?
But it's still fair to have for each of them to have a vote, though, because they might not generally agree. They might have always been brought up in different party. You know what I mean? Party support. Some might have been labeled all their life, mother, father, The other side might be conservative. Parents wealthy, decent background. You know what I mean? It depends, man or woman.
But if she's saying that and we take the gender out of it and we just say one family, one vote, then I might can agree with that a little bit.
Yeah, that could work. It could work, but the family structure has been destroyed. You know what I mean? So you know, there's other families now.
Yeah,
you know what I mean,
so
of same sex and that.
The main reason why the manosphere propagate this is because they've recognised that women are floating voters more so than the men. So if they can get men to vote conservative or on the right, they will vote that for the rest of their life, or on the left, they will vote that for. But because it's the manosphere, they're right leaning. They can get them for life voting on the right, whereas women will look at what's being offered and will sway among their votes amongst what they actually see is relevant to them at that time.
How many
Right,
choices have you got?
and you think about over the years and that, what have they done? A lot of the politicians over here talked about, we're going to do this for single parents. We're going to help the single parent families. We're going to do this, give you childcare, free education, free childcare, help you with this, give you more benefits, give you a top up. They're selling this dream to these people, and realistically, what difference does it actually make in people's lives?
People or
it's
women?
just to get the women on their side. Women,
Right? Yeah,
mainly
just women. Yeah, all the benefits are for women. Yeah, we definitely know that because they assume that every man fit and able should be able to work. This is what they're doing. You know what I mean? There's stereotypes all the way around. You know,
So this
mortgages, all
is
of that.
where my libertarian side comes in. I am proud of our country that we have a system that actually caters for people right at the bottom end who can't feed themselves, who can't work, and that we pay taxes to assist them. Yes, we do have an underclass of people that take advantage or that have got no strong willpower, that have resorted their lives to alcohol and drugs and can't get off their arse. But in the main, I wouldn't want to take the benefits away from people right at the bottom.
Well, no, it's not about the
But
people
we
right at
don't
the
have
bottom.
to take the
Sorry.
benefits away. And again, just because by the women not having a voting system, why are we thinking that all these things and all of our like certain rights or benefits are going to be taken away? Why can't we still have that security system in place, but let the men make the decisions on it?
Because
I don't think the men would decide that way.
men are harsher.
Manosphere. That's
Yeah,
manosphere stuff.
yeah, they wouldn't decide that way, MJ.
You
The
men don't
world
trust
doesn't work like
yourselves.
that. No,
No,
I'm saying,
no, it's not that.
no, I'm saying there might be a point to that, MJ. Like every time, if we like all the leaders of the world and they're mostly men, and the shit ain't working. So maybe there needs to be some changes. Yeah, we
Yeah.
see it in Germany. They got Chancellor. We see it in Scotland. They got Harriet Harman. We see it in England. They had Margaret Thatcher. Then they had Liz. You don't trust. To get it. So like we've had a few, right? We've even had the other stiff one. What was her name? Who was doing the funny dancing when she went to Africa?
Oh
Yeah.
God, yeah.
Yeah, that
Theresa
one. She was
May.
conservative. Yeah, Theresa.
Theresa
Thank you.
May, that was weird. That was.
So I think as you said, women are better organizers and all of these type of things and care more about education and certain things. So that's how Parliament's working, MJ.
That could make sense though, having the women vote on particular matters and men vote on particular matters. Maybe that would be more to the point.
Or like I said earlier on, maybe having them in charge of certain
Certain
sectors, like we
areas,
just
yeah.
mentioned, the childcare and education, those
Yeah,
types.
that wouldn't be too bad, I suppose.
But that's not what we have right now. Remember, we just
No.
have a bunch of politicians that jump from one role to the other without any kind of experience.
Yeah, but
MJ,
politicians, not all male. This is the whole
yeah.
point.
And wouldn't there be a danger then if we separated the politicians into male and female, you know, certain areas of society would get feminized and certain areas of society would get overmasculated. And it's like, that could be unhealthy also. I feel my only other thing I'd like to say, yeah, is that, you know, within the confines of a Christian country, maybe really what we should be talking about is, should you not be voting if you ain't Christian?
Nah. The religious freedom they allow in England is
yeah, secular.
is what it is,
Yeah, that's commendable because they allow it to be secular. But if you was in a Muslim country, for instance, you might not be able to vote unless you're a Muslim.
No, they don't do that. They don't even do that, and they have better relationships with their fellow Abrahamics than we do in England. Imagine that. You know what I'm saying? We say all these things, but we've got separate churches, separate mosques, separate gurdwaras, and they all seem to get built in England. They all seem to get the planning permission. So there's no issue with religion. Yeah. Remember, the issue is supposedly immigration.
Well, I don't necessarily think immigration is the issue. I feel like the issue for a lot of people is that, you know, some people would regard England to be a Christian country. But when you got people voting based on Muslim, Hindu, and all these other ideals that ain't Christian, it becomes a lot less of what it's supposed to be. And obviously, people who want to live by those values, it destroys the environment for them.
But they don't even live by those values. I don't know what you're doing. Yeah,
I'm just saying the ones who want to.
I mean, a Christian country, yes, for a front, but none of these Masons and all of that, they don't care about none of that shit.
That was a good rebuttal.
Yeah. I mean, like, let's be honest.
Can we get some more ladies on the panel to talk about this as well?
Yes.
We're only trying to take away your right to vote, not your right to join them.
You see, now, some might say, right, you taking that standpoint, yeah, can we say that MJ's racist?
Who, me? What, for trying to take away women's votes?
No, I'm just saying, can we say that? No, we can't, can we? It doesn't go together, right?
No. Yeah, I don't understand the math.
No, it doesn't go together. No, because these are some of the things thrown at Pearl, right? Because she's in the manosphere who have these ideas, right?
Oh yeah, I don't agree that makes her racist. When I say, I think when it comes to anyone, there's always going to be areas that you disagree with, and that I'm just saying that's one of the things that I do disagree with Pearl.
Right, and it's politics, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically politics. So, okay, on her political views, that's all it is.
Yes.
Right? Everybody's allowed to their own view and their own thing and what they think. And it's like, okay. And then remember that the American system and the British system are two different things.
Exactly.
Right.
But I wouldn't say that people should be calling her a racist because she's got that political view.
I don't even think they
I
should be
know what
calling
you're
her.
saying, Sniper.
Yeah.
You're saying
No, I call
they're
it. My
using
bad.
that
Go
as
ahead.
a reason to attack her. Yeah.
Right.
No,
And that's my point.
but
So now
she's unapologetically anti-reparations, so we must at least call her anti-reparationist. And to be
no,
honest,
man.
that's
A lot
grounds
of
enough
black
to
people
boycott.
are anti-reparations. Like, allow it, man.
And they are coons. That I mean,
No,
we should not support them.
They're
neither.
not, bro. They're
Then we
not.
should not support them neither.
They're not. They might know better
All
than
right,
you.
and if they are, well, let me say this:
That
if they are
no
against
one's gonna get anything, bro. Like
well,
they're settled
you
with
don't
that
make the
fact. Hold on
determination.
1 second. But hold on, you don't even make that determination.
That's my
You
point.
didn't
So let's
put
not
in-
litigate it here.
My brother, you didn't put no
We cannot
application in.
litigate it here. This is not a
How you
courtroom. You know that.
brother? If someone doesn't agree, yeah,
Yes.
it doesn't make them anything. They're just not into it.
No,
Like,
she
they
no,
just
she
might
said
not
it
be into
herself. No,
I'm saying
respectfully.
me myself.
No,
Yeah,
we're not
me
talking
myself.
about you. We're talking about Pearl, not you. Pearl
No,
said
I'm just
she's
saying.
anti-reparations.
So what?
that is-
No, he's
so
just
my point
Afro.
is-
1 second. He's making a point. Just hear him out.
Yeah,
But listen,
I'm
my
saying,
point is-
and she's anti-reparations, but who isn't? Half the manosphere, half of the blacks in America.
Yes, we got that part.
But
We got
one
that
more
part.
second, 1 second. What do you mean you got that part? You didn't
Yeah,
get
you're
shit.
missing this part. This is the
No,
point.
you
that
didn't,
you're cutting off.
bro. Like,
go
if
ahead,
you're
Pop.
not a foundational black American and you're not ADOS, are you necessarily interested in reparations? No, you're not.
Jamaica just filed a claim
And
against the UK. What are you saying?
My brother. That is
CARICOM
to
got a
do.
claim.
My
CARICOM
brother,
has a claim against the UK
my brother.
right now.
Everybody has a claim, right?
Exactly.
And
So it's not
everybody's
just African Americans.
1 second. Everybody's
Brother, we're talking
government.
over each other. Can I just say one thing, please?
No, everybody's government. Yeah, everybody's government. Yeah, who represents
Yes.
an African or a Caribbean country. Yeah,
Yes.
have filed on many years of
Clearly, we know that,
many
brother.
decades for
Yes.
reparations, right?
Yes.
Now we, the people,
Yes.
have also put together a package
Yes.
to say that we do reparations, right? So
Familiar
we're
with it, yes.
fighting just over here on two fronts. You over there.
So why you saying you're not gonna get it then? If you're fighting for it, you fighting for
Nah,
nothing?
you're not gonna get it. We're not gonna get it. We ain't got shit
So
yet.
you fighting for nothing?
Yeah.
Checkmate.
Basically.
So let me make my
Basically.
point, brother.
No.
Let me make
Hold
my
on.
point. Let me make my
Hold
point,
on.
family.
No, how you
As
gonna
far
make
as
my
Pearl-
point?
All right, go ahead.
My
make your
brother,
point.
come on, man.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, not everybody's down with reparations. Even the people who were down with reparations, like myself, saw the futility in it, right? Because my point is, you can't pay what I'm asking for.
All right, let me
There
just
is
make
no
a brief
possible.
comment.
Hold on. There's no possible human way for you to pay what it is. I see my government from my country trying to get back reparations. A government that is owned by the British government. So even if they gave back reparations to the government of Nigeria, yeah, they wouldn't be giving it back to the people. So then we have another problem again, right?
You guys, no, that's
All
in your
they're gonna do-
negotiation, brother. That's your fault.
Yeah, but I'm saying.
Please let me make my one point. I'm
whether
so
it's the
brief.
US
Really.
government.
Watch how
Hold
brief
on.
this is. Please
Go
let me
on
say
then.
one thing.
Go
Watch
on
how brief my statement is. Really. Number one, Pearl blatantly verbatim said that she is anti-reparations.
Mhm.
If you are supportive of reparations, boycott Pearl. It's nothing to go back and forth with. If you
Yeah.
want to support Pearl,
That's what I'm
on you.
saying.
That's your
That's
prerogative.
what I'm saying. Yeah, you feel that you have the right to direct people's thinking and all of
You
that.
said she has a right?
When we're
I don't
hold
have a
on.
right?
When
She has
you
a right.
have
I
your
don't have a
own,
right?
yeah, but you have the
But
right
look how
to
brief I was.
determine yourself, my
Hannah,
brother.
did y'all notice how long?
My brother.
Maku's
Look how
right
brief
on this one, whether you like it
Sorry,
or not. He's
man.
right.
I'm
You
just
said
trying to
Maku is right?
speak, man. You get what I'm saying? I'm just trying to speak, brother.
Is there any? Hold on. How is Maku right when you say we're not going to get reparations? Because he
Because
gave up on it?
because I don't have a problem with people going and asking for reparations, right?
Right.
But
Yes.
number one, it's going to be too difficult to work out who gets it and who doesn't.
No, it's not. We have DNA
Nick,
tests.
hold on, let me finish and then you come back.
But you're starting with lies,
Number
though,
two,
man.
I believe that if they did get it, it should
Yes.
go to the countries that are
All right, that's
impoverished,
you.
right?
You're not a descendant of slaves,
Right?
miss.
Right? But the
Okay, you can't speak for what we are
Maku
owed.
is absolutely right in
All right,
saying
that's a
that a
Caucasian.
lot of
You're
these
being a
governments
Caucasian,
would
miss.
not filter it down to the
All right.
people that actually need
Well, y'all don't
the
speak for the
help.
U.S. government.
That's correct. Yes, we're speaking for the US
They don't speak
government
for the U.S.
also.
government. We got
I'm
the
speaking.
California
Hold on, my brother. My
We got
brother.
the California Reparations Task Force right now. You don't
Brother.
speak for us.
Brother.
We also
Your
got the Harriet
government.
Tubman. Let me
Your
tell you the
government.
legislation we got, brother.
My
We
brother,
got the
man.
Harriet Tubman. Please, let me make the points. I'm bringing up legislation. And the state of Maryland, this is all in the U.S. We have the Harriet Tubman Community Investment Act, which will allocate land trust allotments, and this is literally in the legislation right now. It will allocate land trust allotments and physical financial checks to descendants of United States slaves in the state of Maryland. This is documented. Also, you have the state of New York that also has New York, New Jersey, Evanston, Illinois, even though I disagree with the way they allocated it. You have throughout North Carolina. That's what I'm saying. I could keep listing locations of municipalities and states in the U.S. that are allocating reparations.
Look, if you Americans agree that to do
so
it,
why aren't y'all
fine,
doing it in the
you
UK?
can't
Just
come
because
here
y'all not
and
doing
tell
it.
us what we have to
All
do.
right, so just y'all not- so- 'cause y'all not
African
voting,
diaspora.
you gotta give up.
African diaspora. You said
Yes.
not even a couple days or weeks ago, yeah,
Let's speak about
that anyone claiming reparations, yeah, like especially in the UK, yeah,
Yes. Yes.
the UK slaves,
sir.
right? Right,
Yes.
that's what you
You
said,
remember.
right?
You recall.
Right, the
You
UK
remember?
slaves have to go
Yes.
to the UK government, yeah.
Clearly.
And I'm saying even the American slaves have
Yes.
to go to the UK government.
I went to
not
them.
the US.
You
One
remember
second,
what I said?
1 second, 1 second.
I
not the
already
US.
told you I went to Parliament. Did you forget?
My brother.
I'll send you the emails. I can send you
Yeah,
the emails, brother.
I'm saying like, and what did you
I went to
achieve?
the embassy. I went to the UK embassy as well. I'll send you the emails.
Embassy ain't go do shit. You need to go
That's my
Parliament.
point. I'm saying I've made the effort. What effort have you made?
Huh? I live in England, so we made
But what
loads of
efforts
effort.
have you made though, brother?
We
I'm
made
asking.
loads of effort, my brother.
No, I'm asking
especially
what
to do with-
legislation have you? No, I'm asking.
My
I'm
brother.
not challenging you. I'm not
My
attacking
brother.
you. I'm asking.
My
What
brother.
legislation?
My
That's what I'm
brother.
asking. What legislation have you all?
I told you we are
drafted?
fighting on two fronts.
Yeah, I'm
meaning
listening.
that your various countries are asking for reparations. One,
Yes,
they've been
yes.
doing it before me.
No, we talking about the
you.
UK.
One
What efforts have
second,
you done in the
one
UK?
second, man.
Yes.
Before me, you, or anyone on this panel was alive, right? It's been running for so long, right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
even in the 1950s, 60s, 70s, 80s,
Yeah.
90s,
A never-ending fight. You
and
right?
the 2000s. So there is more on my side to say, listen, I'm seeing reparations claims from all angles of my people. Now, in between that, slave masters are getting reparations.
Hold on, brother. Did you miss
right?
the question? I
Hold
said,
on,
what
one second,
efforts have you done?
1 second.
No, I'm asking,
one
what have
second.
you done, brother? I'm asking, what have you done to
What
further
do
the
you mean,
effort?
what have I done, bruv? There's no
Yeah, what have
furthering
you
the
done
effort.
to
We've
further the
tried
reparations?
everything we could do.
No, I'm
We've
asking
tried
you, brother.
everything we
What
could
have you done?
Bruv,
I'm not saying
we've
you
tried
haven't.
everything
You know
we've
I
done,
respect.
bruv.
Hold on, Marco. Let me say this. You know I respect you,
Nah,
so I'm
man.
not saying that you haven't. I'm asking, what have you done, brother?
No,
you know,
don't
come
ask
on.
me.
You
Don't
know I
ask
got
me.
respect.
It's no.
So I'm
Well,
asking, what have
one
you done?
thing, one thing we don't do, yeah.
Yes.
If we got an issue on the black community, yeah, why do we always put it on Front Street? Why is it everybody's business to know our plan? Like, you lot are ignorant.
No, I'm talking about the
and dumb.
legislation part.
1
No,
second,
I'm just talking about the legislation.
bro. 1
All
second.
I'm
Even
talking
if
about
I'm
is
making a,
legislation.
my brother,
Yes.
even if I'm making an application, yeah,
Yes.
that ain't nobody's business. That's a
No, I'm
private
saying
thing.
legislation.
1 second, my
Are
brother.
you not listening? I said
Yes,
legislation, brother.
yes. I
Yes,
don't
so
care
I'm
about no
asking.
fucking legislation. We want
Wow.
the laws
So how we
changed.
gonna get it passed then? How we gonna get the
Bruv,
reparations if we don't have no legislation?
well, this is my whole point. Yeah, you're not listening to man. You're just talking.
I'm
What are
definitely,
we doing?
brother.
What are we doing? When people are
Let's
going
be
every
peaceful. I'm
year,
listening. Go ahead.
1 second, man, to hand in these so-called paperwork, yeah, in Parliament, that's what the reparations march is about. We walk from one place to the place where decisions are made, right? Parliament Square, yeah.
Respect it.
And we go out there and we beat drums, and
Yes,
then we
I'm
have a couple
familiar with it.
speeches by the
Yes.
Nation of Islam and whoever feels they're owed reparations, right? But they're
Clearly.
definitely black organizations that are fronting this second reparations.
I know. Stop the
application,
Maunga I'm familiar, brother.
right?
Yes.
So I'm saying, so the amount of blisters I got on my foot for walking up and down from Parliament Square back to Brixton
Yes,
to
you know I respect
Windrush
that
Square.
part, but did you
1
make the phone
second.
calls to subsequently check on
1
the
second,
legislation?
man.
Did you call
1
Parliament
second, man. I ask questions of
Yeah,
the
I'm
people
listening.
who were in charge
That's
and
the
do
part.
those things, right? And I
That's my
didn't
point. You
get
know
the
you gotta
right.
do it continuously, though, right?
My
We can't
brother,
say we're
man.
not gonna get it. You
No.
gotta call every
Afro,
day.
please, can you just give him a chance
Yes,
to
but
speak
brother, we
without
can't
speaking
talk
over
about.
him?
Let me
Are
just say
you?
this: we
Have you
can't go in the
taking a
cap,
Spartan or something? This is like you're just too hype and thing. Like
brother.
while
I'm
I'm
not.
talking, yeah. I don't mind us having a dialogue, but it's like you're overpowering my thing when I'm trying to speak.
All
Do you
right,
get
go
it?
ahead.
And you keep just like pushing the one question, which is a form of mantra, and that is not a good thing.
You're
Yeah.
dodging the one question, brother. That's why
No,
I'm
no,
bringing
no, no.
back the
To
one
keep
question.
doing the same thing
All right.
over and over again. Yeah.
All right, Ken, go ahead.
Repetition is not good, my brother. Yeah,
it is. But
if
go
you
ahead,
make
brother. I'm listening.
No, if the application was put in once, that should be once and alone. We just need to check up on it, right?
Clearly,
But
that's
we
my
don't.
question.
No, but we don't. We keep making applications.
So why are we not checking? That's our fault then, right? For not checking up on it. Right?
No.
You said no.
No,
Why
I'm
did we
saying-
put in
I'm
legislation?
saying
We're
we're
not
not-
going to check up on it.
Bruv, are you all right? I'm saying we have to keep redoing it.
That's what I'm saying, brother. So when the last time you called? I'm
Every
asking when the
year.
last. No, you got to call
No,
more
fuck that.
frequently than
I
a
ain't
year.
calling no one, man. Forget all
All
that
right,
shit,
well,
man.
all right, that's
You
your
ain't getting
prerogative,
shit.
bro.
One
That's why it
second,
ain't
bro.
passing, brother.
One
That's why it's
second.
not
One
passing.
second. Well,
All right, bro.
it's gonna still be down to the
actually got
politicians, is
legislation
it not?
passed. What can you tell me, brother?
My
I got
brother.
legislation passed. What can you tell me?
My brother,
Afro,
you can-
Afro, you're really not listening. What he's trying to say is that people have been trying to do it. They're having
Fuck's sake,
marches.
bro.
There is things that have
No,
gone
we know
into
about that. I'm
Parliament.
asking him, though.
Afro,
I'm saying
hold on.
specifically him. Are you missing the
I'm
question?
there. I'm there. I was
Yes,
there
I'm
for
asking
many
when the
years.
last time you
Bring up
called,
and down.
brother.
Yeah?
I'm asking when the last time
I'm
you
telling
called.
you, the last two reparations, yeah, I came to the realization that this is futile. Yeah,
All right, well,
after
you're doing
almost
the
a
tax.
decade, hold on, my brother. After a decade of going reparations, no one could tell me about reparations.
All right, well,
Yeah?
you don't have
Not
the
even
stamina
you.
that we have
One
in
second.
America. Then you
One
don't have the
second.
stamina we have.
One second. One second.
All right.
Yeah, you got stamina. You got stamina. Cool.
Yes.
No problem.
That is
But
that African Americans have.
end result, my brother. End result.
I just named the
Nothing.
legislation. That, I just named
Nothing.
the. Hold on, I literally just named it. Matter of fact, I
Be
can even
honest.
name. All right, I'm trying to
Be
respond.
honest. You can have things
Literally,
being discussed.
hold on. Matter of fact, you don't even got to take my word for it. Anybody could literally Google California Reparations Task Force. You can see the footage.
But
literally, you don't gotta believe me. You don't gotta believe nothing I say.
Listen, you live where my dad lives. You live in Washington D.C., Maryland.
No, I don't. I live in Latin America, but I'm from Maryland. Yes, go ahead.
No, but yeah, thank you. So that's where you're from where my dad's from, right? Or where my family is, right? So like I know the politics of Washington D.C. and Maryland and what's the other, West Virginia and all of that, right? I've been there. I've lived there. You know what I mean? Like I've got family there.
Good old Dixie.
Yeah? But what I'm saying is English politics, yeah, which is the main part of it, even if it's in America, yeah. Because who the hell did you get your independence from? The British.
We fought against the British. You might have
Thank
forgot.
you.
We killed the British.
No, you didn't kill anyone.
We killed British for our freedom.
Oh
my
God.
ancestors. I did a
That's what I'm saying.
23andMe. I had African American ancestors that fought in the American Revolution against the British. This is a fact. It's
No,
not
but you got Europeans in your bloodstream, so you wasn't fighting that much.
But I'm just hold on. As a result of rape.
Right. What?
And then we killed them after the rape.
As a result of what?
This is all
Sorry?
documented.
No, that can't be every single case. That can't be every single case.
Well, I'm
that can't
just
be
talking about my
necessarily
bloodline.
how you
I'm just
came
talking about
about.
my bloodline. I'm just talking about my bloodline.
How many generations?
No, I can name my ancestors. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we had slave rape with my family, and we also killed the slave masters in my actual family. What's your point?
No, that's the point.
Matter of fact, not even just that. I got great aunts and great
Sounds like
uncles.
more collusion, man, than anything. I
I'm
don't
just
think
talking
every
about-
single.
I'm just talking about reality.
I don't think every single
I'm just
black
talking about
person.
reality. Since you brought it up, you said we wasn't
Yeah.
fighting back.
I
I
don't
got
think
actual
everybody-
ancestors that got lynched for killing Caucasians.
Okay,
This is
so where's your reparations?
Well, literally,
What
I'm
did you
in
get?
Latin America. Can I answer your question?
So you fled?
Well, no, literally, I went to the country where immigrants are coming to my country from.
They're not
Checkmate.
immigrants.
Whoa! How are they not
I-
immigrants? They don't speak. They don't.
They
speak
live in
English.
Latin
They don't have a
America. Hold on
passport.
one second.
Let's talk about it.
Even if you're Mexican,
Yes,
are you a
they
foreigner?
immigrated to the U.S. The U.S. not part of Mexico. Mexico not a part of the U.S.
Yeah,
Matter of fact,
America
the part-
is a part of the US, right?
Let me tell you, the parts of the United States that Mexicans claim that U.S. took from Mexico, Mexico stole that land from Native Americans, literally. And I can name the tribes. They stole that land from the Hopi. They stole that land from the Navajo. They stole that land from the who else down there? You got the Tuscaloosa. So yeah, that
No, you're
land
just
never
making
belonged
shit
to
up,
Mexico.
bro. You're making
He's
shit
like,
up.
I mean, hey, Google what I say. You don't gotta listen to nothing.
As I said, look, the
You can look it
Navajo.
up.
No,
That's your jealousy talking.
sorry, the Navajo. Yeah, and
He said
and
Navajo,
they're-
yes.
Yeah,
Let's
they're
speak about
fairly new tribes. Like we're not doing that, bro.
All right,
Like, when we
literally,
go back
anybody
in time,
listening,
one
that's what
second,
I'm saying.
bro.
You don't gotta listen to my truth.
One second.
You could Google the Navajo and see, did they fight against the Mexicans? You could Google the Comanche and see, did they fight against the Mexicans? Literally, this is all documented. You could look up.
Sorry,
That's
are
what I'm saying,
Mexicans
man.
native to the land?
They're not.
A
Let me
Mexican,
respond to that. Let me
as
respond to that.
Mexico got its own country.
Yes, they do.
As
I'm trying to
Mexico,
respond to you.
as Mexico is New Mexico in Mexico,
I'm
or is
glad
it
you
in
said
in America?
That's why it's
One
called New
second.
Mexico. That's why it's called New Mexico, because they colonized it. You dumb. Oh, pardon my
Right,
language, Uncle.
right,
They
right.
colonized
Thank
it.
you.
They're not from
Thank
New
you.
Mexico. That's my
Thank you.
point.
No.
Mexicans are from south of the Rio Grande.
Thank
That's
you.
what
I'm
you're not
just
from
saying,
America. You don't know our
bro.
geography.
But the
You don't know
border.
you don't know the geography, brother.
All right, cool.
In the United States, you have the Rio Grande River that separates Mexico from the United States. Mexicans are from south of the Rio Grande. That's a fact. What's your point?
No, them ones that live on the other side of the river.
And
like
Nick Fuentes is Mexican. Own it.
Right. Own
Okay,
it, man.
what's your point? I don't know who that is, and I'm not Mexican.
Right. So exactly, and the Mexican again are not foreigners. You can't say
How are they not? Hold on, am I a
they're not
foreigner?
foreigners, bro.
Am I a foreigner in Mexico?
You are a foreigner in
So
Mexico,
how
but
Mexican not a
Mexicans,
foreigner in the U.S.
they're not
You're
because
dumb.
you're on their
You're not
land.
making sense. You're retarded.
My brother.
You're not making sense.
My
They
brother.
literally are not
Are
from
you
here.
saying, yeah, the U.S. border, that wall, that thing was always there? Are you saying that?
Let me respond to you. Before the U.S. was even a country, there were different tribal nations that had a
Right.
border along the Rio Grande.
No.
That's what separates the
No,
Mexica
come on,
people.
my brother.
You don't know the history. Mexica, that's my point. Mexico comes from the Mexica people. They are an actual people. They are from south of the Rio Grande. They are descendants of Mayans and Aztecs. Mayans and Aztecs are not from the U.S. You need to learn geography and you need to learn history, really, brother.
No, Olmecs, old Mexico.
Olmecs are not from the U.S. neither. Olmecs are
Olmecs,
not
old
from the U.S.
Mexico. Well, that's their place of residence.
Okay, so
La
Olmecs are not
Renta,
from the U.S.
no, sorry.
Olmecs are from
La
Mexico, bro.
Venta, all the place they got major cities in Mexico that were Olmec territory.
In Mexico, right?
You're in
Not in the U.S.
You're
Not in
in
the U.S.
Olmec territory.
Exactly. In
Yeah.
Mexico, not in the U.S.
Okay, so I'm saying
Two different
what
countries.
makes it in the US is the border. The
Clearly.
border idea is a recent concept, a recent construct. Yeah, and
They
that's
got
what
their
you're
own
going
borders.
with.
Hold on,
One
Mexico got
second.
their own borders.
1 second.
Good point.
No. Because every
Mexico don't got no
criminal,
borders.
as long as we've been alive, yeah, it seems like every criminal, yeah, for safe haven would cross over into where? Mexico.
Not to Mexico. Actually, no,
Right.
you're wrong. You're so
Come
wrong.
on, brother.
We was going to. I'll tell you where we was
Come
going.
on,
You
brother.
don't
There's
know.
so
Let me tell
many
you where
films,
let me
so
tell you where we
many
was going. I'll tell you where we was
documentaries
going.
where people
I'll
trying
tell
to run away
I'll
to
tell you where
Mexico.
the majority
Mm.
African Americans went to Mexico in small numbers. I'm gonna tell you where we really went. We went to the
Matthew
Bahamas.
said they
We
run
went
away to Mexico.
I'm trying to tell you. We went to the Bahamas.
He said that. I didn't say
That's
that.
my point.
Yeah.
We went to the
Mm.
Bahamas. I'm trying to tell you where we went at. We went to the Bahamas. We went
Who's
to
you?
Trinidad. We went to Dominican Republic. Those areas. Less of us went to Mexico. So really, you gotta get your facts together, man.
No, I'm just saying that we know that Mexicans in the main have a black admixture, right? There's
Yes,
a
all black
percentage
people
of
not the
them
same.
that
You
is
know.
African. Hold on 1 second. There's a percentage, and then most of you little islands around there, yeah, 50% of your DNA is African based. So
say
you know
more than
whether you got exactly where you got the little European, Hispanic, or whatever admixture, Portuguese or whatever, right? That's just consequence. We
You're
know
all mixed race.
what happened there. Thank you. A lot of them are mixed heritage, and even people who say they're Black American have like 20 to 30% European
Clearly.
admixture.
Yeah, clearly.
Right. So this is my point. But I'm saying I'm more talking about the border. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm talking about the border.
Yes.
That you're in New Mexico, you travel through New Mexico, yeah.
Yes.
And then somewhere along the line is the border where the cars go through and the toll booth and all of that, right? And then you're in Mexico. Now,
Exactly.
if only that separates Mexico is this dividing line that was created at a later time. It wasn't always there when the Mexicans and the natives were all around those areas, and some of those Mexicans were part of those native groups.
Just like us, some of us have.
Right. So now you're separating them and calling them foreigners.
No,
though.
they're separating us. We can't go to their country illegally. What's your point?
Well, that's cool. Yeah. Because your country is illegal, right?
Hold on. You hear what you just said? Hold on.
Because your country is illegal.
Hold on.
No.
We cannot go to
Because
their
your country is
illegally.
illegal.
Hold on.
No,
Somebody got to
brother,
bring some
man.
sense to the panel.
What
MJ, are you
Mexico
listening to
conquered by the Spaniards, though?
Yeah, let somebody
Yes.
bring some sense.
Thank
So
you.
basically, you're saying that Mexicans can come to the U.S. illegally, but U.S. citizens cannot go to Mexico illegally.
Well, it happens both way. But,
Actually, no. When U.S. citizens
Sorry?
come to Mexico, we gotta show the passport. Literally.
Nah, not everybody.
Literally,
You know what I'm saying? Not
matter of
everybody.
fact, it's so much so,
Criminals-
especially if you're black. Let me tell you,
criminals-
Let me tell you, especially if you're black, you could be at a McDonald's and Mexican police are asked to see your ID, your passport, and all that. Literally.
Right.
So we
cool.
do not have the same
because they're established country now, right? Mexico and all of that. They got their own parliament, government, all of that. Yeah, we're not worrying about. What we're talking about is something on the periphery of their country.
Are you not listening? Hold on.
Yeah.
What we're talking about is it's a non-reciprocal relationship that Mexicans can come to the U.S. illegally and U.S. citizens cannot go to Mexico illegally.
That's politics, right?
That's my point. So that's why
that's politics.
African Americans.
As I said.
Hold on, let me respond, brother, please, and I'll mute up. That's why African Americans must vote against Democrats and other candidates that support mass immigration, illegal immigration, etc. Because there's no reciprocity in it. There's no exchange.
Man, you sound silly, man.
I mean, I'm just talking about reality, man.
Yeah, well, you sound reality.
All right, let's talk about it. Can we go
again,
to Nigeria?
Again, it's bias. It's bias. My brother, you don't even know.
Some illegal Ghanaians. What are you telling me? You can't tell me nothing.
Illegal. They weren't illegal.
Point. It was Ghanaians in Nigeria illegal. It just happens both ways.
They weren't illegal, bro. What are you talking about?
That's illegal. And they got deported, right?
No. What are you talking about?
All right, anybody listening? All you
so
gotta do
hold on, listen.
Listen. Ghanaians
this is how it goes.
Nigeria, bro.
Okay,
that's all y'all gotta do. Don't believe nothing I'm saying.
Listen, there's a max exodus. They were kicked out of the country. Yes,
exactly.
In the 70s, right?
So you all get
hold on, my brother.
But I'm just
prior to the 70s. Prior to the 70s, yeah, was there an issue?
And they got kicked out, right?
It seems that they've been living there since what? 1800s, 1700s. When was the influx of Ghanaians? Yeah, for there to be an expulsion of Ghanaians in the 70s.
All right, brother. You see them?
You know what I'm saying?
They got kicked out.
Again.
We can't kick nobody out.
Again.
We can't kick nobody out. No, please answer that one question.
You're gonna accept the European borders.
No, please answer that one question.
My brother.
Y'all can kick people out. We can't kick nobody out.
Who are you kicking out?
Well, number one, when we report illegal aliens to ICE, we get the illegal aliens deported, starting with them.
Bro, you stop all that, man.
I'm just talking about reality, brother. So y'all can kick people out.
You're a black man. You're a black man. You're a black man with no home.
Answer that. Let somebody on the panel.
You're a black man with no home. Talking about other people are illegal immigrants.
Hold on, y'all can kick people out. We can't kick nobody out.
Who's we?
Ghana, Nigeria, y'all deport people.
What? I'm saying who is we when you're speaking?
I'm talking about my taxpayer as a U.S. citizen.
Right. A U.S. citizen in what country?
Well, right now I'm in Mexico. I got real estate in Puerto Rico. I got houses in Dominican Republic. Panama. What's your point?
So you don't care about America? Like, stop that, man.
Puerto Rico part of the U.S. Are you retarded? Are you mad?
I'm just saying. You like these borders. Hold on, these borders that you're talking about, bro. Yeah? I'm just saying, you're buying the political system. You're buying the politics. Hold on, my brother.
Yeah, y'all kick people out. We can't kick nobody out.
You can do what you want, bro.
All right, then.
So it's not you doing it. It's not you doing it.
Actually,
you can talk all the breeze you want. One second, bro. No. You can say all you want, yeah.
Tell you my history.
But you are not kicking anyone out.
Actually, I did, though. Let me tell you.
It's your government. It's your U.S. government. Your president.
Let me tell you.
What are we doing, bro?
I got 42 illegal aliens deported myself, literally.
Oh my God.
That's documented. You know what I mean? Like, you can't tell me what I did.
All right, show me the evidence. Put it in the back chat.
Well, literally, anybody listening.
In the side chat.
Anybody listening, my page name Afro Diaspora News. You can literally go to my page. I got the phone calls all posted on my page. You don't gotta.
You've got the what? Sorry?
Say it again.
You got the phone calls of you snitching on illegal immigrants.
Well, let me ask you this: how's it snitching if I have no But let me ask you this: why do you
your
think
government doesn't have the right? Sorry, my brother.
Why do you got loyalty to people that's not the same race?
My brother, you don't understand.
Can I go to their country illegally?
The whole politics.
That's checkmate right there.
I can't go to you shouldn't even go. You shouldn't even be talking about a country that don't even exist.
Can't see past that.
On
I
paper.
can't go to their country illegally. So what's your point?
The United States is not a real country, my brother.
Slow down. I can't go to their country illegally. So why should I allow them to come to my country illegally?
What are you talking about, bro?
Anybody can answer that, matter of fact. Anybody, because my crew don't have the answer. If we as U.S. citizens, we cannot go to their countries illegally, we cannot go there at all without our U.S. passport, why should we allow foreigners to come to our country illegally?
And I'm saying, when you're saying foreigners, you're talking about Mexicans. And I'm saying,
not just that score.
No, but what I'm talking about, hold on, what I'm talking about. Well, hold on. We were talking about Mexico. 1 second, bro.
All
We're
right,
talking
go ahead.
about Mexico, and now you're saying no. We're not to other people.
No, I said not just them.
Nah,
Are you not listening?
I'm
I said
saying
not just
no,
them.
but I'm saying the fact that you even said illegal immigrants, and I said who,
Yes.
and you said Mexicans, and I'm saying whoa,
No,
that
you
don't
said
make
them,
no
and I
sense.
said they are included. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm saying that don't make no sense. You're
How
following a
don't make?
rhetoric.
All right, brother.
One
What part don't
second.
make sense?
One
family?
second.
Yes.
You're following a rhetoric of a U.S. president.
No, I'm
right?
following the
Hold
pattern
on,
of
hold
the
on, hold on,
Mexican
hold on,
government,
hold
brother.
on, hold on,
No,
hold
I'm
on.
giving the Mexicans the same energy they give us if we try to go to their country illegally.
My brother, yeah.
How you don't
When
understand?
Trump said he's going to build the wall higher, wider, longer, and stronger, yeah, are you supporting what he was talking about? Hello?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
You hear me?
And
Yeah, go ahead.
were you supporting the US president when he was talking about the border and
Let me respond.
Mexican border
You talking
and
about
building
Trump?
a stronger, bigger wall? Yes.
I never respond to this, because, and
Right.
I'm glad you asked me this. Now, I don't support no Caucasian ever, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. Additionally, we as African Americans must realize that, yes, as U.S. citizens, we must protect the territorial integrity of our country so that our communities as African Americans are no longer gentrified and penetrated. So when Trump said, yes, we need to build a stronger
So
border.
you're a racist.
All right, well, I answered
To
the question.
yourself.
When he said we
Go,
need to
bro.
build a stronger border, I said, hell yeah, because other countries got borders that they enforce. So yeah, we definitely need a stronger border. Hell yeah.
So now, what borders have you seen in other countries that they enforce in such a way that
Let me respond.
resembles? Hold on,
You asking the
that
greatest
resembles.
question.
Yeah, I could. That resembles the
Yes.
U.S. model.
I'm glad you said
Please
that.
explain.
Now,
Please
yeah,
explain.
let me respond. When I go down
Come
to Dominican Republic, you
Mhm.
asking all the perfect questions. My house in Dominican Republic, I got a house in Santo Domingo, also one in Sosua. When I go to my house in either one of these locations, but especially Sosua, since there's so many Haitians there, I literally see immigrants of African descent being transported in paddy wagons and mass deported. This is documented, man, really. So when it comes to us as U.S. citizens protecting our territorial integrity, I won't allow any foreigner to tell me that we have no right to do it, really. You can't tell me.
Right. So then you do support the
That's just
U.S.
one
government.
example. I could have said Mexico.
Yeah,
I
but
see
you
the
do
same thing in
support the
Tijuana.
U.S.
I see,
government.
hold
Yeah.
on, let me say this. While you cheerleading for Mexicans and Tijuana, Haitians are being, and not just Haitians, other Africans, Cameroonians, etc., are being detained, are being mass deported, etc. Really. So I don't know why you cheerleading for Mexicans.
I don't know. I'm not cheerleading for the U.S. government though. Like
I'm
you.
not cheerleading for the U.S. government either. I'm cheerleading for
So
African
how are
Americans
you not?
only.
How are you not?
I know I'm cheerleading for African
You think
Americans only.
African Americans? Hold on. You think African Americans own the border? You think African
No, we work for
Americans
ICE though.
own the
Can I respond to
Democratic?
this?
Hold on. The
As taxpayers,
Democratic
we
and
do own the
Republic.
border, brother.
My brother.
It's public property. It's U.S. government federal property.
Why are you even paying tax?
Yes, we pay taxes, brother. We're U.S.
For
citizens.
what?
Brother, you pay taxes in the UK. What's your point?
I'm saying, for what are you paying tax for?
Brother, because we use the roads. Our kids go to public school, which we need to take them out of. We go to hospitals. Nigga, we go to the library. That's why we pay taxes.
It's the
You
system.
understand that?
You definitely entrenched in the system of the U.S.
So
government
much so that I left
and
the
their,
U.S. Huh?
hold on, and their foreign policy. Yeah, but you just don't want to admit it.
No one answered this
Bit
question.
odd.
Since
Bit
U.S.
odd
citizens
and
cannot go to
weird.
foreign countries, yeah, you dodge. You running from this, Maku. You running.
I'm here,
Since
man. I
U.S.
don't
citizens,
run
this is the
nowhere,
only
man.
question I got. Since U.S. citizens cannot go to foreign countries illegally, why should the U.S. citizens allow foreigners to come to the U.S. illegally?
Foreigners.
Yes.
As I said,
You heard the
if
question.
you're talking about Mexicans, yeah, I don't consider them as
Look at the
foreigners.
running. Look at the
Right?
panelists.
But
Y'all listening?
hold
You see,
on,
you running
man.
from the question.
But if
What's the answer, brother?
anyone's, hold on, because you
Yes.
broadened it. Remember, you broadened it. It's not Mexicans anymore. I'm talking about
Foreigners.
Mexicans. You want to borrow it foreigners,
All right,
right?
Mexicans. Hold on. We'll boil it
So
down.
hold on.
Let's boil it down. I'll
Hold
boil
on.
it down to Mexicans.
What do you mean
I'll
boil it down to
down.
Mexicans? What
Let's
do you
boil
mean?
it down.
So hold on.
U.S. citizens
Hold on,
I'm
bro.
responding to you, brother. U.S.
No,
citizens.
how are you responding when I ain't finished what I was saying? Don't make sense.
Brother, because you act like you don't understand the question. So let me clarify.
I fully do. I fully do.
All
And
right,
I'm
what's the
saying,
answer? I'm listening.
when I was talking, yeah, originally, yeah, I was thinking about Mexicans, right?
All right.
And I'm saying Mexicans in America, in Tijuana, in their own country are not foreigners, right? Anyone coming from outside of the Americas,
Oh, you said in
yeah,
America?
can be
Are you talking about the
considered. One
U.S.?
second, can be considered.
Mexicans are foreigners in the U.S., brother.
Can be. It's all the Americas, is it not?
No, that's a continent. I'm talking about the U.S. right now.
I'm saying, is it all the Americas?
No, it's different countries, brother. Just like Africa got different countries. You don't know that?
Right.
So we're talking about the U.S. That's it.
The southern part of your country is Mexico.
No, they stole that land from Native Americans, brother. You don't know the history.
Okay,
You don't know about Geronimo. Read about the story of Geronimo, brother.
You saying, hold on, my brother. Hold on. Was it Mexicans that did that? Or Europeans?
Literally, they had the Mexican Native American wars. They committed genocide. Mexico committed genocide against Native Americans, brother. You don't know what you're speaking about right there. That land does not belong to Mexico. It belongs to Native Americans, brother. That's why when you go there now, there's Native American reservations right now.
Okay,
when you go there. Matter of fact, New Mexico, let me say this. Native Americans want to change the name of New Mexico because they realize that that's a colonial title. You need to educate yourself, brother.
Anyway. I'm saying like these people are indigenous to the land, my brother.
They're not indigenous to the US.
You're being funny, Afro.
Yeah, you're just being silly, bro.
You haven't convinced me for reparations at all.
Say it again. Well, miss, let me just say this. I'm not trying to convince you as a Caucasian, really. If you don't think that your kids
why are
deserve
you moaning
reparations,
about Burley
hold on, let me respond to that. If you don't think that your own kids,
exactly.
If you don't think that your own kids, hold on, let me say this. If you don't think that your own kids deserve reparations, then that's you. That's your reflection.
You said us, the US. And when you say us, the US, the first thing that comes to mind is Biden. Yeah. The second thing that comes to mind is Trump.
Biden just got elected.
The third thing that comes to mind is Obama. Yeah. The fourth thing that comes into mind is Bush.
I don't support none of them. So what's your point?
Well, you do. Unfortunately, the moment you even said
you support the whole system, you support
the whole system.
Y'all just gonna start making up lies.
I heard it
support the Queen of
clearly.
England. Y'all support the Queen of England.
I heard it clearly.
Y'all support the Queen. I'm asking. Do y'all support the
She's
Queen of
dead,
England?
bro. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead.
Do y'all support the royal family? I don't know about them crackers over there. I'm asking. Do y'all support the royal family?
One or two do,
All
but
right,
we
then.
don't.
So what the fuck with that? So since you naming crackers over
Even
there,
back home, they support the monarchy, but they were colonized, so it's understandable.
Let's
right?
stay on point, though. I'm asking a simple question.
I'm just saying, you've been colonized. Sorry, that country has been colonized by Europeans.
Afro, shut your damn mouth and listen when the man is talking.
Back to the question. We can't go to their country illegally. Why should we allow them to come to our country illegally?
Bro, as I said, look, passports, borders, and all of that is politics, bro. It's politics.
Exactly. So since we cannot go to their country illegally,
one second,
we should not allow them to come to our country illegally. Checkmate.
Who's we? But the we
US
is not the people.
U.S. citizens.
Yeah, but no, US citizens don't have no power. But
all right, well, we got the power to call ICE. We got the power to call ICE and get them deported. I did it myself.
Yeah, but that's within the confines of the system.
Checkmate.
Checkmate to who? That's in the confines of the system.
What's he talking about?
You're using the system.
What's ICE?
ICE, oh yeah, y'all from the UK. ICE is immigration services in the US. When we call ICE, they will investigate illegal aliens, and if they are here illegally, they will be deported.
And you've called those people to report illegal immigrants in the country.
I can't go to their country illegally. Hell yeah, I reported them to ICE. Are you crazy?
Wow, so you use that same system that you just said that you're against to snitch on people and have them removed.
All right, so hold on, let me respond to MJ. All right, I'll ask you directly.
No?
Since we cannot go to their country illegally, why should we allow them to come to our country illegally?
Why should you make the individual people suffer for what their governments do? Why are you making individual people suffer because of what their governments do?
No, they chose to
come to our country illegally. You're wrong.
All right, so
MJ, the governments that you support.
And you're a snitch.
Y'all running from the question. I'm asking, since we cannot go to their country illegally, we will be reported to immigration in their countries if we go illegally.
All right. So you see those people. All right, cool. So let me answer you. So those people that you reported, are they the ones that made the decision for your people not to be allowed to go to their country?
They are the ones that decided to come to my country illegally.
Are they the ones that made the decision?
Are you not listening?
Hold on. You're not listening? No, because your argument is if you can't go to their country, they can't come to your country, and that's the reason why you snitched on them. I said, are those individual people the ones that made that decision? No. So why are you making them suffer? Why are you being a snitch and making them suffer because of something that their government has done?
All right, we got the question. Let me get the answer. Number one, you can't snitch on someone you have no loyalty to. You can't snitch on someone you don't know. You can't snitch on someone that is an invasive species in your country. No, number
You're
two.
using a system that's snitchery to me.
No, I'm using my tax revenue. Checkmate.
Sorry, it's not checkmate.
Literally, I'm using my tax revenue.
So you
It's just
do
unfair
realise
that
if you
people
get
gonna get deported.
reparations, it's your tax revenue that's going to pay for
That's
it.
why I'm fighting so hard for it.
And
That's
that
why
if
I'm
you
fighting
crush
so hard
the
for it.
system
That's
with
why I'm fighting so hard for it.
reparations,
You're right.
if
That's
you,
why I'm fighting so
if
hard
you
for it.
crush
It's
the
my taxes.
system with reparations, all the you might have a load of money, but you won't have the infrastructure. You won't have.
Miss,
none
I
of the
don't even live in the
services.
U.S., so it's nothing you could tell me. All right, Miss. Next
Exactly.
question. Next
He
question.
can't even speak on the US because he's not there.
Thanks. I'm in Puerto Rico, man. Really.
Exactly.
So
So
what
again,
the fuck are you doing talking on
again,
it even?
exactly, you're a snitch, and then you're gonna go to the countries
All
of
right.
the people
If that
that
make
you
y'all
just
feel
snitched
better,
on.
if that make y'all feel better,
I just don't understand, bro. You're gonna go and stay in the country
They can't,
of the
I can't
people
go to
you
their
just
country
snitched
illegally.
on.
Nobody
Huh?
answered that
You
question yet.
snitched on some
Have
Haitians.
his
Hold on,
cake,
slow
eat
down.
it, and then shove it in people's
Y'all
face.
being
I
emotional.
know.
Y'all being
Yeah.
emotional. I'm asking.
That's what I feel.
Yeah, y'all emotional. I know. Y'all know you in your feelings. You in your feelings.
He's a
I know you in
fake.
your feelings.
He's a fake,
You in your
man.
feelings, but I'm asking.
He's a
Since
fake,
we
man.
cannot go
This
to
is
their
fake
countries,
business.
illegally,
You know what I mean?
why-
These men
since
don't
we
care
cannot-
about reparations. They don't care
Since we
about shit.
cannot, I'm gonna slow it down for you all. Since we cannot go to their countries illegally, why should we allow them to come to our country illegally? Their
You're
kids
gonna say the
become
same
police.
thing
Let's talk about it. Their
1,000
kids.
times.
Y'all want to talk about
That's what you're
snitching?
gonna
The
do.
illegal alien. Hold on. The illegal aliens' kids become cops. The illegal
That means
aliens' kids
Yeah, but
literally
it's
become
not your
cops.
and their
country.
borders.
I'm talking about reality. I'm
This is
talking about real
crazy,
life.
man. It's
Y'all
crazy,
want to
man.
stick to it, and that y'all heard the word snitch from the U.S.
What
Don't even
is
know what it
wrong
means.
with all you bloody ethno-nationalists? You always end
But
up being fucking sucked up in the head. You always end up being mixed race and with an identity crisis.
I
Exactly.
You
don't have
ain't
no
even
crisis.
living in the US.
Puerto
Yeah.
Rico part of the U.S. You're an idiot.
Just a
Puerto Rico
hypocrite,
part
man.
of the U.S. You're a dummy.
Hypocrite, man.
But somebody please answer this. Since we cannot go to their countries illegally, why should we allow them to come to our
Might as
country?
well say it's part of Mexico.
Because you shouldn't be supporting the government and their control of borders.
Wow. But their country supports borders, though. When I go to Mexico, they make me show my blue passport.
So
every
what?
time.
What's all this whataboutism
Hold on, are you
about?
not listening? Hold on. It's an eye for an eye. I read the Bible every day. It's an eye for an eye. It's reciprocity. You don't understand that principle? MJ, I'm asking, do you understand the principle of reciprocity?
I understand the principle.
Okay,
Doesn't mean that you have to live by it.
So I'm asking, so where's the reciprocity in allowing foreigners to come to my country illegally when me and my people cannot go to their country illegally? Checkmate. Really? Where's the reciprocity?
Yeah, checkmate all you want.
Like,
As I
you don't
said,
even have-
you shouldn't be punishing the people for what their
Where's the
government has done. It's
reciprocity?
as
But where
simple
is
as
the
that.
reciprocity?
Yeah, but your fight is
Where
with the
the
government. It's the government that's making those
So they should fix
decisions,
their government, right?
not the individual
So they should
people.
fix their government, right? That means they should fix their government instead of running to the U.S.
No, you should fight against the government instead of punishing the
Exactly. We fight
individuals.
against the U.S. government. They need to go fight against their governments and fix their
No. You just
You said
decided to
no?
snitch on
Wow.
people.
So
You
they don't
decided
have
to
no, so
snitch
they
on
not men,
people.
so they don't have no responsibility as adults to fix their country.
Yeah, I can't rate that still.
Yeah, I can't rate that. They need to go fix their country. I can't rate that running away to work for a white man in the U.S. to work for
All
a
right,
cracker.
so you snitched on them for being a country that isn't even
Actually,
yours.
let me tell you, my ICE contacts is African Americans. Let's get it all out there. My ICE contacts is African Americans. When I call them, I'm like, listen, I got some more illegals for you, and they get right in motion. Literally. They literally get right in motion. So now I never call a cracker for nothing.
He's just
Never.
trolling.
No, I'm telling the truth. You can
He's
go to my
telling the
page and
truth.
see the calls.
Trolling.
You can go to my page and see the calls. Literally.
You're
My name
trolling.
is
You're
Afro.
talking nonsense, and you want to be.
My name is
someone.
Afro
Yeah.
Diaspora News. You can go to my page and see all the calls. Go listen to the calls.
I'm definitely not in support of what you're doing, my brother.
All right, well,
I'll
that's
just
you,
let that
brother.
know.
I support it, brother. If we don't do
Yeah,
it, we
I
will
hear
keep
you.
getting
I hear you.
gentrified.
I hear you,
Let
but
me ask y'all
I don't
this.
think
Let
I've
me ask y'all
ever. One
Here go a
second,
better
bro.
question.
One second.
And
One second, Afro.
All right,
One second.
hopefully somebody
I
can
don't
answer my
think I've
question.
ever had cause to do that.
All right, that's you,
Not even.
brother.
No,
Not
hold
me.
on. Not even think such a thing.
All
Like,
right, MJ, can I ask you this?
I'm supposed to be a part of an ethnic minority, and these
No, we're not.
ethnic
That's the problem. We don't
minorities.
want to be an
One
ethnic minority
second,
forever.
man.
We don't want to be that forever, though. That's not a powerful position.
But hold on,
That's not a
sucking
powerful
up,
position to be the
sucking
minority.
up to the slave master.
Nah, I
and
call
and
niggas. I call
oppressor.
niggas that work for ICE. You
Hold
dumb.
on,
I call
my
niggas that work for
brother.
ICE. I call niggas that work for ICE.
Yeah,
MJ,
but
can I
you're
ask you this?
calling
And
them. You're
yeah,
calling
but
them.
who runs
Can I ask
ICE?
you this?
Who's paying
Yeah,
them?
you're calling them.
Me, no, we pay for ICE. I'm a taxpayer. Y'all don't know how the U.S. works. Y'all retarded.
Oh my
MJ,
God.
let me ask you this though: yourself. How will African Americans preserve African American communities when we are already being gentrified and we allow literally millions of legal and illegal aliens to encroach in African American communities? How will we preserve
Now
African
you want to
Americans?
ask the white woman questions.
Yeah, you
No
don't
wonder
you
Nick's
put your
went
Caucasian
to
nose on it.
fucking
You put your
mad.
Caucasian.
If this
You
is
put your
what's going
Caucasian nose
on,
on
no
it.
wonder
You
he's
put your
gone mad.
you put your Caucasian nose in it. You put your Caucasian nose in it. Did you forget? You put your Caucasian nose in
Listen,
it.
all right, listen.
Put your
Okay,
white
let me
in it.
answer you. Afro,
Oh no,
let me
we can move
answer you.
forward. All right,
No,
listen.
Let me
All
give
right,
you
you
an
gotta answer
answer.
the
Let me give you an answer then.
All right, put your
You do
Caucasian
that.
nose in. I'm listening.
You do that however you see fit.
So we've been
I
reporting the ICE.
personally, listen.
aliens,
Let
ICE,
me
that's how we
finish.
do it.
Let you ask my. You
All
ask me
right,
a
well, we got
question.
your
Let me
answer,
give my
man. We
answer.
don't need all your
Let me
time.
give my answer.
We got your answer. We don't need all your time. We got your answer.
Yeah, well, I'm going to speak anyways. I personally do not have a problem if anybody wants to ask for reparations, if they want to ask for money back, if they want lands back. I believe everyone should do what they believe is right, and I have no problem with people getting paid from any government. That is my stance on it.
Right. I mean, and everyone's got their own stance and opinion, but someone who's caping for the system and saying us and we when it's talking about the US government is a madman. You know what I'm saying? The same people you're gonna ask reparations from as well. This is
all right.
crazy.
Let me respond to that.
Yeah?
You know that the
No,
US
no,
is
no,
a
no,
democracy.
no, no, no,
The US
no, no. Bruv, you're not gonna do that. Like, a man can't even speak without this guy interrupting. Like, please, bro. Like, for it to be a fruitful conversation, you have to give everybody else a chance to speak, cuz. Please, man, please. You know what I mean? It's fair.
All right.
Right?
Are you not noticing they cut
Because
me
you're not
off? Y'all
liking it.
missing
Hold
that?
on. Because you're not liking it, yeah, that we're
I
putting
can hang up right
everything
now. I
that you
live at the
think and
beach.
feel.
It don't matter
No,
what y'all think.
Afro, Becky was speaking. Just allow him to finish
Yeah,
speaking,
clearly, but
please,
y'all
and then
cutting
you
me
can.
off. Are y'all not saying that?
That's what I'm trying to say.
Just mute up
All
for a
right,
minute,
when I
please.
get cut off, why y'all don't
That's
have
what
the
I'm trying
uproar?
to say. Yeah. No one ain't cutting you off, man. We've allowed you to speak. We've allowed you to explain. And then we've even tried to break down some of the things you're saying. Right?
All right.
Right. So what we're saying is, at the end of the day, it seems that all your ideas and point of view, yeah, relate to the policies of the US government. Yeah, not the US people.
Yes.
Not the African American community. Yeah, not the Native American community. Yeah, not the Hispanic community. Yeah, just the US government. You're talking about borders. You're talking about passport to passport. This is all politics. This is all laws and legislations. 1 second. Yeah, depending on what law is being used, commercial law, maritime law, all of this type of stuff, right? We know what system runs the American. Yeah, it's based on a British system. Yeah, facts. Yeah, and if you don't know, you're gonna get to know. So when we talk about politics and we understand the ins and outs and the intricacies of it, yeah, and know that for you to get reparations, you're going to have to step in that political arena, yeah,
Clearly.
and come with some powerful documents and paperwork and all sorts of evidence to prove your point and your case, right?
All right.
And we've looked at that and analyzed it, and many people have done that, yeah, to no avail.
All right,
right?
brother. Let me say this, because look how long. I mean, look, I'm never long-winded. This will be my brief statement. How will we? This is to all panelists. How will African Americans pass reparations legislation in a democracy when we are literally allowing African Americans to be exponentially outnumbered by other races?
Who's outnumbering you apart from the Europeans?
Latinos, Asians even got a faster population growth rate than us. This is all documented, really. Arabians have a faster population growth rate than Africans.
Are they more than you? Forget population growth. I'm saying, are they more than you at this present moment?
At the present moment,
no, they're not. No, they're not, man.
Hold on, listen. At the present moment, Latinos outnumber African Americans in the U.S. You need to do your research, brother. Really.
No, Latinos are from the U.S. Are they not?
No, they're not, brother. Latinos are from various different nations in Latin America, brother.
Right. Which is middle. Hold on. Which is middle and South America.
It's
you
not part of the U.S.
Hold on. Yeah, the U.S.
Yes.
Yeah, is a very new construct. As I said, the United States. One second. That does not even suggest.
Each country in America was created in the last 500 years.
My brother, it doesn't even suggest that it's a country.
Brother, the United States of America is a country. My point is, we are
right. That's not a country.
You're deflected
Look it
already.
up.
I'm asking, how
All
will
right.
we pass reparations legislation
You
if we
can't
are
even do
outnumbered?
nothing if you can't
Listen
even
to what I'm saying.
understand the
So that's my
system that
point.
controls
Hold
you.
on, slow down. And that's
Yeah.
you're having a comprehension issue. Really, that's why it's hard for me to talk to you sometimes, Marku. Let me address the panel. Literally, us as African Americans, we are already only 12% of the population. Now we have allowed Latinos to jump to approximately 20% of the population. Asians are right behind us at approximately 8 to 10% of the population. We have to realize that in the future, we will be outnumbered by more ethnic and racial groups, and it will be harder for us to pass reparations legislation demographically. It's simple mathematics, literally.
So hold on. You're saying someone who's of mixed heritage, yeah, and the predominant gene in you, which is the black gene, yeah, which makes you a black man, which makes you fight for these things, right? Right? Even though you have their admixture, yeah, you got an argument within you, an internal battle dealing with the cracker, yeah, and the African American that's in you. They're both
Marco, I
having a
swear,
war.
did you not
They're
hear what I
both
said?
having a
Are
war
you not
like yin
listening?
and
I didn't
yang.
even mention mixed people. I didn't even mention mixed people.
But you are.
Are you not listening? I didn't
You
even
are
mention
though.
mixed people.
You are
And
though.
that 12% includes mixed people of
You
African
are
American
though.
total.
Yeah.
All right. So what's your point?
Now, my family and my brother and sister are African American.
Yes, you're African.
No,
You're not
they're
a
African
descendant of
American.
United States slaves.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so you're not the group that I'm speaking
issue.
about.
That's not issue. We're more related to the
So
British.
I'm asking a
The
simple
British
question,
slaves.
brother.
No,
Right, brother.
we're still related to the
Brother,
British
you
slaves.
ran from the question. I'm asking, how will we
I
pass
don't understand.
legislation when we are more outnumbered than we were before? That is a
Numbers
simple
don't mean nothing with legislation.
All
That
right.
only means that you have a legal.
It means
1
less
second.
voters. Let me tell you, it's less of a political power base.
No, you just
And
got to have a
democracy.
legal representative, like
That's my point.
Obama.
Hold on,
One second, my brother. One second. One second.
Brother, you got less political
Obama.
representation.
Oh my God. Obama was senator of
He was an
Chicago.
African.
Was
He's
he
not African American.
Was he not? I'm saying he was senator of Chicago, right?
Yes.
Right. So
he's not. Obama not a descendant of United States slaves. What's your point?
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, like,
that's not relevant. So I'm asking a simple question.
Of course it's relevant.
How will we preserve our communities when we are allowing foreigners to literally gentrify our communities?
Well, is that what you're saying that Obama's done? Is that what you're saying?
You can go to Chicago in the district that he represented.
One second. You're saying he's African, right?
Yes, he is.
There's questions on that because he's born. His passport says, his birth certificate says Hawaii.
All right, he's not a descendant of United States slaves, regardless.
So I'm just saying he's from Hawaii, which is supposedly in the Americas. America has jurisdiction over.
Yeah, but he's not a descendant of United States slaves.
Over an island far in the South Pacific or whatever. You get what I'm saying? Like, yeah, nowhere near America, but yet it's part of America. Like, we know that can happen, and in that area, in that diaspora, it seems it should be. Otherwise, the Americans would seem to have not done their job properly, right? Because remember, they're put in charge of that landmass by the British. That's it. Their family, they do dealings. You know what I mean? They want to continue this thing. It's a machine. The Caribbean and the Americas.
How will we preserve our communities if we continuously allow millions of legal and illegal immigrants to influx into African American communities?
Well, let me explain. Because the one thing that each country understands is, like, the more people you have in your country, right, the more turnover, should I say, yeah? Because the more those people are going to have to settle, you're going to have to get a house, you're going to have to buy a car, you're going to have to buy petrol, you're going to have to feed their kids, you're going to have to send their kids to kindergarten, then send their kids to high school, and all of the system that works in America. So once you have kids in any country, yeah, it's like you're attached to that country. Now, the benefit to the country is economical. It's for the country. You know what I mean? The country gains. One second. This is why a lot of countries really kind of have an open door policy when it comes to immigration. Now, what they do, each of these countries, they have a section within the Senate or whatever, and the argument and the question about certain circumstances. That's all they do. And in the House of Representatives, yeah, so each person represents a state. Yeah, the states are not unified. So that is lie number one. If you know law or any
brother, you're not
legalese,
gonna answer
one
the question.
second, you know that the United States is operating illegally. Yeah, there's no such thing as United States. Not all the states are
But what's the answer
united.
to the question?
Texas is its own country. Is it
Brother,
not?
I'm asking a simple question.
Bruv,
How will
come
we
on, bruv.
preserve African American
You ain't
community?
preserving shit if you don't understand the
So
system.
basically,
The system
you
that is
just say that
controlling
instead
you,
of
my brother.
filibustering, brother. Just say that you don't have the
I'm just
answer.
saying that it's
Just say you don't
bruvs.
have the answer. We can move forward, bro.
Bruvs, my brother. You don't even have the answers, Sway. Yeah?
Actually, I've been
You
reporting
don't,
the
you don't
ICE.
even
I got the
understand the
answer.
question
Hold
you're
on, I got
asking.
the answer. I'll tell you what I've been doing.
Bruvs.
I've been reporting the illegal aliens to ICE to get them out the way. That's a
Okay,
housing unit
cool.
that could go to African Americans and a job unit that could go to African Americans for each illegal alien that gets
So
deported.
ICE, who's ICE funded by, and what
The U.S. taxpayers.
government?
Me. It's
What
funded by me,
government
US
department
taxpayers.
is it? It's a government department, right?
They own the Homeland Security.
It's a government department,
Yeah, I
right?
just told you, Department of Homeland Security.
Right. Thank you. So, and then you said you don't support the government.
I ain't say that at all. I ain't say that at all. When did I say that? Yeah,
we asked you several times. We asked you several times. One
Show me
second.
the tape on that.
One
I said I
second.
don't
One
support
second. One
Biden.
second.
I said I don't
One
support Biden. Are you not listening?
No, but you support Trump because you're talking about the
No,
wall.
I definitely don't support Trump. Are you not listening, brother?
You supported him, bro.
No, I support building a wall. I don't support no Caucasian.
Your
Listen.
statements.
My statement was I support building a wall.
From the
We can
president's
rewind the tape.
mouth.
This is recorded.
Come
This
on,
is
my
recorded.
brother.
We can
Come
rewind
on,
the
my
tape.
brother.
I stand on my stance.
And you're gonna sound
I
silly.
stand on my stance, brother. I support building the wall. I don't
You
support no
support
cracker.
building the wall.
Definitely.
Now, is building the wall part of a U.S. president's policy? Huh? Part of
Not
his
just it.
campaign.
Let me respond to that.
my brother. Hold on.
Hold on.
Was
You know
it
the wall.
part
Hold
of
on.
his
Let me respond, brother.
campaign?
The wall. Hold on. The
second,
wall
man.
existed before
Oh my
Trump.
God.
You're retarded, brother. The wall existed before Trump was in office.
No one
Trump,
said
Trump was
the wall
trying to.
didn't.
That's my point. Trump was trying to build more portions to the wall.
Right. I
Exactly.
did say
So
that in the
the
beginning.
wall predates Trump, brother.
I did say that in the beginning, though.
All right. So just because I support the wall, don't mean I support Trump.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Checkmate.
that's how it works.
No, it don't.
That's how it works. You
all
can't
right.
get out of it, my brother.
All right,
Yeah,
brother.
you can twist, you can thing,
I
you
can
can
give you an
wiggle
example.
like a worm on the end
No,
of
I
a
can give you
fucking
better example.
on a fish hook.
I'll give you a
Yeah?
better example.
I just gave you an excellent example of your foolishness.
All right,
Yeah?
but let me tell
And
you
then
how I
now
don't support
you also
right.
support supposedly U.S. foreign policy. Crazy.
When did you hear
know
me
what I'm
say
saying?
that?
Bruv, the moment you mention somebody is an illegal immigrant, you don't want illegal immigrants
That's
coming
domestic
into your
policy. You're
country
retarded.
because
That's domestic policy. You're
how
an
is
idiot. That's
domestic
domestic.
if people are
That's
coming in
domestic.
and
You're
out
an
of the
idiot.
country?
You're
How?
an idiot.
How?
Because they're in the country getting deported out. You idiot.
How? No, how did they get in?
They're getting caught in the country.
No, I'm saying other than Mexicans, everyone else has to fly in and shit. Yeah. So when you're saying
And
they're
they're getting
illegal
caught
and
in
all
the
of that,
country.
I
And
don't
they're getting
understand.
caught in the U.S.
Okay.
That's
But where
domestic.
are they from? They're from loads of other places, right?
They're from where they get deported back to.
Sorry?
They're from where they get deported back to.
Right. And I'm saying all of that action is government. It's nothing to do with you.
Actually, I'm the one that made the phone call, so it's the constituents
Right.
as well.
So you're joining with the government agency to get rid of people. That's it.
The African American staff members, yeah,
Not
definitely.
more.
Yeah, the African American staff members, yeah, nothing more. You right?
What do you mean African American staff
When we
members?
call ICE, matter of fact, I mean, I have nothing to hide. When I call ICE, when I call U.S. Capitol Police, these are African American sergeants.
You got some friends in there. That's what you said.
Yeah, I only interface with the African Americans, literally. Matter of fact, look, I'll say this.
Does that make it better, my brother? Does that make it better?
Let me say this. Let me say professionally, I'm an African American lobbyist. I'm so now I have so much notoriety because of my political activism. I even was investigated by U.S. Capitol Police, really, and I stood tall against that investigation, really. So I don't have nothing to hide, really, ever. Really. Stood super tall, really. Could have got killed, but never got killed. You know what I mean? So it's nothing that you can say on this live to excite me. Really,
it's not about exciting, bro. We're just talking. Everyone seems to be telling their truth. You're telling your truth.
So let's not get past that.
Yeah?
So since we cannot,
but I'm saying your truth is open for critique because
that's my point. So since we cannot go to that country,
one second. There's bare flaws in it. Yeah, but they can do what the fuck they want.
That's why we got to. That's why we got to
deport to you.
That's why we report them the illegal. That's why we report them.
They change their mind. If they
That's why we get
change
them
their
deported.
mind,
You're
one
right.
second.
That's why we get them deported, and then
One
we go to their
second.
country and buy real estate.
1 second. Fuck's sake,
Go ahead.
man.
Yeah.
Twat. Yeah. If you yeah support the US government in its endeavors, my brother, you support the US government. You
That don't mean I support all of them.
Biden. You
That don't mean
support
you support
my
all of
brother.
them.
My
Hold
brother,
on.
when you was
So
in
we can't
America, did you vote?
compartmentalize.
1 second. Do you
So
vote?
you don't know what compartmentalize mean?
My brother, do you vote?
Not no more. Last time I voted, I'm ashamed to say, I voted for all black Democrats. They was all coons and really burn fire on all of them. Fuck them. Fuck all of them.
Who did you vote for? Obama.
Nah, I ain't vote for Obama. But the last time I voted for shit. I don't even want to shout these hoes' names out, but I'll give you one of them. You got in Maryland, you got, and I'm ashamed to say I voted for his bitch ass. You got Kwesi Mfume, man. I voted for that bitch ass nigga, and he ended
And what
up
is he? What party is he?
He a Democrat. And he supported, not only did he support DACA and foreign aid and our tax revenue going to Afghanistan and the Ukraine, while his own congressional district in Baltimore City, they literally had feces and lead in the drinking water. This nigga, Kwesi Mfume, supported giving out tax revenue to, as I stated, DACA, foreign aid, Ukraine, Afghanistan, etc. Really.
Right.
While there's people in this district that got goddamn mental illnesses because they grew up on lead paint water and shit.
So is Ukraine in the United States?
Shit, no. You know it
So
ain't.
that's what I was talking about, my brother. When I say foreign policy, yeah.
Yes, that's not deportation.
It's other people. 1 second. Yes, it is deportation as well. It's
No,
part of it.
We talk about two different things.
No, we're not. Because remember, if you get refugees, refugees is different.
That's my point. That's my point.
There's different levels to this, right?
Are you not listening? I support deportation. I don't support giving out tax revenue to the Ukraine. That's foreign aid. I don't support foreign aid.
You don't support them giving foreign aid while you need it in the Americas. I get that, right?
It's our tax revenue. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, you need it. You think it's your tax revenue. It's not your money.
We paying it. What the fuck? No, when we get our paychecks, we see that that's our tax revenue.
Yeah, you get
we see
robbed.
what we pay out. We see what we get took out.
No, you work just like everyone else and they rob you.
Exactly.
They tax you. Right.
Are you not listening? So we talk about our tax revenue.
Taxing is robbing.
Exactly. So we talk about where our taxes are going.
So, in the black community, when you rob something from someone, is there rebate on that? Can there be a return on that?
Let me respond to that. If you go get it back, listen, you gotta go get your back. You don't want no get back?
Might get a bullet. Don't be silly, man. Come on.
You gotta take it to that. If it comes to the bullet, then you saw the George Floyd uprisings. You saw the George Floyd uprisings. Some cops got killed.
No, stop that.
Listen, you're right. Some cops got killed. Some cops got ran over, shot the fuck up. You're right. It comes to that sometimes. You're right.
Where was that?
But was you snitching on black people, getting them deported?
Never. Let me say this: snitching only applies to people you loyal to. If you telling somebody you loyal
that's a technicality. You're
Yeah.
dropping a dime on people.
Come on.
Hold on. Isn't that a technical issue? Is it not? Let me say this.
Snitching, man.
Let me say this.
You're next level, bro.
Hold on. You saying that because you ran away from your country? You saying this? Listen, if you were smart, you would be getting the Chinese out of your country the same way.
Chinese?
You're an idiot. Yes,
No, but
in Nigeria,
I mean,
Ghana,
most
and
of
Jamaica,
us-
and the Caribbean. Let's
but
talk
hold
about
on,
it.
hold on.
How can y'all criticize me for doing what y'all not
One
doing?
minute. Who
How can y'all
your
criticize
country?
me for
Chinese
doing
or
what
black
y'all afraid to
people?
do? Hold on, how y'all
Afro,
criticizing me for doing
was
what
it
y'all afraid to
Chinese
do?
or black people?
Yeah, I'm
No,
afraid to
that's-
snitch on
How
people.
y'all-
I
let
am
me respond.
afraid of snitching on people. I
Yeah,
am.
let me respond. When we go to Caribbean, it's full of Chinese right now. Why
How
not
you
kicking
not
them out?
afraid? How are
Y'all
you
need to
not
call
afraid?
ICE on the Chinese in the
Bro,
Caribbean.
forget about the
Y'all need to
Chinese
call
for
ICE on
one
the
minute.
Chinese in the
Who
Caribbean.
is it that you got as your
Caribbean?
Can I say
country?
this? Can I say
Brother,
this?
who is it
Why
that
you
you
don't
got as
call
your
ICE?
country?
Let me say this though. Why you don't call ICE on the Chinese in the Caribbean?
I
Why you
want
don't call
to
Caribbean?
immigration on them?
who it was
My
you
brother.
was
Why you don't call immigration on the Chinese in Africa?
brother, was it black
What the
people
fuck is
that
wrong with you, nigga? How you gonna criticize me?
got evicted,
You can't tell me
got
shit.
deported?
All
I
right,
swear he said
all
it was
right,
black
all right.
people who got
Allow
deported.
it.
You sound crazy, man.
All
Who
right.
was it who
Hey,
got
hey,
deported?
listen.
No
It
reason.
said Jesus was crazy, so
No
fuck
one
it.
Brother,
listen
who
to
was
you.
it
said
who you
Jesus
got
was crazy.
deported?
You ain't
I
Jesus.
got over.
man.
Let me respond to him. I got over 42 illegal aliens deported. Yes.
From what nation? From what people?
Oh, I'm glad you asked me that. Now, a lot of them, when I was looking at them, I ain't know what they was. They was Latinos of some sort and Asians. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't.
Oh, they weren't
report-
African. They weren't no
Nah,
Africans.
No. But I'm gonna tell you this though: if y'all keep mistreating me on this goddamn panel, I'm gonna start reporting y'all motherfucking cousins, nigga. Keep playing with me.
Yeah, kick this guy, man. It's a chief.
But the joke is again, we could have cousins in Mexico, we could have cousins in Costa Rica, we could have cousins.
No, I'm talking about the black ones. I'm not reporting nobody black.
Yeah, but we can have cousins in all
How
those
did you know that they were even illegal?
I'm glad. That's the best question. See, MJ has a clairvoyance that a lot of y'all don't have. Now, literally, and that's the best question you ask. When I see, and I'm glad you asked me that. When I encountered, and this is when I was back in the States, because thank God, in Puerto Rico, ICE, which is immigration, they literally drive around. Like, you can't even be an illegal alien down here and just congregate. They won't allow it. But in the States, if I see a group of people congregating, and I look around them, and they don't look like they speak English, and if I try to say something in English, they don't speak no English, yeah, I'm getting right on that goddamn phone, and I'm calling my African-American connections in immigration immediately, literally. And that's and it's always, and I call on Asians, Arabians, and Latinos. That's not
all right,
African.
can you be quiet for a second, please? Why do you talk so much? The ICE or whatever that.
Well, nigga, you asking me a question.
No. All right, thank you for the response.
No,
this is Miss
Sarah. You feel me? And let me say this before I mute up. You already treasonous. Oh, if that's the woman that got the black kids, you already ain't shit because you're against reparations and your kids black. So go ahead. What you want to ask me, white woman?
I don't need reparations. I have a daddy who's got land. Anyways, what was I gonna say?
Did your father fix in this country? Hold on, is your father fixing this country?
I'm not African American.
I know you African. Is your father fixing this country with that money?
Yeah, he is.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What country? Let's talk about it. Is your father fixing that country?
Moving on now.
All right, but name the country though. I'm gonna mute up. Tell her name my country. I bet you won't name it.
Man, come on, man.
Come on, it's Ethiopia.
Can't dominate the conversation, though. Allow it.
The ICE
At least allow me to say this. Ask your question. Go ahead.
The ICE. It's not a question for you. It's a statement. The ICE.
All right, make your statement.
The ICE that you are cooperating with are the same people that had children in cages in the deserts of Texas.
Yes.
Separating parents from mothers.
Yes. They shouldn't have came to our country illegally.
Don't talk over me. These are the same people that lost 1,500 children in America. Child trafficking. Fully involved in child trafficking.
They should have stayed in their country,
This
though.
is the people that you support and you hand over vulnerable people to. Anyway,
they should have stayed in their
no
country.
morals, and what's happened is
they should have stayed in their country.
You've turned into the devil. You've turned into the devil that you are running from and complaining about. The same devil you want reparations from is what you're turning into.
Is Ethiopians working for Chinese in Ethiopia right now? What's your point?
Brother, don't worry about my country.
What's
Deal
your
with
point?
your
What can you tell me?
reparations. That's your
What can
worry.
you tell me? I'm asking, what can you tell me?
Deal with your reparations.
It's Chinese
Don't worry about my country.
training Ethiopians in Ethiopia right now. Literally, I seen the documentary. Y'all was dancing. They got y'all doing exercises in the morning. They got y'all speaking Chinese. Really? What can you tell me, miss? And I respect Ethiopians because I read the Ethiopian Bible, but really, what can you tell me when you got your own Ethiopian people in Ethiopia working for Chinese and the stores is owned by Arabians?
Bro, I'm just dealing with the fact you're dealing with child traffickers. You're handing over people to child traffickers. That's all I'm dealing with right now.
If they would have stayed in their country, that never would have happened, right?
ICE are child traffickers, bro. They lost 1,500 children.
If they would have stayed in their country, they never would have encountered ICE. If they would have stayed in their country, they never would have met ICE. You don't realize
so
that?
you don't care the fact that vulnerable children have been lost by the
Let me respond to that. They don't care when they call. Let me respond to that. The immigrants that come to the U.S., they don't care when they call the police on African American kids.
I'm talking about children. I am talking about children.
I'm responding. It's eye for an eye, miss. You're not from the U.S. You don't know.
So you're fine with children being trafficked via this organization.
It's African American kids in jail right now. African American kids in jail right now.
You don't care children in cages in the desert. You don't care.
It's African American kids in cages right now, and the CEOs are African, and the CEOs are Hispanic.
Oh, so you're okay with it because they're not African. It's okay.
I literally just said it. It's an eye for an eye. They're doing the same thing to our kids in the U.S.
What did the children do to the children in the U.S.?
What did our children do to them?
Children,
what did our children do to them?
What did the Mexican children do to the African American children?
I'm asking, what did our children do to them?
What did a 10-year-old do to the
what did our
African
10-year-olds do to them? What did our kids do to them?
What did caged 10-year-olds,
I'm asking, what did our kids do to them?
8-year-olds,
Bro, this is no way to have a conversation.
do to other people in
All right,
America?
I'm asking, what did our kids do to them? Because our kids in cages too. You don't give a fuck about the African American kids in cages?
You sound so
I'm
dumb.
asking, you ain't bringing up why you not bringing up the African American kids in cages though? Why you not bringing?
You know
them
what?
up?
Yeah, ADOS, Pan Africans. You've just held an L. Just hold
So you say fuck that shit, fuck the African American kids.
I'm Rasta.
Fuck the African American kids.
Hold your
Wow,
L.
I'm not
fuck the
gonna add
African
the rest
American
of
You know
it.
what I
I
kids.
mean?
don't know what he's
You know what I
on.
mean?
So we
I don't
supposed
know
to care
what the
about
hell's
the
going on.
so we supposed to care about the
This is
immigrant
an
kids. Y'all
L.
don't care about
This
the
is an
African
L.
American kids in cages.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
Y'all don't care about
10-year-old
the
in a
African American
cage
kids
in the
in cages.
desert, and he's telling me an eye for an
Y'all don't
eye.
care
I'm
about the
out.
African American kids in
Yeah,
cages.
he's done. He's done. He's done.
No, I'm
He's done.
asking.
He's done
Y'all
himself.
don't care about the African
Demon,
American
you
kids in
are a
cages.
Checkmate.
demon. You are a walking demon,
Y'all
bro.
don't care about the
Move.
African American kids in
You
Come
are a
cages.
on. Yeah, we care about them
We
equally,
do.
and we
All
would care
right,
about them if
so
you were
let
the
me
one
ask you this.
making the phone call to put them in there. But
Yes,
right now,
because
we're
they
talking
call
about the
them put
ones
our
that
kids in
you're
cages. They
42,
call them put
the
our kids in
42
cages.
illegal immigrants that
Yes,
you have snitched
they
on.
parents call
That's
the
what we
police
are
on our
focused
kids.
on right now.
The illegal
Were there
aliens call the
children
police
involved
on
in
our
the people
kids.
that were there children involved? Did he snitch on
Yeah,
children?
let me
People with
respond to
children?
that. I'll give you a perfect example. I got arrested. I was fighting the police. I was protecting African American kids. You know who called the police on them? It was illegal aliens. This is documented. Matter of fact, the police
How
reported
can
on
an
the
illegal
Facebook.
alien phone police?
No, what is he
Because
doing?
I'll
Make
tell
a
you how.
statement. Give their
Because you
name
have
and
sanctuary
address.
cities. You have sanctuary cities in the U.S. that allow
What?
it. You have
Yeah,
sanctuary
if a
cities, and
black
I'm just
if a
answering
black
your
That
question.
was a
American does
dumb.
it,
That
Y'all
was
don't
a
know
very
about the
dumb
U.S. Y'all don't know
story.
about
But
the
yeah,
U.S. I'm trying to
so
tell
doesn't
you.
make sense.
They
Brother,
are
you went
sanctuary. I'm
from
trying to answer your question.
ICNI
They are
to I
sanctuary
see a
cities.
spy.
I'm trying to answer your
I
question.
So
know, I
They
know.
according
are
to this
they are sanctuary
gentleman,
cities.
just lock up the little
There are
10-year-old and put them
sanctuary
in
cities.
cages, an eye for an eye. What a demon.
Yes, it's an eye
Absolute
for an
demon.
eye, definitely. They coming after our kids.
But what? Okay,
Fuck
what
'em.
has a child? I get. Okay, fair
They
enough.
coming
I'm not
after our
saying.
kids. So what did our kids do?
I agree with you. I agree that
Okay, so
shouldn't
they
be
should have stayed. They
happening
could
to
have kept their
African
kids in their
American
country.
children.
So they should have kept their
Bro,
kids in their
listen,
country.
listen.
Afro, stop speaking over people, please. You're gonna
I
have to get removed
completely
from the
Well,
panel.
agree
miss.
with you.
Well,
They
listen.
shouldn't be
Yeah, you little
detaining African
snitch.
American children in these
If y'all let the cracker
juvenile wards.
remove,
I know from first-hand experience, bro. I've got family who've been through the system, so don't chat shit to me. Number one. Number two, that doesn't negate the fact that it's wrong that any child is being detained in a cage. You cannot make that okay, bro.
all right, let me
There
ask
is
this:
no.
He
There is no
can.
eye for an eye. A
How
6-year-old,
do
a
we stop it
10-year-old
if
should
they
not
don't
be in
feel
a
it?
cage
How
in
do
the
we stop
desert.
it if they don't feel it too?
1,500 children should not go missing in a country rife with child trafficking and molestation. Just shouldn't be happening. Period.
Why you don't quote the numbers for the African American kids that are being molested in jail? Why you don't quote
Because
them
that
numbers?
doesn't negate the fact that it's wrong.
Wow.
Wrong is wrong, bro.
Wow.
It doesn't
So
matter
y'all
who
got.
they are,
So let me
what color they
respond.
are. All
Can
children
I
should be
respond?
You're sending the
protected.
next man's
MJ,
kids
All
are
to
you
the
children should
moderating?
be
same jail
protected.
MJ, are you
that you're
Period.
moderating?
saying is molesting
Hold on.
people.
What's wrong
Who's
with
the
you?
moderator? Who's the moderator? Can I
All
speak?
right, give Afro a chance to speak, please.
Yes, literally, this is the response. And look, watch how much brief I am, more than anyone else on
He's
the
still
panel. My question
snitching.
is
This guy don't stop
very brief.
No,
snitching,
no,
bro.
no, no.
Very brief.
Con, let
How?
respond.
This is the question. How do we stop it if they don't feel it too?
By snitching.
Checkmate. That's it. So they got to feel it too.
So you're a snitch.
No, I have no loyalty to immigrants. Checkmate. I have no loyalty to immigrants.
So, but you have loyalty. Do you have? What do you do about the Americans that are committing crimes against African American quote unquote children? What have you done?
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, man. Really, that's something that I'd
Yeah.
rather speak about, man. And
What
my
have you done
email
about?
is.
What have you been
Let
done
me
about the
respond.
police
Can I
officers
respond to
shooting
the
up your
goddamn
kids?
question, miss? Can I respond? Goddamn. Now, my name is afrodiasporanews@gmail.com. Anyone that has any information about any child predators in the African American community, please email me. We'll get right in touch with my African American contacts in the FBI as well as U.S. Capitol
The
Police.
FBI who are fully involved too. Okay.
All right. So what have you
Anyways.
done about it? Hold on. She's chattering.
You're
What
making
have
the
you done
complaints.
about it?
I'm asking. You're
Hold on. What
snitching
have
on
you done
people and
about it? No.
calling
Let her talk.
the ICE.
What have you done
You're the
about
one
it?
calling ICE on
No, but
children.
what have
So
you
let's
done
talk
about it?
about it. Like,
No,
what are we doing?
what have you done
What are
about
you
it?
doing
No, but what have you
for
done
your
about it?
people?
But
But
what
you're
have you
literally
done
a
about it?
government spy.
No. Let her talk. What has
Weirdos,
she done
man.
about? No.
Absolute
She
weirdos.
brought it up. She brought the issue up.
I don't
What are you
call
doing
police.
about
I
the
don't call
predators?
police
I'm
on
asking a
vulnerable
question.
people. I
MJ, are
don't
you
do
not
that.
moderating? MJ, what happened to you? Really?
Yeah, and she's
She's
trying
quiet.
to answer your
Okay, so
question,
where's the
but you're the
order?
one that's
What have you
not giving
done?
her space to answer.
Exactly. So this is the question. What have you done about the child predators in your community?
I definitely haven't called other people who lose children.
So you ain't did nothing.
To
So
come
you
and
ain't did
collect
nothing about it.
children. We don't
All
do
right, we
that.
can move forward. You ain't did shit about it. Any of the other panelists, what have you done about the child predators in your own community? Let's talk about it.
I've got no information for you. My name's
All right,
not
well, you's a
Khan.
bitch ass nigga. And we got
delete.
Hold on.
Delete.
You see how quick to get to the jokes? You see when we talk about
Yeah,
something serious,
no
y'all
hablo
get to the
English.
jokes.
Because you're
You
not
see how
serious.
when it gets
That's why.
absurd? No, when
You're
it's serious,
weirdo,
you
fam.
bitches
Man
want to
said an
joke.
iPhone. I still can't get over
Yeah,
it.
so I'm asking, what
Child,
have you
you
done
know,
about the child
demon.
predators in your community?
You're a
What have you
demon,
done about it?
bro.
You ain't did shit, so you need to shut your goddamn mouth.
Afro, the
Really.
thing is, some
You ain't
things
did a
can't
fucking
be
thing.
said online. You might
All right,
you might
MJ,
be
you can
happy
go
to
in.
snitch on yourself being a snitch, but maybe we don't want to snitch on ourselves. So
If
yeah,
I
we
have,
just leave
well,
it there.
listen, y'all using the term snitch incorrectly. You niggas is idiots. I don't have no loyalty to no
No,
immigrant. I
sorry.
can't go to
As
the
far
country
as I'm
illegally.
concerned, if it's a government
Y'all already
agency,
didn't answer that question. I
if it's
can't go
a
to that
government,
country illegally.
if
If
you
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 have
have
no
loyalty to
loyalty,
the police
tell me
officers that
I
shoot
can't
you
go to
every
that
day,
country.
but you don't have
I
loyalty to
can't go to that
10-year-old
country
children in
illegally.
cages. I get it,
you
man.
have a loyalty to the
I
government
can't go to that
over the
country illegally.
everyday
It's nothing
person.
you can tell me.
Can't rate
I
that.
can't
That's
go to that
snitchery.
country illegally. I can't go to that country illegally. So it's nothing you can tell
Yeah,
me.
you're right. You're right. You have
So
loyalty to the
checkmate.
same
So they gotta go.
officers.
They
You
can't come
call
to
the
my
same
country illegally.
officers
So they gotta
that
go.
shoot you down
So they
every day.
gotta
We
go.
get it. We get
So
it.
they
You
got to go.
cooperate
Got to
with the
go.
same officers
Look,
that
they could have
kill
left
you
on their
every
own.
day. We get it.
Miss, they
We
could have
get it.
left on their own. They would have never had to be ICE if they left on their own. Checkmate. Really, they
Afro,
could have
you
left
are
on their own.
you're
They could have left
literally
on their own.
the
ADHD as well, by the way. I think it's
Yeah.
adult
person
Why
ADHD.
didn't they
we've
fix their
ever
own
had
country?
on this show.
Hold
We've
on. Why
had
they ain't fix their
Nazis
own
on
country?
here.
He has
We've
to
had
have, I think he's
racists
number
on
one at the
here.
moment.
You're
All right, let's
literally the
calm down though.
worst
But why they
one.
ain't
Number
fix their
one
own
for the
country?
worst fucker I've ever heard in my life.
But look, why they ain't fix their own country though?
But we've had literal
It's all
Nazis
right, man.
on
We
here,
understand. We
self-confessed
get you now. We
Nazis.
get
You're
you. We
worse
get
than
you, man.
them.
We get you. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. You're gonna cooperate with the officers that shoot you every day, but it's okay. It's an eye for an eye for
You're
a
a dumb
10-year-old to be
nigga.
put
No,
in a
I
cage.
actually went
I
to war
get it,
against the
man.
police
I get it.
and won.
I get it, man.
I
It's
went
all
to war
right.
against the police and won. That's what I'm saying. You're talking
It's
to the wrong
okay,
nigga.
man. They shoot you
I
yesterday. You
literally fought
call
the
them
police and won more than once.
vulnerable
I fought the
people
police and won more than
tomorrow.
once.
It makes sense, man.
I fought the
It makes
police more than once
sense.
and won. And I beat them in court. You can't tell me nothing.
Yeah, you call them. You
Your
call them
father
Nah,
never
after they
fought the
man.
shoot
police. Your
your
father
brother
went to work for
yesterday.
the
Yeah,
crackers.
I thought
Your
Reggie
father
was
came
bad.
to
You're
you came to
worse
work
than
for
Reggie.
crackers. Your father came to work for crackers. What can you
Only
tell me? You
joking,
left
Reggie,
Africa.
by the way.
my father
Really?
came to what?
Your father came to work for crackers. You left Africa.
Actually, he was
What can you tell
working
me?
for another
Brother, you
African who
are
And he
owned
a
a
paid his
cracker.
company.
taxes. The
But
crackers. He ain't
yeah,
fixed
You
Africa.
makes
are a
sense.
Why
cracker.
he ain't fixed Africa though?
But you
Why
are
Pardon?
he
a
ain't fixed
cracker.
Africa though? But why he ain't
But
fixed
you are
Africa?
a cracker.
I'm mixed race.
Are you
I'm the
mixed
future of the
race?
Caucasian
Oh,
race.
it
Yeah.
makes sense. Got another
I'm what
KO. It's a
MJ
man
Yeah,
named
was.
yeah,
KO.
yeah.
You just
Why didn't
clocked
you guys
error.
tell
Why do you
me?
didn't know? I thought you
Exactly. So I'm
knew. I thought
asking,
you
Why
knew.
didn't you
why he ain't
tell
fixed
me? It
Africa
Did you
makes
hear me
sense. It
earlier
makes
talking about it? Like, yo, these
Yeah,
guys,
that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
MJ
mix
kids
up,
gonna look
man.
like me.
no. It's a wrap.
I'm
It's
the
a wrap.
future
I
of the
get it now. I
Caucasian
get it.
race.
I get it. I want
I'm
to
the
fall
future
back.
of the Caucasian race. But ask the Ethiopian, why she ain't fixed Ethiopia though? That's the question.
It's all right,
Really,
man.
because I
It's
seen
an
a heartbreaking
American
documentary.
KO
It was
bleeding
Ethiopians
out. I
working for
get
Chinese
it.
people.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm asking, is
It's
Ethiopians
all right,
working in
man.
sweatshops with Chinese
Mixed
people in
race people,
Ethiopia?
like, come collect.
So
Come
I'm asking
collect
with
your
all due
thing,
respect
bro.
though. I'm asking respectfully
Yeah,
though.
these
Why
guys
you ain't
always
fixed
blacker
Mixed
than
race
us
people, come
Africans, man.
collect,
Why
man.
you not
It's
getting
the
the
Mm.
second
Chinese
one
out of
in a year.
Ethiopia though? Why you not getting the Chinese out of Ethiopia though?
Yo, bro, allow me with the adult
Why you not getting
ADHD,
the
man.
Chinese out of
I'll take the
Ethiopia? That's my
medication,
only
fam.
question. Really, I went back because I'm Rastafarian. And I
Have
went
you
back
ever
to the
Yeah,
have you
Holy
ever
Land.
been
Bro, how
diagnosed
can
with
you be? How can you
ADHD?
I
Have
be?
you
went
ever
back to
been
the Holy
diagnosed with
How
Land in
can you be
ADHD?
Ethiopia.
Rastafarian?
I
You've
went to
literally
the
nullified your
Holy
deen.
Land. Let me
You've
tell you, I went to the
nullified your
Holy
own
Land.
deen now.
I went to the Holy Land in
Thou
Ethiopia.
shalt
When I
not
got there, I was like, what
snitch
the
is
fuck is all
number
these
one
Chinese
in the
people?
rest of the book.
What the fuck
And
going
it's
on?
Mm-hmm.
snitching to Babylon.
This ain't where
Mad.
Haile
Snitching
Selassie
to
from.
the Babylon.
When I came to Ethiopia, I said, this is where Haile Selassie from? There's a bunch the Chinese out here now. Goddamn.
We could talk about Haile Selassie's view on your beliefs as a Rasta,
Afro,
but
do you
we're not
know
going to go there.
your voice is even funnier when you speed up talking.
I hope when you're young,
Like, you guys should have just told me
they're not mentioning none of
it's
it.
another
Bro.
kill. Like,
I
it all
hope.
makes sense now. It's all adding up.
Yeah.
It's all
Keep
adding
it
up.
real. Why? I
They will
was like,
disown
God, they
you.
got
They'll
Chinese
disown you.
restaurants. They selling egg rolls in Ethiopia right now. They got lo mein. They got General Tso's chicken. I was like, God damn, where the injera?
Yeah, you're right. We don't have as many cases of adult ADHD though.
Yeah, that shit crazy. You need to go back and fix your shit up.
Damn.
We don't
Damn,
have as
son.
many cases of adult
I know.
Damn,
The Chinese beating it out of them.
We definitely don't have those
But you was the man, son.
We definitely don't have drag queens twerking for little kids. We definitely don't have that
The
either.
Chinese beating it out of them. Look, when I went to Ethiopia, let me tell you, I went to Ethiopia, they were studying
homosexuals
Kung Fu.
with their flags
When I
down
went
our
to
roads
Ethiopia, they were
either.
studying Chinese
There's a lot
martial
of
arts.
things we don't have, bro. You're right.
But when I went
bro.
to Ethiopia, they were studying Chinese martial arts. I swear to God, it was Jackie Chan posters. I swear to God, really, and Bollywood posters.
I'd rather
And
that than
Bollywood posters. I'm
I'd
like,
rather
y'all
that
worship Pakistani?
than
Y'all worship
homosexual drag
Pakistani?
queens twerking for
Y'all worship
2-year-olds. I'd rather
Pakistani?
that. I'd rather that, bro.
I'm like, damn, there's a bunch of Pakistanians in Ethiopia. Goddamn. So really,
But did you
sis,
see
I'm
any
just
drag
asking.
queens? Did you see
When
any
last time
drag
you been
queens?
back to
No.
your land though?
Did you
When
see any
back
drag
to
queens
your land
twerking
though?
for 2-year-olds?
When the last time you been back to your land?
Can we change your name on the screen to Right Wing
man.
Rasta?
Silly man.
But I'm asking, when last time you been back to Ethiopia though, man? Really?
Oh, you Right Wing Rasta?
Yeah, you
No,
need
I'm
a
just
visa to
asking,
get
man.
in. I don't need a visa to get in.
Right Wing Rasta.
Hey, but when last time you been to Ethiopia though?
Yo,
You needed a visa to get in. Relax yourself, man. You're a
But
guest in
since
my
I'm asking,
country.
when last
innit?
time you was there though?
All the way back.
Because and I love Ethiopia. It was
You were
open
a guest
sewage.
in my country,
It was
bro. How you
open
gonna
sewage.
ask me when I
You're
was
right.
last
I
there?
left.
You
I
okay?
left. I could not stay. I could not stay there. It was open sewage. I got up out of there. But yeah, you're right though. When are you going to go back and fix it?
What? Are
I'm
you
keeping it
dumb?
real. It
What are
was
you
open
talking
sewage.
about, bro? What
Let
are
me
you
say this.
talking
It was open sewage, and respectfully to the Ethiopian Christians, we know this exists. Some of the kids was playing
Don't
around the
come for
open
the
sewage.
Ethiopian Christians, man. They might beat
Nah,
you
I
up
never.
still.
I read the Ethiopian Orthodox.
You
I
worship
read
them
the
as well,
Ethiopian.
man.
But
Relax
look, why
yourself.
you not there at the monastery
Don't you
helping clean
worship
up the?
Ethiopians?
Why you not helping clean up the
Isn't
city?
highly
But why you not helping
according to
clean up
you an
Ethiopia today
incarnation
though?
of a manifestation of
Haile
God?
ain't let the
Like, what are you
Chinese in.
doing? How you
what you
gonna
Haile
calling
insult
me,
Selassie ain't let the
Sarah?
people who
Haile
Chinese.
worship?
Selassie.
Relax, man.
Haile Selassie ain't let the Chinese in.
Haile Selassie.
Haile Selassie ain't let the Chinese in though. Y'all not keeping it up. Y'all not keeping it in order, respectfully.
Listen, whatever we are,
bro.
bro. You know
Shut
when we
up.
won? We won when we didn't have drag queens walking down our roads. We already won the game.
Yeah,
We
you're
won.
right about that.
We
You're
won,
right about that.
bro. You got
I agree.
homosexuals hanging around with your toddlers. Like,
You're
allow
right
us,
about
innit?
that.
Relax.
Mad.
No, you're right.
They're
I agree with
adopting your
that part.
toddlers. Homosexuals are adopting your children
Yeah, you're right. You're
and
right.
abusing them in your countries. Relax. Don't worry about my country.
That's one thing I ain't going.
We've even
Let's say
banned you
something
from
true.
adopting our kids. That's how bad it is. We
Right.
banned you.
You're
You
right.
can't even adopt our
You're
children.
right about that. After y'all
Yeah, you
already let the
can't.
white man,
We
the
saw
white man
what a
already
corrupt,
adopted millions of y'all
filthy,
kids though. You did
degenerate
it too
place
late,
you come from. We
Miss.
said,
You
no,
did
we're
it too
not sending
late
our
though.
kids there.
Miss, you stopped the white man too late though. He already done adopted thousands of
That's
y'all
the
goddamn
people
kids.
you call, though. That's
That's what I'm
ICE. You
saying.
call
No, I
ICE.
call
They're the
African
people you
Americans that work
call.
for ICE. You must not wasn't listening. You're an
What's the
idiot.
difference,
I
though? What's the
literally got
difference?
Come on,
African
man.
American
Behave
connect
yourself,
in
man.
ICE. But let me just ask you this, because I was in
Nah, just stop
Shashamane
snitching on
and I was
people. That's all.
in Addis Ababa. Why you not there fixing your country up?
Addis
That's all I'm asking.
Ababa.
I
Addis
I was
already
in Addis
told
Ababa.
you we
Ababa.
won. We're better than
Why
you,
you ain't
Ababa.
man. We
fixing
don't
up
have
though?
drag
It's
queens.
not
No,
We don't
y'all
have
ain't win the
Ababa.
homosexuals
poverty
adopting our
war
kids.
though.
We won.
Y'all ain't in the war against poverty though. You didn't in that war, miss.
We
You didn't
won the
win that war.
moral war. We won the
Yeah, I
moral. Our
agree. No,
children are
I
not
agree.
being
But you
abused
ran
by
away.
homosexuals.
You ran
Sorry.
away though. You ain't part of
We
that.
don't
You
have
ran
that.
away. Miss, you ran away. Why you don't go back? Because you're right. Y'all did win. But why you don't
It's
go back?
called being an
Why you
economical
don't go win
migrant.
with
It's
your
happening
family?
for centuries.
Why you don't
People
go
go to
win with your
people's
family?
countries.
But why
We
you don't
take
go win with your
resources.
family
We
though?
send it back to our
But
country.
why
It's
you don't go win
happening.
with your family though?
It's
Why y'all depending on
happening.
foreign resources? Why you depending on Europeans and Chinese?
Whatever we do, bro, at the end of
The
the day, we're
Chinese
going to
built
get
the
back to the same
African.
point.
Let me say this:
We
the
don't
African
have
Union's headquarters. The
predators
African Union's.
adopting our
All right,
children.
but let me
We
say this
don't
though.
have those issues.
Let me say this: the African Union's headquarters in Addis Ababa was built by the Chinese, and you Ethiopians let the Chinese goddamn put all type of surveillance devices in the goddamn African Union headquarters. I mean, come on, you need to tighten up. Let's
And
be
you
real.
let the
No,
rainbow
yeah.
community
You're right.
force you to use their
Yeah,
pronouns. I get it.
yeah. You're right about
You
that.
got bigger
Dang, you
issues than
got
us,
me
bro.
there. You got me
You got
there,
way
sis.
bigger
Yeah,
issues than us. Don't
yeah.
worry
You're
about
right.
little Ethiopia. Little
No,
Ethiopia is
no,
fine.
no. Ethiopia
Deal
big
with
though.
where you live. Deal
Ethiopia
with where
big.
your
No, we gotta
kids are
deal with
being
both. We gotta
cultivated.
deal with
Deal
both.
with that place.
No, we gotta deal with both. I'm a Pan
Yeah, no,
Africanist.
deal with your. We don't need
No,
you to deal with
Miss, you ran away.
place.
You ran away. What you gonna tell me?
He
You're not
is
even
dealing
in
with it though
Ethiopia.
in
You're in
his
the
own
UK.
way.
Nah.
You're
Deal
in
with
the
your.
UK.
How is your house dirty
You
and you're
ran
coming
away,
into my
mister.
house telling me what to do? About
You
clean
ran.
your
You in
house.
the.
Clean your
Miss,
house.
you sound like you
That's what
from
I'm saying.
Birmingham. You from Birmingham, UK, miss.
Clean your house, bro.
What
You
you
can't
gonna
try
tell
and
me?
tell me to clean mine when
Birmingham.
your
Miss,
house is
y'all
fully
got open
dirty.
sewage
Like,
in
allow it.
Ethiopia. How you gonna tell me clean my house? Y'all got open sewage
Clean
in
America,
Ethiopia.
man. America is not looking
You
really
right
good, right?
though.
It's not
You
looking
right.
good, bro.
No, you right. You right
Clean
about that.
home. clean your house, yeah, clean out at
You're
home,
right.
and then
Nah,
tell other people.
look, when you tell the truth, I'll
in that
never cut
order.
you off. You right.
In that order, bro.
You right.
We-
But when
we-
you gonna
we-
go fix Ethiopia though?
We don't say that about.
Don't worry
Americans,
about what we do. We're not worried about what
You
you do.
said
You
don't
need to worry
worry.
about your country.
Yo, my
bro.
cousins, I
Worry
gotta
about,
worry about y'all.
worry
I
about
gotta
the
worry.
little
I'm worried
girls
about y'all,
selling
family.
themselves on your roads. Worry
I'm
about
y'all
them.
selling
Worry about
yourselves in
helping
Germany.
those little girls.
It's
Give
Ethiopians
them a
in
better
Germany
life.
and like weird places. Y'all move to weird places like Dublin, Ireland, and like fucking
Deal with the
Slovakia.
people living in
Whoa,
It's
whoa, whoa.
Ethiopians and like
Hold on.
Ukraine.
Hold on. Afro,
Dublin Island.
what's wrong with Dublin Island?
Matter of fact, let me shout out.
Uh-oh.
Let me shout out all my Caribbeans in Ireland too,
Caribbean.
because
He thinks he's
got a lot of them to
suburban.
be showing me love. All my Africans and
He thinks he
Caribbeans
was
in Ireland, you know I
suburban.
love
Doesn't
y'all.
even know Ireland's a different country.
What's wrong with Dublin? Yo.
No.
I feel.
Let me say this: there's nothing wrong with the Africans and the Caribbean in Ireland. There's nothing wrong with that.
MJ, he thinks you're the suburbs. He thinks you're part of UK. He thinks you're part of England. Listen, your education system failed you. Geography is an L for Americans. If you watch those videos and you your education system failed you. Like,
it's better than the education system in Ethiopia.
Horrible, man.
Why you not gonna go fix the education system in Ethiopia though?
Oh my goodness, man. You make me laugh.
That's with all due respect, because I really was there. When I took a tour, let me tell you, I went to Ethiopia, I went to Kenya, Cameroon, I went to a couple of countries in Africa.
Yeah, we
and I was
appreciate
like,
your economic contribution to our country.
I had to, because I was like, man, y'all niggas don't, y'all not gonna contribute.
Yeah, we
you
get
gonna
it.
run
You're
away.
a tourist. It's cute.
I'm glad you said that.
You came to
I was
us.
like, why is all the Africans running away?
You came looking for greatness in our countries. I get it.
Well, at least
man.
none of
You
those
got
people
bored of the
reported
US.
you.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I ain't see the greatness when I was looking in the slums. You're right. I was like, damn, they
But
need
you
to
still
fix this
worship
up.
us, though.
We gotta
We're
fix
not
this
gonna
up,
get
man.
to that.
And
Yeah,
I saw the
Whatever we
greatness in
are.
the people, though.
As a Rasta.
Let me say this. I
As
saw
a
the greatness in
Rasta.
the people.
Ja Rastafari.
I saw the
Like,
greatness
listen,
in the
don't.
people, though. I saw the
I
greatness.
respect 7-7. You know, you're so lucky.
But let me say this.
You're so lucky.
I saw the greatness. I saw the greatness
Yeah.
in the people in the
Yeah,
slums.
man, they love the Queen. Anyways, let's move forward.
But I was like, damn, y'all need to fix this up.
We should bring Galen for him. You know that deal.
Yeah. Domestic Caucasian.
Well, who is that,
Yeah,
Miss
deal
Sir?
with that. Deal with them
Oh, so,
apples.
Afro, can I ask you a question?
All right, go ahead, MJ.
Where are you focused on? Because obviously you've spoken about Mexico, you've spoken about it being in the US, you've spoken about Puerto Rico, but what's your ultimate aim and goal? Like, where do you want to fix? Where do you want to be or
I'm glad
spend
you
the last of your days, I suppose?
Now, literally, and I'm not about to name everywhere I got property at, but because I'm from the U.S. and the U.S. is flooded by various different immigrants, I took it upon myself. I realized that I need to move to the countries and buy real estate where the immigrants come to the U.S. from. So right now, I bought property throughout Latin America. Next, I'm gonna get some property in Africa. Ultimately, I might get to Asia, but you know, I'm not rich. I gotta be honest.
Have you got properties in America?
Yeah, definitely.
So how is that fixing the problems though, or is that just fixing your own problems?
Oh, right wing Rasta, when you deport them, do you then house them in your own property?
Right wing Rasta.
Oh, right wing Rasta.
I'm
Do you know
fucking
when you
done.
deport people from America, do they then have to be housed in the homes that you own?
What?
Are you buying houses to deport people to?
Oh, no, that would be creative, but no, my property that I got, my family lives in it.
By the way, someone in the chat said, "Cut off your locks, boy."
Yeah, how do you align being a Rasta person who denounces Babylon to calling ICE on people? How do you like bring those?
How do you justify that?
Yeah, let me respond to that. Yeah, let me respond to that. And that's the perfect question.
Checkmate.
That's the perfect question. Let me respond to that. No, that's a great question. No, that's a hell of a question. Let me respond. Let me respond though. Let me respond.
Go on.
The illegal aliens that are encroaching in the U.S. are a part of Babylon, and they must themselves be eradicated as well.
Wow.
So that you know the ICE that you cooperate with, are they a part of Babylon?
Yep.
ICE is a department.
Are they a part of Babylon?
Department of Babylon. Yeah, go on.
I'm trying to answer your question. I'm not running it off. ICE is a department within the U.S. government. Definitely, it is a weapon of Babylon that we must use against itself.
No, are they a part of Babylon?
Wow.
So according to
Are you not listening?
Hold on.
Wow.
I just told you
teachings you're doing right now. Don't
Yeah.
do
I
the
just
religion a disservice, you know.
Wait,
I just said yeah.
let
Are
her
you not
finish.
listening?
Let her finish.
I just said yeah. That's the answer.
Let
Yeah,
her
they're a part of
finish,
Babylon.
my brother.
So they are so you cooperate with Babylon, but then you burn Babylon. Is it on Sundays or Saturdays? Is it Sabbath?
I think she's not listening. It's her brain not working. I literally said we must use Babylon against Babylon. Is her brain not working?
Is that a Rasta teaching, guys? Because I don't even know what he's spitting.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
is that
it
Rasta
is.
teaching? Where is 7-7?
In my circle, it is.
I grew up with Rastas.
Use the enemy against the Hold on.
From what I understand, they burn Babylon and they run away
Thunder
to
and
the
lightning.
mountains of Jamaica.
So y'all don't
understand. Yeah, I've heard that one,
Yeah?
So y'all don't understand.
Splatter, and batter. You get me?
So hold on. So y'all don't need.
What I ain't heard
We need to use
is
the
snitching
enemies.
is okay.
So we shouldn't use our enemies against each other. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying. I
my-
didn't know Rasta went and called ICE
What's the
vulnerable
answer?
people. I didn't know they
So
did that.
I'm asking, should we not use our enemies against each other?
What in the snitchafari is going on here?
I'm asking, should we not use our enemies against each other?
Oh, pirates, yes.
And look, y'all laughing while the Chinese take over your country.
Guys, he's asking.
Y'all laughing while the Chinese take over your country. I'm laughing with y'all. The Chinese taking over your country.
They're taking over yours already, though.
You have to help. You said that we
They
should
was
also
first.
Rastafari.
Yours was
And I
first.
want to know more about how we
in
can
Africa.
practically become the.
Yours was cheap to buy.
Let me say this: it's less Chinese where I'm at now than it is.
They
in
brought
Africa.
up every
Let me
little
say this.
piece.
No, but Afro, you told us.
Yeah, but that's why you ran away.
To follow your
Let me
ideology.
tell you though, but let me say this:
Yeah.
it's less Chinese where I'm at now than it is in Africa right
There's
now.
also more abused children.
Mm-hmm.
Than
There's
Africa?
also more trafficked children.
Hold on. Do you
if
have
you
any
go to LA
statistics?
right now,
Hold
you
on,
there's
have
more black
broad
people
daylight
killing
with
each other
13,
than
14-year-old
anyone
girls
else.
getting
So.
pimped out.
Hold
Broad
on,
daylight. You're not doing
hold
anything.
on. Do you
I
have any
saw that with my
statistics?
own eyes.
Share
Don't
your
even
screen.
try it.
No, share your screen. Can you share your screen and bring this up, please?
Man,
I would
with
like
a
to.
razor
What in
post.
LA?
Right,
That there's
Yes.
no human trafficking. Are you
What
okay?
did you say? What
No,
did
you
say
said
to
it is
the
more than.
immigrants
No, you
when
said it's
saw
more
them
than
sitting
in
on the
Africa.
wall?
No, you
No,
said
I
it's
didn't
more
say
What
in
did
Africa.
you
LA
say
than
to
in
the
Africa.
immigrants?
I said Ethiopia.
No,
Yeah,
you
that
no.
was
Yeah, of
a
course
fan
there's
up.
more because we don't have
MJ, where you at?
That's why
MJ,
it's
you not
like,
moderating?
legally.
MJ,
We don't
you
have
moderating?
testing. There's been cases
MJ, are
of
you moderating?
homosexuals who adopt
yeah,
MJ,
children
are
who
you
are
moderating?
rapists. There's been
You
cases.
mind with MJ?
Hold on. The question is, hold on. Do you have any evidence that more of this is taking place in the U.S. than in Africa?
I do
That's my
know that a
only question.
homosexual legally adopted children in your country
That's
and then
that's a,
abused
you
them.
didn't say that at first. You didn't say
That's a
homosexuality.
case that's
You
happened in
said
your
child
country.
sex. No, you said child trafficking. Don't move the goalposts.
What, child trafficking?
Yes. Do you have evidence
Ethiopia
that more of
and
that?
America. Do you really want to do this, bro? Do you really?
Yeah, I'm
You
not.
want to
I'm not
compare
denying it. I'm
Ethiopia
asking.
to
Do you
the
have the
United
evidence?
States of America?
Yes. Please pull it up, please. I would like to see it. More than the whole Africa.
And you've
You
got a
said more
whole
than Africa.
Epstein. You got a
You
whole
said more than
Epstein's
Africa.
Island,
I
yeah?
would like to
Man,
see it.
I'm out. I'm
Yeah,
out,
let me
man.
see it. Let me see it.
I'm not involved.
I know now. Now it's
I
now
said,
that's
get
comedy.
The whole
down.
Guantanamo
When we ask for
Bay,
evidence, now it's
Camp
comedy time.
David. Bro,
So
it's
when we
peak.
ask for
You want to
evidence, now
compare
it's
sex
comedy time.
trafficking in the
So when we
USA
ask for
with
evidence, it's
Ethiopia?
comedy time.
Let's
So where's
even
the
do
evidence?
let's even do missing children in America.
Yeah,
compared
let's
to
get the
everyone.
evidence.
We ain't gonna win. We ain't gonna win.
Honestly, you are tapped.
You
No,
got
that's where's the
300 million
evidence.
people in your country, bro.
That's my point. So where's the
You
evidence? I'm
guys
asking.
do sex tourism, bro.
So you're
All
not
right,
gonna
so
win
where's
on
the
any
evidence?
stats.
Y'all don't do
You're
sex
gonna be the
tourism in
top of
Africa?
every stats, my
Oh
brother.
The
my
Gambia
God,
just
I'm
banned
done.
white women from going and sex traveling in Africa.
Oh my
In
god.
Gambia. You forgot?
Yeah, but they come from your
It's sex
country.
tourism
You
in Kenya and Tanzania and Zanzibar. Fat white women come to your
Holiday.
country.
that's your
That's what I'm
Brother,
country.
that's what your
saying.
Your
great
Y'all
man
got
said was
Maasai
doing.
niggas.
That's what your
Y'all
great
got
man said was
Maasai
doing.
niggas that
Right.
prostitute themselves to
Sex
white women
tourism.
I
in
think we
Africa.
need to start.
And
I
that's
think
how
we
they
need to
ended
start
up.
going around the
But
streets
hold on, my
of these
brother.
red light districts and finding
White
little
men,
girls
my
and
brother.
maybe pulling, maybe
Is
it's
that how they
pulling
African
ended
in
up
men.
the
in
pimps,
Hold
my
on.
brother?
It's
selling
My
your
African
brother.
men.
children. That
It's
was
African men that
Is that
prostitute
how they
themselves.
ended up in your DNA?
It's African men that prostitute themselves to white women in Africa, though.
Yeah,
Sex
is that how they
tourism in
ended
your
up in your
African men
DNA.
DNA,
prostitute
bro?
themselves to white women
Sex
What
in
are you doing,
tourism
Africa.
in
bro?
your DNA.
So what's your point?
How
Brother,
did they
sex
end up in
Do
your
y'all
tourism
got any
happened
DNA?
on the
evidence?
23andMe.
Y'all got any evidence? Yeah, let me see the evidence.
allow it, man, allow it.
Look, you see, when we ask for evidence, it's comedy time.
This guy with his
When we ask
accent.
for evidence, it's comedy hour.
Man
It's
said, no,
where the evidence at?
that's not the
Show the
funny one.
evidence.
The funny one
Okay,
is
but
when
where's
he
the
tried to
evidence?
claim
But where's the evidence?
there's a
All right,
slave
but where's the
regime.
evidence?
Yeah?
Where's the evidence?
There's a
No,
slave regime.
the funny one
Man
was
could
when he
do their
tried to claim you're an
23andMe
actual
and
Rasta.
find out if they're a
Get
slave
out
or
here,
not.
bro. Get the
Yeah,
fuck
prove
out.
that. Prove
Yeah, this
those
nigga's
facts.
an idiot.
Yeah,
MJ, are you
prove
not?
those facts. Prove those
MJ, are you
facts.
not moderating, or
Prove
you only
those facts.
moderating when I talk?
Yeah, I'm
Is that what it
moderating.
is? MJ
I'm
only
moderating.
moderate when I talk.
No, I'm
Is that what
Why
it
you
is?
snitching? Why you snitching?
Is that what it is? She only moderate when I talk.
Why you
It's all
snitching?
right, quiet, man. So just go quiet.
Yeah,
all right,
Afro,
so
be
I'm
quiet.
asking.
No. I'm just.
Is there
I'm
any
trying not to
evidence?
be. I'm trying not to be
Impartial.
an but to be fair, guys,
Yeah,
I
it's a
think
lot,
it
it's
is
a lot.
kind of getting a bit difficult for the audience to hear
It's a
now.
lot,
So
it's a
let's
lot.
try and do one voice at a time, please. Thank you.
Go on then, talk then, Afro.
I'm just asking, is there
Snitch
evidence?
roll. Sorry.
All right,
Go.
you made the claim. You said that there's more sex trafficking taking place in the U.S. than in Africa, which is a whole continent. My question is,
I
do
didn't
you
say
have any
Africa. I
evidence?
said Ethiopia.
We
You
could
said in your
rewind the tape.
country.
We could
You
literally
did, you
rewind
did
the
say
tape. You said
Ethiopia.
Africa.
Yes, you did.
No,
said
I
her
said
country, man.
Ethiopia. I
All
can't
right.
talk about the whole of Africa. I'm not the
All
whole
right,
of Africa.
all right.
I'm
Let's deal with Ethiopia.
Right.
All
You're
right,
gonna
back
lose.
to
You're gonna lose,
all
man.
right, back to
You're
Ethiopia.
gonna win. Sorry.
I
You're
think
gonna
your
win.
back to
islands, all your Predator islands are bigger than the whole of Ethiopia.
Yeah. Right.
all right. So
What
back
are you
to
doing? Like,
Ethiopia.
you sound dumb.
Epstein's
All right, so
Island.
back to
What is that?
Ethiopia. I'm just asking a simple question. Why isn't this woman assisting in the initiative to remove the Chinese from Ethiopia? Or do you want them to continue to buy your resources up, buy your real estate up? I'm asking.
I don't work for the government, so
Yeah.
Clearly, but are you not Ethiopian?
like I told you, all of
Hold on,
that
are you
can
not
happen, bro.
Ethiopian? Oh, slow
All of
down.
those things, all of China can come, the Turkish can
They
come,
can
but
come?
at the end of the day, bro, you will never
Hold
have
on, you
our
said they can
children
come?
being adopted by homosexuals.
Hold on, you
That
said
will
they
never
can come
happen.
to your country and
So we
exploit
won. We
you?
won.
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Whatever
Hold on.
happens, bro, we still won.
No, you won.
Yay!
No, you
still won, bro. There is no homosexuals legally adopting our
Yes,
young
that's one
children.
issue.
Not happening. Sorry.
And I respect that. Yes, that's one issue.
Access denied.
Now, what about the neo-colonization in Ethiopia right now?
Forget
You got bigger
neo-colonization.
problems to worry
Yeah,
about.
Whoa,
man.
whoa, whoa,
than
whoa,
China.
whoa,
You got
whoa. Let the Ethiopians talk.
Hold on, you
Let
got
the Ethiopians talk.
trans-colonization
Let the
going on.
Ethiopians
Your
talk.
future generation is
Let the
being
Ethiopians talk.
adopted by the
Go ahead.
alphabet crew. Allow it.
Yeah.
Yes, and
Yeah.
you're right. We have to deal with
Allow
that.
it.
Now
You
I'm
got bigger
asking.
problems. Your
Now
bloodline
within
is being played
Ethiopia,
with. Deal with that. Deal with
yeah,
that
we dealt with.
bloodline.
Now I'm asking. We addressed that. Now I'm asking.
Caitlyn
Deal
Jenner.
with
That's what I'm
millions
gonna
of
say.
children's being aborted
All
in your
right.
countries. Deal with that. And being put
Yes,
into
you
cosmetics.
keep
Deal with
repeating that. I'm asking. I'm asking a
Explain
simple
Caitlyn
question.
Jenner.
I'm asking a
Explain
simple
Caitlyn
question.
Jenner. Once you explain Caitlyn Jenner, then we're
Let me
good.
respond.
No wonder.
So I'm asking a simple question.
Explain Caitlyn. Explain Caitlyn.
What
man.
are you? That's a Caucasian woman. I don't know why you asking me about her.
All right, explain
So I'm asking,
RuPaul.
what are you doing to
Explain RuPaul then.
So what are you doing?
You want black version? You want black version?
MJ, that's what I'm saying.
Explain RuPaul.
So basically,
Go on,
it's
go
only a moderator when I'm trying to speak.
You know
It's
what
only
it
a
is?
moderator when I'm trying
I
to speak, huh?
stopped caring what you think.
I can hear
It's only a
you
moderator
clearly.
when
Why
I'm
do we
trying
need
to speak.
moderating?
You clearly don't care. You ran away from
Why do we
Ethiopia.
need moderating? I can
You
hear
ran away from
everyone quite
Ethiopia.
well.
You ran away from Ethiopia. You clearly
Afro, I
don't
was
care.
actually trying to see if
When
I
we go
could
to
find some
Ethiopia,
statistics on what you guys were talking about. But
That's all I'm asking.
I'm very bad at multitasking, so forgive me
Yeah.
if I can't do two things at once.
All right, go on. We'll
it's all right,
stop
MJ.
being silly, MJ. Don't worry. Go on. What do you want to say, Afro?
I mean, you already heard what I said. Are you able to tell us why you are not assisting in ending the neo-colonization of your own country that you ran away from?
It's too late.
Ethiopia?
I own businesses in
It's
my
too late.
country.
Let her talk.
I
Let her
own
talk. Let her
businesses
talk.
in my country.
That's
I
not
send
stopping the
back
Chinese.
money.
That's not stopping the Chinese.
Hold on.
That's
We
not
own
stopping the
land in
Chinese,
our
though.
country.
That's not
I
stopping the
employ
Chinese.
my people.
Afro,
That's not
let us
stopping the
speak, man.
Chinese.
So you asked me what I'm doing. I'm
Is that
telling you
stopping
what
the
I'm
Chinese?
doing, bro. I'm not the government,
Is that
so I
stopping the
can't
Chinese?
change
Is
legislation.
that stopping the Chinese?
But I know that my external family is very much taken care of. So the money I earn, we send it back. We own companies back home. We own land back home. We own businesses back home. So our family can be self-sufficient.
Here, here.
Do you know what I mean? So that's what I do. Okay. And
You didn't answer the
whatever is
question. I said, what are you
happening,
doing to stop the foreign encroachment in your land?
the first thing we did is we
business.
banned Americans from adopting our children.
Right.
That didn't stop the Chinese, though. That didn't stop the Chinese, though. That stopped the Chinese. There's more Chinese than Americans.
Check
There's more Chinese than Americans.
Checkmate.
We banned you guys. You guys took
hold on,
one
so the
of our
white man
little
our only
ones and
enemy?
decided to kill her.
Is the white
on
man
your
our only
land. We
enemy?
said, nah,
Is the white man our only enemy? Is the white man our only enemy? No. So I'm asking. We know that the Caucasians are not our only enemy. I'm asking, what are you doing to address the Chinese
Yeah, we have
colonists?
another enemy. People like you that call ICE immigrants.
Yeah, that's a deflection.
Yeah, you're another
That's
one.
a good deflection. What are you doing to stop the Chinese, though?
I already told you, bro. The Chinese problem
Nothing you
is the
said
least
stop
of
the
your
Chinese.
worries, bro. You
Nothing
keep
you
talking
said
about
stop the
China, and I'm telling you, your children are
All
being
right. Does
adopted by
anybody else have an answer?
homosexuals. I don't know
All
what
right,
you're
you don't have
doing.
an answer. You can mute your mic.
What's
You don't have
your
an answer.
answer?
You can
Afro,
mute
what's
up.
your answer?
Deal with your issues, bro. That's not your problem,
You
though.
can
Don't worry
mute
about
up.
that.
You can mute up.
No,
You
no,
don't
no.
have an answer.
Afro, what are
I'll
you
ask
doing
the
about
other
the
panelists.
Chinese?
No,
As
there's
a
no one.
hold on, as
Yeah,
a Pan-Africanist, what are you doing about the Chinese?
Yeah, let me respond to that. Now, the Chinese in the U.S., as I've already stated, the ones ones that look illegal are
Report
reported to
everything.
ICE. I'm trying to answer your question. I report Asian illegal aliens to
No,
ICE.
but most Asians are not illegal though. Be honest, bro.
I
The
said
people that are
illegal
I'm
using
talking
aliens.
about the
Right
ones.
now,
I'm talking about the ones in Ethiopia.
Hold on,
You're
MJ.
Pan
MJ, are
Africanist.
you moderating? Can you tell her to shut her goddamn mouth, please?
All right, go on.
Really?
Sorry.
Really? MJ, Additionally, I
Go on,
report
I'm gonna be quiet.
I report the Asian businesses that have that whose house code is not up to standard. I've definitely reported them to
Snitching.
the
More
Better
snitching.
Business Bureau.
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Yes, definitely.
Oh my
So I've done
God.
my
What
part.
doing
So
about
if
the
you have a
ones?
better suggestion, and that's what MJ really, because they like to cut me
No,
off.
but I think
Really,
my
the
question was
is,
more
if you
specific
have a
about
better suggestion,
Ethiopia as a
but let me say this.
Pan-Africanist. This is why I said
Yes.
as a Pan-Africanist, because I believe that encompasses all of Africa, right? What are
Yes.
you doing about the ones in
Oh
Ethiopia?
yeah. Well, I called the embassy, and I'm gonna be honest with you, they was
You
acting
forged
like
our
they
embassy.
goddamn Mr. Earl on the phone. I called the Ethiopian embassy in DC multiple
Sounds like
times about
lies.
this issue,
Nice.
and I'm gonna be honest with you. Matter of fact, not only them, I could also tell you, I also called the DC Mayor's Office of African Affairs, which has
Oh my God.
a strong Ethiopian population in there, and I asked them about this. What are they doing about the Chinese neo-colonization of Ethiopia, their own country?
Right, and what was their response?
And they beat you with a stick.
No.
All
What
right,
was their
listen,
response?
hold on. Let me just ask MJ. I have to address these coon ass niggas on the panel. Do you all have a better suggestion on how we should remove the colonists from our countries in Africa?
Sorry.
What's happened though? What have you done?
I'm asking. No. Let them answer this. Let them answer this. Let them
You're
answer
half.
this.
No. But it's like I'm having a conversation with half Mr. Anderson. It don't make sense, bro.
Look,
You
I don't get your references.
are a foreigner. Hold on, you are a foreigner in the black community. Let's get that right, bro.
I mean,
You
it
are the
sounds
foreigner.
good.
One
It
second.
sounds
No, it
good.
don't
What are
sound
you
good.
doing
It
to get
is.
the foreigners out of your
It is.
country, though?
It is. You're the agent in our
All right,
midst, bro.
MJ,
Yeah?
ask them to answer the question.
You're the white person. Hold on. You're the white person with black skin.
It's a white host.
Right?
It's a white
So
host
you're
on the
the
panel.
you're
What's
the
your point?
infiltrator.
It's a
You're the
white host on the panel.
infiltrator,
What's your
and
point?
you're the agent.
It's a
You're
white
the
host on the
agent.
panel.
You
What's your
just
point?
disrespected a
are
whole country.
the
All right, it's a white
agent.
host
Sewers on our
on the
roads.
panel.
As a
Bro,
All right,
visa,
you
give me
are
that.
agent,
What are
man.
they doing?
Stop that, man. You
Oh,
are
you're
the
a whole
agent.
Spaniard.
Yeah?
All right,
You're a whole
are you going to
Spaniard.
answer the question?
Let's give them a chance to
A
answer the
whole
question.
half a colonizer. You're
All
half
right,
a
family.
colonizer.
All right, family. We're back.
Big up,
Sniper,
yes.
I gotta
Yeah.
tell you, your microphone distorts when it gets too close to your mouth. And it kind of fucks up the audio.
No one telling me.
What you're saying,
Thanks,
innit? Not for
thanks.
anyone
Yeah,
else, just for you. Fucks up your
Okay.
audio. Yeah, man. Yeah, it sounds emotional and whatever. I'm listening. Let's get a little bit.
Anything to
order.
say about this, Jeds?
I ain't heard what you lot are talking about. I just hear.
My man's saying that he snitches on families of immigrants and gets them deported.
From America.
Yeah, he calls ICE on them, the same ICE that puts
He
kids
said that
in
he's got
cages
contacts
and
in the
lost
CIA
1,500
as well.
kids.
Yeah, but I mean, okay. Are you surprised? A lot of
Considering he's a Rasta.
A lot of the brothers out there work for the police force. They work for the army, the military.
What
the
Rastas
government.
though? What Rastas?
That you know, some African Americans have an allegiance with the letters, isn't it? With the letter gangs out there. You know, and that's just what it is.
And Jedi, I'm gonna ask you because no one else on the panel can answer this. Since African Americans cannot go to foreign countries illegally, why
he meant
should
you?
we?
He meant you.
All right, Jedi, please listen to the question. Since
Yeah.
African Americans cannot go to foreign countries illegally, why
They
should
cannot.
we? Yeah, we cannot.
Why
Why
can't
should
you?
we? Well, number one, I'll give you an example. Each country I've been to in Latin America, each one of them, not only when I'm going through immigration do they ask me for my passport, I could literally be at the beach or at a fast food restaurant, and it's not uncustomary for law enforcement agents to ask me for my identification and my passport.
That's the
It's
same
in
in America, right?
Exactly. So I'm asking a simple
Right, so
question.
that doesn't mean that I don't think it's true that you
In
can't.
Mexico.
Sorry, I don't think it's true that you can't go to other countries illegally. I don't think that's true at all because you got some soft borders and some ways to get out of the country to go to South America and other parts of the world. You know, when you lot are on the run, you can get out. So there's definitely ways.
Hold on, Jedi. This is the part you're missing. This is the part that you're missing. When we encounter law enforcement agents in these countries, if we are there illegally, and I've seen it myself, even if you overstay your visa, we will be reported to immigration. That is not
vice versa, no?
In the U.S. That is not.
Same if an illegal immigrant.
No,
Sorry.
in the U.S. it's not like that. Matter of fact, we have sanctuary cities in the U.S. that have prohibitions against reporting illegal aliens to ICE, against reporting them to immigration.
Prohibition? Do you mean is it against the law?
Yeah, it's prohibited in certain states.
Where
yes.
is that? Where is
What
that?
snitching?
What states is that?
Snitching is illegal.
It's called literally, it's called a sanctuary city. They are nationwide, but I can name a few for you.
What cities is that?
Yeah, I'm about to tell you. You have Washington, D.C. is a sanctuary city. New York is a sanctuary city.
So in New York, you can't call ICE on anyone in New York.
You could do it, but no. You as a citizen can do it, but law enforcement agents won't do it. They are prohibited. Like the mayors and the police and stuff like that. They are prohibited.
Okay.
So
that's the first time I ever heard that.
It's the truth. So back to the baseline question.
Yeah.
Since we cannot go to other countries illegally, this privilege is not reciprocated to us.
That's not true.
All right.
But you do though. You go
Okay.
to
Hold
wars,
on.
then you go
Hold
to
on. Let me rephrase that. Since we cannot stay in foreign countries illegally, if we encounter law enforcement, there are no sanctuary cities for us. Why should we as African Americans allow foreigners to come to our country illegally, especially given the fact that African American communities are being gentrified and eradicated?
Yeah, but your community is not being gentrified by the foreigners. It's being gentrified by Becky with the Starbucks.
Yeah, that's not true, Jedi. No, that's not true, Jedi. That's not true.
Gotcha.
Hold on.
No, that's not true. I can name the community.
But how many times do I have to say, hold on? Can I talk, please, bro? Come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm listening, but go ahead. But what you say is not true, but go ahead.
Okay, well, yeah, it's Becky with the Starbucks cup and the Whole Foods. She's gentrifying your area. She's
not
the
just
one
her
coming
though.
into your area. It's not Tukumbo that's taking over your
brother,
building
it is,
and
though. I
putting
can name
and getting rid of your bodegas and putting Pretty Little Things and all these types of shops there. It's not Tukumbo. It's not Manuel that's doing it. Manuel,
brother, I can name the communities. I'll give you one example.
Brother?
Have you heard of Compton? Have you heard of Compton, California? It used to be majority African American. Now it's majority Hispanic. Have you been to Harlem lately?
What was it before it was majority African American?
It was the indigenous people, not Mexican. It was not
So
Caucasian.
people move on. We are a nomadic people. We're gonna move on. Yeah,
but
like, I believe that it's important for you guys to fight for whatever areas and states and cities and communities that you want to hold on to. Yeah, so I get it. If you got a long history in Compton and you want to keep the long history in Compton and the long black history, then you not fight for that. But I don't think that you get any points by trying to blame it on other groups of people other than your white counterparts. The Black American issue in America is white Americans and other Black Americans. That's your issue. That is your major issue. Not to say that no other communities don't contribute or don't aggravate, but your actual issue is with the people that brought you there in the first place, or the people that enslaved you there in the first place. That's the issue that you got. Those people not taking responsibility, not correcting and repairing the damage that they've done. So I'm saying it's a very easy tact for us to point the finger at other immigrants and other people doing, just trying to make it by. But your enemy is the man, and the man was never a Mexican.
Let me give a brief response, very brief. Actually, what you're saying is demonstrably false. It's not about getting points. When the illegal aliens come to the U.S., it's documented their children, many of them, are actually the law enforcement agents that mass incarcerate African Americans. So it's not just Caucasians. We have multiple enemies, multiple opponents that we are engaged in. Even when you look at
Are you saying that the children of immigrants become police officers?
Clearly, that's not a secret. Ask any African American how Latino police officers interact with us.
Okay.
Or Asians.
Okay.
Really.
But how do you know they were illegal immigrants' children? And
so what, did they treat you worse than the whites? They treat you worse than the white cops, yeah?
It's not about
Latino
better
cops
or
and Asian cops.
worse. They don't
Treat
need
you
to
worse
be
than the
here.
white
Neither
cops.
one of them are
Sorry?
Caucasian or the saying none of them need to be here. We don't need any of them. White, Asian, Latino, none of them. We can police our own communities.
So you cut out, brother. Did you say the white officers are more lenient than the Latino?
No, to be honest with you, the Caucasian, Asian, and Latino officers, for the most part, they are pretty much the same in their anti-African American actions.
Exactly.
I can
Fuck the
name
police,
Asian.
right? Fuck the police.
I can name
I'm with
Asian.
you on that. Fuck the police, right? But
Clearly.
I don't know if that's a big enough argument to say, yo, let's stop immigration because these guys become the police and join the racist white police and put us on the bottom of the barrel. I would say that.
One part of it.
Sorry?
No, that's just one part of it. The other part is
I would say that even if that is the case, which I suspect it possibly is, I still think that you have a number one target. You have a number one aggressor against your people on that land. Yeah, it is split between yourselves and the white population. And I don't think if you not use political science, I don't think it'd be that hard to get the migrants and immigrants on your side. But it's like how I see it is you'd rather fight the immigrants than actually deal with the man.
I'm gonna tell you why.
It weren't the immigrants that started COINTELPRO. It weren't the immigrants that bombed the Move 8. It wasn't the immigrants that bombed Black Wall Street. It wasn't the immigrants that linked Emmett Till. It wasn't the immigrants that did all of this shit. So I understand we got some new issues with a new generation of immigrants, and but technically they're not immigrants anymore. If you're a police officer, you're not an immigrant anymore.
Let me respond to that. They are foreigners with U.S. citizenship, but let me tell you why it's difficult to get them on.
They're Americans now.
By citizenship, but please let me respond.
Yeah. Just like some of your brothers and sisters.
Please let me tell you why.
Some of your brothers and sisters are Americans now by citizenship. Some of them, not all of them, but some of them. And it's just the way of the world. You go there, you go there, you get your ticket punched, and you become one of them, and you can live the American dream.
But I'm gonna tell you why it's difficult to get immigrants.
The American dream of going to America and seeking fortune and prosperity for your family. You're trying to deny them that because you having a shit deal over there.
Yes,
I'm gonna tell you why. Nobody can have a good time. Well, then take it up with quote unquote cover your ears.
So, hold on, why you saying
take it up with Whitey?
You saying it like they can't have a good time in their own country though.
So what? Their country shit. So
that's
what?
the weird part.
So what?
And my point is this. No, and this is the point.
You in their country now?
Exactly. Enjoying. I had to come because they're mine. That's why I had to come.
You're not enjoying. So what?
Clearly.
What? I don't get what you.
I'm down here legally though. That's the part you're missing. Hold on. Are you missing that part? I'm down here legally.
Yeah, but we don't care about who. Listen,
they care.
They was in Africa. They was in Africa legally. We don't
no, I'm saying Mexicans.
Hold on, man. It was illegal for me to drink at the same bar with Mary Jen 60 years ago. We don't give a fuck about legal. What's right?
Yes, but you can't go to their country illegally. So you have not answered that question yet.
Do you want to go there?
Well, I can't. Hold on. Well, I can't,
go
brother.
There?
Just because.
Are you trying to go
now. I'm here now, brother.
Yeah. So what's the issue? You know
That's
how many Black Americans
I'm trying to
answer illegally? 1 second.
Can I answer your question? Can I answer? This is the reason.
1 second. Do you know how many Black Americans cross the border illegally? What you're saying is nonsense, bro.
Oh, where? Cross what border illegally? Please tell me.
Bro, they go to people's countries and throw bombs on them, quote unquote, legally.
Oh, I'm dialoguing with Jedi. Go ahead, Jedi.
Into Canada, cross into Mexico, across the borders.
Haiti, don't forget the kids they kidnapped from Haiti.
All right, Jedi, let me respond to this. Jedi, let me respond. Yeah. Literally, I'm in Mexico, and any African American down here would tell you, it ain't no African American down here illegally, and if they is, they don't know them. Listen to what I'm saying. You ain't ran into none of the police yet because they automatically check our passports. So I'm asking
well, then you don't run into the police, or you have the money to pay them.
Brother, the police. Hold on. That's my point. They don't got to do that in our country.
Mexican police officers. Sorry, brother. Unlike the American ones, Mexican police officers can be paid and bought.
Exactly. So in the U.S., they get the privilege of not having to pay when they come illegally.
Oh, bro, I don't know. This sounds like some. This sounds like they got away with it. Where can we? Like this is like,
great.
Come on,
yeah, I mean, listen.
You're trying to out-demon the demon. I don't get
that's Jim Crow. Hold on, that's a Jim Crow ideology. You allow people to have privilege in your country that you cannot have in theirs. Really, that don't make sense.
It's not your,
that's some Jim Crow. You cooning right now a little bit. You cooning a little bit. You know I love you.
This is like you fighting over the top bunk in the jail cell, bro.
How's the top bunk in the jail cell?
It's the top bunk, man.
How are you a Rasta saying it's our country?
It's like your
my
brain is not.
country?
I swear it's like your
Talking
brain
about
not working.
Babylon.
Hold on, slow down. I swear your brains are not working. You can't go to their country illegally, but somehow you think they should come to your country illegally?
But they're invited. Isn't
hold
Trump
on,
calling
hold
the
on,
Asian
hold on.
Americans?
Really, miss.
The
You better
difference
wait
is,
till
yeah,
you're
the
talking to
difference is this. Let me tell you what the difference is.
Yeah, please tell me.
Mexicans run Mexico.
Yes.
White people run America.
Not just white people. It's multicultural when you look at Congress.
White people run America, man. See,
all right.
you're in denial.
Well, hold on.
You're in denial, man. Of who
that
runs
means we should change it, right?
United Snakes.
So that means that we should change it.
Of who runs the United Snakes of America.
No, I'm not even about to debate on that. I'm saying that if white people do run it, we need to change that. Why would we allow Caucasians to rule that?
Once you change that, then you can start dealing with
So that's
the
my
immigrants.
point. That's why I'm participating in the government. I'm an African-American lobbyist. I report illegal aliens to ICE. You know what I mean?
What about the corporations that are gentrifying your cities?
All right,
what are you
man,
doing about the
making sense.
corporations?
Your phone going in and out.
Sorry, what
you
are
need
you
to
doing
fix
about?
your mic, miss.
What are you doing about the corporations that are gentrifying your communities, including
Yeah,
Compton?
I'm glad. Yeah, let me respond. I'll tell you what I did. Literally, anybody can look this up. I'm from a former slave plantation in Maryland called Long Reach. In our village center, they were attempting to build condominiums. Literally, me and the guys from our community and some of the women, we organized, we created legislation to go against them building condominiums in our neighborhood. Initially, the county council did not listen to us. So what we did was we literally started doing plainclothes community patrols, monitoring the police presence. And when we did that, we had a few skirmishes against the police, and that created local uproar or whatever. And we had local meetings with the county council, and eventually they never put not one goddamn condominium in our community. And we fought. We got free trade schools in our community. We got African American art museum in our community. We got some nonprofits teaching kids how to cook vegan meals, etc. So that's what I did against
Bro,
the
you're a
corporation.
full-blown
Is there a
Karen.
Starbucks in your community?
You're a commando
no
Karen,
Starbucks.
bro. Commando Karen.
No Starbucks.
No, and I'm asking, what did you niggas do
No
against
McDonald's.
this shit? You asking me these
No
goddamn questions? What did
KFC.
y'all
Bro, you
do?
took snitching to another level.
I'm asking, what did y'all do against it though?
Here we go.
What is it?
All right, boom. Illegal immigration in Mexico has occurred at various times throughout history, especially in the 1930s and since the 1970s, although the number of deportations is declining with 61,034 registered cases in 2011. The Mexican government documented over 200,000 illegal border crossings in 2004 and 2005. That's in 1 year. The largest source of illegal immigrants in Mexico are the impoverished Central American countries of Guatemala, Haiti, black people, Honduras, black people, El Salvador, and African countries like the Democratic Republic of Congo, black people, Cameroon, black people, Guinea, black people, Ghana, black people, and Nigeria. Now check the last line. Read the last line for me. The largest single group of immigrants in Mexico is from the United States at 1.5 million.
They don't say illegal. Are you not listening? It don't say illegal.
Many of whom overstay their visas.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's your point? If we get caught, we're gonna get deported. What's your point?
You have people illegally.
Hold on. Look at the number. Hold on. Look at the number.
Hold on. You have Americans, that are illegally in the country of Mexico. They're there.
Yes. And now, look, just to show you're not biased, Google the number of illegal aliens that are Mexicans in the U.S. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. All you gotta do. Oh no. Prove you're not biased. How many?
You telling me to come and do your work for you?
How many illegal Mexicans are in
If
the
they're
U.S.?
illegal, you're not going to have like a specific.
I'm not biased because I Googled and went to the first source.
Hold on, Jedi. You just proved my point. It's more of them in the U.S. than it is us in Mexico. Yes, you did.
You said
It's more.
You said you
brother,
can't.
You
can't illegally be in Mexico. That's what you kept saying until I.
Hold on. Did you not listen? I said they did not encounter the police. If you encounter the police, you're gonna get deported. That's a fact.
So what, man? Who gives a fuck?
Okay, so hold on, Jedi. You just proved my point, brother. You're proving my point. Literally. Now, all you gotta do is this. How many? That is my point, brother. There's no reciprocity. We can't go to their country and have a sanctuary city. How many illegal Mexicans are in the U.S.? That's all you gotta look up. It's more than 1.5 million. So that's what I'm saying. It's not a fair exchange, brother.
I don't know what. I'm not talking about fair exchange. Nobody.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
About fair exchange.
No, you said there were no illegal immigrants. He's shown you that there are. Now what?
I didn't say that there were no illegal aliens in Mexico. What I said was, if they are Mexican, pardon me, if they are Americans illegally in Mexico, if they encounter the police, they will be detained and deported. That's a fact.
It's the same in America. They're going to get
No, it's
detained
not.
by ICE if they're
Actually,
caught.
no, it's
That's why
hold
they
on. You
hide.
you speaking on a country you don't know about.
They
Anyway,
do go into
Texas,
the
Jedi,
country,
Texas
they
Jedi,
go
Jedi,
through the
hold on, Jedi.
process.
Jedi, you pull up Sanctuary
no,
City.
shush, relax.
No, you
Texas
should pull up
belongs to the
Sanctuary
Mexican
City.
anyway, Sarah. Did you know that? You know that, right?
Jedi, no one heard your point. Repeat that.
Anyway, right? It's a land grab. So you there supporting the United States of America grabbing land off Mexico.
It's more Mexicans in the U.S. So what's your point? It's more Mexicans in the U.S.
than in Mexico. Is that what
Yes.
you're saying?
So what's your point?
That's bullshit.
They grab more land from us than we grab from them.
From us? Who's us?
The U.S. citizens, you dumb nigga.
You sound like you standing next to the
I'm
man.
talking about U.S. citizens.
That's what I'm saying.
You're crazy, man.
I'm talking about U.S. citizens.
This
Am I not a U.S.
identity
citizen?
crisis.
Y'all call me American when I act crazy up here. I'm not American now.
So who are you taking the reparations from? Yourself?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Hold on. Is your brain not working? It's from the U.S. government. Yes,
Who are
I'm
you
a
getting this
taxpayer.
reparation? If you're American, who are you getting the
The
reparations
U.S.
from? Yourself?
government. I swear you're an idiot. The U.S. government, miss. And
Who's
the
you're
state
speaking
governments
for,
throughout the
right?
state.
You're speaking for them.
And it's different.
Right. The same
No,
You said
speaking
I'm
for the
American. They're taking our
Mexicans.
land.
Yes. No, I
So-
don't speak for the government. I speak for U.S. citizens. Is your brain not working? I'm a U.S. citizen. I don't work for the government.
Bro, you lot live in
So
Mexico.
you're taking the land. The citizens are taking the land.
Half of your country
Just
is
like
in Mexico.
Mexicans are taking the land in the U.S.
Crazy.
Mexicans are taking land in the U.S. U.S. citizens must take land
You
back
don't know
in
whether
Mexico.
to support America
don't even know
or to
what
go
you're
against
talking
them.
No, I
I'm very
support U.S.
confused.
citizens.
It's a
I
crazy
support
identity.
U.S.
Absolutely.
citizens.
I know.
You
I
have to be
support
one of the
US
most
citizens.
confused
I
ADOS
support
I've
U.S.
ever come
citizens.
across.
Right.
Like,
I support U.S. citizens.
And it's always, like you said earlier, bro, it's always the mixed race brothers.
bro, I
don't
didn't
not
even know he's
understand.
mixed race.
That's
It's
your
all
jealousy.
added
Did
up
the
one
mixed
by
race
one.
get your
understand.
thing?
It's not
Did
jealousy.
the mixed race
It's
take your
another
It just
thing?
seems to
tale.
be
Hey, Maku, did the
you
mixed
lot are
race take your thing?
so extra passionate.
Maku,
Who's mixed
did
race?
the
Who's
This
did the
guy,
mixed race take your thing?
this guy, he's
Apparently
half
he's
Did the
mixed
mixed
race.
race take your thing?
and Spanish and all of that.
I'm
You get me?
asking.
I'm out, man. What is there left to
Yeah.
say? I don't even
I
know.
told
at
him.
this
That's
point.
why I told him. You're the agent in our midst. Me giving you answers
right.
to reparations and all of that, I feel uncomfortable with.
So
'Cause
basically,
you're half
African Americans.
half
So hold on,
oppressor,
let me sum it all up. Jedi, please don't let him cut me
Go
off.
ahead.
It'll be brief.
half
It'll
Agent
be very
Smith.
brief. It'll be very brief. So basically, y'all saying African Americans should allow foreigners to come to the U.S. into African American communities illegally, and we shouldn't do nothing about it.
Basically, what I'm saying is you don't need to focus on your biggest enemy.
Yes, I'm asking.
I don't think it's man.
How will we preserve our communities though?
Brother?
We are being flooded by immigrants.
Brother. I think if you guys want to protect your communities, you'd be doing it by now.
We calling ICE on their illegal aliens. Your brain not working?
No, that's not protecting.
That's part of protecting them. That frees up real estate. That frees up real estate. That frees up job opportunities that could go to homeless.
Yeah, but these are job opportunities that were there.
It
before
does.
the migrant
I give you an
came.
example. I can give you an example.
Let me talk.
Yeah.
The fear tactics of the white citizen is this scarcity, right? Scarcity. Everything's running out. We're losing everything, and everything's gonna be taken. But that's not the actual truth. You got more than enough space.
Oh, well, can I respond to that? I can name
population.
I'll name African American
Brother,
communities.
Brother,
I can name our communities that are being taken over.
Do you care that I'm talking?
Yeah, but brother, you're deflecting.
The whole world's bro, please, man. I want to have an adult conversation. The whole world's population can fit in Texas. You lot ain't running out of land no time soon. Okay? So relax.
Can I respond to that?
Relax.
Hold on, let me respond to that. Just because we have land don't mean we got to share it with the whole world. Y'all not sharing with us.
No problem.
We can't go to your country illegally.
First and foremost, you got those people that had you in chains and shackles that you need to be getting some get back from. Before you start marginalizing.
I already got get back. You can look at my history.
Hold on.
All right.
Before you start marginalizing other victims of the same oppressive people that you guys are supposed to be fighting against. But
they marginalize us. They fight against us. The people you're talking about fight against us.
Oh my God. My God.
The immigrants, I apologize. I'll say this and mute up. The immigrants you're talking about fight against us.
Yeah. It's like we don't care what each other's saying, so let's just make noises. I want to have a conversation with you. Every time I'm trying to finish or make a point to you, you're already talking. It doesn't give me confidence you listening to me, bro. I'm on your side, man. I'm on the black man's side. Yeah? I'm on your side, brother. I'm not an enemy. I'm not trying to take anything away from you. I'm just telling you that you have adopted the psychology of your enemy. And now you're mirroring the behavior and the rhetoric of your enemy. And these are the same complaints that they made when they saw you and your brothers expanding and growing and doing well and becoming prosperous. They threw out the scarcity narrative. We ain't got enough. Oh my God, they're gonna overtake, and then measures are put in place to keep you guys from climbing in the way that you should be. And I'm saying, let's not do that to our Latino, Mexican, whatever brothers. Yeah,
they're not our brothers.
They may have some identity crisis, but you can't blame them. When you see what the white man has done to their land, you can't blame them for having a bit of an identity crisis. Let's educate people and let's educate ourselves. More importantly, let's focus. Let's teach these people about our common enemy. Let's teach them historically about the fight that they've had to make against the gringos. Yeah, rather than marginalizing them and calling ICE on them. Oh my God! You know what? Fuck it. You don't deserve to have a conversation with me.
Look how long you were speaking.
You don't deserve. I don't care. I'm making great, valid points, and I'm gonna
stop.
And
let's go step by step
and listen to you. That's a respectful conversation. You don't want to have that type of conversation? Cool, by all means.
Brother, look how much time I'm giving you. I'm muted up.
It don't work like that, man.
All right, please let me say
that. My words ain't to be wasted, bro.
Your words are not being wasted. Please let me just say this in response. Literally, these same people that you're speaking about, we can't go to their country illegally, so we don't gotta let them in our country illegally. Additionally,
that's not true.
When you look at countries that are majority, when you look at well, I'm just talking about reality. When you look at California, Texas, states that are majority Latino, they are definitely in the middle of ethnic wars against African Americans. Really. You can ask any African American from California.
An illegal immigrant is at war with you, trying to be seen.
All right. Hey, Jedi, are you moderating? All right. Well, listen, I'm not about to talk to a bunch of foreigners about the state of affairs in the U.S.
We've got
Jedi, I
family that
appreciate
live there, bro. You're talking nonsense. Illegal immigrants are not trying to be seen, bro. They just mind their business and get on with their work. What are you doing? Literally making up narratives in his head.
So he said, yeah, we can't be illegal immigrants in the country, but I don't know if that's true. I don't think it's true.
Did you even hear how he's gonna round up these illegal immigrants? He goes, "I'm gonna walk around. Anytime I see Latinos in a group and they can't speak English, I'm calling ICE." What level of ignorance?
Look, man, I get it, man. Like I said, it just reminds me of the black chick telling the Polish woman to go back to her country. Like in the UK, like I get what's happening here. You're transforming into them.
Yeah, literally, you're trying to out demon the demon. That's what's happening.
Yeah, you're gonna use all the techniques that they used on you. And I don't see how that's gonna get you anywhere. But since just asking the brother to conform to simple etiquette is enough to get him to leave, you know, that says pretty much all you need to know about the validity of his argument. You know. We can't. I ain't gonna respect you for calling ICE on a Mexican worker. I don't give a fuck if their cousins are in MS-13 and don't like black people. So fucking what? I don't give a damn. Are you trying to take over America? If you're not, shut the fuck up, man. If you ain't trying to take over and run the country the right way, just shut the fuck up, man. You just want to be a good citizen, a model citizen, right? America don't fuck with you. Their government don't fuck with you. Their law enforcement don't fuck with you. Like, the people don't fuck with you. They don't fuck with you. How much more do you need to know?
Yeah, did you hear the bit where he was talking about the kids in cages? You know how they got kids in cages in Texas? I think it was 2019. It's an eye for an eye because we've got our kids in cages. Make that make sense, please.
What? Who got what kids in cages?
Do you know in 2019 when they were rounding up children at the borders and families and separating them and putting them in cages?
Right.
So I'm telling him about that and he's like, oh, it's an eye for an eye.
Yeah.
Our African American children are in cages. What are you doing about that? Like, that does not make sense.
Who's got African American kids in cages?
He's talking about imprisonment.
Oh, come on, man. Yeah, but then
like literally with chest.
Yeah,
like,
but
the guy's not well. The guy's not
is it the foreigners you're blaming for black kids in
He's
prison?
blaming 10-year-olds in cages for other black children being locked up. Like what? Make it make sense.
They're Babylon. We was trying to
They're
establish
Babylon.
who's Babylon, and he's saying the people coming in illegally
People
are Babylon.
coming in are Babylon.
And then we asked him, is the system, the people you phoned up, do they work for Babylon? He was like, yeah, they do.
Stuttering.
But you got to use Babylon's system
to
fight Babylon, according to the Rasta ideology.
So I was like, bruv, you're just done, bruv. You're crazy, bruv. You ain't got no sense in your head, bruv. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. True. As I said,
read what you said. Read what you wrote. You talk like black Americans ain't their country. What are you on about, bro? Brother.
Just come back and talk, bro. I don't know.
Just come back.
I get all this America and then black Americans are the indigenous. I get all that. That's true for some people, man. It's not true for everybody. And regardless, unless you're talking about taking over the country, you're pretty much fucked. Like, I support you wanting to take over the United States of America. If that's what you want to do, I support that. I love to see black people in charge and leading. But truly, we ain't talking about, we don't need no more Colin Powell's or
Condoleezza Rice. Yep.
We good. We need authentic black people that generally, and none of these Mason leaders either. Yeah, so anybody that's in the BULLEY or in the what's that lodge called again?
So Skull and Bones.
No, the black.
Oh yeah, the black ones. Prince Hall.
Yeah, I want to hear no Prince Hall, no Black Eastern Stars, no that. I mean, real regular black folks out there. Yeah, you lot deserve power. Of course you do, and I'm always going to support that. Yeah, but not all these gatekeepers and shit that lined up for their first pinch of power. But the real people on the ground, yeah, of course you lot deserve to be sovereign and rule and live in peace. You lot deserve that, man.
Autonomously.
Yeah, without the oppressive system and government trying to keep you in place, which is what I see in America. I see that you have people trying to keep the black man in place over there and worldwide.
Or distracted,
Yeah, but for some reason, I don't know, man. Like, I just feel like the calling ICE thing and that.
Listen, just deal with the corporations. Stop calling ICE on aunties selling bloody fruits with their stalls and men just working to survive. Like, allow it.
Yeah,
it's not a good look. Because that's the majority of the illegal immigrants. That's literally what they do. They literally survive day by day.
And how are you getting Mexicans kicked out and then moving to Mexico?
And then buying up their country with your passport that you're bullying other countries with. Allow it, man. And don't talk about they're stopping you in Mexico. No one's stopping you in Mexico, bro.
Couldn't even get honesty on the wall.
What are you talking about? Like, we haven't been there. What are you doing? About we're getting stopped by police. What were you doing to get stopped by police? Because I was never stopped by police.
Hey, Mag. It's so funny, yeah, that you put that thing in the group, and I was at home watching Gangs of Nigeria. Gangs of Lagos. I watched it, bro. I swear.
I really appreciated that because I've gone off these gangster flips. Sorry to just move on the conversation.
Sorry, guys. Yeah,
it was Mackie's fault. Yeah, I was over gangster flips, man. I was over gangster flicks. Like, no more of this fuckery in it. And then
yeah.
And then Mrs. like, she likes a Nollywood in it. And she's like, look at this, babe. Look at this, like production values. All right. Let's have a look. When I seen how sick it was, yeah, I was just sat there.
In awe, in it.
Taking it all in. Fuck's sake. But anyway, bad boy things, though. I like
really
that.
Well. Jed, if you got time, when you got time, watch that. I know you got one of them fire sticks in it. What was it called? Gangs of Lagos.
Gangs of Lagos, yeah.
Gangs of Lagos. When you
the
got
ginger
time,
brother, when they called him knock-off white man. Yeah.
The albino you. Yeah, with heavy accent.
I know that was the best, bro. Honestly, yeah, it was. We didn't have no jokes in it. It was just running a decent story.
Yeah.
The ending wasn't. Yeah. Anyway, yeah.
It was a Yoruba Igbo collab. It was mad.
True. All of that stuff was in it, and I just I like how they did it. It's like they've reached into the Nigerian psyche and thought, let's just grab stuff and see what.
And it just answered a lot of things I say.
Right.
I said,
Okay.
bruv, Nigeria ain't no joke, you know.
Real.
Like we're just a massive Jamaica, or Jamaica's a small version of us. So imagine we run around with machetes and all sorts of and do horrible stuff to each
I've
other.
not seen fight scenes like that before.
Yeah,
we was watching it. I was like, babe, where have you seen a fight scene like this? No, seriously, like it's not.
Never. I've never. It's true.
It's not the kung fu thing. It's not the Die Hard thing. It's not the Matrix thing. It was
the African thing.
The closest I've seen to that, is 300.
Yeah. Close, close. In the marketplace as well, normal.
It's fantasy. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah. No, it seems like in the Nigerian gangster movies, like when you open up the fight with someone shooting someone with a shotgun, where I'm from, that usually disperses the crowd. That just encouraged violence. I was just like, what?
Everybody to get
Man didn't even have one man had a spade, bro.
Wasn't it? Wait, do you know what? The women, what are these women doing, Maku?
Oh, they gullies.
Is that the girl them alike?
Yeah. The area girls.
Yeah.
You might as well say.
Rolling with shotgun and that.
Right, therefore, when you got time, Jeds, watch it, man. It's jokes, man. It's quite good. It's well done. What's that English one? I would say it was similar, like that one that came out with what's his name again? You know, there was two of it. There was two films made, English production. I forgot the name of it.
Well, like Lock, Stock and them.
No, it was a black one, and they had bare artists in there, like rappers. No, more recent.
Oh, fuck knows. Can't think now.
Is it The Grudge? No, something. And it was like clappers, blood. You get me? Those two thing was in it. There's all the characters is in it, man. All the
like Blue Story.
A bit like that, yeah. But it was more two gangs in it.
Right, I can't think. Yeah.
And my brethren's in it as well. One of my brethren's is in it. But all them actors, all them.
This guy really scarpered. I like that was funny. I came from good conversation. You lot got one running. I'm telling you, man, more time when I get back, I should just stay on mute because man just ran. Why did man? I did like what? Because I'm being
come back, man. He'll be back. Maybe he's back.
Because I'm being clear.
Are you? Because I was listening in there. Who was it? Climate.
Huh? It's your friend, man. The one that got you mad last time. What's his name?
Afro something. Afro.
Oh yeah.
No, because like all the talking points he was going through, I was like, who are they talking about? And then snitching to Ice, but on a black thing. That
sounds mad, didn't it?
No, but there's only one person that I could see doing that because of the rhetoric that he's already dropped in the last few times I've seen this brother. But fair play. Everyone's got their own point of view, and that's what we're here for. I'm Trilluminati live.
But it's scary, man. It's definitely scary. But people need to stop doing that. People need to stop doing that. If you're having a conversation, you overtalk people as well. You even get people to the level of shouting.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? Which like not many people do. You know what I mean? And it's because he keeps repeating stuff. And I'm saying, all right, cool. Yeah, but give us the chance to talk, please. That's how conversation goes, right? It's fair, man. Like, but he just want to throw slurs. He's funny though. I give him he gives me joke, but actually on the facts, it's like he's not listening. It's very sad, man.
I think he's got his own rhetoric, and he's got his own little.
Yeah. No, he wants to win by any means necessary. There's no.
He has no means necessary, but like prepare your weaponry in it. Like don't just turn up with a bucket.
He definitely is American cowboy.
It's an eye for an eye with kids, man. I just had to tap out.
Yeah.
I just had to tap out.
This guy's a loose cannon.
Like, what am I going to say to that?
Yeah. Can't get in the way of these type of guys.
Then I find out he's the American version of Kale, but allow it, man. On steroids.
Yeah, on steroids.
Don't do
Pan-African steroids.
What? I can do.
No, they're Pan-Africans. They're Pan-Africans, man. Pan-Africans got to hold their L.
Pan-Africans, except their mate. Big up their mate.
Yeah, Kale's more sensible.
He's the only normal one I've seen so far.
We're going to lump the Pan-African brothers together.
There you go, Jets.
We need them.
Yeah. So, what made you think? Was that emotion?
Big up.
Are y'all able to hear me clearly?
Yeah, God damn.
Y'all gave me clearly?
Too clear.
All right, Jedi.
this is a direct question to you because I ain't even called to go back and forth. Since if we as U.S. citizens go to their countries illegally, we will be reported to immigration. Why shouldn't we report illegal aliens to immigration in our country that are here illegally?
Who's our country now? What's our country that you're referring to?
Now that's what Judge. You know, because Judge was talking about me when I was gone. I got love
If
for
you're
him,
an
but now
American,
I gotta put him on the hot seat.
If you are an American, you are subject to invasion of your land by the European, and that is your.
So that means that we need
That is your most
to
pressing
invade their
issue.
lands, right?
That is your most
Follow
pressing
that.
issue. Yeah, is the European invaders in your land. If you believe that you are home.
Saludo. Can I respond to that? Let's have a calm discussion. Now, today, are you saying that the vast majority of new immigrants in the U.S. are European?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Are the majority of new immigrants in the U.S. European?
No.
Okay, so clearly.
I don't have them. I should actually say correctly. I don't know the statistics of who the majority of your immigrants are.
Yes, but you just said it. They are invaders that must be addressed. We must address all invaders.
Yeah, your invaders would be the ones that come to your land and subjugated you and put you at the bottom of the social economic barrel.
Yes. You mean like the Chinese police today, and the Latino police today, and the Arabian police in the U.S. today? I agree with you.
It's not your policymakers. It's not your lawmakers. No, it's not.
Them too. Yeah, I mean, literally, I'm an American lobbyist. I fight against the senators and the congressmen.
The biggest threat to your liberty.
They are all threats.
Yeah, who's your
That's
biggest
my point.
threat? Who's your biggest and oldest threat? You seem to be.
No, let me respond to that. No. Let me respond. The oldest is the it's two different. Let me respond.
Yeah,
all right, can I respond?
Yeah.
The response is the oldest is the Caucasian, the biggest is the Latino.
The biggest is the Latino. The biggest threat to the black man in America is the Latino. All right, man. Well, I ain't gonna argue with you. Bet, man. That's cool. That's your argument. That's the way you see the world. Good luck to you, man. I hope not too many other brothers see it that way. Because I feel like you'd be focusing on the wrong enemy, but it's cool. I'm not saying that the Latinos, quote unquote,
Brother, we focus on all
are your
enemies.
friends. I ain't accusing them of being your friends, but to say that they're your biggest enemies in America, I don't know. I disagree, but you live in America, right? Or you're from America, should I say? Because right by now you're with the Latinos. So I don't know. You went to live with the Latinos, your biggest enemies.
Yes, because they live in the U.S. Is your brain not working?
Yes, but you're in their country.
They are in my country. Is your brain not working?
No, they're not in your country. How? Explain.
The U.S. Are they not in the U.S.?
No.
So you're saying Latinos are not in the U.S., brother?
U.S. stands for United States. No. They're in the Americas, but they're not in the U.S.
So just on saludo, Theo. Gracias. So just gracias.
This guy, gracias. Yeah, a little perpetrating. Was it? I bet he looks like what's his name, Prince.
Yeah. So just so I'm clear, so you're saying that Latinos are not in the United States of America?
United States of America. There's Latinos in the United States. Yes, there are.
Exactly. So they're in my country. I'm in their country. What's your point?
Okay, now you're in their country. You said they were in your country before.
Yes.
So what's your point?
What part are you confused about? You said I'm in Latin America. You said I went to where my biggest enemies are at. My response was, whoa, are you not listening, brother? My response is, yes, I came to Latin America because there are literally millions of Latinos in the United States where I'm from.
Okay, so how did the Latinos come about?
Are you talking about the ones that are in the U.S. right now?
Don't ask stupid questions, bro. I'll answer the question. Don't ask stupid questions. Right. So how did they come about?
Yeah, when you say they came about, complete the sentence. Are you saying the Latinos, how did they come to the U.S.? Or are you saying, how did they originate as a people?
How did they originate as a people?
Considering
they started off as Africans. Explain. Go on.
All right, let me respond to that. They are Latinos in the modern era. Many of them have African ancestry. Many of them don't. What's your point?
Many of them don't. Prove that.
One second.
Hey, you
Afro,
can literally.
Afro, one second.
All right,
Afro,
yeah,
your
I'm
audio
listening.
is really bad. I don't know if you can go back to whatever headset,
No,
earphones, whatever you was
I got
using
the headset.
before.
My bad. You hear me now?
Pause.
That's a lot
Why
better
are you
now. Thank
pausing
you.
on head? Huh? Why? Huh? Sorry, MJ. I didn't want to, but I had to pull you up on that. Like, why are you pausing? Why you?
Anyway,
As a
go
woman
back to your
pausing on head.
conversation.
What is this? This is how I
That's a
like.
lot
This
better.
is how I
Afro.
rate you,
Thank
MJ.
you.
Yeah, look, that's what I'm on my way to class. But if I hang up, y'all gonna say I'm emotional. But y'all got any more questions for me, family? You know it's all love, even if I disagree with you niggas.
What? So I'm
You
saying,
said what?
like,
Y'all can't hear me again?
saying niggas and all this type of stuff. And I know if you like,
Yeah,
you're mixed, yeah. You gotta be very careful with that. Like,
Yes.
you should use it
Let me
sparingly.
tell you why I use the word nigga in this particular instance. Because
Go on.
Maku, I gotta be honest, your behavior today is very indicative of a nigga. What do I mean by that? You are criticizing your own race for moving to Latin America when there are literally millions of Latinos that live in African American communities in the US. Only a nigga will criticize this.
Is that the
Well,
definition of a nigga?
no. I thought immigrant.
That's a new one on me.
I thought in the definition of immigrant that you was one of the 1.5 million Americans in Latin America.
Proudly, look, proudly.
Okay.
We gotta get our numbers higher.
So
I'm trying to get our numbers higher.
hold on. You part of the statistics that
I'm part
says
of the
this.
solution, brother.
No,
My bad.
how
I
is
know
that a
it's probably
solution?
it's probably loud around me, but
There's
I'm part
more.
of the solution.
There's
We
more
gotta
of
get
you.
even with Latinos.
Sorry, there's more of you in Mexico than there is Mexicans in America, in moving to America. So that
Hold on. No, you literally the exact.
That's
You're
what they
wrong
said.
right now.
They said
It's less.
600. What? Go on.
All right. The number. Hold on. The number he just pulled up said total legal and illegal is 1.5 million U.S. citizens in Mexico. Are you aware that there are over 40 million Mexicans in the U.S.?
And are they there legally?
I'm asking, are you aware of this? No, we talking
That's
about
not
total
40
numbers.
million. That's not 40 million illegals,
because
though.
when they come to illegal
Sorry.
aliens, they say, and we'll never know the true number, but they estimate that there's about 25 million illegal Mexicans in the country. And that's just Mexicans.
So do they let Mexicans in legally?
Clearly.
Well, then what are you talking about then? I'm
talking about the ones that come
illegals.
illegally. Is your brain not working, brother?
That's 600,000 according to what we looked at from the Mexican side. Hold on.
No, you read it wrong. You read it wrong, brother. Pull it back up, Jedi. He read it wrong.
Well, 600,000.
You read it wrong. It's not on
the Mexican
more
side,
than,
and then you're 1.5 million. You.
All right, so hold on, just for the panel, just
Americans
so
leaving the US and going to Mexico is 1.5 million. They didn't even say the rest of the Caribbean and the
Anybody
Americas.
listening can do a quick Google search and see that it's over 30 million Mexicans in the US alone. So Maku is sadly mistaken, really. So let's move to the next point.
30 million is nothing compared to the 300 million.
It's not
Americans
300 million African Americans in Mexico.
No, I'm saying 300 million Americans.
Exactly, that's my point. It's more Mexicans in the US than it is Americans in Mexico.
What's 30 million?
Yeah, but you know why that is? Why are you playing dumb, bro?
And there's more white people.
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand.
There's more Europeans.
It's more of them in the US.
Not Maku. No, not Maku.
The Europeans.
Yeah, Maku, you're really an idiot right now. Maku, you gotta pay attention.
The Europeans out of the 300 million Americans are the majority.
And their numbers are declining. Caucasians are declining in numbers. Matter of fact, I'm glad you brought it. Hold on, let me say this. Most Caucasian women under the age of 30 have interracial baby fathers, sexual parent partner. Yeah, I worded that real fucked up, but you know what I mean.
Well, no, I know what you are. That's what you described just now.
Literally, multi-generationally, but no, I don't got no white parents.
So what's the issue? What's the issue with that, though? I don't understand. Yeah?
What's the issue with what?
Well, I told you already, that what you're calling Latin Americans are people who are mixed with various European groups.
Yeah, I agree.
Right? Especially,
I never dispute. You know that because I told you my DNA results. So what part are you confused about?
I'm not confused about you. I know you, what you are, and I'm saying you are part of Latin America. You're a Latin American.
Yeah, I'm here now. Yeah.
Are you not? You are not.
I just told you. Yeah, I live.
No?
Yes, I live in Latin America. Yes.
No. Are you Latin American?
No, but technically I'm Hispanic though. Technically, even though I don't identify that way.
So then you're Latin American, right?
No, I'm Afro-Hispanic. I don't like my family is not from Latin America. I got ancestry from Spain and Portugal though.
Afro-Hispanic.
Yes. Even though I don't use that term, but technically it fits.
You made that shit up, man. You made that shit up. Stop that. Stop that.
I definitely did not make it up.
Stop you, my friend.
Michael is retarded, man. Anybody listening could Google Afro-Hispanic.
Afro-Hispanic.
Yes, I did not make that up.
Right.
I did not make it up.
So anyway, the majority of your DNA, what we're talking about, is African. The rest, the little admixtures of this is what we're saying for most of those in those countries like Costa Rica, Venezuela, But as I said, 50% of most of their DNA is African. And you said more, right?
I agree.
Most probably more. So their admixture is only a little percentage. But again, for them to exist, it took mixing, my brother, with Africans or people who were already there.
Yeah, of course, right? I know that.
Right. So, like, there's no illegal immigrants, is there? They're all indigenous.
No, they're different countries, brother. You don't realize that? I'll give you an example. Have you heard of Cherokee people? They are indigenous to the U.S., but they cannot go to Mexico or Brazil and say that they are indigenous. We are from different countries.
Is it the same landmass?
Yes, but different countries, brother. Different nations, different tribes.
Now, I did say that now, but before there were no borders,
No, even before, brother. That's what I'm saying, bro. You need to really study our history. Let me give you an example. I have Cherokee ancestry too. This is all documented 23andMe. It's all documented. I have Cherokee ancestry. We literally used to go to war with the Creek. Those are another indigenous group that are from further south than us. They are neighbors. So no, you cannot say that all of us was the same and we had the same areas and there was no borders. Nah, we was in violent wars against each other.
So there was borders, yeah? Is that what you're saying?
Clearly.
Or there was areas that people lived in, or communities, or whatever.
So it was both.
And you can say over there, that's Cherokee land, or whatever, right? That's what they would say, right? Cool.
Yes.
But there was no actual border. You just knew. Somehow you knew.
No. I disagree, brother. We actually had. We built mounds. Let me tell you. I can tell you, we built mounds that had our territorial borders, and the mounds was used as markers to mark the beginning and end of our territory. So I disagree with you, bro. We had borders.
You're building mounds or you're building teepees? What are you doing?
Well, I mean, I know you're trying to be funny now. I don't
think any of the mounds. Sorry, I don't think any of the mounds. Yeah, your people existed when those.
I mean, you could look it up. The Cherokee built mounds. The Mississippian people built mounds. You don't have to take my word for it. It's all documented, literally. Just look up Mississippian Empire.
Mississippian Empire.
That's all you gotta look up.
Stop it, cousin, man. Stop it, man.
Literally. That's what I'm saying. You're from the UK. A lot of your times, y'all think, because y'all on the internet, y'all speak English, y'all think y'all the same as America. Y'all don't really know about us, brother. Y'all don't. Y'all need to ask us about our country instead of telling us. I would never tell you. Think about it. How many times do I get up here and try to tell you what you need to do in the UK and how shit run? Never.
What, you did that last week, bro? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Sorry.
Why are you lying, bro?
Sorry. Is your country older than England? I don't know. I don't think so. And is it not a construction of England's?
We killed the English and separated. Did you forget?
You separated. See, if you have to separate from something, that means you was attached to something. And I'm saying
that means we're not. Right. That means we're not attached anymore, though. We're not attached.
But that's
anymore.
The lie. That's the lie. That's
no,
the lie
you want it to be true. All right, but all I'm saying is y'all don't know the intricate affairs of the U.S.
I do.
No matter how many word games you want to play, y'all don't know us as well as y'all think y'all do.
I do.
Really, because if you knew us, you'll know that there were territorial borders between Native American tribes. Really, you would know that.
As I said, there's been illegal stuff, and some people have got back their land, right? Like the Wichita woman, right?
Not just
right?
her, but yeah,
False,
yeah.
but false documents were signed, and Wichita is already a built-up place, so it's not even like she's taking over land that's empty. No, it's a full-flowing city already with loads of land, right?
With
And we
real
know
estate
that case.
already
And
occupied.
yeah, thank you. We understand that that was a case study. Yeah, for anyone to know that these Europeans came over and started pushing out illegal documents to claim land, right? And unless you could prove your claim because a parent or someone's name was found on one of these documents, is why it was then proved null and void. And I'm telling you, I've been telling you, what you're calling the United States is illegal. It's not legal. It doesn't make sense. The states are not united, and United States don't make a country. Think about what you're saying when you're saying it, bro.
I mean, all
this
right.
is business and a corporation, just like the 13 colonies they set up before they came and settled. You know what I mean? Before they settled with 13 colonies first, and then after they expanded on that.
And look, and my point still stands. All I'm saying is the people that we now call Mexicans are not from the landmass today known as the United States of America.
Where they from?
That's all I'm saying. They are from Mexico.
Wow.
Which is
So hold on.
the same landmass.
No, Mexico is south of the Rio Grande.
They always stay
But it's still on the same landmass. It's not on an island somewhere else. It's on the same landmass. Right.
Just
and some parts of Mexico are in what you're calling the United States.
No, you're wrong.
What?
No. Yeah, what you're saying is wrong. Actually, let me tell
so
you.
You're saying Tijuana and that is on what side of the border? Is on what side of the border?
Tijuana is in Mexico, bro.
No, is it on the American side of the border? Yeah,
yes.
There's a town.
No, it's on the Mexican side. It's literally Mexicali. It's the California side of Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the other side of the border, is that still Mexico? Is some parts of that still classed as Mexico?
The other side is San Diego, California.
You're in New Mexico talking about it's not Mexico.
No, that's why it's called New Mexico. Brother, are you missing it? That's why they call it New Mexico, because it's a colony. Just like New York. Just like New York. Just like New England. That don't mean you're in England. When you hear New England, does that mean you're in England? No. It's a colony.
But the funny thing is, it's not a colony far away from the original Mexico.
Yeah, it's easier for them to get to.
There's only a line on the wall that separates what we're calling Mexico and what we're calling America.
Well, clearly, that's why they call it New Mexico, because they're not from the other side of the line. That's why they named it New Mexico.
As I said to you, that's a recent construction and new thing.
Exactly, and they respect it. That's why we cannot go to their country without our passport, or we will be reported to immigration. Really,
Yes,
so they
I'm
respect
saying-
their borders. Hold on, let me say this: Mexico respect their borders. We as U.S. citizens got to respect our borders, and that's that. Since we can't go to nobody else's country, that's what I'm saying. We can't go to nobody else's country and say this is a colonial construct. This is created by the white man. We don't believe in borders. No, they're gonna say, nigga, if you don't got a passport, you're gonna get in jail, and then we're gonna fine you, and then we're gonna deport your black ass. So that's how we gotta be in the U.S.
But not necessarily. Still,
it doesn't even make sense, bro. Like,
I mean, I'm just talking about reality, bro.
Yeah, you're just being biased while living in Mexico. It just doesn't even sit well with
How am I
you, bro,
biased?
what you're saying. Doesn't even sit well.
Literally, hold on,
You're sitting in
how
a different
biased?
position. You're sitting in Mexico talking about deportation
Hold on, you're leaving out.
of
I'm here
Mexicans.
legally. You're
I
leaving
don't-
out. I'm here legally.
So,
Don't leave that part
okay.
out. It's important. I'm
Okay.
here legally.
And the 1.5 million of you that are going to let the visa run out, and somehow hide in the Mexican
if they run to the
population.
police, they're gonna get
No,
reported to the
I'm just
police.
saying. Yeah, there's ways around it. You know what I mean? Because in Mexico, I find that money talks and bullshit walks. You know what I'm saying? They can be bribed. There can be all sorts. American ones can be as well, but you might have to pay a little bit more. Yeah. But in Mexico, the law is kind of fickle. Cartels run shit, all sorts. It's like, bruv, we know there's a government, Mexican government, but no one will care about that shit. That is there for the borders and all that, and to do correspondence with the United States. They're all bedfellows. That ain't got nothing to do with the actual people of Mexico. Do you get what I'm saying? No government represents the people. They represent other interests, business interests. So if you even hear of a Mexican government, no, say it's not even a Mexican government. Yeah, it's got Mexican faces, but it's a European construct or a North American construct. Because all these ideas of countries, we wouldn't even be there, bro, if the Europeans didn't invade and come over and colonize and say, now this is Brazil, this is thing, this is Costa Rica, this is thing, this is Mexico, and this is New Mexico. Come on, family. Yeah, you need to wake up and smell the coffee, man. You can't say the people who live on the same landmass as you are immigrants. That is ridiculous. Where you going?
Oh shit.
He's probably cut out.
You saying he was going to class or something, innit?
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. You're just talking like that border's always been there.
It hasn't always been there, man. Like,
I know,
what are we doing,
I know, but this is what I'm saying. It's like it's kind of confusing to listen to.
And I told him about siding with Trump. Yeah, siding with Trump, talking about he want the ball bigger and higher and all of that shit. When all that was running, and he was spitting that rhetoric out of his mouth, so I had to put it to him, bruv, you support Trump? No, I don't support Trump. Well, you do, because you just said shit that came out of his mouth. Do you get what I'm saying? Shit that came out of his mouth during his administration while he was trying to get made president. Yeah, I'll change the thing. I'll do the borders. I'll do the I'll keep the illegal immigrants out. I'll do the But yet drugs are flying through, no problem. And we've known this for the longest time.
Who wants to sneak into Mexico from America? Like, what's going on?
Americans, it seems. You didn't think it was the other way around. But I always knew that. I was just saying, you know, like when you see them films, even from the cowboy days, man's ducking out to Mexico, bro. Yeah, dusk till dawn. Yeah, man was trying to get to Mexico, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? Like all these films where these gangsters and
that's the main fucking thing, innit?
Right? Yeah, let me.
Do they have jurisdiction there? There's no jurisdiction.
FBI can't catch me. Yeah, they can't catch me if I go Mexico.
Shalom, brothers. Shalom.
Shalom.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, no, Afro ran away again, but
he'll be back. Don't worry. He just needs a little break.
Yeah,
recharge his batteries.
You know what I mean?
I can't believe what he said about his grassing people. That's mad. That's crazy.
No, some people are patriotic and don't really.
But like, I don't know. Like, I feel like immigration snitching is an extra reach.
No, but it happens here. It happens here.
No, it definitely happens here, man. I know.
People say they don't support this government and but quick to phone police on someone.
Yeah,
mad,
immigration snitching. It's just, I don't know, it's an extra reach, man. It's just so fucking disgusting. Like,
some want to call social services, some want to do sorry, Khan. But you guys say like some people are still attached to the system that they say they don't want to be a part of, and that actually makes you an agent. Do you get what I'm saying? Because you're Agent Smith. You're working for the system, but you don't actually know it. You think you're free thinking, and if the revolution kicks off, you're picking up the phone and phoning the feds. A lot of people don't want the accountability to change.
Do you know what though, Maku?
Yeah,
it's not necessarily like, you know, when you're using something to play to your advantage.
Right.
I feel like this is what these people are doing.
And family, can y'all hear me clearly, or is it muzzled?
It's all right.
It's not that clear. It's not that clear.
All right, this will be brief, because I even dropped down because I be wanting to hear y'all talk, and none of y'all have answered the question. Since U.S. citizens cannot go to foreign countries illegally, why should we allow foreigners to come to the U.S. illegally?
You're not allowing them. They sneak in. Do you get it?
There's
like,
a thing called
illegal immigration, bro.
Just say something to him quickly. The
Like,
answer to that is global imperialism. America's going around the world ruining people's countries. They've got nowhere to go but America.
So you're saying that the U.S. citizens should tolerate it and just allow foreigners to come to our countries illegally?
You're benefiting from your Americans going around the world ruining the world for everyone.
No, our communities. Let me respond to that. We are against the U.S. government's, the U.S. military's foreign intervention in foreign nations as well. But I'm asking a simple question. Why should we as U.S. citizens allow our communities to be ethnically eradicated when we cannot go to foreign countries illegally? How does this make sense?
But you would be able to go to foreign countries if America wasn't going around the world ruining people's economies.
So just so I'm clear, you're saying that African Americans should not practice self-preservation?
Sorry, I didn't even catch that. Did anyone catch what he said?
Nah, man, it's
getting worse.
Crumbly, bro. Or fix the mic.
It's getting worse.
Yeah,
Don't
your
worry,
mic
bro.
is-
Come back
yeah,
when you
your
can,
mic
innit?
is-
We're still here. Don't worry. We're not going nowhere.
Yeah,
Come
your
back
mic's
when you
sick.
can.
Can you
I
hear me
can't
now?
even hear you.
Hold on, slow down. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so the question is, are you saying that U.S. citizens, particularly African Americans, should not practice self-preservation?
Sorry, bro. You're gonna have to come back, bro. That's not working for us.
Terrible.
Yeah, it's
Like,
not working, brother.
if self-preservation is what you're on, I just don't. That's not where to start.
Well, even in
Immigra-
self-preservation, I think you need to
immigration is not where
maintain
to
some
start.
ethical code of
ISIS
conduct.
is not.
Well, he's identified the enemy and his so-called enemies. He thinks it's the Mexican and this person and that person, and you can't convince him otherwise.
No.
He says the most recent enemy are the Latinos and blah blah blah, and you just gotta leave him to it.
Which
You
he
know,
is
I don't feel like it's something that we can even debate with him because he's got his views. He's
Yeah,
gonna
my
call
bad.
ISIS the police or whatever. Yo,
This
your
is my-
microphone, it's not working, bro.
I know I got the Latino internet. My bad. It's going in and out. But I'll say
Yeah.
this in closing. Are you
All right.
all stating that we as African Americans should not practice self-preservation because it
No,
cannot
you
be
should,
two ways
and you
to it?
should, and you should team up, and you should try and find allies with you to fight against your number one oppressor, right? I don't think that you should waste energy on the little people. I feel like you can call all the ice you want. It ain't gonna make your scenario better. You can kick all the Mexicans out. Ain't gonna make your scenario better. So I would say focus on your true issue and not and don't get distracted with the Mexicans with Juan and them, man.
And Jedi,
Don't
this
let
is-
Juan
this is
distract
the
you.
part-
Juan.
Jedi, this is the disconnect that me and you are having because you are not even, because we agreed that we have Caucasian enemies. The part that you are not addressing, and I don't know why, you're refusing to address the Latino enemies that we have and the Asian enemies that we have. I'm asking a very
Yeah,
simple
but
question.
I do acknowledge them. I do acknowledge that we don't have any friends. Like, and I'm saying that black people, yeah, wherever you think they're from, we don't have any friends collectively around the world. We're supposed to be each other's friends. We're not even each other's friends, right? So I hear you fully. I'm not surprised that the Korean or the Mexican or whoever has adopted the worldview and probably the view they have in their home countries that we're at the bottom of the ladder. I get it. The whole world is set up to look at us as the bottom of the ladder. Now, when we're dealing with enemies, I think we should go for the people that propagate that belief, that create the climates internationally for that to exist, and we should target them. And that would be the quote-unquote white European that has come to the land of America, subjugated some of its indigenous population, exported illegally, kidnapped others, and made them work, and now is profiting off their hard work and labor, right? The foundation that the black Americans have laid down with their lives, their blood, sweat, and tears. So I think that your enemy, your biggest enemy, isn't necessarily the Hispanic migrant or the African migrant, and it's more likely, or the Asian migrant, and it's more likely the established white institution, white supremacist institutions in your laws, in your courts, in your businesses, like basically in the infrastructure of your land.
Jedi, please, let me say that the part you're leaving out is that the Asians, the Latinos, and the other immigrants that come to the U.S., they're coming to join that same apparatus that is being used against African Americans. That's why I always stand tall and say,
well, you need to destroy the apparatus, right?
That's
so
my point. So listen to what I'm saying. That's my point. I'm trying to finish my sentence.
You need to destroy the apparatus.
We need to listen to what I'm saying. We need to address them all simultaneously.
No, that's impossible. That is never a cool working strategy.
Well, listen, we're doing.
If you topple the head, the body will fall. If you topple
let me say this.
Hold on. If you topple the apparatus that they are joining, there'll be nothing for them to join.
Let me give you back.
Focus your energy on your main threat, bro.
On that same metaphor that you had, if we chop the Achilles heel, which is the immigrants that work for the Caucasian won't be able to operate. It's not even enough.
Yeah, you just get other black people that'll do the job, like Rick Ross. You get other black people that are police officers. You got black police officers. No, sorry. These are no. You've made a statement. I'm making one.
No, you know that we know.
No, you made a statement.
Yes, but
about the Achilles heel. Now I'm responding. So what I'm gonna say to you is, all right, you think that the Achilles heel is actually these immigrants, but the Achilles heel is actually these black people that want to join law enforcement. These black people that
along
want
with
to
the immigrants, I
run.
agree.
Yeah, what?
I say along with the immigrants, I agree. The
I'm just
work
gonna.
in hand.
You know what, brother? You don't inspire me to talk to you for long periods of time.
Brother, look
Every
how
time
brief
I'm
my
talking,
statements are. Every statement I make is
every time
very
I'm
brief.
talking, I keep hearing your voice talking at the same time, which lets me know you don't actually want a conversation. You just want to get off your speaking points, say what you want to say, and not listen to the other person. Now, I assumed I was speaking to somebody of maturity with impulse control, but obviously, you just want to get it off your chest. You're feeling emotional, whatever. You're in Mexico, you feeling some kind of way. So I'm gonna go on mute and I'm gonna let you rant, brother. Go for it.
Jedi, all I wanted to say is look how brief my statements are in comparison to yours. Really, I try to make one sentence and be done with it. But go ahead, Jedi, I'm listening.
I'm just saying, bro, like your Achilles heel are the black people that want to join the white supremacist system in America. Not the ones that they don't want to overhaul the system. They want to turn it up on its head. They don't want to kick some asses and take some names. No, they want to be comfortable and they don't mind stepping on you or anyone else to be comfortable. That's your issue because they uphold, okay, foundationally, black Americans built America foundationally. But once they realized that they were building to a racist blueprint, they should have stopped building for everyone and built for themselves. But the problem is, we got the sororities, we got the BULLEY, we got the upper class, the buffer class, and then we got the poor folks without loyalty to the masses that are always gonna go and take up the overseeing jobs. They're always gonna take up the house nigger jobs. Yeah, and that's what your biggest threat. Because they're gonna turn on you, trying to get some freedom, trying to say put your tools down. We ain't doing shit until we get some reciprocity. Nah, they're the ones that are gonna pick up the tools. Shit, well, I'm working. Shit, well, I don't know about you, but I'm gonna get my paper. And as long as you got people that are not singing on the same hymn sheet, they're gonna be a bigger issue. Fuck these Latinos and these Asians and all these people that are joining the police force. Yeah.
But that's my point, though, Jedi. And I'll give you a real-world example. Like I already told you, I'm a lobbyist professionally. When I call these congressmen and these senators' offices, and these are Caucasian senators and congressmen, you know who answering their phones? They got Latinos, Asians, Arabians, and other immigrants answering the phones. So it must be a simultaneous effort. We're not forgetting that the Caucasian is a colonist, but we are realizing that there are more colonists that are assisting the Caucasian, which is a dying race.
Cool, I hear you, man. I hear you. I'm not gonna argue that people are assisted. I ain't gonna argue, man. I just feel like, the strategy is different.
Yes,
you know
sir.
what I mean? But I hear you.
And look, Jetta, let me say much love to you. I appreciate you allowing me back up. And let me say this, I'm never in my feelings. And I'm never emotional about you all. It's always love, even if we disagree. But stay blessed. I gotta jump down, my phone break down.
Yeah. I salute, bro. Salute.
Big up, man.
Salute,
Peace, family.
Yeah. So, it's a strange strategy, but if that's his strategy, he thinks that's gonna work for him, then cool, man. I'm not trying to back up the Mexicans that don't want to associate and have ill will towards the Black Americans. I ain't gonna back them up. And I know that that's something that actually exists. I know it exists in Mexico, and it exists. That's why I was surprised when he said he was getting treated well out there. Yeah, because I just, I'm suspicious of these brothers, because I know that there's a lot of hidden sentiment about Black people, which they've inherited. A lot of it is self-hate. A lot of them do have a Black grandma that they're hiding.
Yeah.
And this is why I feel like once you attack the system and you get a chance to re-educate the people, yeah, and they got to stop looking at the cool person or the person with all the guns telling everyone how to think, and they can listen to you guys. You know what I mean? This is what I think. But yeah, I'm with you, Mrs. Sarah. Leave vulnerable people to try and survive. And, you know, I just think the immigrant story is part of the American story. It's part of the American dream. It's part of what makes America America. Because, you know, I can come over and try and make something happen. You can come over, someone else can come over and try and make something happen. And even slaves that was brought over, they can turn their shit around. So they call it like the land of dreams and whatever. I understand that a lot of these dreams are built on the backs of the black folk that set the foundation. So yeah, they should eat. But I think when they're looking to eat, if you're saying, "Rah, where's my portion?" You don't need to take it from. You don't need to take it from the next man that's starving. Take it from the dude that's dishing the food out. You slap him in the face, you take the ladle, and you dish yourself out some food, and you dish out your people food. Right? You don't need to go around the corner to where a couple Mexicans have stolen a couple potatoes and be like, hey!
Over the whole sack. And just kick the sack over, like, and it's just rolling on the floor now.
Yeah, the dude with the ladle, yeah, in the white outfit with the white hat on, he's the one that's dishing out. He's the one you need to bring your complaints to, or you need to take him out. You need to take him out.
And we back on that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm
This
saying.
guy needs a few lessons from Ashley P. At least Ashley does a barbecue for them and
I'm a
feeds them.
criminal. That's why I'm a criminal. And they say, like, you know, small crime can be the spark of revolution. You know, the refusal to abide by the laws of the land, if the laws of the land are set by biased people, is all we talking about. So fuck it. They don't want to give you what you deserve. Fuck it if other people come in there and taking advantage. Fuck it. The trick is you think that they're taking food from your mouth.
You should celebrate that.
How can they're not taking food from you? There's so much food over there. You think that the little dude that snuck in and is working 55 million jobs is taking food from your mouth? I just disagree. I feel like he's taking food from his family, ain't from your mouth. Directly.
Excuse the pun.
Yeah.
Allow it, man. Embrace it, man.
Yeah, people should be celebrating that, man, but unfortunately it's not.
If there's nothing you can do about it,
It's not everybody's attitude, it's not everybody's mindset.
That's what I try to say to him, that not every black person wants reparations. They might see it as, like, I wanted it at one stage, but it's an impossible dream. Just the way it's looking, you know what I mean? So, like, maybe I should just make my millions or make my way in this country and keep it moving. Then once I got the money in my pocket, maybe I can decide I don't even want to live here anymore.
Yeah, that wouldn't go down too well. I don't think that would work.
It's fine.
Like, if they gave,
man are ducking out to Mexico,
and they said, right, from now on, you're equal to all other immigrants, they wouldn't be better off than what they are now.
I don't know.
Their status wouldn't be going up; it would be going down.
I'm not wronging them for any claim. I'm just saying,
no, of course not.
How realistic it is, right?
I'm saying it will be used against you, innit? They'll give it to you, but then they'll use it against you.
The only thing that's a spark of hope is if people around you are getting, but it's like slave owners and, you know, plantation owners, they're getting, you know what I mean? People from other situations, later than yours, while yours has been continuous, are getting reparations. These are definitely things we can see. But as far as we, as a people, getting reparations, we the afflicted, boy, I ain't waiting on it, put it that way. It's not like a FEMA check. I'm not interested. You know what I mean? I've given up hope. My country's doing it. My people in the ends are doing it. And we still ain't got nothing yet. Allow it then. Because I see that what they owe, they can't pay. It's impossible.
Thank you.
It's impossible, fam.
Thank you.
Yeah, the list is Zaj. Yeah, you just have to give England away. And that's not enough. You're going to have to give Nigeria back to the Nigerians. You're going to have to give You're going to have to give all the Oman, Yemen, all these countries that you own under the Commonwealth. You're going to have to give it all back. And give all the wealth that you took from there. It's impossible.
It's messy, man. You can't give back wealth. How can you give back?
They would never do it. They would never do it.
How can you give back fucking hundreds of years of expended energy?
They would rather annihilate us first.
Well, thank you. Well, that would be the process of doing it. Do you know what I mean? When they fucking say, do you know what, you lot are all getting a check. and we're going to sink ourselves. That'll be the day that, you might as well annihilate.
And even if they gave you a check, that's digits. That doesn't account for nothing.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, I think it's a very big thing to talk about.
You might as well give me crypto.
When you
that's what you're basically doing. No, if you say, hey, everyone's getting reparations, go look in your bank, right? And everyone's got 28 million. Like, bro, it's all I'm using. I'm never going to see that cash, am I?
Well, you know that week when they do that, Maku?
No, man. Yeah.
Interest rates will be 88%.
Thank you. A Coca-Cola will cost 1 million.
Do you know what I mean?
Interest rate will be 88%.
Very stupid.
Is your brain all right?
Yeah. How come now it's to buy a property is costing me exactly 28 million? What are we doing now?
For a studio flat.
Yeah, for a studio flat like that in central London and that. Shoreditch.
Not even central, Enfield.
Yeah. Shoreditch and that. You know what I mean? Anyway, like, bruv, I'm telling you, they'll do something dodgy like that. You know what I mean?
Like, when it comes to reparations, like I've always said, this is why I say, yet again, I think the idea of being a criminal is more of a revolutionary act than I think people want to admit. Because from my perspective, anybody going to get money out this damn system, go and get it.
Yeah.
Go and get it. I'm supporting you. I lie for you. I lie for you. Go and get it. And if I'm not getting a cut, I'm not getting a fucking cut. It is what it is. It ain't stopping me from cheering you guys on to get it. Go and get it. Anyone that can get anything they can out of the system, get it. I'm not in the way. I don't think anyone should be in the way. And if you disagree with it, then say you disagree. That's your right to say you disagree. You disagree. I don't think they should get it. I don't think people should get reparations. Black people, white people, Chinese people, they're allowed to give their opinions. Yeah, but actively getting in the way, that's something I don't agree with. Get your shit, man. Let the ADOS, the CDOS, the BDOS, whoever, let them all get what they can, anywhere they can, in any country, over here, over there, wherever. What's the issue?
Yeah, I think
you ain't got to call up the Trump brigade to go and deport fucking Mexicans to get reparations. You ain't got to be a snitch.
Yeah.
You ain't got to all that.
Yes, master. Yes, master. Oh, and by the way, can I get some reparations? Like what? No, man. You snitched on Toby. Cool. Safe. Here's a biscuit. You know what I mean? Like, you ain't getting nothing, bro.
Not even a biscuit.
Just get it.
Might mention you on the Twitter or something.
The logistics of reparations is mad. Yeah. The levels of abuse and thing and who benefited and why they got big corporations built on it and all of that. It will be all in ruin and they will never do that. They're about protecting their own interests. Do you get it? So you can make the application and they'll hear it. But the likelihood is they're just going to be pushing paper around, wait for that generation to die, yeah, and then move on to the next one. Because this has been happening before we were even born, people trying to claim reparations from our various countries.
All I say is I will never speak down or get in the way of anyone getting anything. So you wouldn't call ICE then, right? You ain't gonna get in the way. You ain't gonna get in the way of these Mexican migrants trying to get their dollars too.
Nope.
But he said that's what he did, Jedi. He did do that.
I'm talking to Bourne. I'm talking to Bourne.
Sorry.
I'm talking to Bourne. So Bourne, like based on what you're saying, you wouldn't call ICE on Juan, would you? And if that's what you're saying, then yeah, we on the same page, bro. Like,
yeah,
it's all good, but you know.
There's levels to this, yeah.
Hell no, that's not my fight. Exactly, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying, Kemo. Yeah, so you brothers, I'm on what you're on. You get me? Like I said, you don't have to be. This is why, man. It's supreme fucking logic, bro. You ain't got to be African to be my brother. You don't have to have the same ancestry as me and rare. The universe has conspired to make us all brothers in the struggle. And we're supposed to remember that. Yeah, we don't need to compete with each other. But unfortunately, that rhetoric, as we get more settled in the West and we get more settled in our countries and in our ways of being, we become more encouraged to see anyone outside of that as the enemy or as a threat. You know, and I told you that's their psychology that we are adopting. That's my opinion anyway. But yeah, so in this conversation, I can see more room for yeah, but them Africans though, or they're Americans. Oh yeah, you guys are in the UK, or you guys are. Oh, well, what do you know? You got like it's like, yo, listen, man.
Struggle's the struggle, man.
The struggle is the struggle, man. The struggle is the struggle. I'm only trying to collect this debt from the American government that is owed for the free labor that my 5-time great grandparents worked. And I respect that, but I just fully respect that, and I'm egging you on, bro. You know what I mean, go. And if you ever need me to lie, if you ever need me to lie for you, so you can get that check, I'll lie for you, bro. I'll lie if I need to.
I'll be involved in the paperwork. I don't mind.
Yeah, and if you want to run up in something and grab some cash and we can get away scot-free, I'm gonna run up with you because I'm about that. I don't feel no mercy for the system. Yeah, there used to be a saying, "Bang on the beast," but it's like we forgot about that. We forgot about that. We banging on each other.
Cause, yeah, no, it's true though. Cause it's true. Like what? Nah, But as I said, Afro is different, man. He's just different. He's discombobulated. He's confused with himself, and he's putting on a front. I find that a lot of men are putting on a front. It's armchair, RGBs, armchair, all of this. You know what I mean? It's like it don't make no sense. Only when things happen or people say things do people react, and we shouldn't be so reactionary. We should like think about things before we do them or say things. You know what I mean? And watch what systems we're attaching ourselves to. You cannot say you're against the system and then support immigration policies and all of this. That's politics, man. Government.
Yeah, that's where I differentiate, and it's and I think it's more clear cut for me because I have a detachment to the system and probably to identifying with any of the markers that they give us to identify with. So I'm naturally trying to be stubborn and resistant to all of it. So yeah, I don't want to see any of my brothers assimilating with the system in any way, shape, or form. I don't want to see you lot being police officers. Now I understand that they trick us and say that the more we are police officers, then the fairer, the fairer we will be treated on the streets. They say that over here in the UK, right? With more ethnic officers, then you get a fairer force.
Yeah.
However, yet again, they investigate themselves and they audit themselves and find out that it's still institutionally racist. You could have a whole black police force and it be institutionally racist. People need to understand that the laws and the policies and the attitudes, the energy behind it is all anti-black.
Facts.
Well, why can I hear my headphones going off? Yeah, it's all anti-black. So we can be all in uniform and still be at the bottom of the barrel. Yeah, I just want to say that, like, so that doesn't change shit. When you join them, you just help them. Yeah, that whole thing of change it from the inside, join it and change it from the inside. That shit ain't never worked nowhere. Except for on us. That's when that shit works. Changing shit from the inside. When they get me. That shit works on us. But if we join anything, we amalgamate and become part of. That's what the issue is. We're becoming them and we're losing ourselves. And it's bound to happen. You know? We're becoming them. Even though we got the most influential culture, they got the most influence. Even though we the most popular people, they got the most influence. They got the most power. Everything we amplify our popularity, our style, our trends, our way of thought through, they own. That's the loop that we're definitely all caught in. They own it. All the platforms, all the internet, all the everything. They own that shit.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So they could choose which one of our voices get through. Which one of our voices have an impact on the masses? Yeah. Well, big up to my brothers in America, man, because for the longest time, man, I've seen it clearly, man, and I've tried to navigate, man. You never hear me jumping on, oh yeah, them Americans, America. From very early, I realized, whoa, what is this? What language is this? This is not unifying language. This is some separating language.
Yep.
This is some language that's gonna make me say, fuck you, look then. All right, cool. And you say, yeah, fuck you, Jedi. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. And then, well, like, I'm an ally, man. I am an actual ally. I feel like I'm more of an ally than people you lot take for allies. I think I'm more of an ally. I stand with you. I'm just against the system. I'm consistent. I'm against the system. I'm against your rulership. I'm against the stool pigeons. I'm against the infiltrators, the controlled opposition too, because they're just the long arm of the system. Yeah, so I recognize all of that. So I'm against them. You lot on the outside, or you lot on the inside might see me and think, why are you against this black brother or this black sister? I'm saying because they're only black in appearance. But what they're really for is not the freedom of the people, the masses. And by the masses, I happen to be an advocate for international freedom for everybody, not just people in this city or that city or of this tribe or that tribe. But whether they're gonna all get it, that's a different thing. That's a whole different thing.
There's a lot.
And yeah, like, I could see the black folk are in shaky water because the thing that they use pride against us. They use our own inbuilt pride in who we are and our history. So even the whole exercise in trying to strip some of it and taint it and repackage it, that was all a plan to get us to here, where we're so desperate for identity and recognition of our identity that we become grabalicious. We become part of the scarcity mindset, feeling like we got to fight each other for that little bit of recognition. I could see it. The pomposity, the ego is what they play on. They played on that with our people. It was very clever. Again, it's the Hegelian dialectic. Take something away from someone, make them scream for it, and then give it back to them in a way that you want it. You get me? Take away these people's identities, these people's pride, or whatever you want to call it, self-worth, ability to self-actualize. Take that all away or mix it around and fuck with it, piss in it, shit in it, spit in it, hook up a big fucking loogie. You get me? Right in the middle of it.
Casserole in that.
Do what you want with it. Fuck it over, and then wait for them to be really desperate for it. And then slow release your remixed version, your GMO version of identity. And slow release it over time.
Yeah.
And they will just be fighting amongst themselves with all this new poison that they've taken on board. We so desperate. we are so desperate around the world to be recognized, and for good reason. For good reason. This is half the reason why, in plain sight, they take what you make, and they take it and they remix it and they bring it out there, and then that shit sells millions and trillions. So that you can watch that, observe that formula, and be like, "Fucking hell! Look what they done. They took our shit and they remixed it, and now everyone's on it." Once they keep repeating that, once they keep shitting on us, keeping us at the bottom of the ladder in different societies, and this ain't just the US, this is Britain, Europe, Africa, Caribbean, all the leaders, Asia, and the Arab world, all their leaders have agreed to maintain the world in a certain way, where some people are at the bottom. We're at the bottom. Our leaders have agreed to be at the top of the bottom. They've agreed. They're in collusion. None of us want to take over nothing. Don't get gassed by the Ugandan president saying, "Oh, we're blah 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 blah." He's just trying to link up with Russia and China and the Arabs. He's just trying to link up over there. The same old shit. We're gonna be at the top of that. I don't know, man. It seems like the more we talk about these issues, the more I listen and observe, the more it seems the only thing that can rectify this mess is some supernatural occurrence or a worldwide calamity. So, like, because it's so tangled, bro. And with each person trying to untangle something, they tangle something more, and it gets more tangled. The thing is so tangled, and nobody has the patience to unpick it. Nobody has the absence of ego or whatever to unpick it fairly. That it's just it's like, you know, when you've got that bunch of wires and
it's the drawer. You know, the drawer full of them.
The time when you have to just admit, like, allow it. I don't know. Like, sometimes wires can be so intertwined. You just have to admit, just allow it.
Yep.
You just gauge. You look around the ball of wires and think, you know, I don't see any of that. I don't see any with the iPhone head on it.
There's no ends. You can't see no ends. You can't see no beginnings. You just see like little bits of Scott lead. It's done. Yeah.
Scott lead.
Yeah, no, I get it.
The only solution is total destruction, bro. It does. It does seem like there has to be some extinction level event, some leveler. There has to be a leveler. And this is, and I don't know how long man has come to this conclusion, but if, for instance, pick a random number, 1 million years ago, there were people like me sitting there trying to look at the big picture and seeing how fucked up it is, maybe they came to the conclusion that the only way out of this is with some divine intervention or cataclysm. So then the doomsday prophecies and stuff started arising as a form of a story of hope or whatever, because man needs some release. Man's brain started concocting some way of us getting out of this. Because with each new person that jumps on, it becomes and next person jumps into the argument saying, "Stop shouting." First it was 5, now it's 10. Tomorrow it's 20. The next day it's 60. And so on and so forth. People just shouting, saying, "Stop shouting." Now everyone's shouting, "Stop shouting." And unless we have a way to mute everyone, it's never going to get cleared. Sometimes the shouting and the it's so mad, there's nothing I can do. The only thing I'll be able to do is shout too, which is going to be dumb in most scenarios. So thank God we have a system of actually turning people's mics off. That metaphor is what I'm trying to describe or illustrate, bro. Like, in these world affairs, everybody thinks they're right. How is this gonna be fucking solved, cuz?
Were they shouting still in their head even if they're muted?
How is this gonna be solved though, cuz? Like, yeah, sometimes even muting don't even work. You're right, bro.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
But let's just say that at least gets us 9 times out of 10 it does work, and at least gets us to establish who is hell bent on keeping the confusion. Then we usually
definitely.
Yeah,
you can separate the wheat from the chaff.
you can separate, innit? Who's
for
willing
the,
to like,
for the benefit of the crowd, the tape or whatever? Yeah, it's definitely good to mute people, but at the same time, if we want everyone to actually have this type of realization, waking up and smell the coffee, like, they need to actually be muted.
You ever seen a fight? You ever seen a fight start with 2 people, right? And you just think to yourself, no, this is the 2 worst people to be fighting at this time right now.
Yep.
His brother's gonna jump in 3, 2,
1.
Yeah,
now this one's cousin.
Yeah,
and
he's like, just don't do what.
One,
Oh my
God! Shit!
It's turned into a mess.
Shit! It's like there's no way out of it. Once certain things ignite, cuz it's like, because you got to see this whole cesspool through, and this is where the religious people are at right now. They're at this point where they're just like, yo, this person is coming, Armageddon is coming, Jesus is coming, the Mahdi's coming, the Messiah's coming, someone's coming, Satan's coming.
But them parts are
worm,
like, don't you think
earthworm is coming? So, you know what I mean? Satan's coming for someone.
But don't you think those pots are being stirred?
The pots are being stirred.
As in like deliberately, you're making a world that we're in is being made to look Armageddonish. Based on the literature that we all have from all of our different angles, like it's.
Well, listen. This is
and so then
this is hard to say now. Is that the case, or is this a natural cycle of human existence? I feel like from as long as that book has been out, or these books have been out, somebody. This is the whole point I was trying to make, bro. Somebody has always felt it was the last days, cuz.
Yeah, this is that's what I'm saying.
It's always been the last days, right?
Yeah, trust me, because they thought like this 500 years ago.
Right. Oh yeah. Look, like in my time, in my day. Now look,
like
we're
500 years ago. They thought like this 100 years ago.
In my day,
all this thing that we have in AI now.
So who's to say a million years ago? This is the point I made initially. Who's to say a million years ago someone else went sitting there saying, "Yo, this is a madness."
But but what I was getting at is like, again, as a person who's the influencer, creating that feeling amongst the masses or the populace allows them to kind of switch off because they have this hope for this thing when it's all going to end and someone's going to fly out the clouds.
I think, definitely. A lot of people waiting for an outcome.
Yeah,
are doing just that. They are waiting for an outcome. Very few people are trying to affect change, and unfortunately, it seems that those that are trying to affect change are trying to affect change according to the narrative.
But like,
the people that are actually trying to change the world are trying to change the world more into what we got.
Yeah, trust me. But then I think that's because like things are not linked up properly. Or things are linked. I think maybe things are linked up properly, and we don't realize how linked up they are.
What do you mean?
So when I say things aren't linked up properly, is that you're talking about people think they're changing things, and then it's through the narrative. The person who's changing things through the narrative doesn't realize it's the narrative. They pick up a new thing like, this is revolutionary, man.
We've got to keep bringing it back. It's so simple. Action, reaction,
problem, solution.
It's always the same thing again and again. So now, yes, you've seen all the sectarian violence and religious violence. You say, can we all just get along? They bring you one more religion.
Yeah, and
you actively try to meet with Muslims and Christians and Jews and find your commonality to stop the fuckery. It's right where you're supposed to be.
This is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at right now, because when I was seeing it the other day, it was just a quick one with Sadiq Khan saying, "Look, we're all celebrating a thing at the same time. Isn't that wonderful?" And I thought, yeah, isn't it? Or is it? Because then I'm thinking about, have you seen the multi-faith worship place that's being built in the Middle East?
I probably looked it up before, but there's a few, and
I'm sure there's more. There's a few
official places of worship are now multi-faith room.
That's the other thing as well. Like there's bare collusion. Like we all see the imams and the rabbis and the clergymen. They all line up for photos every couple of years or whatever. The chosen few, anyway. However, they're putting it in practice in terms of creating spaces and really leading with it and talking about it as the thing that is the next step. So all these places that you thought of as, oh shit, they got Sharia and they're all living in the sand and or whatever. Nah, they're up in the future, man, and they're trying.
I'm just saying, like Saudi Arabia, was it Saudi Arabia or one of these places had a massive festival there, bro? Yeah, like bit by bit, even you just seeing them having the football match at Qatar and the conversations that arose. You see the subtle.
Yeah, thank you. This is what I'm saying.
Compromising and collusion, right?
And that's I think that is it. It's like, again, that's one of the groups in the world, the Middle East, is like they're kind of looking uncompromised.
Nah, but then they're doing festivals now. They're doing this.
No, but from our view, they look very uncompromised. You know what I mean? Man, even the glitz of the Emirates and all that.
We went down. We fell down a rabbit hole of transgender Muslims.
They're about,
like,
man.
A whole clique of them.
Yeah.
And you know,
but again, like that's been a thing because of certain attitudes towards actual homosexuality. That's been a thing in certain places, isn't it?
It's going to become more of a thing. And more stuff's going to happen. Who knows, man? I'm just hoping to hear a kaboom, look outside and think, what the fuck was that?
Wipe out.
Thunder and lightning.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'm saying it all cocky, sitting in my kitchen, warm and nice, and it's probably going to be a real madness. But, you know, it is what it is, man.
It's what's needed, man. You know them days where the rain is just pouring. Raindrops are the size of your fist and shit. Like, and you're like, oh, I can't do fuck all. Like, you walk outside, you're getting slapped by it. But at some point, that's what's needed. And then tomorrow is sunny and that. Like, fair enough. Wash away everything, replenish, etc., hydrate. It's just how it is. So that's it's just on different scales that these things are happening.
Yeah, two secs. I'll be back, man. 2 secs.
Yeah.
We got everybody in the comments as well.
Edit.
So while last nights, I've been away today. What's been the themes?
So the Chicago suburbs, like 45 minutes from the city.
Okay. Chicago. All right. And give me an idea of what your childhood household looks like. Parents together, they're separated, are they, just getting by? Are they affluent?
So okay, what do you hold on 1 second. What do you
preparing a lie already, for fuck's sake? Just answer the question.
I'm sorry, my producer is a perfectionist, so he's upset with my audio. Okay, are you done? All right,
answer the question.
He's the best though, actually, but
That's what's up. Shout out to the producer.
Yeah. No, so I grew up in the Chicago suburbs.
Why are you assuming that she's lame?
Because she was buying bare time with her answer, and that's like, it's okay that you grew up in an all right place. You don't have to play it down or do any shit like that.
No, she gets hot and flustered when Tunde walks in the room or whatever his name. Blessing.
Suburbs, about 45 minutes away from the city.
Okay.
And my dad owned.
I'm hearing myself. It wasn't like that. Before. Now I hear myself twice. So he did something wrong.
I'm gonna tell him to come back. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I think he got it.
He sabotaged the set and bounced.
Yeah, I think he thought he was fixing it, but I don't think he did.
But go ahead. I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet while we
okay. Is that better?
One, two.
Is that better?
No. I'm still hearing myself.
How about now?
No. He sent the audio back.
Hit the like button, family tree.
Shout out to Steph Colonel.
You let me down, blessing, man.
Shout out to Jamerson Hayes. There it goes. He fixed it. Yeah, that's it right there.
That's better.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I grew up 45 minutes from the city. My dad owns a software company with my mom, and they employed about like 200 people, I would say, roughly.
Oh, wow.
Half their company was in India, half of it was in Chicago. I grew up the second out of 6 siblings. I was the oldest girl. I was between 2 boys. My parents did adopt 3 teenagers, but that was after I left the house. So that like wasn't when I was like a kid, like I was gone. And then they also gave up a kid for adoption when my mom was 17. Same parents, so like he's 100% my biological brother, but I didn't meet him until I was 22. I'm 26 now, so I met him like 4 years ago.
Oh wow.
Gave a son up for adoption.
What the fuck? And then had 6 more, and then what? And
It doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. But
These rich families, man. They
these
do
rich Europeans, man.
another adoption. There's an adoption always lingering somewhere.
White
man.
priv. I told them white priv.
I see some next one with David Jason. Is it David Jason?
What, Touch of Frost?
Yeah.
Like an old school.
Only for the horses.
Yeah, only for the horses. Yeah. David Jason. Yeah.
His long lost daughter or some shit, bro. First time he didn't know he had a daughter. She'd be the oldest person on the panel.
Wow.
She is old, cuz, and he's old as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's old now. Yeah, he's proper old.
Yeah. He had no clue. No one had a clue. No one knew. No.
He's that near-deaf actor. You know when they're near-deaf.
So total there's 10, but I grew up like the 2nd to 6th oldest girl.
Okay. So what was childhood like for you? You were in a volleyball team, chess club. What were you into?
Yeah, I was really into sports. That was really all. I did sing a little bit. I was in choir, but mostly sports. I played volleyball, basketball, and then I did soccer and track.
Oh yeah. By the way, name the film.
Oh shit.
Film?
I'm trying to think. What film is this? Yeah. Man's looking like Ruckus and that. Yeah, the guitar. I can't tell, man, because of your face. And her face as well. It's like rah. If I can see their faces, then I'll probably get it. But nah, I'm lost. Is it new or is it old? It seems old, right? Old school film, right? Man's got a banjo and I mean, kind of old school guitar, style of dress. Look at the shirt. Look at this.
Yeah, 10 points, man. 10 points to anyone that guesses the film. 10 points to anyone that guesses the film.
Yeah. Please.
It's mad, yeah. You actually should know this, Snaps. You actually know this. I was just say should know this. You actually know this.
I'm confused as hell. People saying black stuff and that.
Yeah, Silver Trio, you are correct. You're the winner. You're the winner, man. You're the winner. 10 points to you, Silver Trio. All right, let's go.
Track a little bit, but mostly like volleyball and basketball. So I used to drive 30 minutes to school, and then I would do like a 2-hour basketball practice after school. Then I would drive 45 minutes to volleyball practice and do a 2.5 to like 3-hour practice there. And then I would come home at like 10 o'clock at night. So I was just always like crazy busy and into sports.
Yeah, that sounds wild. So
Yeah.
I hear you are tall.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot.
6 foot. Okay, 6 foot. All right. So
The girls I grew up with were just, like crazy tall.
MJ.
JEDI. Almost as tall as Sniper. Man.
Almost. Probably taller than me in heels, man.
Don't worry, man. You got to make sure you're
I'm not intimidated. I'm not intimidated.
You need the Tims or the forces.
The Air Force. The Air Force. Something.
You stand over there.
Extra.
You stand over there, pal.
Yeah. Like, what are you doing,
Or them 70s disco things in that.
Yeah,
go all the way, fuck it.
Yeah, she's more like MJ than we actually realized, man. Apart from the sport bit. Yeah. Let's move forward.
Dunking on man in that volleyball team.
I can't imagine MJ doing any sport, man. Just moaning about sport. But...
What are you?
Like my friend here is like 6'3". I had another friend in high school 6'5". Like all the girls I know are just like crazy.
Girls?
Yeah.
Fuck.
What are you? Are you Irish? What kind of European are you?
Mason, what are you, Nephilim?
Boudica. Boudica, let us know, man. What's going on?
I said, what are you? When you heard about the two of the 6 foot, what are you? Yeah? From whence do you come? Speak now, creature.
I'm like a mix of like
Go on.
all the European countries. So I'm mostly
All.
Irish and German.
Okay.
I'm also like Welsh,
Rah.
Lithuanian.
What?
What's
that
that
Hey, let
Romanian?
me find out you're related to Bradley, you know, MJ.
Yeah, man. What's going on?
Well, let me find out, man. You
No
related.
wonder she just defended her automatically. She was like, yeah. I'm on Pearly's.
Right.
I'm on Pearly's side. Rah.
English.
Oh, it was ginger.
Nice little mixture in
Yeah.
there. Okay.
I'm a mutt.
Interesting. Okay. So
Did you say she's a
were
mom?
you friends
Yeah.
with black folks like around that time period, or is this like
Oh wow.
or like because I'm trying to get a beat on things here, you know?
Okay.
What did you have that influence in your life when you were younger, or was this later on?
I mean, maybe a bit like being on teams. I would say there's probably more like maybe in college more, maybe not high school. It depends. Like I would say there's more black girls on my basketball team than volleyball.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No black friends. Just it's cool. Just
I
say
know,
no
innit?
black friends.
Yeah,
Don't
trust
go
me.
into volleyball and basketball. You get me? Yeah. There's black folks there, but
In sport, of
Not a
course. You're
ton.
the
I would
best in
say
your
a group
team.
around mostly white people.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because you come off to me like
White people.
yeah.
But
White privilege.
yeah, I mean, not a
Leave
ton.
my
I would
Irish
say a
sister
group
alone,
around
man.
mostly white people.
Wow.
I was trying to hear
Probably more like
response.
like maybe in college more, maybe not high school. It
I
depends.
know it's
Like,
quite low, by
I
the
would say
way. There's
there's
nothing I
more
can do about
black girls on my basketball team than volleyball.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, not a ton. I would say I grew up around mostly white people.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because you come off to me like, you know, like just a white girl, right? Like a typical white girl. So I'm trying to like, again, I'm not, you know, up to date on some of these things here, but
Can you say to somebody that you come across like a black guy, a typical black guy?
No.
Would that be cool?
It'll be a problem. If she said it,
for a white woman to say you come across like a black guy, a typical black guy in an interview, would that be cool?
It could be a bit of a problem still, techie.
Do you know what? I'd ask her, what do you mean by that?
Exactly.
And that would be that would be a chance to try to swim out of it and like have a normal.
It's techie, man. It's setting
But
traps.
it's already techie. Like
it's already techie, man.
It's already a disrespect. It's already presumptuous. But we all know what stereotypes are. Why are you bringing them to me? Now we're trying to get to know each other and shit.
Yeah.
So what college did you go to, if you don't mind me asking?
It was called Elmhurst College. It's like a small school right by Chicago.
And what'd you study?
Economics and business administration.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
And then I almost minored in political science too, but I got lazy. There was like one class I didn't finish, and I just dropped it my last semester. I didn't get it anymore.
Yeah. Okay. How old are you?
I'm 26.
26. Okay, so college isn't that's about 4 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So the YouTube thing, was this during college or after?
No. I did YouTube. I tried to work for a lot of media companies actually after college. None of them would take me. Can you imagine? I was like, why? But yeah, I had no experience, so fair. But I know I worked in sales for 2 years after college. I sold copiers. It was absolutely horrible. I hated that job. And then I quit that. I had one TikTok go viral when I was working that job. And so what I decided was I was going to quit my job and move to England and do a year program where I could get my master's degree and hopefully get a pro volleyball contract. And my goal was to make enough money from YouTube that I could just cover. Because pro volleyball doesn't pay a lot. So I was like, if I could just make like $2,000 a month on YouTube, like I could live okay. Because then that with the volleyball thing would be okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So that's how you got to the UK.
Yeah. So I moved about 1.5 years ago to London. And at that point, I had a pretty big TikTok following because I should say I quit my job and then COVID happened. So I was like unemployed for a year. So I focused like mainly on TikTok in that year. And I did YouTube too, but it was like more TikTok. and then I moved to London, and then I started the show about like about 4 to 5 months after I was in London.
So wait, hold on. What were you doing on TikTok?
Oh my gosh, I did so much stuff. I'm like very scatterbrained and I have a lot of interests. So I did house tour stuff. I did family TikToks like with my siblings. I almost got on national TV for relationship quizzes. I had 10,000 people take a quiz that you could send to your ex, and it was called Why Did We Break Up? And like you could send it to your ex. And I had 10,000 people take that. I ran out of Google storage space actually. And I also did like a quiz you could send to your side chick. I did a quiz you could send, like I did all these different like relationship quizzes. I did rejection therapy, where like every day you go out and try to get rejected, like doing something. So like I went door to door in rich neighborhoods asking for a job, got one in a day. It was so easy. I was like, I didn't want it though. I just rejected it. And then I did.
Any comment so far?
Right. White priv.
Yeah, there was a bit of that lurking definitely, and
it's most definitely she was shielded. And like, look at all the benefits. Like, she doesn't even realize. She just
strolled into
moseying through. Like, just like whatever, man. Lucky for some, eh?
Pro volleyball.
I ain't hating. Yeah, TikTok, you know. That's Here's what it is, man.
Imagine this girl hosting a sex party. That's what someone said in the chat.
Does she give a little too much information and detail? Is she over talking? And if she is, why is she doing that? Is she hiding something? Is she reading a script? Like, I don't know. Or is she just like proper chatty? Like,
I get the impression that she must be quite a chatty person. Hence,
these are like interview answers.
Hence the path that she's chosen. But yeah, definitely, I think she's primed for these type of situations.
Yeah, she's been waiting for it.
Yeah,
Imagine getting a personal interview.
You know, like when you forget how many brothers and sisters you got in that, and you got to count in that. And she just like, yeah, I'm the middle one of this and that, and obviously, maybe she gets asked this a lot.
Maybe she's been waiting for this.
Yeah, I think there's it's a mixture. Definitely, she probably does get asked it a bit, but I think also she's just, you know, these type of people. Like, she's very
I'm getting interviewed,
predetermined. She comes across as a very predetermined person. Like, her fridge, I could imagine her fridge is mega organized. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's got Wednesday written on a piece of cheese and shit like that. No, I just through what she represents, through the way she gets down, through what she's achieved in the time that she's doing
repping her Lithuanian side.
The way she just thought, okay, let me go to the UK and just round up these black people. Like, a calculated type of person. Whether it be negative, positive, evil, with malice or not, she definitely comes across as quite a calculated person. She wouldn't walk into this with her eyes closed, because I think she is the type of person that ultimately, as the guy said, is a bit of a was it typical white girl, where she would just kind of get a bit blunt about it if she didn't prep.
I hear you, man.
This is me jumping to conclusions and just making.
I'm gonna take a leaf out of the interviewer's book, and I'm gonna say less. I'm loving what he's doing right now. Yeah.
But yeah, exactly. That's it as well. Still, that's the way to get them to kind of, what's the word? Pour it all out.
But yeah, man. Yeah, my old intuition is
kicking in.
It's telling me stuff. Like, cause I feel like you was asked the question and you gave an answer that didn't. I don't know, man. I don't know. Then I came to London, then TikTok, nearly went on TV, nearly. I don't know.
Yeah, the TV thing kind of got nothing to do.
No, because there's a lot of the. I think she's in the habit of listing like accolades and that.
I was about to say she's got to like kind of lead with her credentials constantly.
Right. Yeah.
She's here giving that fucking relationship advice ultimately. So you really have to put your credentials. Like I done bare surveys, you know. I done bare surveys.
Yeah.
Like
It reminds me of man talking about like G circle or something. So, this
That's
again.
not, man.
I mean, you know, like, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. My antenna was just, there was a way that she's dealing with it, the way that she talks.
I believe it.
I want to use the word trained.
What's that? Framed?
I feel like she's been trained to speak.
Trained, okay.
Yeah, of course.
All right.
Do you not think maybe she's just like media savvy?
Media savvy.
But that is those things, like that's what training is. You become savvy through being trained, innit? Or practicing. But like that's we got these our dupes. Well gone.
Hold on.
You're finally back to this.
Yo.
Salute, man. SSI, look at my teeth from the United States of America. I'm still over here. Y'all say big ups, though. Big ups, man, to y'all, man.
Big
ups.
Yeah,
big ups to my G's. You all right?
Yeah, we're good, brother. How you doing?
Man, slow motion, man. I'm just falling back in content. If it's cool if I chill up on the panel, I ain't on no fuck shit. Check me out, but at the same token, I fuck with y'all, man. I'm here. I'm a regular person too.
I'm
a regular ass nigga too, nigga. I keep my camera on if y'all want me to. I keep my camera on if y'all want me to, man. I'm a porno bomb.
So wait.
Not no
So where you
fucking
from? Where you from?
Buffalo, New York, nigga. Man, Buffalo, big Buffalo. You heard? SSI Squeeze, you heard?
Griselda niggas.
We down. Big up Buffalo, man.
Man, Squeeze. Salute to Canada, Toronto, Mississauga, man. Hey, London and all that. I'm right over there though.
Cool, man.
Brandon, I see Brandon ass up there.
Okay, Hotep Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about him. What do you know about him?
Something light but heavy. You know, I don't know too much. But it's something light but heavy, you know. I just really heard it off that. And y'all sparking me. Like, I'm learning off, like, hold on. I'm learning off y'all, like, wait a minute. Is this real? Type shit. You know what I'm saying?
So how you know his name? How you know his name's Brandon? Where you know him from?
Because he's a football player.
He's a football player.
He used to be a football player, man, for the Cleveland Browns and all that.
Okay.
All that. Yeah, football player ass nigga, man. Play basketball and all that. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know how they go, man. I don't want to disrespect because he'll punch me in my face. I ain't no gangster. I don't want to come on the internet because they $1 million nigga and he get somebody to beat me the fuck up and I got yeah, I don't got time for that because I've been in jail, man. I'm from Buffalo. When y'all come to Buffalo and when y'all come to the Sabres game, I live in them projects down the street. It's called the Commodore. Yeah, when y'all come to the Sabres, when y'all ever come to Buffalo, I'm a project boy. Turn my camera on so y'all can see my face. Yeah, fuck the Buffalo Bills. I'm a project boy.
Talk to them.
Yeah, man, I don't want no beef, man. Man, shout out, man. Shout out to big SSI, man. Big squeeze gang, you heard?
What does
my boys in London say? My boys in London, what y'all be saying? Big ups, nigga. Word. Y'all don't say nigga though, but we big ups. You know, we say what up though. Know what I'm saying? Big ups, what up? Super merge, man. God bless everybody, man. On the big merge, man. Big Buffalo, big New York, man. Not Big Buffalo, New York, Buffalo, Niagara Falls, Toronto, Canada. I don't know. Don't mistake me. Don't mistake me. Look at the cross. Look at the cross, big boss.
The what? The cross. What is that?
It's what you want it to be, man. Know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I'm the King Troy around my way. Mo 3 sector, you heard? So it's like different type of flavor. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get with it, you know what I'm saying? Like if you asking me a question, like right now, I want to super fly disrespect the shit you said, but I can't do that because we over here and I want my man, my nigga Trilla Gorilla peoples to be looking at me crazy, you heard? But that cross, it is what it is, though. You feel me? I don't give a fuck about that cross, nigga. That's a black Jesus, though. There ain't no white Jesus. That's a black Jesus. Upside down. And yeah.
I
That's
see.
a black
He was
Jesus.
wearing that last
Oh,
time.
Johnny that's wearing it, innit? Okay.
Yeah,
I
he
get
was
it.
wearing it last time. I remember.
Yeah.
Big SSI. I'm the only SSI in the whole wide world, man. I ain't playing with them, man.
All right, man. Let's get back to Brandon.
Man, I love y'all for having me up on the panel.
Go on and on.
Yeah, we good. Let's get back to Brandon.
I did relationship content with like the boyfriend I had at the time too. I did, I did a lot of stuff.
Okay, so TikTok is really your first, opportunity to like become a content creator, I guess.
Yeah, I started on TikTok, but they banned me. Yeah, they took it away. I almost had 1 million on TikTok, and then they took it. I was like, no, why, God?
What do you attribute your success to there?
On TikTok?
Yeah, like did you, take a course or did you study other popular creators? How did you figure that whole thing out?
I would just say repetition. I'm not the most patient individual in the world, so if I'm bad at something, I just do it 1 million times till I get good. So I posted like 1 million videos a day, just like trying to get good at TikTok, and then yeah, but my audience wasn't very good on TikTok because I was too random. Like I had too much random stuff, so it just wasn't like the best audience anyway. So
yeah. Interesting. Okay. So
it was mostly women though back then. No one believes me. It was like 80% women. They all hate me on TikTok now, but they like swapped.
You're saying previously your audience was mostly women?
Yeah, it was like 80% women.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you have different content though?
Well, I guess with the type of quizzes you were doing, that's what you would attract, right? Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
A lot of girls wanted to send quizzes to their exes, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen these quizzes before. I've probably seen one of yours. So, all right. So now we were in the UK,
I love y'all.
right?
Gotta
And
go.
now,
See this. It's
what made the
sexual.
transition from TikTok to
Well, the first video I did on TikTok or on YouTube was a house tour.
Okay.
So everyone on TikTok wanted to see like a full YouTube house tour, so we did that. And that's what got me monetized. Then I did rap reactions, so it'd be like whitest girl on earth reacts to like Pooh Shiesty or whatever, and that was good. My ex-boyfriend actually thought of that because he was listening to one of those songs and he just thought it was funny because I didn't know like what the words like meant in it. Like I can't remember. It was like some word in the song, a steppa. I don't remember what it was. It was some word I'd never heard, and he thought it was hilarious. So then he had me react to it, and then someone sent me. Then I started doing like reactions in general. Someone sent me Kevin Samuels, and I was just like the biggest Kevin Samuels fan. So I was getting so sick of like the rap music stuff because honestly, I'm not that big into rap. I like country. So then when he sent me Kevin Samuels, I was just so interested in his content. I loved him. So then yeah, that just took off. And then
so hold on. You
hold on. So you say you don't like rap.
You like that Tennessee music, yeah? Mad.
Yeah.
Walking in Memphis.
White gold. It's like white gold. That's the only Tennessee artist we know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're on a tune together, man.
Did the house tour.
Born rich.
Channel got monetized. How many subscribers at this point would you say?
Like 2,000 maybe.
Oh, okay. So nothing too big. All right.
But my RPM was so much better off of that house tour. Oh my gosh. It was I forgot what it was, but it was stupid. Yeah. It was like crazy, the RPM from like women versus men.
So walk me through this.
It's like plays or how long you play.
I wanted to know what
It's
it's
some
saying.
analytics shit. But what it is she comes across as a 26-year-old.
Jedi, if you
a bit nerdy. Hold on, a bit nerdy with it, like in terms of it's all social media based and analytics and this and that and numbers and blah, 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 and this is what she's really into this and kind of geeky about it. So that's why she's got this work ethic. It's a bit tistic. It's a bit tistic.
Yeah. But she done business admin in college, so what do we expect?
If you've got the patience, Jedi,
I just heard
after
flapping
this,
material and what was that?
Whatever.
Flapping in the wind.
if you've got the patience,
Is it a
Jedi,
bird? Is
after
it a
this,
plane?
will you look at the trigonometry one from 51 minutes? I really would appreciate to see what your opinions of that one is.
Is that another one of her?
It is, yeah, but it's where she actually gets proper pushback. It's quite interesting.
Okay.
This content of reacting to rap videos.
If
How
you-
does
if
that,
you could grab the
how does
link
that,
for that,
how do you do
please.
that? What is that? What is that? Look like?
Dupes.
It would
Can
just
I
be
get it
music
for you? Yeah,
videos. I mean,
okay.
they're still up on my channel.
So
To be
you,
honest.
what would you do to the music video? Would you be dancing or what?
No, it would just be me interpreting the lyrics. So I did one that went viral was like Sosa. So I would just say like, I'm trying to remember. It was like, he would say like, these bitches love Sosa, and I'd be like, who is Sosa? Like who is like I don't know what does Sosa stand for? And like people just thought it was funny, like and I would like they would just have certain things in it, and I would just talk about it.
Oh, okay. The naive white girl bit, I guess, is what's happening here. Reacting to black. Your ex was black.
All right. We're warming up now. We're warming up now.
I was all relaxed. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Try to be all neutral with it, but you can see
because
he's
the
doing,
interwebs
he's
are
doing
saying
reverse,
you're in the black guy.
reverse. It's quite jokes still.
He's crazy.
The way he was, because remember before when he kept saying, "Oh, interesting."
Is he acting like he's writing questions?
I know. That's what
he's reading questions. He's moving mad.
He's moving mad right now.
He's moving table.
They must have put the heat on him. Like, say, yo, bro, what are you doing, bro?
Culture. Your ex was black.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Because the interwebs are saying you're in the black guys.
I mean, my last boyfriend was, but I mean, I don't know.
So
I don't really discriminate. I don't know.
Oh, okay. But you don't prefer black men over other types of men?
It doesn't really.
Hey, look at his face. Look at
his face. Nah, he's killing me with this.
Why is MJ on mute now?
He's killing me. He's killing me.
He's doing that face.
What do you want me to say?
He's killing me.
Yeah. Hey, this guy sounding like a younger MJ every minute.
This geezer's looking like Jed still, you know.
He's killing me.
Yeah, younger MJ with the wealth.
Okay. You date another black guy.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, interesting. All right. Just trying to draw some connections here, trying to make sense of the story here. So now we're at the YouTube. We're making these hip hop videos. What happens next?
Then someone sent me Kevin Samuels to react to.
Right, and then you started doing Kevin Samuel reactions, right?
Yeah, because at this point, I was so sick of the rap stuff anyway. Because I'm more of a country fan. So yeah, someone sent me Kevin Samuels, and I just loved Kevin. Like I was the biggest fan. I thought his stuff was great. I think he's like one of the best YouTubers ever of all time.
Okay, and so what happened after that? What happened after the Kevin Samuels? What was your next? I guess.
I started reacting to just like Manosphere stuff. So Rollo Tomasi, I was also a really big fan of.
Okay, yeah, I know Rollo.
Yeah, like I think he's literally a genius.
Yeah.
I just kind of followed what interested me. So I just was really
Gracious.
interested in like the manosphere stuff. And then what happened next? Then I went to London, and I thought London was so cool because everyone in London, like that was the most diverse place.
Now, I'm no body language expert. But there's a visible relief when you move on from that subject and then you get into this thing about London, and all of a sudden your hands are up in the air.
Yeah.
And you're doing, I don't know, man. It was like something happened there. I think she's more clued up than me on these things. And I feel like something happened there. I don't know what that was. But it was like, he was obviously looking a bit uncomfortable talking about you taking on that manosphere type of thing. I don't know what was going on there. There was some uncomfortability there. I've been noticing it from the start. I don't know, man. That chair won't sit still for longer than 5 seconds, mate. You're gonna need a new bearing in it. I don't know what's happening, man. I feel like she's just really uncomfortable with something to do with this section of it. I don't know what it is. And then she goes into London, and it's like, whoa, what?
And I went to London, and I thought London was so cool because everyone in London, like that was the most diverse place I'd ever lived. And what was cool about London was like I could meet someone from Italy and from Spain, and like the cultures would just be so freaking different. And it was so cool. And I just thought it'd be so cool to bring everyone in a room and like talk about relationships, which is something like everyone, no matter what culture you're from, has in common. So yeah, then I did that, and then the show took off, and that's how I got here. Sort of. I will say the first video that took off was I showed my friend the red pill for the first time. That was before the show, but yeah.
Right. Okay. So this video that you're talking about went viral. The red pill one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. What was that one about?
It was showing my friend a Jordan Peterson video.
You red pilled somebody off of a Jordan Peterson video?
Well, sort of. I mean, Jordan Peterson's not red pill, but it was talking about the pay gap. So a lot of people, like, it's hard because people use red pill in so many different ways.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But I was more talking about like we're told the pay gap is one thing, but it's another. And so what I found was like there would be girls that to me were so logical, but they just believed this stuff that like just wasn't true. And so I sat my friend down and I showed her Jordan Peterson, and it was like an hour video, and it's like a 2.5 hour reaction of me just like breaking down why as a woman you're not oppressed. And it's kind of cool for the audience because they can see in real time like kind of like people's minds changing about certain issues. So it was first Jordan Peterson, and then it became a whole series of like showing her either red pill or conservative like media, basically. And then it wasn't just her, like I would just bring girls from the show like back. And then like if there's someone in the show that maybe was kind of in the middle or was, I don't know, undecided about a certain issue, I would like show them a video and just see how their mind would change. Or not.
So this was like the I guess some sort of feminist chick. Or just
this
sort
girl,
of influenced by it.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. It's a lot of that going around. Okay, cool. So then you start the relationship show. What's that called?
The pregame.
The pregame. I like that name. The pregame. Okay. Now there's a lot of black folks on this show, right?
Yeah.
Like predominantly black folks.
It just depends on the show. Like some shows yes, some shows no. It depends.
Because the streets are saying you built your career using the culture, so to speak, using black culture, right? Now I'm not saying use in a bad way right now. I'm just saying that, you know, you've borrowed from the culture, right? A bit, with the hip hop and the Kevin Samuels, and then the people on the program are definitely, you know, mostly. I guess they're like what, UK Brits? UK, what is it, like?
He's the UK Brits. This thing is a piece, man. But I guess he's on it, boy. What's going on? Is this the whole interview like this? Because if it is, he's moving lethal. His style is lethal.
Yeah, he's strategic.
And she seems nervous at the moment.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Watch how much she's blinking.
Yeah, we're seeing a side of her we
Yeah.
ain't seen before. And if you see the
What'd you
next
say?
video after,
I mean, it's a
strange.
mix. Yeah, I would say there's a lot of UK Brits on the show, or African. Yeah.
African Brits, right? Okay. So, how long was that show going?
It's been going on for a year.
Oh, it's still going on.
Yeah.
Is that the one that Brittany Renner and Andrew Tate were on?
Mhm.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That was our 100th episode. Yes.
That was your 100th episode. Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Interesting. Okay. It sort of reminds me of the whole Fresh and Fit type feel, you know, where you bring people together and you ask them relationship questions. You know, that's the vibe I'm getting here. And I think it's a great lane. You know, we have our award show called The Grifties. Make sure y'all vote for me at grifties.com. And I think this is a good grift. This is a good grift, right?
Are you not clocking the sarcasm in this? Or what?
Yes, I am. And it's amazing how she's reacting.
Man said the grifties, you know. It's a good grift. It's a good grift. Man. That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful, man. You ain't gonna stick to me.
Oh shit, is he that deep?
If I pop off,
nah.
I'm looking worse, isn't it? If I pop off now, that's disrespectful. Man said the grifties. We got our award show called the grifties. And yeah, that's a good grift. That's a good grift. Oh shit. Wow. I thought it was in my imagination, but he's at her neck.
Soft voice.
I think it's fair to say that a good portion of the content did feature African Brits, right?
Yeah, some did, some didn't. It depends on the show. I genuinely don't know. I don't take like.
He ain't looking so friendly no more.
How many are showing up? You know.
Yeah. No, I just you know, I took a look at the channel and it seemed like a lot of African Brits was on there, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong. I think black and white people need to work together more, you know. And I think there's beautiful things we could build there. You know, so you know, I wouldn't run from that, you know, per se, and say that, you know, a good portion. There's nothing wrong with saying that, right? That like a good portion of your talent was African Brit, right? Is that something we can't say?
No, it's not something you can't say. I would say a good portion, sure. I just don't genuinely know what percentage because I don't know.
Okay. Ooh. I mean, your producer's black. He looked like an African Brit.
No, well, yeah.
Hold on, where was she going with the note? Where was she going with the note?
Like I said, I think
No, because he's straight African, innit? Maybe.
There's nowhere to go with that. No, man, stop.
Well, yeah, but he's an African in Britain, so yeah.
Realistically, this geezer's only asking if they're black, innit? And he's gonna use any kind of fucking.
Is that all she's asking? That ain't all she's asking.
Nah, he's not.
A lot more.
Don't you think it comes across though that she's not really engaging? She doesn't really care.
Nah, she's
trying
careful
to
not
be
to
intimidation, mate.
Right.
Yeah.
Right?
Trying not to slip up.
And she don't. This is the media, and she needs to be careful about taking these interviews. I don't know she's on a forced press run, and you need to be careful. And I feel like this guy, she didn't see him coming.
Slippery like a salamander.
She didn't see him coming. But it could change. I don't know. But like,
let's talk about. I want to talk about the business, right? We're going to talk about the 70-30 deal and all of that. I want to go through that. I'm a business guy. I like to get to the numbers. This is between I hadn't heard this brother until recently, Sarah Garvey, right? And the claim here is that he helped build your channel.
Mm-hmm.
Would you say that's fair to say? At least in some regard.
He helped some, sure.
Do you think you would have got the buzz with or without him?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair.
Really had the buzz
you've
without
had
him.
tremendous success on TikTok.
I don't know what side of the fence you lot sit on, but I don't see he was the buzz of the show or be. I don't.
No. That's the one
I
thing
weren't
I do
watching that hard, but
yeah.
Some things are a recipe, though, innit?
Yeah, but like,
but as in, like, there can be two ingredients, and by themselves, they're like, yeah, whatever. But as the recipe,
but
like,
she wasn't ever by herself though. That's the whole point.
No, true. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. But the
Those
other
other
guy,
people, both
the other
were.
guy,
Actually out there like that.
But like, she was already up on man's radar already.
Yeah, sure.
Doing her thing, and obviously getting decent numbers, being the white chick talking about these matters.
Right, and she done the what's his name, Andrew Tate interview and that before Sarah Garvey as well.
I don't know. I think he might have been around. They might have been collabing because he's been collabing in her studio for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
But still, a lot of these things she could have done by herself, anyways.
She had a lot more followers than him when she met when they co-joined. A lot more. It was him jumping on her name rather than the other way around in the beginning.
Yeah, the house tour stuff popping. Okay. How much of that? Because you said it's been a year, right? So how much of that was Sa? Was he there from the beginning, or did he come later on in the middle, or?
He came in the first couple shows, and then I think maybe he would a weekly guest, or we would do the show together from June.
So from June was like the official saying, "Hey, we're working together."
Yeah.
Oh,
roughly,
okay.
Roughly June, sometime in the summer.
So a little over 6 months we're talking about here. 6, maybe 8 months.
He's
you
been
guys were
together
together.
for
I
a
guess the
minute.
breakup is recent over this,
Yeah.
Okay. Did you think there was any issues with your relationship with him prior to the breakup?
No, I have no idea.
The breakup.
Like that was no, everyone was shocked. Like,
Yeah.
to be honest. Yeah.
Felt blindsided.
Yeah, very much so. I thought we were friends. I was like, dang, I guess not.
Oh man, yeah.
Yeah. I like met his son too. I was like, that's okay.
I don't like to see
Ouch.
people break up. I hope
Much.
you guys mend this thing and find a way to work together. Let's talk about the numbers.
You
right?
took the son to your colonizer.
It's true. The deal was 70-30 that was on the table, right?
There's some legal stuff going on, so I can't really go into certain aspects.
No, I get that. But so let's take it here then. If we were to do a deal, Hotep Jesus, come to Just Pearly Things, and I work for you. How much revenue do you think that show would generate?
Well, I'd have to look at your ad revenue now. So I'd probably at first ask to see your ad revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Then I would probably calculate how many hours you would want to work. And then based off of previous people, my goal is always to get you making more than you're making now. That's always my goal. So I would probably look at what other people have made using our system and try to get you to a percentage that makes you what you're making now, if not more. That's always my goal.
So it would be my channel?
What?
Would it be my channel? Like, would we use my YouTube channel or would we use your YouTube channel? Like, whose channel would we use?
It depends how people want to do it. It's different for every person.
Okay. In a case like a split where you get the majority, is that on your channel or is that would be on my channel?
It depends.
Depends.
On what? Like, what kind of parameters are we talking about here where it would go into making a decision like that? Because I saw the deal and I'm like, maybe I could work for Pearly Things. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know what these numbers look like.
I mean, it depends like what you're bringing to the table. So if we take up 100% of the cost, we take up the majority of their ad revenue. Some people come with their own editors. Some people come with their own thumbnail people. Yeah, so it just depends on the person. So yeah, some people want a show where we get guests for it, and that costs money. So it just depends what the person wants to do. Yeah.
Okay. No.
And how much they're making now. But my goal in any deal is always to try to have them make more than they were making before.
Yeah, yeah. So, you know, I believe it would make sense for a creator like me to just go on your channel and get paid. Wouldn't that make sense for me? You got 1 point something million, right? I think that's the best way for me to make money.
It depends on. I'd have to look at your channel analytics and like ask you how much you.
It's
make.
Trash. It's trash. I'm saying right now. I'm like,
It's trash.
It's trash, man. It's trash. I just got smooth voice.
Don't waste
Get
your
me?
time.
I'm doing this for free. I already made my money with American football.
I hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App. That is mad. It's trash.
Yeah, it depends. There's like different, because we're probably going to start a network page for the whole network. So that's probably going to be in the future like a starter to kind of see how people do, and then spin off and doing their own thing. Like there's pros and cons, because when people come to my channel, they're here to see me. So I'm going to bring an audience that's here to see me, where if you have your own, it's like the audience is a bit more specific for you. So it just depends. I give a lot of freedom to the people that are signing to kind of like do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Sometimes people ask questions and are a little bit more specific in their questions, and sometimes they're not. So
Right. But if it's you know, I'm just thinking like here, if it's an upstart.
What are you not thinking, man?
Something dodgy going on there, man. Swear down. Because like the question was like, if it's my channel, yeah, she's talking about it depends. I'm like, what? It doesn't depend. My channel's my channel, innit? Yeah. I'm saying if I'm coming onto your channel, what am I getting 30%? Yeah, am I getting 30%? That's cool. We can work that. You get me? Yeah, 30%, cool, no problem. Right? But my channel, now I get 100% of that. Don't know. It's not even a debatable. It's like, no. But she left
But
it
I think
ambiguous.
she's saying it depends. So it depends on how you're going to be using her studio, her equipment, because how are you going to take 100%? What's she going to make from that then if she's giving you all the resources to do that?
Yeah, man. The 30%, the rest from her channel. The ones that I do on her channel. You get me? That's what I'm getting 30% for. I don't mind. You get me? But my channel, what's that got to do with the price of eggs? You can't get 100%. No way. If we can talk a deal, like, yeah, oh, you want 30% of mine, then cool. Safe. You get what I'm saying? That can work. You want 30% of my channel, 30%
So
of
the
revenue
deal
off
she
my
offered
channel.
Sarah was he got 30% from his own channel, that he could use all her studio and everything else.
Yeah.
Put it out on his channel. Also put it out on her channel to get the networking, but she keeps 100% of the revenue on her own channel.
On her own channel, yeah. Mad. But you can swing it. You can sit down and rejig it.
Yes,
that's the
I
initial
agree with
offer.
you.
Yeah, that's the initial offer. And then you go away and do the logistics and talk about, yeah, I'll get back to you and go and talk to your people and sort out the numbers there. And yeah, is this worth it? Is this not worth it? Now add this and blah blah blah. Then take it back to her. She might not accept it again. And then
I feel like the offer is
somewhere
worse
in the
on.
middle.
I feel like the offer's worse on your ego than it is on your pocket, mate. You know what I mean? I feel like, yeah, you're thinking, what, 30%? But you could, I don't know, there's good negotiators in it. And I'm not saying it's the best offer or whatever, but.
Well, Sarah's estimated revenue for a year was 700 quid.
What?
So whatever she was offering just through the publicity alone, if she increased his subs and that increased his revenue, he would have been making more. Because why would she want 70% of 700 quid? She must have seen something in him that she could have helped spin into something much bigger.
Well, she know, yeah, obviously her machine's gonna make his thing bigger, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, let me play some more. I think I accidentally rewinded it or something. Or did something.
Do you feel like it's an agenda? Do you think it's organic?
Sure.
Emerging in the thought on the LGBT movement.
Fucked up.
I don't think so.
Forward, bro.
Okay.
There may be some girls that are guessed now. That's always my goal. So I would
here where it would go into making a decision like that, because I saw the deal and I'm like, maybe I could work for Pearly Things. You know what I mean? Like, but I don't know what these numbers look like.
I mean, it depends like what you're bringing to the table. So if we take up 100% of the costs, we take up the majority of their ad revenue. Some people come with their own editors. Some people come with their own thumbnail people. Yeah, so it just depends on the person. So yeah, some people want a show where we get guests for it, and that costs money. So it just depends what the person wants to do. Yeah.
Okay. No.
And how much they're making now. But my goal in any deal is always to try to have them make more than they were making before.
Yeah. So, you know, I believe it would make sense for a creator like me to just go on your channel and get paid. Wouldn't that make sense for me? You got 1 point something million, right? I think that's the best way for me to make money.
It depends on. I'd have to look at your channel analytics and like ask you how much you.
It's trash. It's trash. I'm saying right now. I'm like, yeah, you're just gonna have to rate me a F plus.
Yeah, it depends. There's like different. Because we're probably going to start a network page for the whole network. So that's probably going to be in the future, like a starter to kind of see how people do, and then spin off and doing their own thing. Like there's pros and cons, because when people come to my channel, they're here to see me. So I'm going to bring an audience that's here to see me, where if you have your own, it's like the audience is a bit more specific for you. So it just depends. I give a lot of freedom to the people that are signing to kind of like do what they want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes people ask questions and are a little bit more specific in their questions, and sometimes they're not. So.
Right. But if it's you know, I'm just thinking like here, if it's an upstart, you know, and it's not making any money, or is it making money, right? Like when you throw somebody a deal, is this into a revenue generating channel already, and then there's a commission split on the back end?
Yeah, it depends. So Auntie's channel was brand new. So Auntie Jenny was someone we signed. She went from 0 to 40,000 subscribers in like 4 months.
Okay.
So she went from not making any money to making money. And then where King Richie's was someone that already had a channel and a following. So he went from like 30 or 40,000 subs to 70,000 again in 4 months. So I think on average we get people 40,000 subscribers in 4 months.
Damn. Okay.
Yo, Jed.
That's on their channel using your resources.
Pause real quick.
Yes. Yeah.
So Auntie Jenny, so she did a brand new channel. How did she get those subscribers that quick? Was Pearly like a guest on her channel from time to time? Like,
no, she made it for her.
she made the channel. She must have promoted the channel for Auntie Jenny too, right?
Yeah, she made it and promoted it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hey, one more question. So what y'all think would be the best move for me, right? I already got the podcast. I'm already renting a studio. So I think my best bet would probably just be to rent her studio, maybe rent some of her editing and marketing team, and maybe not take the 70-30 deal. What y'all think about that?
Yeah, that's fair. That's cool. No, I think because you got your own studio, yeah, that's part of your costings, isn't it? So it's like,
yeah, because I already rent out a studio, so I don't mind. I wouldn't mind renting my studio from her. What I would think I would like to rent it from her to be in the building. So maybe I could get her to be a guest on my podcast from time to time.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
listen. I heard most of the deals have a 6-month get out clause. So if you get 40,000 subscribers in 3 months or 4 months, and then at 6 months you say, nah, this deal ain't for me. You nice. You nice, right? You can keep it moving and then continue from that. And even then you would have got some extra help. But yeah, you're right. You wouldn't have got editors. You wouldn't have needed the editors. You would have only maybe thumbnail you can do yourself. You know
Yeah,
what
I can
mean?
do the thumbnail. I probably would have needed the equipment, of course, microphones, cameras, the whole nine. And
no, but you got that already.
I would see what type of promotion, Well, I don't have it, Snipes. I'm actually renting out.
Sorry, are you saying? Yeah, I'm saying if she was in America, is what you're saying, right? If she had,
I would rent out
in
the
America.
studio.
I get you. Yeah.
Or even if she couldn't come on my show, I would ask her, can I promote that I'm recording this podcast at Pearly Thing Studio? Maybe that'll give me some type of promotion. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. This is kind of crazy, but I'm listening, bro. I'm tapped in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they get access to my whole team. So I always try to give people as much creative freedom as they want. Like I was just speaking to someone that we're potentially maybe gonna sign, we'll see. And she was talking about how she wanted to bring in like women and give them like advice on how to be a better wife. And I was like, oh, like we could recruit the girls for you. You could do it.
Bro, spending that Sarah money already, boy.
No, that's dope.
So
it
just depends on the person.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. But with Sa, I know Sa, he basically said he was getting paid initially, and then that's when you came back to the whole, 70-30 split. And that's what I'm trying to understand, the 70-30 split, because he said he wanted money, but I think this contract can be negotiated with amendments. Like, for example, right, like let's say I say, I'll bring my editors on. Would that take like 5 or 10% off the deal and bring it closer to 50-50 or something like that?
Yeah, if he wanted to use his own, and we've also invested over $100,000 in equipment here. So it's actually like a full-blown like studio. But yeah, if you wanted, we would certainly edit the percentage. If you wanted to do 50% of the cost, we would certainly, yeah.
Oh, you're saying taking up some costs.
Yeah, if you want to take up costs,
then the splits will be different. That makes sense. I mean, he was
also the one chasing, like, I don't know. It was
chasing what?
Like it was just interesting because he was saying that like I was kind of chasing him for it, but he was more chasing me for it. So I don't know. There's only so much I can say. So
yeah, you felt like he was more pursuing the deal than you, and that's why the value was sort of flip-flopped.
Yeah, just because I have a lot going on, to be honest, and it's like it's very busy, so I wasn't like dying to take on talent, but so it would
Yeah, I know you probably, making good money.
We stopped doing our show together after I left for break. So I went home for Christmas and we just never started up again. So he was more of the one like asking me about it and like, so.
Is there any particular reason why you guys never rebooted the show or?
I went down to 2 shows a week because I was doing volleyball. So I've been a semi-pro athlete the whole time. I've been like doing the YouTube stuff. Like I've been on like a full-fledged volleyball team, traveling away, all this stuff. So I just I was like, after I went back from break, I was so stressed out before break. I was like, I just need to go down to 2 a week. And then we could maybe start after I'm done with season.
Yeah. Oh, okay. No, that makes sense. Okay. So you just didn't have the bandwidth to do the show. Okay. Did you reach out to him and tell him that, or was he just like, hey, what happened? Do you feel like you left him hanging, or do you feel like you didn't? Because maybe that could be some of the reason why he has this.
We had a conversation about it before, so I thought we were like fine, to be honest. because and then he had some family stuff going on too, so it was kind of just like we were both busy. So I on my end, maybe I didn't communicate it as well as I could have, but on my end, I thought we were fine.
Interesting. Could a brand be big enough to come to Just Pearly Things, use your facilities and editors, and get a deal that's maybe 70-30? Maybe they're just bigger than your network, and you can say, "Hey, I'll take the small portion on
Oh
this."
hell yeah!
Yeah, I figured.
Oh yeah! Oh my gosh! It's not even based on subs or views. It's based on your revenue as a channel. So it's like every person I sign, I have to spend $5,000 to $10,000 a month, depending on what they do. So if I can, my goal again is always to get you to a point where you're making more than you were making before. So your lifestyle doesn't change. That's always my goal. So, if he paid attention to like the numbers, I got my other talents too, like in terms of revenue, he would have been making more at that percentage. I just don't know if he like understood the math, to be honest, but
that's what I was trying to figure out here, because
what are you saying?
Sounds a bit patronizing. Typical thing a white girl would say.
So I think she's actually correct. When you balance up, even with the 100% on her channel, he could have negotiated it so that whatever footage he did in her studio went out on his channel first and then went out on hers, so that he would have got money from his subs, and then when it went out on hers with all the small clippings and everything else, he would have got the exposure that he needed to boost up his subs, and then he would have also got the network. Those two things that you can't equate to money, because it's actually a power-based thing, but it will bring you financial assistance and make it higher. He actually got cut a good deal. He didn't seem to grasp, right, that when you look at 70-30 on a piece of paper, you think, bloody hell, you're only offering me 30% and you're going to take twice and then some. But actually, when you break it down, that 30%, the value of that 30% increases, and that's what he wasn't grasping. Yeah.
Big up, everyone. Salute.
Big up, Zelini.
And he could and because there was a 6-month clause, he could have renegotiated or walked at the 6 months.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what I heard was she said she has to spend 5 to 10 per month, depending on who it is or what she got to do for the channel. So let's split that down the middle and say 7. Yeah. Let's just say for a year she has to spend £84,000 because of her fucking own money, bruv, to help other people's channels, guys. Yeah. Now people may say she's grasping X, Y, and Z. She may be making ample amount more, whatever. She's still putting in 85 fucking rats of her own money, bruv, to fucking help your channel.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. And furthermore, when we look at what Aunt Jenny was saying, there's ways for you to make money outside of your deal with her that she don't get involved with. So your end's going to be more than what you think it's going to be, because Aunt Jenny's like, well, I've got an Auntie Jenny channel where the spelling's different and I earn money like separate from her. She don't get involved in that. And like, it's them little things there that's gonna like make the difference. And unless you're actually doing a job, sometimes you don't see these little bits and bobs that adds up and just makes it sweet enough for you to think, yeah, this is all right. Do you know what I mean? So I think if you're begging someone to cut you a deal, you've got a deal in mind, and when you don't get it, you're walking away going, "Oh, I'm disgruntled now." But
yeah, and remember, like we were told, all he's got to do is show up. There's a whole team of people there that are editing, clipping, doing all of that. Like, what about them? They need to get paid as well.
The way I'm looking at it, yeah, it's like you've got a kitchen, and you're going to me, come round and cook a shepherd's pie with me, and I'm like, all right then, but how much of the shepherd's pie can I take home? And you're like, I'll give you 1/3 of it, but you're buying the potatoes, you're buying the mash. It's your kitchen. We're using your blender, and you're doing the washing up. So if I get 30% to take home with me, why am I moaning? I don't get it.
You should be happy with that, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
It's only cost you your boss fare.
Look at it this way, right?
What do you want?
On is it Social Blade or whatever? Because I saw someone else show the figures and that. The Sarah Garvey's quoted as getting £0 to £700 a year, right? As his average thing. Hers is thousands up to a million, 1 point something K. 1 million, sorry, 1 point something million in a year, right? Now, if she can guarantee him 40,000 people, just say that only, let's say if all of them gave her in £1 a month, that would be 40K, right? And then you look at 30% of 40K. What does that work out? That would work out about 12K.
About 12 grand, yeah.
Yeah, about 12 grand. Right, let's say only half of those people gave him £1 a month. You're still looking at 6K a month, and he's only getting 700 a year. So I don't know what he was moaning about.
He never had no intention of signing the deal, man. He couldn't have.
Yeah, big up Beefies. You saying 30% of your own channel, are you people okay?
Yeah, it's 30%. No. Listen, it's 30% of the content that you shot at her studio.
Yeah, thank you, Jedi.
On
Thank
your
you,
channel
Jedi.
after it's been on her channel.
Exactly
So 30%
that.
of Yeah. You could do all the rest you want. Extremely Balanced and Vibe show. Monday with them.
Reviews.
That's all you.
You can even review the stuff you've done with her.
Yeah, me. But the shit you did got edited and rare by my team and shot, filmed at my studio under our contract. It's fucking normal, cuz.
Yeah, that's beyond fair, bro. Unless you're paying.
Bruce Willis don't run around thinking he owns Die Hard, bro.
Unless you're unless you're paying an external fee for every time you want some recording and editing and all that stuff done, bro, then obviously we've got some sort of arrangement in it long term. Bro, it is what it is. You're not paying for a fucking thing. You can't really complain in it. Like you're not paying for nothing. And as well, if you didn't need Pearl, or you didn't feel like she's gonna amplify or help forward your channel, you wouldn't be fucking with her, bro.
Yeah, and don't forget for that, he's going to get all the promotion, all the editorials, that they will do all the cutting and the clipping and the edits for him.
Let's not act like this is just some super friendship and you get me. She's supposed to be doing him favors and he's just going out of his way to. No. This is a business relationship, bro. Like, yeah, you lot was cool, but this is a business relationship, bro.
All right, let's go. Nothing but a trill thing, baby.
Okay, so you help
So,
people
like,
build their channels.
If you're making 2,000 a month on YouTube and now you're making 20,000 a month on YouTube, what's more, 30% at 20,000 or 100% at 2,000? Like, a lot of times people want 100%. They want 100% of nothing, and it's like, and I'm not here to do charity work. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. So you said the channel is doing how much now? 10, say it's doing 10,000. That's 30%. That'd be 3,000 compared to 2,000. So you'd be up 1,000.
No, I said 20.
Oh, 20,000. Oh, damn. Oh, my bad.
Well,
I take that back.
It depends on the month.
So I'd be like 6, maybe 6K. Yeah, I mean that's a good bump. You're making 2K, you're making 6K now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I can see it that way. If you're,
it's also like, if you had communicated more, I would have been open for like different amendments after like we paid.
Told you.
You know what I mean? So I would have been open to like more stuff. He just made a video.
So
yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Like you're basically saying there are expenses that come along with building someone's channel. If they want to come in and share those expenses, we can make amendments to the contract. If they're using all of my resources, then you got to take the lion's share.
In general,
I can't say I
does
argue with
depend
that.
what they come in with. Like if someone's making 10K a month on YouTube,
right?
Well, then you get a higher percentage.
Yeah.
But if you're making 2K a month on YouTube, you'll get a lower percentage. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And they're saying like these were slave contracts is what they were saying. 3-year lockdown, you own the brand. Would you own the brand?
No, after the 3 years, I mean, again, remember this whole YouTube thing is a year old.
Right.
So I'm not going to claim I'm the perfect contract maker. All right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to claim like I'm the end all be all. I know how the contracts go.
Right.
And I've been told that this was a bad deal for me because at the end of the 3 years, they get to walk away with their channel and keep it. So I could put in all these resources into a channel, and I gave an amendment where they could leave after the first year. So yeah, so I was like, if anything, I've been told this is bad for me because I don't own there. It's not like a music where you own it for like perpetuity.
Right.
You know? But anyways,
so you own, but you own it for that 3-year period?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, I will say it does depend on the person, and that's the
Right,
one
right,
thing.
right. I
He
get that.
seemed to think he knew like the contracts
change
that
that
worked out
contract.
with other people, and his numbers were just wrong. I was like, okay, but like, but
I mean,
yeah,
that's not exactly that bad now. 3 years. All right, so you own the channel for 3 years. The revenue split is your lion's share.
and you get 10 pieces of content posted a day.
It's like a TV deal.
And
So
we do
sometimes-
everything. I get to use your studio. But and after 3 years, I keep my channel free and clear, and you don't make no money after that.
Yeah, I mean, we hope they resign, but I've been told that's a bad way to do it. Don't put that in writing. That might switch. That might switch. I've been told that's not. I should not do it.
Zara's fucked it for everyone now.
I know. I was like, it's funny. The more I talk about this deal, the more
Yep.
people DM me asking
Yeah.
for it. They're like, wait,
Yeah.
I'll do the morning show. And,
Mad.
so,
And you
you
make
know.
10 pieces of content a day. It doesn't cost me anything. I might have to move to the UK, Burley. As long as you're not a white supremacist, we still got to talk about that. You know, it still doesn't seem it makes sense to me. I get what you're saying. Okay, so now
Jedi, you should get in touch with her
This is in the contract,
if you
but,
think
know,
you could
don't be
negotiate a
surprised.
better deal.
I'm really big on giving the people that work for me
Because
free
she's looking for
advice.
talent to
If they have
apply.
an idea of like a show or a piece of content they want to make. Like we just did a dating show where we brought in like we was called the Red Pill Bachelor.
Okay.
And we brought in like
When it comes to money.
Yeah, he should. He should just to see what she's going to offer. He don't have to take it, does he?
like 10 girls to like
Yeah,
do
can't be a
one-on-one
Nigeria in
interviews
the
and,
deal.
like, or
Tell you
one-on-one
that.
dates and like and basically like he asks them like more red pill leaning like questions and then he has to eliminate them one by one. And yeah, and so it's just kind of like the cool thing about working here is like we really are here to make whatever content they want to make possible. So
That's dope. That's dope. Production house studio. I said this a while back. This is going to be the future. Now, before we hop into the Nick Fuentes stuff, I want to stay on topic here with the. There's another debate swirling around, right? The African American versus the African, right? I call it the diaspora wars. This is a thing on social media amongst the BULLEY blacks across many continents. Did you see money in that opportunity? Did you notice that rift and say, "Oh, this is a good niche," and try to bring some light to that conversation?
I didn't even no.
You didn't know about it?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, because I didn't even in that interview, I didn't even say like I was comparing Westerners to non-Westerners. I didn't even say anything about Africans versus like, I said that Africans are hard workers, but I did not say like comparing it to the US. But yeah, in that way. No. No, that was not.
Okay. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. So what you're saying is, the internets have got that misconstrued. When you made those comments about Africans, you're not doing that in juxtaposition to the African American.
I swear, no.
Okay.
I mean, I was more talking about Westerners versus non-Westerners, and I was just using Africans as an example. So, like, I grew up with nannies from around the world. So, I mean, in this my dad hired people from all over, and he had an international company. So, I was more speaking to like, non-Western people. I just think come in sometimes with like a hunger that Americans in general don't, because we're a bit spoiled. So I mean, I think it's
wouldn't
hard
argue
not
with
to
that.
be.
Yeah.
And a lot of my dad's best employees were non-Western too, but they weren't African. They were from, I think, India. So
Yeah. So foreign labor is better and cheaper.
Sometimes it depends for the job. I will say it depends what job.
Yeah.
Like different cultures are like better at different things. You know, we had German nannies, so it depends on the job.
Yeah. It depends on the job. No, I get it. You know, it totally makes sense. Now you hosted Nick Fuentes, right? Did you know who he was before you hosted him? Did you know who he was?
Oh my gosh, this is the big controversy. Okay, did I know? Did I not know? I knew some things. I did not know others. Okay.
What did you know?
I saw him on No Jumper, and
Okay.
my show was about relationships, and he had like a crazy take on race mixing. So that was why I invited him. We did a panel about interracial relationships, and then I just interviewed him like one-on-one on top of that.
Okay.
And I did know he had his bank account banned, and I was like, why did he get his bank account banned?
Yeah. Nick Fuentes is quite the character. You since taken the video down, but I saw you tweet. You said you're going to put it back up.
Yeah, I have a statement coming out on everything. I've just been busy, but it's coming.
Interesting. So you made a statement previously, and then I guess that's after you took it down. Why'd you feel like? Did you feel pressure? Was it pressure from YouTube? Did the Illuminati call you and tell you? You know,
fucking hell.
No,
there was no with it as well, man. It's sick. You know, deadpan.
Yeah, I don't like this guy.
Fair enough. No, because I know I would have dressed it up a bit like, "Oh, you Mason friends, yeah?" But he just said, "Did the Illuminati call you?" Like, yeah, it's cold, man. Fair play to him. No, do you know what I mean? Though, like they're both got that different type of media training, and they're just working it right now.
Mag, you're right. If you make something funny, or if you're a little bit charming, you could get away with murder. But this geezer just ain't pulling it off for my liking.
But that's
he's funny still. He's funny.
See,
still.
I feel like he's pulling off.
Satan.
He's doing
It's
deadpan.
Satan.
He's doing deadpan. Like he's doing like in the coffin pan.
Nah, he's got a tactic that's definitely working, I think.
Because he's getting answers, man. This is a serious interview.
But she's deflecting, though. She's deflecting.
He is deflecting. Of course, she's deflecting. Like, what's she gonna do? Like, look at the situation she's fucking found herself in.
Yeah.
Like, she would deflect. Like, if I was sat in that chair that she was sat in, I feel like I'd be deflecting.
And you gotta be careful with your words.
Well, exactly. I'd definitely be careful with my words and careful with your words.
I think with him,
it's a deflection thing.
It's a waiting game because you're not gonna get every answer that you want. You just have to get enough to kind of for a conviction kind of thing, innit?
Mate, you're giving away your thingies now, bro. Your secrets.
Aristotelisms and that. What the fuck?
You'll see you'll see. I'll just say that.
Okay. But was it the mob?
It's his face when he said that.
You took it down.
Yeah, there is.
Okay,
yeah,
I get it.
But I gotta wait till the video comes out.
Did you know that you couldn't host certain people on your platforms? Did you know there was like unwritten rules that basically say, hey, you better not bring that person on?
I knew that he was a controversial guest. I knew that some parts of the video would definitely be taken the wrong way. What I did not know was how crazy it was going to get.
Sorry, pause it, please.
But I did.
What does he mean that she wasn't allowed to bring certain guests? Who's dictating?
Yeah, she's not allowed to interview this racist guy.
Yeah, he's being sarcastic.
I think he's being sarcastic, like in the voice.
Yeah, he's definitely being sarcastic.
You really got clocked that, Evie?
No, I really didn't. Honestly, I didn't.
That's how good he is, man. His stealth punches and that.
I didn't know he was controversial. I didn't know that he was a Holocaust denier till he was already in England.
See, that's what I said that she was saying.
That was new. Like, because he came to England from so like he was there for like 3 days or 4 days. So we just filmed like a ton of content with him. And it was like the day, but like the first day he got in England, I started like researching him a bit more for the interview, but he was like already there. And I was like, dang, he denies the Holocaust. Like, I've never heard of a Holocaust denier before. I was mad.
Never heard of that before.
Yeah, that was.
Are you still cool with him?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so he's cool people. Do you think he's cool people? Or would you say he's somebody that somebody should not hang out with?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say he has some crazy views. But overall, he was really polite. He was really nice to everyone that works here. I there's even clips of my staff, and people will say like I have a gun to their head or something, but I certainly don't and did not make them. But like Blessing, one of my producers even said that he didn't find him to be racist and that he thought he was a nice guy.
But you don't always find
that an
people
African
to be
that said
racist though when they're
It was,
wearing their
okay.
best suit.
I don't.
It's true,
Okay.
Mac. You're right.
And
So yeah, so the whole
like,
princess thing bobbled up, and then that's when you made that comment, right? You made that comment. Slavery wasn't that bad.
Huh?
I did not say that. That is, they took that out of context. I did not say that.
I think the exact verbiage you had was something like some of the slaves actually had great relationships with their master. Yeah.
to this day.
Hindsight, do you
To
think
this
that's
day.
a bit insidious?
To this day, it's true though.
Just sorry, but she said some officer, she's
Probably.
all good.
Yeah.
Fortunately, that's how it is. Called Stockholm syndrome, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you, do you know what I mean? If you're in the know, you know about this. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, we can't be on this denial thing.
But do you know what he's done? He's so.
We can't be on that denial thing. Like, I was with him. Like, obviously, I'm still with him because, as I said, like what as MM pointed out, he's trying to get the conviction. But just for the benefit of the tape, let's not be in denial. Like,
King of Lambeth, what's good?
What's good?
Welcome, family. Talk to us, bro.
Big up.
They are.
There you go, man. Who's this? What's your name?
Sorry.
Safe. All right. No worries.
The man
I'm
with
not
no
getting
name.
away.
Man's
I'm
there,
not-
isn't it? Big up, man. Okay.
Smith forward.
But I was actually referring to a Thomas Sowell book. So that's the one thing they didn't really talk about was if you watch the full interview, which it's down, but it'll be back up. I was really quoting Thomas Sowell and like parts of one of his books. So that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Actually, he was a black guy, so there.
With Thomas Sowell's work,
that
absolutely.
as
Do you
well.
remember what that work was?
Yeah, there is a couple.
Sorry, 1 second. Yo, bro.
Yo, what's good?
Yeah, you gonna talk to us? What's happening, brother?
Yeah, I'm blessed with that. I can't complain. I was something to listen to the show and contribute. Yeah, what's good, Jedi?
Nah, man. Yeah, who are you? Like, what's going on? Who are you?
No, I'm just like anybody else on the show. Obviously, I listen. I usually just listen in. To be fair, I don't really contribute. But yeah, I thought today let me tune in.
No, I'm not having it. Yeah,
Something
not
about
today,
him, man. It reminds me of someone. I think Zellini a little bit.
Zellini,
Libby,
Oh,
you
fuck it.
Libby.
You lot are taking a piss.
I heard it,
What
man.
is
I heard it too.
Nah, what are you trying to say?
Well,
I
it was
think man's
Black Redneck,
scuba
White
diving.
Liberals was one of the.
Are you trying to take Zellini for Snuffleupagus?
Yeah, like, what are we doing? Yeah, say it with your chest, whatever you're saying, man. Whatever you're saying. Say it with your chest, man, so you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, that's some biggie bars, man.
Books I read. There was a bibliography from someone, I can't remember who it was, that was a slave. See, I don't even want to talk about this.
Slavery.
But that's where it came from. Was I read the bibliography of a slave, and that's what he talked about in the book was his relationship with,
Hey, look at the disgust.
and that
He's touching.
was where that comment came from, was because I read this book, and that's what he talked about it. And in Thomas Sowell talked about a couple instances too. So, you know, I don't know how widespread. I'm not saying all. I'm just saying those books were what I read.
Interesting. I'll be honest with you. From the material I've seen, you don't seem like this type of person that's a history buff, you know, right? Like you're playing volleyball, you're studying business and economics. You're probably not like doing a heavy lifting of history studies, right?
I wouldn't say history studies. I just used to listen to audiobooks a lot when I ran. So I just used to listen to a lot of Thomas Sowell. I used to listen to like some old bibliographies. I ran a marathon. I did marathon training a couple years ago, and that's like what I used to do. So
Did she say
I wouldn't say
bibliographies?
I'm like an expert on world history. No, just that listens to books sometimes.
Yeah. See, that's the impression I got. That, you know, you just maybe you haven't seen, you know, all of the documentation surrounding all of these random events throughout history, or maybe they're not random at all. Definitely many of them planned. But I just want to understand, you know, how you view this thing, because you're not for reparations either, right? You're like, that's a no-go. Meaning you're against reparations.
Yeah, I mean, I've been pretty open on my channel that I'm pretty conservative.
Yeah,
like, very conservative, and I've said that from the beginning. So, no, I don't really believe in most government handouts. So I wouldn't believe in that either. No.
Interesting. Wow. Conservative. So, how do you draw the correlation between conservatism and reparations? I guess the parallel you're drawing here is basically saying if the government has to do it, then you know, it's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I just haven't seen like how that would work. Yeah, I mean, like you're taking money from people that didn't do anything. Like, I mean, like maybe their ancestors did, but they didn't. And I'm just not really like for that.
Even if the effects of said thing are affecting those people today.
I just don't think that's fair to do that to someone that hasn't done anything for someone that hasn't actually gone through it. So that's just my opinion on it.
Yeah. So I guess what you're basically saying is the taxpayer shouldn't bear the burden of reparations. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Interesting. Okay. I get that. I actually agree with that. I think there's a litany of companies that have already admitted to the, you know, the slavery problem. You know, I've spoken about this plenty of times. Barclays, insurance companies, banks, mostly banks and insurance companies. So I definitely don't want to pay my own reparations. Did you ever try to imagine a world where reparations does make sense, where reparations would be paid?
No, I haven't really gotten that deep into the thought process of reparations. I've just heard about it, and you know, people have pitched it to me. I just said that doesn't seem like something I would go for.
Okay. Did you? Because I know the conversation you had with Sa in regards to reparations, this is very old. This is before you even get the studio and all of that stuff, right? So you know, they pulled that clip out, and then that's a discussion now. But that's obviously, you know, your stance on it. So I guess you're against all the money going to Ukraine and all of that stuff too.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know a ton about the Ukraine.
Yeah.
Most of what I learned about the Ukraine was from that Nick Fuentes interview. So from what I know, I probably would not be for that. I'm generally keep the money in-house, but I don't really have strong opinions on it.
Yeah. So you mentioned being a conservative. You've been a conservative your whole life?
That was clear, man.
Or is that a recent thing?
I would say I've been more conservative. What do they say? If you're not a liberal, if you're not at least a little liberal in college, you don't have a heart.
Right.
That's what my dad, but he would say if you're not a conservative by the time you're 40 and you don't have a job. But for the most part, yeah, I've always been more conservative. I'm very pro-life due to like the fact that my parents gave up my brother for adoption.
Yeah.
So because of that,
Hold on, there's a bit of a reach.
That's the hill I'll die on, but
No, I did that. I totally did that. I'm definitely on the conservative side of things here. It's just like it's a touchy subject, when we talk about reparations, conservatism, and then like, people are saying things like you filled the vacuum that was created after Kevin Samuels passed, right? And that's really what they're saying is like, you built your brand off of Black Power.
You know what? Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah.
But now,
he looks like Kevin Samuels. Nah, I'm out.
But why do we allow these people to assume the position of king? I don't get it.
I don't know where that came from.
You've allowed this white female to assume the position of Kevin Samuels, and everyone's running with it. Not to say that Kevin Samuels is any.
Oh, yeah. Who the fuck was
you
Kevin
are saying, but you are saying with that statement, you are saying Kevin Samuels is someone. And therein lies the problem. The problem is that there's someone.
What is she doing there? She got an earpiece.
Probably.
Probably.
But she's got handlers around her anyway, man. Out of shot.
There's like 4 people sat across from her, man. Post-it notes and all kinds.
That's the white privilege flick the hair behind the ears technique. I don't know, but that's all I've heard. White privilege, white privilege, white privilege, white privilege, white privilege, white privilege, conservative, white privilege, white privilege, white privilege. That's it. I was right the first time, but anyway. Yeah. This guy's trying it.
Like they're starting to see, like, you're not exactly for the culture, let's say. You're just doing business. Would that make sense?
I mean, my first viral video was like that when I started actually making money off of YouTube. You know who I've reacted to probably more than anyone? Jordan Peterson. Okay. Jordan Peterson. That was my #1. So, I mean, in terms of influences, I would say Fresh and Fit, Kevin Samuels, Jordan Peterson were like my 3.
I don't think she clocked what particular culture he was alluding to.
So,
no, wait.
I do think a sector of my audience found me from Kevin Samuels.
Wow, how are we going to hear what she's saying with everyone talking?
That the majority of my audience watched him.
Shut up! Everyone shut
up! That's not true.
See what I did there, Mag? Yeah?
But Jed, you still haven't answered the question, though. You still haven't answered the question.
What's that, bro?
How can she be in the position of king?
Bro, what position of king?
Such a weird question you're asking.
Exactly.
What position of king?
It was dead. Yeah, it was a dead question. Let's move on. Yeah. A white woman cannot be a black man. Like, what? No, no, she can't. She can't. She just explained the upbringing. Does that sound like Kevin Samuels? No, let's stop that, man. What's this? Now she talking about Jordan Peterson. That's it.
Watch how she dies.
Oh, shit. And I can see it in my analytics because it shows you the other channels that they watched. And it really wasn't Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, I could not imagine a white girl from the suburbs filling a void of Kevin Samuels. I'd like to go on the record and say I thought that shit sounded stupid when I first heard it.
No, I mean, freaking. That was so interesting when they're like, "This is your new leader." I'm like, when did I say I was the leader? I'm doing my YouTube channel. Like, I'm sorry, I'm successful. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I don't. I'm sorry, I'll be worse at it next time. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I would not say you filled the vacuum with Kevin
Who
Samuels.
could?
I don't
Who
think
could
anybody
fill the
could.
vacuum? Nobody could. Like, to say anyone filled the vacuum of Kevin Samuels is so disrespectful. That man was I was just a super fan of Kevin Samuels. I don't think anyone can or will fill his void.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I totally agree here.
No,
All
talk
right,
about
so
it,
it's
man.
interesting. So, white girl, suburb. I'm putting you in a box now. Dates black guys, works with black people. You've definitely gotten calling off the culture, but you're not for the culture. Like the culture would be like, hey, don't talk bad about reparations. Like my take on reparations is I'm completely agnostic, right? Like I'm the type of person where I look at it and I'm like, I'm not out here asking for reparations, but I'm also not telling people, hey, you sound stupid asking for reparations. That's definitely not something I'm going to do, right? And that's my definition of conservatism. Like, we think about Donald Trump, guy for the people, the populace, right? So
is it?
You mentioned conservatism and less government, right? And I get that. But what you're basically saying is, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, that people come before the government, no? Would you agree that that the United States citizens should come as a priority before the government?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more for individual freedom. So
right, yeah. So
libertarian.
When I see somebody the reparations conversations and they shout it down, I'm like, whose side are you on here? Are you on the government side? Are you on the people's side? Because there's thousands of different causes that people are shouting for, right? Some we might deem legitimate, some we would say are illegitimate and deserve no merit, no honor, no oxygen. Reparations is where you draw the line, though. You think like, no, I'm going to say a hard no to this.
Yeah, I'm not for reparations.
But are you against it? Because I'm not for it either, but I'm also not against it. I'm not also coming out here and saying a hard line no. Like that's where you were in the beginning, and I just want to clarify: are you a hard line no?
Yeah, I'm a hard line no when it comes to reparations.
Oh man.
It's not the hill I'll really die on. It's not something I think about daily, but if you'd ask me, I'd say no.
There are no groups of people that should be given any sort of retribution from the United States government.
I mean, ones that maybe are alive today.
Well, yeah. If somebody's alive today.
Like if that, maybe at the time it would have made sense, but in 2022, no.
Why is it echoing? It's echoing.
That's us.
One of you lot done something. One of you fuckers. Is that MJ?
No,
Is that MJ? Oh, yeah, it's MJ. Yeah. Big up MJ. You just slipped in silently, man.
What do you mean I've been here?
The whole time.
Just so you know, the reparations conversation for some groups has
you left and came back, yeah.
A long time ago.
The work of LBJ, the government handouts and all
Still
of that
echoing,
stuff.
man. What the fuck?
Anyone else hearing the echo?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah, I heard it.
Is it Mag?
Hello, man. Everyone mute up.
Hello.
All right, let's try again.
And also redlining. That stuff's recent. Those people are still alive.
Still
and
there.
the gross mismanagement of
Still doubling up.
Everyone on mute.
Yeah, everyone was on mute. Might be them.
the Black community in inner cities by Democratic representatives. Now, you're conservative, so you know the Democrats do a poor job in Black neighborhoods, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, good. I think everybody can agree with that. Democrats generally do a poor job in inner cities. For that, because that's happening.
Hold on, let me test something. Tell me if you can hear it.
Today, and Pete, those people are alive today. Do you
Yeah.
think those people deserve?
Can you hear it?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? The echo's gone. The echo's gone.
Nope.
They're not talking now. Can you
Nope.
hear it?
Nah.
Okay, so I don't know what the fuck is going on. Alright, so what?
That's fair. That's fair. But just going based upon the evidence we have now, right? Like on one side, it's like we know the Democrats have just been giving black people the raw end of the stick. So hypothetically speaking, if one group has given another group the raw end of the stick, and those people have to be, that got a bad deal are black people, do you think today that those black people should deserve some retribution?
I mean, I think it would make more sense to change the people in charge and maybe switch through policy than retribution. That's my gut feeling on it, but I don't really have strong opinions on it.
Change the policies.
Yeah.
Change the policies. Okay. Damn, it's kind of wild.
Especially Chicago. Chicago public schools are so bad. You know what's crazy? I went to Catholic school and it was like $8,000 for my tuition every year, something like that.
Uh-huh.
And the Chicago public schools give, I think, it was 12 a couple of years ago when I checked, but now like $15K per kid, something like that. Yeah, they have worse outcomes, even though and I would see it even in the suburbs. Because my friend, we went to the same middle school and she went to a public high school and I went to a private one. And my ACT score, we were the same grades in middle school. My ACT score was like 5 points higher than hers when I graduated high school, something like that. And I would just see like the school she went to, like they would have such nice facilities, everything would be so nice, but the teachers didn't require them to do shit. So their life was like literally so easy. So if I think the number one issue in like cities, I would just say it's the school system. I think they're actually really bad. And this was me in the suburbs. So if it's like that in the suburbs, I can't imagine what it's like downtown.
Yeah, I think the education system pretty much has failed the nation as a whole. I would definitely agree with that. So I think you're just basically a capitalist. You're a girl who wants to get on YouTube and make some coin. You're not exactly invested in black culture.
I would say I'm more invested in men's issues overall. I think some of those especially affect the black community. And that's why maybe I have more of that following. So I'm doing a documentary right now on the court system in the UK. I just spent the last 3 hours interviewing a guy before this, talking about like basically in tears, talking about how he didn't have access to his children. I think that is what I'm the most passionate about when it comes to my channel. Male suicide, I think, is a really big issue. And same with one of my brothers attempted to commit suicide at one point. So I would say when it comes to my channel, it's mostly about men's issues.
Depressing.
And a lot of times that can be like when it comes to relationships, because a lot of what I talk about is how, women have how is a man supposed to lead in a relationship when women have all the leverage?
Yeah.
Because if she walks away, she takes everything.
Right.
Where if he walks away.
Yeah. In some ways, I have no sympathy. I know that there's a lopsidedness when it comes to male-female dynamics, and it is what it is. It'll teach men discipline. I wouldn't go to the system and tell the system to change anything. No, if you see that another brother's life got ruined because of said decisions, maybe you need to keep your thing in your pants. You know what I mean, or be a better judge of character. When it comes to women.
I think
That's
that's
yeah, that's a bit mad.
one way to look at it. But I mean, the guy I talked to today, he was married for 10 years, and it was to a woman that was of a Muslim background. And sorry, it's calling me. and she left, and he hasn't seen his kids in a year and a half because in the UK, the women are actually paid to they're given free counsel if they say that the guy abused the kids. So they're basically paid to say that he abused the kids.
That's
and
wild.
then what happens after that? It takes him a year to even get.
All right, let's go to this other one. Look.
Yeah, that was deep still. But
oh no, I can't go to this one. No, the channel late. I can do it in an hour or whatever, but I can't do it now. Jukes, yeah.
Okay, but when you do, go to 51 minutes in. That's where it's really, it heats up.
The channel's too official, man.
I use it, and I didn't get striked. As long as you stop it every now and again for fair use, and just go fair use when you stop it, and then we chat, you'll be fine. It's up to you. I don't get striked for it.
When did you use it?
Yesterday or the day before.
Not this interview though. Did you use this interview?
Yeah.
And it's still up, yeah?
Yeah. Why has it gone down now?
No. No, just answered. Is it still up?
Yeah. Mine's still up. Yeah.
I'm gonna play it later. It looks good though. It looks, I don't know. You sound excited about it. So explain what happens in it.
It's not that I'm excited about it. It's just the way that she is. She comes across as almost airy fairy. Like, I mean, this one is bad enough, but that one's worse. And it's almost like she's detached. I think she's got special needs, you know, or something. Slightly, some sort of, I don't know. Yeah, something. Where she maybe Asperger's, where she doesn't.
This will explain all the stats and stuff like that. You get me?
I would say she definitely has got something. I thought that as well. Definitely thought that.
And she reminds me of like a criminal genius.
Yeah.
Serial
killer again.
It's one or the other, isn't it? Either she's super special or she's a fucking villain of the century, man.
Because I could see her little company in that. This is a bump in the road. Maybe she'll get over it, whatever. Who knows what happens? But I could see her becoming massive.
Yeah. Definitely.
Like big.
I think she's the perfect puppet as well. You know what I mean?
Like a girl version of Andrew Tate, yeah? But interesting.
I don't think she is a normal white American. I disagree with your BFM. And I've watched the videos that she done with that Jess that I never bothered watching in the past. I see the thumbnails and I just weren't bothered.
Yeah, but is being white wrong though?
Hold on. I've gone on and had a look at them, and her and Jess both seem a little bit off key. And if they've both gone through the same university, I just think, well, it must have been a shit university.
I think Silverside's not well.
I don't think that's a fair comment to be honest, because I've met Americans from like places other than New York, and the majority of Americans are like her. It's just the ones that live in cities and live in a multicultural society. They're more like us over here. But the vast majority of Americans are not.
That's true.
She's just a white girl. There's nothing wrong with that. That's who she is.
I didn't say there was anything wrong with it.
I'm not saying you said that, darling. Did I say that?
Don't call me darling.
But you're acting like one.
No, I'm not. Don't call me darling. I'm nothing to do with you sexually
dumb,
or emotionally. Don't overstep the boundary.
Mate.
Go easy. Yeah, and he's gonna get a lot of clout off this as well. So you know what I mean? He's not gonna get a condemnation or everyone's gonna turn their back on him. He's making.
I think both of them are gonna shoot. I don't want to see either of them cancelled anyway for any reason.
Who? Oh, her or Sarah.
But there's a big sector over there that are really trying hard to cancel her.
Yeah, but that's because they're the manosphere, innit? And I don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean? They've raised her on a pedestal for some reason, or put her in the position of Kevin Samuels. That's their business, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, it
let
is
them do what they
interesting
do.
though.
It is, but it's just like author and authorization. You know
You
what I
can
mean?
see her background though. She's reviewing rap tunes for the first time.
Yeah.
Like, you're 20 years old, you're telling me you ain't heard these tunes before. And like, we just don't understand it, because where we are, you could put on Radio 1, they got their rap show, it's been running since bloody Bismarcky days. You can put on fucking Capital One Extra. Do you know what I mean? Like, wherever you are in the UK, you're gonna come
You're right. In
in
America,
contact with the culture, but in America, it's not like that.
it's not like that, definitely. And you don't hear, like, I had to drive towards New York before I heard like proper hip hop music on the radio. On the radio is just generic kind of weird music, you know what I mean? From all over. Do you get it? So it's like it's
Like
not.
how when hip hop is the #1 music out there.
Yeah, but like if you go maybe like New York City, it's playing this pirate radio stations, but Washington DC, it doesn't seem there's that there. There's just the standard radio stations, and they play
You got
the top hits.
Yeah,
should
you got
say,
to
you know what I
take
mean?
into consideration population density. When we say hip hop's the majority, like music, like the popular music, that's because
I
most
disagree
people
with
do
you.
live in the cities.
Well, I know what you mean, essentially, but I would rather say that there's small pockets where you ain't gonna really be hearing that, rather than the majority. That's the popular culture now.
No, definitely it's the
I
culture.
would say that the majority of
popular music
America
now.
are small towns.
No,
Majority.
but I'm saying like the music genre has gone into the popular music, so now that's what would be playing generically on the radio.
That's true.
Do you get what I'm saying now?
Maybe she's had the isolated upbringing by her
Yeah,
parents.
when I was there,
She
it
did
was
say
like, raw.
conservative. You know, that's what that's code for, isn't it?
That's right. White priv. I told you. And white priv comes
Even clan.
comes with an element of shielding of their children from reality.
Yeah.
And only when they go college and university, do they start to get that experience. You know what I mean? Start meeting other people. Oh, where are you from? I'm from Nigeria. You know, the ones there like, that's what it is.
Yeah,
man.
but
can see that.
I agree with you that she's definitely got some form of privilege. I don't agree with white privilege, but definitely privilege.
Yeah.
But
financially, mean.
But
all of it.
All of it. But she's also socially awkward.
Yeah. She's a bit oafish.
Socially awkward.
She's a bit oafish. She is.
But that's because if what she's saying is true, she's a sports person. And people who do sport, they have a different mentality. They have, you know what I mean? So she's gonna be like introvert, only with her sports team, concentrating, training, all of that. It's like that is not a social thing. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you're not gonna be, you're not gonna get any.
I think a lot of socially awkward people do hide in the sporting kind of areas.
But saying that, it's also
they find a bit of a reprieve there where they
she's
can.
She's gonna have a competitive nature.
Yes,
you got what I'm saying, because she's into sport and certain things. You know what I mean?
And
she's
business is competitive.
She ain't no pussy, like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to do the rough and tumbles of basketball and netball,
100%.
volleyball. Yeah, not every woman wants to do that, right? I try and be professional with it. It's like, it's weird. It's like that has to take precedence over this stuff. It seems. You know what I mean? But it's just a side hustle, man, and it's doing all right for her. I'm just saying, big people just round there should take example and keep it moving, mate, instead of embarrassing themselves on YouTube.
Born rich, man. You bitching on Khan, man. Like, just jump on and talk to him, man. Face that man. You put in a lot of
Whose
Khan
internet
energy.
is going round and round and round there?
Zellini's.
Round and round I go.
Come on, man. I've kept you like entertained for hours. What's going on? Talk to me. Talk to me, man.
Well, that was a decent video still. Into the by the pearl.
He was cracking me up. He really was a funny interviewer, man.
He was still. I could have watched more of that still.
His facial expressions are funny though. He's like, "Oh, I feel sorry for you because you're struggling. Like you're thinking, you look like you're not basically coping." But he's doing like a sympathetic face where his face also looks like as if he's sort of little struggling as well. Like, did you say this? His like face is like a little bit squinty. But it's funny because he's the one making her struggle. He literally threw everything at her, the kitchen sink, everything, man. He just went for it.
He lays traps softly.
Yeah.
He laid traps
I think
softly.
if anyone wanted to see her squirm, they got their money's worth.
Guys. The rest comes with experience. Yeah, the rest comes with experience, man. As I said, getting in front of the camera ain't no joke.
She's a straight shooter, though. She answers straight. I would have been a bit more sarcastic. Like, if you said to me, oh, you're not for the culture, are you? And I would have went, why do I have to be? I would have just been sarky with him. Like, why? Like, what do you mean?
No, you wouldn't. You would have said, yes, I absolutely am, and I'm black.
Wow. Is that what your children say?
No, it's what you say all the time.
Yeah, exactly. No, your children don't say that.
Ouch.
What you say all the time on these panels. Some of my children say it. Not all of my children.
Remember when you was at Ethno now?
No, I've done that. I've done that to wind respect.
Yeah. Oh, is that to wind respect up? Okay.
Yeah, that's why.
Or was it to give him ammo to run about another 20?
And Respect's reaction was, "No, you're not. No, you're not. You're just a civ that." I said, "Yeah, I know, and I've been telling you that for 6 months."
What's happened with the civ nats? They're done now, isn't it?
No, I'm still a civic nationalist.
Yeah, but I'm saying the whole movement's done, isn't it? It's like everyone's either become a full-on Nazi or
join the conservatives.
Yeah.
Mad.
That you lot were just warming up the middle.
Yeah.
No, the middle was still going. You
trying
just
to fill the void.
much because they just have probably come in. We're tired. I know I can only speak for myself. We're tired of listening to people like George and things like that. So.
It's funny that when you see Tommy Robinson speaking now, it's like everything's gone so more far right than Tommy now. It's like when he speaks, he don't even seem far right anymore.
I don't think he ever was far right.
I know you don't. You thought he was like centre. But for me, he was right.
No, I think he was off centre.
Well, slightly to the right, you mean?
Yeah. I'd say he was probably more. I suppose technically you could say far right, but he was only just more off of conservative in my
Maybe
opinion.
you're right though, Dupes, because he did confess to being brought up by Rastas. So
I don't know about that one.
That's what he said.
I
That's
don't know.
what he
I've not
said.
heard that one.
He was raised on the roads of Luton by Rastas.
Oh, on the roads. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what he said. So, the truth come out in the end.
Yeah, but when he done Overton Winter test, when they done a test to see where he was left leaning. But most people are.
It's not surprising. That's what's deceptive about the left, isn't it? Like you don't realise that, when you go left, you can still end up in a fascist kind of like situation if you go too far left.
If you go extreme left, yeah, definitely, you're a Nazi.
Yeah, exactly.
The National Socialist position is on the left at the extreme end. Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right.
Extremists are just arseholes anyway because they don't see no nuanced gradation or any complexities. And they think they don't think about the appendages that you might need to add on to any sort of like protocol either. So, but that's exactly what an extremist is. It stands in one position and it says there is no room for manoeuvre.
Mm. Or you're following a rhetoric that someone else created, and it's going to lead to your damnation.
Who's following a rhetoric?
No, it could be either. It could be right, left, or terrorists.
Yeah.
These are all rhetorics made up by other people, and you just got to decide. Oh, I'm gonna be with the extremists. Then you're gonna do extreme things. You're gonna go off to Syria. You're gonna do all sorts of shit. You know what I mean? People do that. Right, straight from England, like no chaser.
Fucking idiots.
You know what I mean?
But the fact of the matter is that individuals are unique.
Mm-hmm.
We can collectivize on ideals and how we're going to agree on certain subjects so that we can all rub along together and sort of like get along, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So that our society is safe and stuff. But we should never take away the uniqueness of an individual if we can. And we have to understand that circumstances are always different as well. We might think on the superficial level that the circumstances are exactly the same, but they're not. No two circumstances are exactly the same. There's always going to be some small intricacy that can change the perception or the angle. And that's why you can't have any kind of extreme politics. And that's why I don't agree in dictatorship either.
Well, you're living in one.
Yeah, I do believe that at the moment we are, yeah. I do believe that that's the way they're pushing it.
Not pushing it. That's the way they've set it for a long time.
I wouldn't want to live in communism either. I'm not going to sit here and say I want communism.
Well, it's just a little bit.
We got both, haven't we?
Yeah, we got bits of elements of all of them, Dukes. Yeah, they call it capitalism, but it's a bit of fascism, communism, socialism, all of that shit, all rolled into one, and a dictatorship. Pause.
So I would disagree with that. I would say that what's leading to the LGBTQ is probably years and years of indoctrination set to an agenda that for the end goal.
Yeah, it's an agenda. I agree.
I think it's been done for a purpose.
Of course.
I think there's a lot of things being done for a purpose. And I think even this manosphere, it may even be part of that purpose. I'm beginning to suspect. And even though in one way, I can understand people who are capitalists jumping on board and using, because race and sex sells, right? Any conversation about race and sex, you're always going to get emotive people and people that want to talk about it. So that kind of thing is understandable that they would find a way to commercialize it, to use it as a commodity and make money off it. And why not if people can? But the bigger picture is that actually it's actually causing distress for some people, and it is like making the race relations worse. Yeah. That's the problem.
Government's the problem, mate, and the lawmakers, they're the problem.
Well, I think that they want that to happen. I don't think they've got any desire to make race relations better. I think any crazy idea that they can see will cause a little bit of chaos and fear in people, they go, oh, yeah, that's a brilliant idea. Bring it in. We'll spin that. We'll say that that's for the benefit of this one. But actually, they know that it's going to cause more upset to a load of other people. And then the fight starts. So, but it's interesting to watch. Very interesting.
In mythology, there are many gods and goddesses, and while some have attributes of individuals who at one time may have existed, they are esoterically symbolic, representing forces of nature and intelligences, which were not meant to be taken literally as if they were a person or lived the stories and experiences that they're portrayed in the myths and legends. All of the ancient myths are encoded with symbolic truths, and one of the core examples from Greek mythology is Gaia, the divine mother goddess, or Mother Nature. She can also be understood to mean the planet Earth, with many levels of esoteric meaning, not just the literal physical planet, but the forces of nature or laws of nature that have been observed and understood over the millennia. May 1st lies about halfway between the vernal equinox and the summer solstice, so it was considered a good time to mark the transition into summer, and according to Celtic calendars in Northern Europe, was considered the beginning of summer. By then, the seeds for crops had just been sown, and it was time to drive cattle and sheep out into their summer pastures. It was a time for rituals to bring about divine protection for the sprouting crops and grazing cattle, as well as pay homage to the goddess of May Day, which goes back into ancient times. To fully understand this period, we must start with spring. The Roman Empire had a great influence on Europe, and it was the Phrygian goddess Cybele that was introduced to Rome around the 3rd century BC, whose myth involved a lover named Attis, who was gored by a boar and whose spirit would take refuge in a pine tree during winter, only to be reborn from the tree again in spring, on the vernal equinox, which is on March 20th in the Northern Hemisphere. In her festival, a pine tree was cut and stripped of its branches, wrapped in linen like a mummy, and decorated with flowers, usually violets. It was then brought before Cybele's temple on wagons in what resembled a funeral procession, since Attis was symbolically dead inside the tree, and then buried in a tomb. Attis then resurrected or rose out of the tree and was reunited with Cybele, symbolizing the beginning of spring on May 25th. The tree was then erected before Cybele's temple, and the people celebrated around it until April 1st, which may be the origin of our April Fool's Day, as the celebration was filled with joking and laughter. This leads us to the May Day festivals, where the spring goddess transitions into summer, before later transitioning into the old woman of winter. On May 1st, the erected and resurrected pole of Attis, which also acted as a phallic symbol, was decorated as the May pole. This annual spring transition of goddesses forms the background to the tradition of the May Queen, where a contest was held and the winner was crowned and married to the May King, marking the reunion of Cybele, and crowned and married.
This is now, isn't it?
I say, you see the women's hats, sir?
What, those ones, the little black ones?
Married to the May King.
You see these dudes' hats?
Yeah.
Marking the reunion of Cybele and Attis. In Bavaria, this king was known as Father May, in Austria as Green George, and in England, the Green Man.
Got in there.
Yeah. Oh, what the fuck, man? Oh.
This festival was also called Beltane with the Celts, which translates to lucky fire, and was the beginning of summer. Traditionally, in most countries of Northern Europe, the May Day bonfire ritual was at least as important as the Maypole ritual, whereas vernal equinox holidays celebrate the anticipated victory of spring and fertility. May Day, being halfway between the equinox and the summer solstice, was when the sun's waxing light and warmth is more clearly felt, and celebrates and guarantees the full-blown forces of summer. Generally in mythology, fire is a purifying and cleansing agent, which enables it to destroy the causes and manifestations of evil. Fire is therefore an agent of transformation. The sun is thought to be made of fire, meaning that fire on earth is just a lesser manifestation and representation of the same solar substance, which is divine by nature. In Gaul, the Wicker Man is a giant effigy that, according to the writings of Julius Caesar, was used by the Druids to perform human sacrifice by filling it with criminals and lighting it on fire. In Germany, on May Day Eve, which is April 30th, called Hexennacht, or Witches' Night, witches, which comes from a word meaning wise ones, were said to gather on the highest peak in mountains to commune with the spirits of nature, which became vilified and demonized by the new incoming Christian religion. By the 17th century, May Day became an occasion for Catholics venerating the Virgin Mary, essentially a goddess, replacing the pagan rituals and feasting of the symbolic fertilization in nature. Of course, the same day was also appropriated by the communists as the International Workers' Day, whose symbols are the hammer and sickle, which are also pre-Marxist representations of male and female, respectively. That said, the goddess would be adorned in flowers, and the god would be green and horned, often with the antlers of a stag, since they shed them each winter and regrow their antlers each spring, representing life, death, and rebirth, which is the esoteric meaning of the marriage rituals, also mirroring the intermarriage of the male and meaning death.
That's what I was going to say. The green man is also pan as well. I can't be bothered to get into it, but see, this is like, I don't know who this figure is. I'm saying it's Canunis, but he's got the antlers, the hoof feet, the hairy legs.
It's a bit Baphomet.
Say that again?
Yeah, Baphomet. Yeah.
Baphomet.
Like antlers
Better message.
Yeah. But I've always said that the antlers, horns, it doesn't matter what kind of horns, stag, reindeer, go, they kind of end up symbolizing similar things anyway, regardless. That's why it's called the horned god, because it don't matter what kind of horns it is. It's always horns.
And rebirth, which is the esoteric meaning of the marriage rituals, also mirroring the intermarriage of the male and female energies within us.
This is that midsummer film.
The merging of red and white ribbons, meaning the menstrual blood of the goddess, and male of the god, representing fertility, creativity, or creation, and the universal magic brought about in a cosmic orgasm. Sometimes the pole was decorated with serpents and was also a phallic symbol, with the wreath at the top representing the female gender. By braiding the red and white ribbons during the ribbon dance, the rising and falling energies are harmoniously connected, not only between heaven and earth, but as the energetic current in our own body that can do the same. Dancing around the maypole would, in many pagan communities, be followed by the bonfire ritual, which ended off by sending youths of both gender into the woods all night, producing throughout Europe its annual crop of children. Green has always been symbolic of growth. What is green in nature is usually
sending them out into the woods to beat. Is that what he's trying to basically say?
Basically. Nasty fuckers.
Sprouting and fertile. That said, green has also sometimes come to mean naive and inexperienced, such as a green boy who's a rookie or still green behind his ears. The green man is therefore full of vigor and potency, yet still has to grow or be initiated into the secrets of the adult world. This is the basis for a number of folk rituals and seasonal parades that are held in which a man is covered in leaves, celebrated in different places in Europe. For centuries, mankind has symbolized nature, growth, and nourishment, cycling through year after year in forms of a green man, representative of nature, birth, life, death, and rebirth. The history of the green man figure reaches deep into the past. We find him painted, carved into cave walls, on megaliths, and engraved in wood or stone in a multitude of cathedrals. This pre-Christian green man folklore still exists into modern day archetypes. Since before recorded history, the green man spoke to agricultural cycles and farming cultures, acting as a watcher over gardens and homes since antiquity, with the earliest known reference dating back 6,000 years to around 4000 BC, disseminated by ancient Aryans with their spread of agricultural civilization, domesticated animals such as the horse and cattle, and Indo-European languages during the Holocene. Robin Hood is a heroic outlaw in English folklore who, according to legend, was a highly skilled archer and swordsman. Traditionally depicted dressed in green, he is said to rob from the rich and give to the poor. Archetypes for the Robin Hood figure can be found among the Celts, the Romans, the Anglo-Saxons, and the Danes. Anthropologist Sir James Fraser relates the story of the ancient cult of Diana and the King of the Wood, who was the consort of the virgin goddess of the hunt, who died only to return again as the greenery does each year. Fraser argued that the King of the Wood was a manifestation of the universal pagan archetype of the dying and resurrected vegetation god, whose rebirth was often acted out in springtime mock combat between the personification of summer and winter. Fraser gives several Germanic examples of this folk custom, in which summer is clad in greenery and winter is clad in skins or fur. In the May Games, or spring celebrations of the 15th and 16th centuries, Robin Hood acted as an archetypal personification of summertime. These games were celebrated at various times throughout the early summer season. Robin Hood was also strongly associated with the summer solstice or midsummer days, as well as on ancient Roman pagan festivals honoring Fortuna, the goddess of fate, on June 24th. The goddess Fortuna remained part of European midsummer festivities and customs into the Middle Ages. Anthropologist Margaret Murray proposed that paganism did not die out with the Christianization of Europe, but instead, practitioners of what she called the old religion retreated in secret into the woods at night to continue their ancient rituals. Murray suggested that the witch craze in Europe was an attempt by the church to eradicate these last vestiges of the earlier nature religions. Murray claimed that deity worship in these cults was a horned woodland god that dated back to Paleolithic hunting cultures, whom the medieval church equated with Satan. For Murray, the legend of Robin Hood was a veiled reference to the medieval witch cult, in which Robin Hood was one of the names for the leader of a coven, who was considered both priest and incarnate god.
Oh shit.
Stop that devil music, man.
Yeah. Celtic, yeah. MJ?
What?
No appreciation.
She knows about plantain, isn't it? Plantain?
Plantain?
What is it?
Plantain?
MJ, do you know about any of this? You're just being quiet.
Huh? Sorry, I didn't realize you're talking to me.
Do you know about any of this?
What, Mayday? That's about it. Just a bit about Mayday. I know it's a bank holiday back home. It's known as Mary's Day. That's about it.
Mary's Day.
Oh, and we used to make these little crosses in school. I think they used to call them St. Bridget's crosses or something.
Crosses, one.
Yeah.
Crosses.
Crosses.
So,
Go on.
yeah, I'm surprised that Maku doesn't remember that in primary school they used to teach you the maypole dancing. I know they did when I was at primary school.
Yeah, all of it.
Yeah,
all
the
of it, mate.
maypole dancing, you celebrated it. Yeah.
Fuckery. Absolute fuckery. And it's
I don't
beginning
think
of the
Irish do
festival.
that. That's an English thing.
No, yeah, and it's the beginning of the festival season, and as I said, the what's it? The festivals like before Glastonbury
and stuff like that to school and weird shit and all that.
They got Strawberry Fair. They got all sorts going on, man. And then culminating in Notting Hill and all the other carnivals around England. It's for a season. It starts in spring, really. And then the May with the maypole and all of that. It's mad. No British culture, man. Talk about harvest and that. Harvest festival and that. Now it.
Around 4000 BC, during the warm Atlantic period, the Indo-European language was spread with the construction of stone observatories like Stonehenge, becoming a continental utility, just as the English language is now spread through the global utilities.
Following food and crops, cattle rustling northern Celtic culture traveled the Andronova corridor, merging with the goddess's agricultural way of life. The green man is a farmer. Heretofore, farming had been predominantly a feminine activity. The green man combines Mother Nature with male features, symbolizing the steppe warrior becoming a plowboy, a male farmer. There are countless numbers of these green man symbols found all over the world, dating back thousands of years. The green man is ever present, everywhere. The green man is a proliferous symbol still used today. Popular characters Pan or Puck and Bacchus all are from European centuries long past.
Oh, Bacchus, yeah.
Peter Pan, even the Jolly Green Giant.
The Jack of the Green figure is associated with new growth in spring and with May Day celebrations.
New images or old, the symbol of the green man lives on. Thousands of years, hundreds of generations have added and subtracted from his meaning, but one thing remains. As long as humans walk the earth, the green man will be watching.
The green man is found in many forms throughout history, but the common feature is the face covered by foliage, very often sprouting from the mouth. He is often found carved inside medieval churches and cathedrals, a bridge between the new beliefs of Christianity and the pagan beliefs it replaced, etched in stone by masons. The name Robin comes from the Norman Robert, a form of the Germanic version which originally meant famous or bright or even to shine. This is and always has been an indication of one who has achieved illumination or enlightenment. Horns were also symbolic of enlightenment or illumination, and green, a symbol of resurrection and life, or the natural cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The Robin Hood legend provided, in effect, a way for the ancient pagan fertility rites to be introduced back into Christian Europe. Shrouded in secrecy, ancient mystery cults were based on sacred stories that often involved the ritual reenactment of a death rebirth myth of a particular divinity. In addition to the promise of a better afterlife, mystery schools offered its higher level initiates through sacred esoteric techniques, a supernatural glimpse into hidden realities while still living in a body. which is what is referred to by adepts as being reborn, and inspired many of the world's alchemists and philosophers into studies and pursuits that many would consider greater than oneself.
Yeah, man. Nice little video there. Fill you in some old school beliefs and religions and that. Yeah. Told you, Pan. I knew Pan was going to pop up. And then the green man. They're all linked.
So who's Pan?
It's God.
Greek.
What does it represent?
He's got horns and he's got a little flute and that, and legs of a goat.
Pied Piper.
Oh.
And that's why the Pied Piper is Peter Pan as well. Definitely. They take the piss. And then you see Peter Pan is definitely dressed just like Robin Hood.
Yeah. And he's definitely, young devil.
Never really clocked that before. Them all wearing the green.
And then the old devil is like a wizard. Any image of a wizard.
Oh, there's a sick book that I read called The Green Man. I'm sure it's by Richard Lemon, however you want to pronounce it, Laymon. Yeah, read that book. It's a fiction book, though. It's mad. It's a fucked up book. But then that was going into like the Green Man. That's where I first heard about the Green Man being this ancient figure. Yeah, it's just in a fiction book. It's always in a fiction book, mate.
Always.
Richard Heyman.
Layman. Richard Layman.
You not seen the movie Pan's Labyrinth, yeah?
Not watching because I want an English dub.
Yeah, the Italian shit down back it still, but watched it.
I think it's in Spanish, isn't it? Yeah.
It's Spanish.
Yeah.
Sound Italian to me.
You know what's crazy, yeah? I've seen this Richard Heyman, but that's not the... But the author I'm talking about is definitely Richard Layman. His books are fucking crazy. Let me see this Heyman one, just in case that book was Richard Heyman. Nah, man.
I can see other books by Richard Layman.
I know, but you can't see the Green Man.
The lake.
Oh, he's got another book called Body Rides, yeah? Fucking hell. Body Rides. That's a bad boy book. I never read a book like that. I was like, what the fuck? In jail. His books are like a movie. Like a proper sick movie. He's quite a twisted writer, to be fair. Yeah, action-packed movies, man.
Sounds like it. Meanwhile, a muscular half-nude man with a machete stalks the forest because it's a thing that happens. Okay. We'll have to order a few of these.
Books are crazy, man. Yeah, Body Rides. Get Body Rides. That's actually a sick book. One of the best books I've ever written. Another one is what was this book called? Blood Pussy. Blood Pussy is a bad boy book. Yeah, Blood Pussy by I would say that's Philip Baxter. Blood.
What are the storylines?
Yeah, Philip Baker, Blood Pussy. That's like a bit of a gangster story in America kind of thing, but it's really, really, really good. Sick. Another good book is Dope Fiend by Donald Goines. That's like all the fiction books. Yeah. Donald Goines books are all sick. Mainly the ones I've read are all sick. Trick Baby. Yeah, was. He's got too many books. Actually.
Yeah, I need to start reading.
Black Girl Lost. That's the book. Black Girl Lost. Fucking crazy. Dope Fiend. Black Girl Lost. Kenyatta's last hit. Okay, yeah. Definitely. Who's a very sought after author. Dope Fiend is mad. And then there's another one, Iceberg Slim's book, Pimp.
Yeah.
That's a crazy book, man. That's yo, cool. This is bad. Bad.
Old school.
I think that Donald Goines got killed, didn't he, or something like that? He just wrote bare bad boy books and then just got murked. I believe, anyway. I might have got that. That might be a
way to sell more books.
Donald Goines is sick, man. I've heard about 2 billion year ancient Egyptian mummies and artifacts are sold mostly to richest people in the world. Why are they buying mummies on the black market? I don't know, bro.